Good morning, everyone. I'm unsure if everything's working. CGV is not in the tournament, no. No. It's working on both perfect. We can look at the player list, right, and see who is all in the tournament, right? I'm just trying to find a background for my cam here. We did it. That's actually flawless. It's perfect. You can't even tell. So here's the question. Do we want my background flawless like this? Or do we want to double Brascus it? I just liked it. Originally like that. Bye-oh! Ketonomics, thank you so much, bro. I absolutely appreciate you. It looks like a dirty green screen. You would know, wouldn't you? Welcome, everyone. I mean, but it blends in. But it blends in, right? But it blends in, so it makes it okay, right? Or should we really be changing it? Alright, well, you know, hello, welcome. We are here, chat. We're ready to have a splendid time. It's gonna be a long weekend, let me tell you what. 7 months, Keto. God damn, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So, we're ready to go. We have the pleasure of listening to the Streets of New Capenna official soundtrack. Yeah, you seen it here, children. The Streets of New Capenna official soundtrack. Now, this is something they started to do, which is really nice. Very, very nice. Digon, thank you so much, bro. 11 months. Holy. You got the record for the longest subscriber today. Let's see if we can, you know, find some of those 2-year, 3-year veterans of the channel. Do they still exist, chat? Do we still have those people around, or have we outlived them? You already paid for 5 months, a year in total. Beautiful, bro. I like that. Man knows what he wants. Right? He's not scared to go get it. Appreciate y'all. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna change the text color on this page. To white so everybody can read the text a little bit better. Right, we can do that. Chat group. Text settings. And then color. We're gonna take that up to white. Oh, look how quick it changes it too. Now I've saved this, so I think it's gonna reset the chat. But 2-3 years, homie? Damn, bro. Antonio in the house. I love that. Let's see if the chat's working for me now. Yeah, okay, cool. So now that we fixed the color of the text, that should be fine. Morning, Racto. What's up, what's up, what's up? There are 26 songs on this. I guess there's the instrumentals too, which is pretty cool. So I'm just gonna grab this over for myself, just so I have these stats open as well. We have 36 viewers on YouTube. That's fantastic, and we're accompanied by 22 viewers on Twitch. Which is quite nice, right? So thank you guys all so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Can you stroke that text? I probably can. One sec. Presentation. I know what you mean. Can you stroke the text? It sounds funny when you say it out loud, though. It sounds funny. Chat group. Players. There we go. No. Your streams chat. Maybe that's it. Text settings. Do we want a custom font? Should we get you guys like does it pick it up from me? I'm gonna enable custom font and I'm gonna search for it, right? I'm not finding it. What's the MTG font called again? It's like Berlin or... Custom fonts, yo. I don't see it though. Ballerin Bold, that's it. I can never... I'm looking. It might not be here. Oh, there's a font called Bangers. That's really good, actually. I don't see it. They don't have it. Let's check out this Bangers font. I like that. I like that. I like that. And then we wanted a stroke of black on it, right? Save. Okay, so now it should be better. Test, test. I could also increase the stroke if we don't like it, if we want to get that tuned up. You know what I mean? Are there lyrics to this? Some of the songs have lyrics. It'd be cool if there were lyrics to all of these. Oh baby, Streets of New Capenna. 1 2 1 2. Check, check, check. What's first? Okay, so this is something that we could dive into, right? What's being played? I don't know if these are related articles. The viewer's guide, here we go. We've got the viewer's guide on tapped. Hey, I always face you in high mythic and always lose. No! Lose 505. Bro. You're gonna get me. You're gonna get me. How can I follow the event? Right here. You can follow it right here, chat. For metagame decks, match-by-match updates, player details, live streaming, and so much more. They're going to start it on the event page. We'll check that out after. You can also find an additional content on the qualifications as they unfold by following @PlayMTG on Twitter. Let's go give this a follow. Let's make sure we're following. We are. If anybody wants to follow this on Twitter, here it is in chat. Just give it a follow. They're going to give you the play-by-plays throughout the weekend alongside your boy. And then the hashtag SNC Champs. Okay. We should work this into our stream. Should we not? Let me quickly edit this hashtag in here. Edit. Boom, hashtag. Boom, hashtag. Save. Let me do that to the Twitch as well. Throw some SNC hashtags in there, so people can find us if they're, you know, searching. Beautiful. Okay, that's done. Back to the thing. Okay. When will the championship deck list be published? I think we can actually look at them right now. Then the broadcast schedule. Broadcast ends after 7 rounds. So they're not telling us what's being played first. An overview of the standard format with Manny. Yes, yes, yes. Broadcasters in the house. What? I hope Riley has normal eyes today. I really, really hope that Riley's got his regular eyeballs in. Maybe got those cataracts cleaned up. What up, Brewlab? Hey, yo! Welcome, friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Expert. I wish. Freaking wish, man. Can I co-stream the event? Following Twitch sharing guidelines, you can co-stream. I didn't even look at this. I was just like, we're doing it. It's thanks for your permission, guys. Not endorsed by Wizards. Yeah, we follow your guidelines, bro. We just got the regular music. No copyrighted stuff here today. 227 players, the MPL and Rival League, top finishing players from the Neon Dynasty Championship, plus qualifying players from across Premier Series events, MTG Arena and Magic Online. Compete for 6 direct qualifications, plus the final World Championship qualifying points of the season to enter Magic World Championship XXVIII. The postseason capstone of the event and the 2021-2022 season. Let's go. Invitation list is available online. How will the tournament play out? Okay, cool. Friday, rounds 1 through 3, standard constructed. That's what we were looking for, chat, right? Standard constructed, rounds 1 through 3. So this morning, we're looking at standard, and then this afternoon, looks like we'll be switching to historic content. And then Saturday, same thing, starting the morning with standard and switching to historic. And then on Sunday, we have standard constructed the entire way through. Sunday is all standard all day. So, standard, historic, standard, historic, standard, standard. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There's $450,000 available in prizes. Holy Toledos! Woo! And that, you know what's crazy is that there's $500,000 and first place only gets 20,000, right? So first place, 20 G's, which again, you know, that's still enough. You know, that's nice. I wish. Hashtag LOL. Lots of prizes being put out. You know, if you show up to the tournament, you're walking away with $750 just for walking through the door and losing all of your matches like your boy would. Of course, you know, if you win a couple of those matches, you're going to work your way up. Top 10. It's not really even paced out that way, but I guess top 6. And it gets really separated here through that final qualifier. So you want to be top 8, right? So, you know, top 8's probably going to get you that 7,000 unless you're not really lucky with that top 8. You know, then you're just gonna get that 5 for 7 and 8, but you know, that's average of like $6.5 thousand between all of them or whatever, something like this, which is not bad. You know, that's a good day's work for playing Magic. I absolutely love it, right? So there's the prize breakdown. There is the schedule breakdown. We can see who's playing. If you're interested to go through the different individuals, we can also take a look at the metagame breakdown. Of course, coverage will start in about 35 minutes from now. Yeah, in today's economy, you know, this 20K, it's going to get you to the gas pump and back, right? Hey, yo, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. You are so kind, my bro. Anywho, let's take a look at the event page. Right? What's going on over here? Oh, this is just like their main thing. So maybe we'll do the metagame breakdown. What is being played? Let's check it out. Esper Control with Rafine is 34% of the deck list. Well, you know, it is the deck we used in the pre-release event to beat CGB. So, you know, it makes sense that it's a good deck. Hey, HEG, I've been playing Magic for over 20 years and I'm still not a great player. Any advice? I'll just give it another 20 years, bud. You'll get there. And you're still not a great player. Why? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Day Dalias, thank you so much for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. You are an absolute legend. I hope you're having a magical day. You know, go slower, try to review your games, you know, just like any athlete would do, you know what I mean? It's not all necessarily about playing the card game. It's sometimes about those other habits on the back end, right? Like, are you eating correctly? You know, are you properly hydrated? Are you working out? Are you know, like reading? And, you know, all these base building blocks should be in place for you to compete at your best as an athlete in general. This is no exception. And then, you know, try to review your plays. Like, you know, if you lose a match, break it down. You know, why did I lose this match and what could I have done differently? And if you can just continuously stay within this reflective mindset, you're gonna be okay, right? You're gonna improve, and you're probably gonna see a lot of those things get nipped in the butt. You know, a great way to improve is by watching me as well, right? There's lots of little things though, right? So let's check out this historic metagame breakdown. I'm gonna turn off my fireplace here quick. Alright, the historic metagame breakdown. Is it Phoenix at 30% of the frickin' field.com? Whoa! You know, we've seen Is It Phoenix played a lot in the previous championship. It's nice to see it come back, but at the end of the day, Phoenix is gonna Phoenix. Go Gary Food. Now, this is a grindy deck, very competitive. We've seen Nerdy Steve do very, very well with it this season in Mythic. Azoria's Auras. Now, this was, you know, Jim Davis's big spiel. The Hamhawks 42 with 40 viewers. Thank you so much, Hamhawks. I hope you're having an absolute magical day, bro. Woof. We're going to see you when you get off work. I assume you got to get to the grind, get a couple hours in. But when you get back, we're going to be happy to have you watch some competitive Magic alongside us. So thank you so much, Hamhawks. I'm Hello Good Game. I'm sure you guys know. Welcome. I hope you're all having an absolute magical day. And it is the Streets of New Capenna Championship today, right? It's gonna be lit. So we have a lot to get through. There's 223 players, twice as many decks. $450,000 in prizes. Standard in the morning here, then historic this afternoon. The same thing for tomorrow, and then Sunday is all standard. What? Right, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Start time is in 30 minutes, 33 minutes until we kick off. We might kick off a little early. We're on the trigger. We are on the trigger, just waiting for that live stream to start. So Azorius Auras played by Jim Davis last championship, and you know, he went to town with it, right? So that's really good. Maybe, I don't know, was it Azorius Auras, or are we going to call it Azorius Infinity? I think Jim was playing Infinity almost, though, wasn't he? Think about why you aren't getting better. Study the format, you play multiple decks. Absolutely, right? That reflective mindset's going to be super duper important. And then finally, after the 2 Azorius decks, we do have that Rakdos Arcanist. Now, this is actually okay with me. This is a very aggressive deck. If it catches you on your heels, you're freaking done, son. And I love it because you get access to Thoughtseize, and you can cast Thougeize from the grave, and it just like, what hand? You know what I mean? Did you have a hand over there? Sorry, it's gone now. Silent Labor, thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate you. I hope you're having an absolute magical day. How do you actually get the chance to enter this tournament? Do you just get an invite for it, or how does it work? Have you already explained this? I absolutely have, but I will explain it again. It's actually one of the videos that's advertised in the chat here. But we can talk about it. I'll bring up that after we're done this breakdown here. So for standard, oh no, this is historic as well. Silesian Humans, Azorius Control. Oh man, I do not want to watch Azorius Control matchups. No! Jeskai Control. I'm more of a fan of the Jeskai Control, in all honesty. Silesian Enchantress. Ooh, like similar to the Rakdos Arcanist. If it pops, baby. But what really excites me is these 28 other decks. You know, what are those other decks? I'm really excited to see that. Yeah, we've seen the Fleetfoot Dancer. Honestly, I actually had that happen to me in Mythic, and I got absolutely obliterated by it. I thought I had won the match, and then boom, here comes a whole field of Fleetfoot Dancers. So it's an incredibly powerful move. I really liked it. It was right when I just popped onto. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go say good morning to Ham, and it's just like, okay, it's popping over here. I liked it, bud. So here's just everything broken down, not graphic wise. Or was that the standard? Why are they talking about alchemy cards here as well? Oh, because alchemy cards are in historic. You frickin' ding-a-ling HGG. So let's take a look at the standard metagame, and then we'll take a look at how you, the average individual, aka myself, are looking to enter this event. So standard, we have Esper midrange, 34.5% of the deck. Wandering Emperor, Rafine, these are good fucking cards.com. Pardon my language. I'm sorry. Naya Ruins. People still like this deck, huh? Even after, okay. So last championship, we seen Naya Runes be played, and it got absolutely walked on. Mono White walked on Naya Runes, but with this being said, do you know what I don't see in this metagame breakdown? I do not see Naya Runes. You know what I mean? I don't frickin' see him.com. No mono white to keep the runes in check. Will we have, you know, kind of a different performance from the runes this tournament? I'm really interested in seeing that. Jeskai Storm, oh my lord, this is gonna be really dirty. I see a Goldspan in here. I see Disciple of the Drowned. Oh, I see bad times ahead. Jund midrange, a little bit of Meat Hook in my life, a little bit of Kiki on the side. So that's gonna be a really nice grindy deck, and this is something that we've seen played again in the last tournament, right? The City Stalker Connoisseur with Kiki Jiki, and you know, the Harvester, and all these different ETBs with Kiki Jiki are going to be absolutely redonkulous. We have Grixis Vampires. Now, I'm excited about this because I've played with this deck a couple times. We tried it in the pre-release event and even a second iteration of it. Evelyn the Covetous. Whenever a vampire enters the battlefield, you exile a card of your library off the top and theirs, and you get to play those cards in the future. Like, what the heck, Randy? So it generates just a massive amount of value, and then I really like the Corpse Appraiser as well here for them. Moving on to some of the lesser played archetypes, we've got Jund Treasures. Only 4%. Magda, Jasperia, who really knows where they're going with this? We have, of course, Zayatora, the new dragon. Yeah, right? Zayatora could be a nice end game for them, but we're going to have to actually probably dig into those specific deck lists and take a look at what they want to top end. Team Air Control, Expressive Iteration being played here. Titan of Industry. Are you sure that's a control card? I'm pretty sure that might be a mid-range card, so interested in seeing the rest of those lists there. Is it Mill? Wow. www.wow.com. Who in their right mind is running Mill in a competitive tournament? Slap it back. Thank you so much for the follow. There used to be a YouTube video of someone trying to like smoke weed through their nose, and someone at the party, because it was like a party video, was yelling in the background, "Snap it back! Snap it!" And I'd like to think that that is you. Found you finally. Could you re-upload that to the internet? Anywho, is it Mill? Like, is Mojo in this competition? Like, what is happening? What is going on? A Mill deck. Oh, there's only 20 grand up for grabs. Wow. So, if Mill wins this tournament, the whole world is going to explode. The internet will break if Is It Mill wins this tournament, right? And then we've got 34 other decks, which is really cool. So I love these unique brews. Really interested in those. Here's the breakdown. They're just going to talk about how Wandering Emperor, Rafine, they're in here, right? Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Ray of Enfeeblement, which is actually surprisingly good for 1 mana at instant speed. I've been digging that. Tenacious Underdog, you know, all things we know and love. Big upgrade to the decks with big score instead of the Windfall, whatever. The Inceptor's really good. I don't care for the charms. Like, I'm honestly not a fan of the charm, but what I am a fan of is Obnixilis. And then we got our broadcasting team that we already talked about. So, y'all want to know how to get invited to this. And I will find it. I will find it.com. We'll go to the World Champ, because they're going to brag about it. Right here, boom. First infographic that comes up. So, there's a couple different ways that you can go about doing this. First off is the Polomombo. Thank you so much, bro. Really appreciate it. Gifting that sub to Dream Dragon. So if you're playing paper, then you can partake in the regional championship qualifiers. Now these will be at your local game stores around you. Personally, for me in Western Canada, I have 3 of them available, which is ridiculous. I have Vancouver, I have Edmonton, and I have Calgary, all in Western Canada, which is nice. They're at different times as well, so travel's not too bad. Obviously much better than, you know, international shenanigans. So if you're playing the paper, get into the qualifier, which anyone can enter. Just show up to the store, participate, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezies. You do well there, you're going to get to go to the regional championships, right? So you're going to get invited back to the store to play against all of the other players who did really well, right? And then, Lord, dare I say it, you do well enough there, that's an invite to the Pro Tour. And that's where the big dogs hang out day to day, right? It's playing Magic within the Pro Tour, makethatmoney.com. And if you do well in the Pro Tour, you're going to get to go to the World Championship, which is, wow, right? What an honor that would be. We also have the digital route here, which we can not show you. I mean, it's out. I don't know why it wouldn't show me the graphic. I have this graphic saved somewhere. They should really update this. It is already available. MTG Arena Premier Play. That's what it's called, and here it is. Is like the major cities, yeah. And then here we have, if you're playing digital, like myself, if you're playing Arena, here's the Premier Play. Oh, it's 2020. Oh, nice. In 2022, maybe I can get those blown up for y'all. Beautiful. So, tomorrow, actually, believe it or not, there is the Qualifier play-in event. So tomorrow, you can enter the play-in event with gold, with play-in points, with a top qualifier, right? This is the top 1,200 from last month. This month, you'll be entering it with play-in points. So this is the play-in event for this month is tomorrow. The qualifier weekend for last month is at the end of this month, right? So everybody can partake in the play-in event tomorrow. Woof. And then if you do well in the play-in event, or you finish in the top 250 within Mythic, direct invite to the qualifier weekend. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You do good in this weekend, you're going to the Pro Tour, right? That is absolutely fantastic. You also go to the Arena Championship. Now, this is every 4 months for $200,000, 32 players, woof.com. And if you do well here, again, you're going to go into the World Championship. So if you play in Arena, you can actually do well enough that you can transfer over into the paper format or tabletop and do really well. I believe you can enter as many times as you want. Yeah, within the play-in event. You can enter that as many times as you want. Day one, you can enter day one as many times as you want, but day two is only playable once. So you can farm the day one just like you would with the Arena Open. That's a great question. Thanks for asking. And the gold cost, we can take a look at that. I think it's 25,000. It's a lot of gold. It is a lot of gold. Thank you so much for the follow. Gold. Where do I start? Control find. Gold. Players can qualify or play in the qualifier, play in event with 20,000 gold or 4,000 gems, or by collecting 20 play-in points from the regular season events. Now, you can get these from constructed events, you can get them from draft events, and you can get them from finishing within the top 1,200 at the end of the season. So, 20,000 gold, 4,000 gems, 20 points. You can enter day one as many times as you want. Very cool. We are still not live. About 20 minutes left, I guess, until we get there. I don't have any gold. I don't know what you're talking about. We have no gold. You're confused with someone else who has gold, I'm sure. Yep. Wowzers. Yep. Yep. But it's about the dream. You know what I mean? It's about potential return on investment throughout your life. Like, I know it's expensive, but how else do you get an invite to the Pro Tour? How else would you ever get an invite to the Pro Tour? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Crazy stuff. So I think it's pretty cool. I understand that it is expensive, though. But there is a subsect of people who love that high-level competition. Right? It's Friday. Woof! And the qualifier is this weekend. Absolutely. Let me open up my client quickly. There we are. I wonder if it shows up yet, because it is tomorrow. No, they're not showing it yet. Not showing it.com. Oh, I missed rank 79 or 69. We were ranked 68 this morning when I woke up, and I was like, yes, I'm definitely going to get that screenshot at 69. We missed it. We missed it. Ah. I've been invited to it on a couple of occasions. Very nice. Very nice. I mean, only so people can enter. This number is probably lower than your viewer count. Oh, I bet thousands of people enter. I bet so many people enter. What's our daily deals for today? We'll just, oh, doggy do sleeves. Woof. And all the dogs in store too. We like that. Damn, bro, F. What's up? We're at 697,000 gold. We're getting there. We got some play-in points. We got the qualifier for the weekend. Oh, enter the Pro Tour. Yeah. Well, we're playing all the decks on YouTube. Everything we've showcased on YouTube. All my decks go there. But most recently, and like kind of my bread and butter, is going to be the sacrifice deck. I'm shameless, chat. I have no pride. It's the artifact sacrifice deck. We absolutely love it, you know. Obnixless. Am I right? And if we can take a look at our win rate here. Can I burn a few packs? Yeah, every Twitch Prime can open a pack. You can pick which kind of pack to open, and I'll open it for you. If we go to our stats... Oh, you don't have this. Okay. We have to redo this, because I want to show you my stats, too. Oops. Okay. Get rid of you. Then we will add just a window capture. I don't know if this is the right one. It is. Oh my Lord, have mercy. It's like, why won't you fit? Anyways. Oh, that's not what I need. I need a screen capture. I'm so sorry. OBS, am I right? Display capture, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. Nailed it. Okay. Nope. Wrong layer. And where'd my cam go? Bro. Okay. We're doing it. Usually I'm not in presentation window. Anyway, now we can look at stats together, I believe. Yes. Artifact Sacrifice. I have 103 wins and 36 losses. It's a 74% win rate. And this is all ranked. This is all Mythic ranked and like Arena Open, Mythic Qualify, like all competitive matches, which is nice. So I think that's like super acceptable. Like I've never had an actual win rate that high with a specific deck over that many matches. You know what I mean? Like, and these are best of 3 matches, right? So you can basically double it. Very good results with this specific build. How can I get Kamigawa full art lands? I believe if you just go to your collection. Can you not buy them if you go lands? Kamigawa. This card cannot be crafted using wild cards. Oh. Yep, you're gonna need one of those time machines that chat's talking about to go either forwards or backwards. Both will work. If you go backwards, you'll know that specific date. If you go forwards, you're going to have to keep guessing at which date you'll need to end up on, right? Did you see the breakdown of the deck list? 35% of the field is Esper aggro with Connive. That is because of Streets of New Capenna. Yeah, a lot of Esper. Well, I mean, the Wandering Emperor certainly didn't help. So yeah, typically, you know, you can just go in and you right-click on a card if you want to craft it. Oh no, wait a minute. I think, so, rewind, click on the card. This is wildcard toggle at the top. Click the wildcard toggle to the cosmetic side. And now it's cosmetics. There are no card styles available for this card at this time. Typically, you should be able to click through there and buy cosmetics just through in your stuff. Like if we go to Mythics and I go on to Explosive Singularity, you see how I now have access to the different arts that I can purchase if I wanted. Of course, these do rotate into the store on sale, and it looks like you're gonna have to get the lands bought in the store as well, not crafted. So for some things, you can go through and craft the cosmetics. Like if it's like, oh, I absolutely have the biggest crush on Kato, but I want that hot shit. Go waste yourself 4,000 gold, 800 gems, grab your new cosmetic, and your deck is gonna be just banger-aid, right? It's cool just to look through the cosmetics sometimes too. Some of them are better than others, I think. Pretty cool. Anyways, we have about 10 minutes until liftoff. Can we double check? Are we good to go yet? Strange that they're not online a little early. You know what I mean? Just getting things set up, getting them going. Yo, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. M. Northrop 13. Woof woof, baby. Let's go. Skins equal wins. Nice. Yeah, buy all the alpha beta boxes while you're back there. Oh, absolutely. You know, there's lots of things we should be doing in the past. Heck, we don't even have to go back that far. Right? You got a link for your sacrifice deck? Well, I'll get you one. I'll get you one. Let's try it out. YouTube. And then we'll click on the YouTube link. It's gonna open up our page. It says we're live right now. Cool beans. I like that. And then it's artifact sacrifice. 1 month ago, I did a list on it. So it actually needs to be updated. So what I'll do, because I don't know what I would do without chat, is I will, I'll get you a list, bud. I'll get you that list, bud. We are live. wearelive.com. Here, you can grab the list by going like this, exclamation mark deck, and then all you need to do is click on this link. This will be a lot faster. And then artifact sacrifice, or you're just looking for the Rakdos one. Here it is. 3 days ago is when I last played it. This is the one. I'll post a link for it right here, so you don't even have to navigate. Boom, that's done. There are some missing cards. It's the 4 copies of the Brushstroke. I don't know why, it just doesn't work. It just does not work.com, I don't know. All right, we're live here. I think I'm just gonna refresh the page maybe. Let's go. Watch party engaged.
I used to steal a lot of Levi stuff from my dad. I used to wear Canadian in school. I had a denim backpack. I had a denim jacket. It would just be like denim on denim on denim.
I genuinely feel like Levi's have superpower. I don't know.
Levi's
Some
501
serious
was
adage
basically
we're getting
the
here.
year that started it all.
I do have Aether Hub. I'm just not entirely sure if it's uploaded. All right, everything's set up nicely. That is MTGA Assistant, Magic Gathering Arena Assistant, which is what I was using to track all my stats and goodies. Canadian tuxedo. I love it. That's funny. We got the race leagues up on the side here. We can take a look at everyone's standing. I don't know where Jimmy is. I'll have to take a look. Right, what are Levi's? Yo, we're the Kirkland crew. We're on those Costco jeans, baby. Let's go. No way to track stats on mobile, unfortunately. No. Oh, there's Jim Davis. I just seen it. But I missed it. I like looked up, seen his last name, and it was gone. I'm not entirely sure about their soundtrack. Earlier, we were listening to the soundtrack.
Ultra loud color, ultra shiny finish.
Did they double add us? Did you just double add me, Magic? They're like, we'll just run another ad until we're ready, right? Well, if you're getting set up still, just run another ad. Just run another ad. Oh, my deck? Unbeatable. If you haven't heard. Jim Davis has 49 points. So if you're in the Pro Tour throughout the season, you compete for points. And the points will, you know, signify your rating within the group of players or whatever. Just like, you know, I don't know if you watch F1 or something like this at all ever. I don't know what this double... We got it. We got it. It's like, I don't know what that line is about.
Take. Following the crowd isn't so bad. All those crowd followers probably
Ads aren't so bad.
don't. Like the hipsters who put oat milk in coffee. Delicious. Like all those people who said punk rock was back. And then Machine Gun Kelly went #1. So, those 10,000 people with hemophilia A who have been treated with Hem Libra, they might be...
Man, I'm just not into the ads. There's an ad blocker for Twitch? What's it called? Is that why I don't have any ad revenue? You guys are all using ad blocker? I have regular ad blocker. This is ad 6 of 7. Imagine running 7 ads in a row. Just imagine with me for a second, chat. Wow.
For better or for worse, your vehicle is part of your family. And GM owners are part of our family.
I imagine Jim will play his Affinity deck. Like last time, he had very good luck with it.
Visit mycertifiedservice.ca to learn more.
You know what's fucked up is I turned the ads down and it increased the volume of them. Someone should just gift me a sub. Why hasn't someone gifted me a sub?
This is Prehistoric Planet, only on Apple TV Plus.
$7? Oh my lord. Oh my lord.com. Shh. Don't tell anyone. I'm saving myself $7. There's no results. I just have regular ad block. That's not it, bro. You don't know. Shouldn't it just be able, like, shouldn't I just be able to search it in the extensions, though? Whatever, Google. Oh, it's like now I'm here. Is this it? Updated April 5th. Updated April 5th. Blocks ads on Twitch TV. Let's see if it works. Maybe I might reload it. Just so we know it's working. All right, spent all my money on Arena. Me too, man. Me too. Me too. All right. Let's party.com. www.letsparty.com. Where's the link to the deck? Right here. I'll repost it for you. There you have it. Got him. Pew, 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 pew. All right, chat. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to let these guys take control. Right. That's exactly how it went.
What a series of rips.
Pretty freaking great right here.
Oh boy.
Good grief.
Oh boy.
Brutality here. Totally sick match.
That is so impressive.
Oh, and look at this.
All right. I shall be back in 2 minutes. Just gonna get some stuff ready.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. We've got 220.
What's the name of the brush card for the sack deck? Sanguine Brushstroke. You can search for Blood Artist. It's a 3-drop enchantment.
Not all this weekend. This is a huge tournament. We'll be sending 19 players to the World Championship as well. You're not going to want to miss a minute of this. I'm your host this weekend, Maria Bartholdi. Thank you so much for joining me. We're so excited you're here. And joining me at the virtual news desk, we've got Cedric Phillips. We've got Riley Knight to bring us all of the action this weekend. Hey, Cedric, what are you most looking forward to?
Maria, great to be here. You're going to make me pick just one, which is never easy. But if I have to pick just one of the many things we're doing this weekend, look, I want to know if this Esper mid-range deck that is so popular in the standard portion of this championship is the real deal or not. Streets of New Capenna is here. A lot of new additions to that deck. A lot to go over in the standard portion as well. But is this deck as good as these 77 players that are playing it think it is?
Yeah, we'll answer that question this weekend. What about you, Riley? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, we're going to see some great gameplay, but the real focus for me this weekend is those World Championship invitations. 19 seats being given away. More than half the field of this year's World Championship, I should say, will be determined this weekend. The stakes don't get much higher than this, Maria.
Yeah, it's going to be really incredible. We don't normally have tournaments where so much is on the line in so many rounds that are going to be played. Almost every round you watch today, everybody, something is going to be on the line and something major. Well, talking about our tournament and how exactly it works, Riley's going to break it down for us. How are we going to do things this weekend?
Well, let's have a chat about what we're going to see across the following 3 days of competition. As you mentioned, 223 players have assembled here for their share of $450,000. That's a lot of reasons to smile, my friends. We're kicking things off day number 1, 7 rounds today, starting with standard for 3 rounds, and then we'll be moving to historic for the back half of today's proceedings. And then with 4 match wins or better, those players will move on to day number 2. We'll winnow the field down by about 50%, roughly speaking, as we move into day number 2. Now, very much the same story for our second day of competition. 8 rounds rather than 7 this time around. 4 rounds of standard, 4 rounds of historic. We're going to get across all of that, but it'll be the players chasing down 12 match wins to snag themselves a guaranteed slot in day number 3. And then, of course, we'll have the usual scrum to fill out our top 8, which will, of course, reassemble on day number 3. Double elimination bracket. You'll be familiar with this from our previous championships. We're playing standard all the way through to our championship match, which is, of course, Maria, let's not forget, best 2 out of 3 matches.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Riley. And like we've been saying so far on the show today, so much on the line, 19 World Championship seats to give away this weekend. The World Championship is a huge deal, everybody. Let's take a look at who's already qualified. Yuta Takahashi, you see him there in the upper left, going to come back to defend his crown, and a whole host of other incredible players already qualified for the World Championship. This is going to be one heck of a tournament, everybody. But guess what? 19 people still need to be added to this. We've got so many spots to give away throughout the weekend. We'll be tracking these races, and faces will start appearing on this graphic as they clinch their spot in the World Championship. But exactly what players will be playing in the World Championship? Check it out. Like I said, Yuta Takahashi, gotta defend the crown, baby. We sent 6 people from the Innistrad Championship. We sent 6 people from the Neon Dynasty Championship. We're gonna send the top 6 from this championship. And of course, we've got 5 people from the MPL and the Rivals League combined that are gonna go to the World Championship, as well as the top 8 challengers after this championship. Challengers are people not in the MPL or the Rivals League. So that is who we are sending to the big tournament this fall. And now we're going to be keeping track of everything that's going on this weekend. So many races to follow. Cedric, you've got the MPL and the Rivals Leagues.
I absolutely do. Here's the name of the game, folks. You're going to see active next to everybody's name on SNC status, because they're still playing in the tournament, at least for right now, because the tournament has not begun. So if you're in that yellow box, you are exactly where you want to be. That means that if we were to end things right now before this tournament started, Shota Yasoka, Logan Nettles, Andre Strosky, Reed Duke, and Shintaro Ishimura, they'd be headed to the World Championship. The thing is that we do have this tournament left to play, so those names could move up and down and all around, but at the end of the day, I'm keeping track of this, and I'm going to keep track of the 5 names that are in this box. Now, Riley, I'm a little jealous of you because you got a bigger box than I do.
I do have a bigger box than you do, Cedric, and I've got a much more complicated box to fill as well, my friend, because not only do we have active players here in the Challengers race, we've got players that can't gain any more points. I want you to remember these 4 names: Greg Orange, Yuma Kazumi, Tristan Wild-LaRue, and Simon Nielsen. These are the 4 blokes that have already got they're in the prime position here, and they've got this entire tournament to play. These are the ones who are looking really, really good for the World Championship. You'll notice that Camilla Lukesh, Oscar Franco, Alexander Rostal, and Andre Gillin, right? At the moment, as you say, Cedric, they would be going to Worlds if we stopped here. However, none of them are playing this weekend. DNQ did not qualify. That means that Jim Davis, Nathan Stoyer, Nico Boney, Jean Girardot, Toru Kono, these people who are playing in this week's event, they can pick up more points. They can potentially leapfrog the DNQs in that magical box at the moment, as indeed can so many other people. Mike Burnett, Drew Baker, the list goes on. A lot of moving parts in the Challengers race. I'll be doing my very best to keep people up to date with exactly what's going on there as we give away 8 slots to the Challengers this weekend, Maria.
Yeah, so much exciting stuff going on. Thank you to both of you for keeping track of all of that this weekend. Well, let's pull our focus back here to this tournament, the new Capenna Championship, and take a look at Standard and how Standard is shaking out. What decks did the pros bring, Cedric?
That number I mentioned earlier, Maria, 77. That's how many players have brought Esper midrange. 34.5% of our standard metagame here this weekend. So clearly the deck to beat coming in. I imagine the people who did not play it certainly knew about it. If not, they might have a bad time here this weekend. You'll see Naya Runes and Jeskai Storm, 30 players, each 13.5% of the metagame. A little Jund mid-range, a little Grixis Vampires as well. Kind of season a taste here with a couple different other archetypes. And you also see that other column with 15.2% of the metagame. It's an Esper world here this week, and the question is, what's it going to look like, and are we living in it, or is it going to get absolutely destroyed?
Yeah, this is a super cool standard metagame. I'm really excited to see how these decks play out. And good news, we're about to see some of them play out right now with our first feature match. And everybody, we picked a good one for you. That's right, Kai Buddha versus Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. It does not get better than this, and it is round number 1. 11 top finishes for Kai Buddha, 17 for Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. These are two of the best players to ever pick up a Magic the Gathering card. Take a look at Kai Buddha. He's known as the German juggernaut, 72.3% standard win rate. This guy's resume is absolutely insane. He's a Hall of Famer. He's won 7 Pro Tours. That's more than
A win rate like that on that many games?
He's 4-time
Wow.
Player of the Year, won 7 Grand Prix, and take a look at Paulo here, 64.3% standard win rate. Hall of Famer, World Champion, 2-time Pro Tour champ, 2016 Player of the Year. Everybody, I sound so hyped because I'm so excited.
Joining the watch party.
It's almost unreal. Talk to me about these decks, Cedric, because these are
Holding, I've got a bit of a headache
decks that
too,
we've
if
had our eyes
I'm
on
being
coming into
honest.
this weekend.
Yeah, you know,
Maybe
you're
go
pretty
heat up
tough
this
job here
coffee.
having to watch
I let it
these
go.
two play
I let it
Magic,
get
but we'll see what we
cold.
can do.
Sag.
Kai Bude, Grixis Vampires. Look, this is a deck that's a lot of high-level, big-name players. Esper was kind of the deck to beat going the thing and decided, you know what? Let's get rid of this white splash. Let's do this red splash instead. Evelyn the Covetous, a notable vampire in this strategy, but one of the most played cards of this entire weekend. We're going to see a lot across both formats. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That card is so powerful, it might give you reason enough to play red in any format that we're going to watch here this weekend. On the flip side of things, PVDDR, Paulo Vitor, Dama de Rosa, Esper mid-range, the weapon of choice. You got great mana, you got great planeswalkers like the Wandering Emperor, and a big addition from Street
Drew
Fighter
Cuddles.
is Rafine Scheming
Tier number
Seer,
1.
a great reason he's flashing white.
I hope you have an
see the
absolute
sideboard
magical
options, you see the
day,
great mana,
Drew.
you see the
Thank you
removal
so
of
much,
Omniscient,
bro.
Vanishing Verse, Spell Pierce, the Meat Hook Massacre. Look, this is just a good card deck, and sometimes a good card deck, Maria, is good enough to get the job done.
Absolutely. Well, I don't
Slap
make you,
it back. I can't even read your name without laughing, bro.
We've got to choose here. We're doing predictions at the
Morning,
contest
Mikey.
all weekend long. We're going to keep track of our scores here and see who comes out.
How are
on
Riley's
top.
eyes doing
This
today?
is a tough one. Riley, who do you choose and why?
Again, really tough.
Honestly, they
between
look a
these
little
two.
bit better.
I mean, on their performance,
Woozy.
really, you can't separate them. But I think I'm just gonna
Twitch
back the original deck
Prime.
here. The
Thank you
Grixis
for the
deck, after being
Amazon
an
bucks,
unproven quality,
Mr.
I've been dumpstered on the ladder all week long by
Diagon's MT.
Stop the negative speeding.
Gifting
that's nothing
not
new there,
one,
Riley.
Well, okay,
but
right. No, I realise I kind of paint myself into a corner.
5. I
All
think that was too many
PB
Fs.
is an all-star. He's an absolute superstar, and he's got the
JB
for my money, he's the
Phoenix,
best
Taco
enemy side.
Farm,
So I'm back in PB this time.
Pablo, Christmas
I'm
666.
unbiased in my selections. Me and Kai have a little bit of
Vosian
so far
the
as well.
Grim
Whenever I
Dark.
post, Kai makes fun of me. It's really
Cheers,
one-sided.
Diagon. You're an
But-
absolute
but
legend.
I'm still gonna
I hope
pick
you have
him
an
to win
absolute
this
magical
match.
day as
Simply
well.
because of
Ooh,
this.
coffee time.
If Kai brought Grixis Vampires here this weekend, knowing Esper midrange was a thing, presumably they have a good matchup against Esper midrange. Otherwise, it's going to be a bad weekend for Kai. So I have to assume he's pretty good in this matchup and is very well tested in it. So give me the blue, the red, and the black cards.
All right, I'm going to have to go with Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa here. Yeah, I've been playing this Esper deck. I've played against it. It is So very, very good, everybody. Like, there's a reason that most of these players registered this deck. And I do want to see if Kai can take it down with Grixis. And we're going to find out what happens here after this round. Take a look at the rest of the coverage team who will be hanging out with us this weekend. It's not just our lovely faces who will be bringing you all the action. We've got Marshall Sutcliffe,
Oganoken 7.
Haley Loney, and Corey Baumeister
Cheers.
in the booth with you all weekend long.
Ogon.
Well, everybody, it's time to go to the zoo.
Some of the Twitch names are tricky, yo.
With Marshall and Paul, take it away for round number 1.
I'm surprised that more, you know, like Twitch participants, the viewers, the community doesn't use like funny names to try to trick the streamer into saying it out loud, like on The Simpsons when Bart would phone the bar.
And we're ready, as Maria put it, to go.
Right? Thanks for the subscription, Mike Hunt. Things like this of the sorts, right?
Just an interesting metagame data point
I'm
coming in here, Paul.
Incredibly surprised it's not more
The
common.
more established deck in the hands of Paulo Vitor versus.
We're gonna do votes for the match.
The new shot. At
I haven't been listening. I'm so sorry. What's happening?
Yeah, and I mean.
We'll get that vote up. We'll get that vote up. We'll get that vote up. Can we gamble with our votes?
Mid-range to be the most popular.
We're gonna get that gambling thing set up.
There's also a lot of.
What's that called? What's that called? What's that called?
And this is the one that Kai's team chose to play.
What's the gambling thing called on the with the points?
They were really looking
Google it
to
really
find
quick.
the best Fable of the Mirror Breaker deck because they felt that that was one of the strongest cards to play in Standard, and they ultimately landed on this version, right?
What's the gambling command on Twitch? The gambling commands you see on Twitch are powered by third-party bots such as Streamlabs chatbot.
As you can see on the screen,
viewers on your stream can earn points by watching your stream and
value
interacting with the
card
chat.
to copy off Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Now, you would think, you know, bringing Grixis Vampires into a field where you expect a bunch of Esper, that this is exactly the deck that Grixis was targeting. But in fact, kind of coming into this, they really wanted to beat Naya Runes.
I'm gonna try to figure it out.
Was also one of the
It'd be cool if you guys could bet points on it, right?
Had a really difficult time.
We can do a poll
Naya
too,
Runes
but
with Esper, so they decided to go with this version because they felt that the Naya Runes matchup was in fact better, and this matchup probably more of a toss-up, like a lot of the other mid-range matchups that you'll see.
Bet.
I think they're
Bet
going
on
to
a
be hoping that it's
contest.
a toss-up because it ended up being the biggest portion of the field there, the Esper mid-range deck, and they're likely to face it pretty often here over the course of our tournament weekend.
I don't know how to use it, though.
Blood Tithe Harvester is going to kick off the festivities here for Kai. He's the first one to get
It's predictions
relevant on the battlefield. Looking over at Paulo's hand, well, he's got a Luminarch Aspirant in hand. That
nice.
Verse is going to have to sit there for now, though.
Yeah, and if you noticed, that Ray of Enfeeblement in the main, right? You're seeing that from Kai, and that is a nod to the existence of Esper mid-range because
the window's all messed up.
Rafine is an extremely difficult creature to deal with efficiently, right? And Ray of Enfeeblement allows you to actually trade up on mana, right? Because it's a 4 toughness creature and it's a white creature. So Ray of Enfeeblement does get that off the battlefield. And knowing that that's going to be such a huge part of the field, they decided to pack some main deck. And that's going to be something that you're going to see over the course of this tournament. If you're playing a deck with black mana,
thank you,
you're
chat.
going to expect to see 3 to 4
Submission period is
in the 75.
Yeah,
10
that's
minutes.
a really interesting point, Paul, because it also helps with Rafine and the ward ability as well. As you can see, Kai not in a hurry here to use his Ray of Enfeeblement. In fact, he's going to offer the trade for the Luminarch.
Streamer or a mod will need to confirm the outcome within 24 hours.
Okay. Paulo recognizing that there's a lot of removal spells that likely would get that Aspirant off the battlefield. But Kai, I mean, being on the play is absolutely huge, as it almost always is. But here, being able to be the one to play the Kaito with the attack. Now, Paulo has a Kaito of his own, but if he wants to get it, he's not going to be able to get ahead on cards here because he doesn't have a creature in play.
That's right. Kaito rewards you for having attacked this turn. You get to keep the card. And that's exactly what Kai does here. It also worked out beautifully. He found Corpse Appraiser.
Choo choo. What up, Swoozy?
Thanks to the trade.
Bad pick. I know. That's what I was just thinking. I was like, who will actually win? I don't know.
For Kai Buddha, he finds Tenacious Underdog off the top of the library. For Paulo, his only play is to play his Kaito Suzuki and make a ninja, but you know that thing's going to be down low on loyalty after it unphases, and Kai's got a whole turn here to kind of set up.
Yeah, likely running at the.
I hate how I can't
here.
cast a prediction of my own.
For Kai,
That's sad.
And also has access to that Ray of Enfeeblement to get the ninja off the battlefield here, so that Paula won't be able to actually draw a card here.
Paulo probably okay with this, given, you know, that he's got 3 lands in his hand anyway. A loot is quite strong here. You know, of course, you'd rather keep the card, but he kind of needs the here and the now. He's got Infernal Grasp and Vanishing Verse to go with the 3 lands, so he needs some action. And it looks like Kai's going to go ahead and just take a land, let the Blood Tithe Harvester hit the bin. Kaito's going to generate some board presence here by making a Ninja, and then we're going to see Shipwreck Marsh. And just go for the Ray of Enfeeblement immediately.
That's a really interesting
Heart on your eyes, chat.
Point right there that Kai just decided to main phase that. Couple of reasons, right? Paulo's list has 1 Spell Pierce.
One annoying Spell Pierce.
So you definitely want to play around that. But more importantly, all these decks play 3 to 4 copies of the Wandering Emperor. So you absolutely do not want to put yourself in a situation where you cast Ray and then they go Wandering Emperor, put a +1/+1 counter on my unblockable creature to have it live.
Oof, yeah, that would have been a disaster. So Kai definitely playing around not 1 but 2 spells there, leaving Paulo with no board state. Paulo does find Luminarch Aspirant here after looting with Kaito. Passes the turn back with his 2/2 Aspirant. This is the old school Aspirant, if you will. So this one still triggers on combat. In the meantime, an assault here on Kaito, the Corpse Appraiser plus the Ninja token coming in. And that's going to put Paulo in an awkward position as the Luminarch Aspirant not
there we go, right?
Trade with Corpse Appraiser. So it's going to be Infernal Grasp to kill the Corpse Appraiser, but Kai with a bit of an insurance plan here with that Ninja attacking, still going to take a chunk of loyalty.
My poor internet.
Loyalty out of Kaito.
Dream is too
Paulo just wants to
powerful.
make sure that the Kaito can survive for a turn, but Kai very firmly ahead here, right? Paulo is just looking at a Spell Pierce and a removal spell, and Kai's hand is completely stacked here. Notably, kind of the reason to be
I like Evelyn a lot.
Right? To have that kind of tribal
Evelyn is good value.
Is Evelyn the Covetous. One of the key things that a lot of teams...
Is there any room for cool and exciting gameplay and top-tier competitive? Yes, we're about to see it with Evelyn, right?
Playing this format are likely gold cards, as that dodges Vanishing Verse, which is one of the most commonly played removal spells in Esper. But also, you don't want to be playing any white creatures that have less than 4 toughness, if you can help it as well.
Speaking of audio feedback, let me get my phone out of the way.
Evelyn is just an extremely difficult creature to remove, and one of the only commonly played cards that can actually get it off the board is Infernal Grasp.
And that just left the hand there for Paulo last turn, so this is an interesting one, though. Paulo is going to apply maximum pressure.
It might be because I'm streaming to 2 places.
Underdog out of the graveyard. He can then put the counter on the Aspirant. That gives him 2 3-powered attackers, and that even gets through Evelyn here to kill Kaito Shizuki. So very well done here by Paulo, sniffing out what's going on. And it
the mic should be better now.
If all I can do is block your underdog,
I hope.
that's going to go away.
Let me know if it doesn't get better. I do think that the stream is dropping for a second on Twitch's end.
Wait till end step here to cast my Evelyn, but boy, Evelyn.
How is it now?
You can sneak that card in on end step here. You get to untap with all.
It should be fine. I threw my phone away. Sometimes I forget about the feedback that my phone provides. Sorry, chat. Thanks for reminding me.
Soul Transfer was from Kai.
So we have an artifact in play. There is a Meat Hook Massacre in Kai's hand. So if he gets that in play at some point, that would fulfill.
Are we talking with YouTube people? Yes. There's YouTube people and Twitch people.
Maybe just fable it up. So
both in the same chat.
Important things to note about Evelyn the Covetous, if you haven't played with the card, is it does trigger off of any
which is cool.
In the battlefield under your control, and since this
y'all can commingle.
Vampire Sec, it will trigger very often, and every time it does, you'll see more cards coming off the top of their.
Evelyn is just such good value.
1 per turn. That's why you saw the other 3 kind of go away, but they'll come back. There they are.
And you get 1 on your turn, and you get 1 on their turn.
For Paulo, keeps Fable of the Mirror Breaker off the battlefield.
Oh, I like that.
The only thing that went well for him that turn.
YouTube scum, bro. YouTube's the only way I can afford to do this. So please praise them.
An incredible threat.
I love the YouTube peoples.
However,
thank you. Thank you all,
this
really.
current board state, I mean, you're behind on board, and when you're behind on board, blitzing a tenacious underdog, if that's the best thing you can do, if you're on the other side, you have to be ecstatic.
Yeah, the 2 life loss and 4 mana is just so tempo negative when you're behind.
That was a
You make the screen bigger?
Paulo Vitor
Yes.
has 3 copies of
What we can
Brass,
do is we can
drew one of them off this underdog, so does have an answer to Evelyn. You kill that Evelyn, all of a sudden
go
those
like
3
this.
cards in exile, Kai won't be able to play.
And he's going to do so now. Life totals are becoming a problem here for Paulo. He's down to 11. Oh, and Fable of the Mirror.
For the
Breaker
gameplay,
off
I'll
the top
fuck
of the
off.
library here
We'll
for
go
Kai.
into full mode,
He
okay?
also has his own copy of Tenacious Underdog and the Meat Hook Massacre as well. Luminarch Aspirant is ruling the board, though. It's a 4/4. It's bigger than anything else, at least at the moment.
Yeah, so I think
Where are these
Kai's
subscriptions
contemplating
coming
whether or
from?
not he wants to sacrifice the Blood Tithe Harvester here.
Woo Bear.
And give that Luminarch Aspirant -4/-4.
Oh, these are all just old alerts. Sorry about the old alerts.
Right now, that's exactly what he's going to do.
But again, thank you for the
That is
support.
sorcery speed and a tap, so no attack available ahead of it. But now he can rebuild his board with Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah. The other consideration here is Kai does have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play, right? And with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, he could activate an attack and exile that Tenacious Underdog
good call.
in Paulo
Good call,
Vitor's
Killer.
Graveyard, but determining that it's more important to get this Fable
I didn't see that.
in play first.
So I suppose Vanishing Verse is going to hit Fable. And then maybe another Vanishing Verse on Tenacious Underdog here?
I mean,
he's got 3 of them
all
in
he's
hand.
got, so
do something, right?
Yeah, I got all these Vanishing Verses, and you are down to 10 now, so I don't think you can afford to blitz. So, can certainly wait. But if you're looking to potentially Vanishing Verse the 2/2 here that makes a treasure on attack, might want to cast that Vanishing Verse in the combat step.
You see a blood token getting activated here. Another reason why Kai wanted to use the Harvester last turn was because he wants to use these blood tokens. Like, he has extra lands that he's not really interested in. I don't know how good the Meat Hook Massacre. There's some business. Corpse Appraiser off of that blood token. Perfect here for Kai Buddha. That's going to fuel not only his board state, but also his hand going forward.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, Paulo's only source of card advantage, right? It's going to eat that Tenacious Underdog in Paulo's graveyard.
Oh, that's right.
Whoops.
So Paulo's going to be left with 2 Vanishing Verse and a land in hand. No
That's
other
the wrong
action to speak of.
wrong download.
And he's going to be facing down quite a board state. Now, 1 Vanishing Verse we're assuming here is reserved for the Tenacious Underdog on the
Now it's a
other side.
3-player game. Yes!
After that, it's, you know, it doesn't...
Is it my turn now?
He can kill one of the tokens if he wants. Ooh, there's Bloodthirsty Adversary as well.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you know,
Oh, wow.
Corpse Appraiser really, like, it's almost guaranteed to find you action, right? I mean, you're looking at the top 3 and picking one. You're finding a spell.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there are a lot of instances where maybe on turn 3 specifically, you may not be able to get a card. But in games like this, right? In just where creatures are just bashing into each other, it's a mid-range fest. That's where cards like the Corpse Appraiser and also the Bloodthirsty Adversary really shine. I mean, Kai is very close to being able to cast 2 spells here off that Bloodthirsty Adversary.
Wow. Yeah, he just got a treasure token off of that token, the Goblin. So his mana count is adding up quickly.
Yeah, we're looking at, if with the land in hand, that's
He
8
can do
mana.
it.
So he could do it next turn, can cast 2 spells off the Adversary. Also, Adversary, an excellent creature to copy off of the Reflection of Kiki Jiki. It's kind of like a build your own Snapcaster Mage. So
yeah, it is.
Something you'll be pretty happy to do.
That's pretty good. All right, let's see if Paulo Vitor can find something to get out of this mess. This is a precarious situation, to say the least, here for Paulo. He is looking at no relevant permanents on the battlefield on his side, and he has Vanishing Verse. I don't like his chances from here, Paul. It looks pretty rough.
I would have to agree with you.
Voltage Surge. Hey, at least that doesn't do anything here. A little bit of hope there for Paulo. Infernal Grasp as well. In the meantime, though, he could just line up lethal with a Hive of the Eye Tyrant. That would be broken up by Paulo. And that is exactly what Kai's going to do. But the problem for Paulo here is that while he can survive, it's barely. He's going to be at 1.
Barely.
A Hive of his own that he can activate to block. and then cast Vanishing Verse. I think
So
there's going to
he'll
be a
at
really
3.
good. Yeah, so I think there's a really good shot. Kai's going to go ahead and just Infernal Grasp the Hive. We're still going to see a Vanishing Verse here on the Hive. So yes, Paulo will go down to 1, and we'll have basically
I got myself a background.
left to play.
Yeah, I don't know if Paulo's deck is built to recover from situations like this. You know, sometimes mid-range decks will have like a random one of that can, you know, some super powerful planeswalker card draw spell, kind of a blowout effect. But I don't think there's anything in his deck at this point.
The card that he could draw is Meathook Massacre.
Okay.
Meathook Massacre
Okay.
would be the way that he doesn't just die. Now, Kai does have a Bloodthirsty Adversary that he can turn into a 4/4.
Gotcha.
I love how that's always the answer. He's like, this match is over. Well, he could draw a Meathook Massacre.
Game of the tournament. If you're just tuning in, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, welcome. We're happy to have you. We've got Kai Bude and Paulo Vitor Damarosa in the feature match area. We started off with some headliners here coming in. We're going to be talking a lot about the World Championship race over the course of the weekend, both here in the booth and at the news desk, as
How do I confirm that prediction?
that will see the last of those seats. So a lot of, you know, World Championship equity, shall we call it, up for grabs here for our players. These two players are both in the group of league players. They're both kind of in a second group where they've got a long tournament ahead of them to make it to the World Championship. Look, if you make the top 6 of this tournament, you're in regardless. So that'll be the goal.
Choose
That's
prediction outcome.
No-brainer,
Okay.
you know,
I got it.
straightforward way to make it in. But if they don't make it into top 6, then they're going to have to put together quite a run. You know, we're thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of double-digit wins to keep them in contention. So this is very much for these players the first step of many for the weekend to get to the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all the league players are, of course, qualified and playing in the event. So there's a lot that can happen, and it really, I mean,
I found the window.
Go off to a good start. If you were even at the top of the standings and you were a league player and you do not make day 2, you are mathematically eliminated from basically clinching a world spot. So every match
turn this up.
for the players in the leagues. Now, when you go into the challengers, that's where, you know, with the way things are,
It's maxed out, man.
shaking out, and with several players not qualifying for this event, that's on top of the standings, we could potentially have world's clinching matches as early as day 1. So that's something to look out for. That's something that could potentially happen here.
We will be keeping you up to date on all of those races throughout the day. For players like this, Paul, you know, the World Championship holds an extremely special spot. I mean, we're talking about Paulo on 17 top finishes, Kai with 11. You know, these are the type of players that you feel kind of have done it all. Paulo, you know, a recent world champion as well. This is what this level of player thinks about, right? Like their legacy, their you know, their place.
I see a meat hook, right? It's all good, yo.
Players don't really have to prove anything anymore, right? But so it's just, what is the accomplishment that is most impressive that I can continue building on, right? And for both of these players, that's the World Championship. You know, somebody like me, I would be looking at a set championship top 8. I'm like, okay, that's my goal. That's what I want to do.
Right.
But for these players, I mean, we're looking at 20 plus top finishes between the two of them.
This is live. We are live, baby.
You can see Bloodthirsty
Landers.
in here on turn 2 for Kai.
Like Brock Lesnar. Brock
Aggressive
Landers.
Ben, he's already got a back.
Oh, shoot.
Bloodthirsty Adversary, plus nothing else to do on this early turn, so he's just going to go ahead and get in there, pass the turn back over to Paul.
Yeah, the games might not necessarily be live.
Yeah, and he missed his 3rd land drop.
Streets of New Capenna.
He plays Reckoner,
Or Capenna Championship. New Capenna Championship. That's what it would be.
As he just has to pass the turn back, and Kai's going to be very happy that he got off to this quick start because he's already got Paulo down to 16. Is there a land here? Oh, it's a 4-drop. Worst case scenario. He's going to have to activate the Bankbuster now just to try to hit a land, and he missed again.
Oh, jeez. Now he's going to have to discard it. I mean, Kai's just going to get so far ahead here, right?
Oh, no. Oh,
The
no.
Mirror Breaker, you're going to be able to dig through for more threats. You're getting
It's not over yet. Are you sure, chat?
Significantly.
New championship?
Paulo Vitor's hand, at some point, is probably going to be that important piece that he needs to resolve to get back into this.
A new Kappa championship? I like it. I never knew that's what that emote was called.
He has to hit his next 2 land drops absolutely.
Holy shit, my points.
And he may lose away from that point. Here's Corpse Appraiser
Wrecked.
coming in. There's a Bloodtide Harvester that was just discarded by Kai. And he's going to find Evelyn the Covetous off the top. That's going to give him a backup plan for his backup plan here. Pass the turn, and there's a land off the top for Paulo. Okay.
A little late. A little late.
I feel like
maybe he'll cast an Infernal Grasp.
given that now Kai has found that Evelyn as well.
Yeah.
It just seems it seems pretty rough here. And Paulo is down to 12.
And he's got 2 Infernal Grasp as his removal spells as well.
Right. And you're facing down a reflection of Kiki Jiki this turn on top of that.
You have to grasp the Appraiser. You have to grasp Evelyn. And still survive the rest of the damage while getting your meat hook out.
If you're on Kai's side, you probably have to think, okay, what's the card that Paulo can play that can maybe get out of this?
I think it's GG too.
So definitely don't want to be playing any more 2/2s onto the battlefield. So, for example, you don't want to be playing potentially that Bloodthirsty Adversary as just a 2/2. You could turn it into a 3/3, although I don't know if he has anything he could actually cast. But I'm thinking that he's more
Kai curved out perfectly.
Hold back on that Evelyn that he has in hand.
Yeah, he's in a really beautiful position here as Kai. A nice curve out. He's forcing Paulo to use Infernal Grasp on a Corpse Appraiser. This is not where Paulo wants to be.
And just grabs another
This also
creature.
means he doesn't get to activate the Bank Buster this turn, so he's just cold ripping, trying to find these land drops to give him any possible chance to get out of this. He does, however, find a land.
Yeah, that's step one. I mean, this is going to be a meat hook massacre. He does have a way to kill Evelyn. Now, Kai casting Evelyn in response, trying to find a counterspell here.
I wish you would show me the
Right,
card.
He's got the 2 treasures over there. This time, though, he does not find the counter.
Interesting.
Meat Hook Massacre will take out the 3 remaining creatures, but it
Interesting.
will leave Evelyn, which she's got 2 power. Like, that matters here. Paulo's going to be at 9.
Should we do another bet?
Massacre's done.
Let people double down?
Finishing, but there's Corpse Appraiser 2. Tons of action here for Kai Buddha. It just doesn't
When it enters the
stop.
battlefield.
Right, remember, Evelyn just keeps getting you value. This is the reason why. This is Grixis Vampires. You're getting so far ahead in cards. Corpse
Oh,
Appraiser,
it's when it enters.
+1 card. This is
I thought it was when it dies.
with Evelyn.
Here we go.
Wow. Wandering Emperor there too from Paulo's
Play it
library.
too.
He didn't want to draw that, but Kai probably can find something to do with it.
He plays the land this turn, and then when the turn switches, he gets access to the Wanderer again.
That's right.
But he does as soon as he passes turn.
Yeah, he could play it on Paulo's turn. So
Yeah.
goes Paulo again. He has a Meat Hook Massacre, Reckoner Bankbuster, a land off the top.
Oh man, Evelyn is so
Away
good.
here for Paulo.
So
We see
he
no
does
counters. He could Wandering
so-
Emperor away Evelyn.
Yeah, so ideally, Paulo would Infernal Grasp the Evelyn, and then he would have the negate for the Wandering Emperor.
Which he knows about.
Right. So we're likely going to see that 1-2 combination here. Now, Kai also, I mean, keep in mind, Soul Transfer has a second mode. It doesn't just kill things. You can return creatures from your graveyard. So given that Infernal Grasp just kills the Evelyn, Kai can just get it back here with the Soul Transfer.
Yeah, super rough here for Paulo. He is doing his best to fight out of this early mana stumble, but Kai is just hitting him from so many different angles. Pure card advantage. He's got more cards than
It's good value.
Paulo, and he has a board state still. Plus, he has the potential for a lot of card advantage where Paulo.
So the Emperor can gain life.
A little slower.
And honestly, with that Spell Pierce, I think you can just run out a 3/3 adversary here with Spell Pierce backup, and this is just going to be a lethal attack.
Yeah, that's going to be game. No mana left over for Paulo outside of that one land. And Kai Buddha takes down Paulo Vitor Dominarosa in short order there, Paul. That was a beatdown from the Grixis deck. Maybe a sign of good things to come for the players who picked up that deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a really, really streamlined deck. You see the draws that it's really capable of. Of course, in that last game, Paulo didn't really get to play kind of the match that he wanted, right? Because he stumbled a bit. I think we're going to see a lot of Esper, obviously, with 30% of it being in the field, and we're probably going to continue seeing some good results with that deck. But again, here, I think, it was a toss-up, and Kai just had the better draw.
Yeah, we certainly got to see a showcase of why you would pick the Grixis deck, not matchup specific, but just the raw power of adding to the board, keeping your hand full, and continuing with your game plan. Great stuff there for both of our players. That's our main round, but you know what? We've got more coming here from round number 1. We've got
Oh,
Maria
wayo. Let's go.
Everybody, coming up next, we've got Greg Orange versus Simon Nielsen.
Greg Orange on Orzhov Angels is looking to harness the power of the Wandering Emperor, some
Who is
very
it?
powerful angels, and timing rule spells to lead himself to victory. Simon Nielsen is playing Standards Boogeyman and Esper midrange.
Greg and Simon?
Powerful Planeswalkers for Fiend Scheming Seer, removal, permission, and a great mana base.
I'm excited to see this one coming up. We've got Greg Orange versus Simon Nielsen right after this.
Oh, my cap locks is on. No! Vampires. You know what I mean? Dang, yo. I don't know how to spell Simon. I wasn't looking. How do you spell Simon? I think I'm spelling Simone. I'm just gonna spell it like that and then feel really bad when I've spelled it wrong. Okay, chat? And then the time, we'll go to 30 minutes this time. Simon. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. It's good enough. We extended the vote time here a little bit, right? So vote on the next match. Greg Orange and Simon, I can't remember. I do remember watching Greg Orange when I first started streaming though. He's playing that frickin' Teferi deck, man. He just wouldn't give it a break. That's when I knew. I was like, oh, this Teferi card might be worth more of my attention. I think I'm a Greg Orange fan here. If I could personally vote, I think it would be for my Gregster, TJ Sunter. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. I hope you're having an absolute magical day. Punished Claire. It would be better if it was Punished Eclair. You know what I mean? Like an Eclair. But like, you know, an E-boy or an E-girl. Punished Eclair. Oh man, that's a sick brand, yo.
And now we're gonna transfer over to 2.
Yeah, I like the vampires.
Versus Simon Nielsen lined up in the opening round here, and this has
I don't know if I've ever seen Simon play.
For these players' chance at a world championship slot is a step closer as challengers. Right now, Greg Orange is tied for number 1 with 60 points in that challenger race.
My boy's a number 1.
Is third behind Greg and Camilo Lukesh, who he's tied with. So
let's get into the live screen.
He's actually tied with Camilo Lukesh as well. And so these two, they have a lot to play for, primarily because as a challenger,
thank you, TJ.
Guaranteed to play in the tournament. Like they had to qualify for this. And these two players being here lets them set themselves apart from the challengers who did not qualify for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, as it stands, we have 4 players in the top 8 of the Challenger leaderboard that are not playing this event. So you're going to see those people. Those people are going to be spectators at this event. They're going to be crossing their fingers and hope that their place is going to be good enough. Now, the one person that has the best shot there is Camilo Lukesh. Camilo Lukesh is the top, is at the top of that leaderboard in terms of players who are not qualified.
Get wrecked, Angels.
Currently, as it stands, Simon Nielsen is.
I was cheering for Greg until I seen that he was playing Angels, and now it's just like, no.
Because that allows him to pass Camilo Lukesh, and he can know that there is no chance that Camilo can pass him at this event.
He's greedy.
Giada Font of Hope, perhaps the...
Well, I mean, a Legion Angel's not bad.
A really awesome card, lets you attack and power out Angels, and it pumps them up. You see Legion Angel hitting the battlefield. And
2 long hairs.
Wedding announcement from Simon Nielsen, though, on his turn 3 into Tenacious Underdog and another Tenacious Underdog. So
Even in the championship, they draw 2 Gaida.
Slowly, but next turn he's
Yes.
gonna have a lot of power.
I mean, but
Yes.
he just has no way to deal with these flyers.
It's just
right?
too late.
And this is
Fucking Angel Town.
If it's unchecked, then you just get to cast angels. If you don't find removal spells,
Wow.
you're in a lot of trouble.
That's right. Not only applying, I mean, look at this. This is off of 3
lands, baby. Yeah.
13 power in the air.
And
like, what is happening right now?
It's this is the power of the Angels deck, and when the format
He didn't even play Righteous
at the
Valkyrie.
beginning of the format, Aspiration
Doesn't even
is
need
one of
to.
the most popular decks in the format, just because.
Fuck this. Oh
Not a
no.
lot of interaction, not a lot of removal. You're basically going to win every single creature combat. However, as the format has kind of evolved, people are also playing more copies of Ray of Enfeeblement to deal with Rafine. All of a sudden, you've gotten to see a lot less people choose to play the Angels deck. But look, if you want a proactive strategy and your opponents aren't ready or don't have the proper answers, I mean, no creature deck can really stand up to what this Angels deck can do.
Yeah, Dad.
Wandering Emperor come in and take out a Legion Angel just to keep Simon Nielsen alive. Even with this sequence, it's going to be 4 lives
Wow.
for Simon Nielsen. He's still facing down. He will be facing down at least 2 lethal threats here by the time it's back over.
That's
Greg
crazy.
does have an interesting decision on.
Literally didn't even play Righteous Valkyrie.
Overseer, maybe to try to hit a land drop, still gets him a nice threat in the air, or just go for the Legion for Greg.
You know, they removed the first one. That should have been enough.
Is probably concerned about is potentially a Meat Hook Massacre, right? If there's a Meat Hook Massacre, you do want to play this Legion Angel because it will be out of reach.
Wow.
I believe the Legion Angel will become a 6/5.
You're right.
And if Simon lays out a land, you can play a Meat Hook Massacre for 4, right? So if Simon Nielsen has a spot removal spell here, he'll still beat 2
Land.com.
lethal attack. You see the Wandering Emperor in play along with 10 points of power on the battlefield. So if you see a Vanishing Verse, you're still fine, you're still alive, and you still are representing lethal next turn.
Yeah,
That's just it, Sector.
That's exactly what Simon didn't want.
You need to play as if they have 2, not just
take
1.
a more middle ground approach here and give himself a chance at top decking something. As it stands, Simon didn't draw anything anyway, so this is just going to be kind of a desperation attack here for Simon. He's going to send in all of his creatures. Legion Angel's going to block the 3/3 token. That'll play around.
Yeah, shufflersfine.com.
I suppose. No, that doesn't do that. I'm not sure what the outs are here for Simon. I think he's.
I'm not sure what the outs are here.
No matter what Greg does, block or no block, he's going to win this game because Simon is looking at a handful of lands.
Oh, man.
That's right. And we're going to see the concession.
That was so hot. I got shade up.
As a quick.
It's too bright. That was way too bright.
Orange, and boy, Paul, I have to say it really shows off the raw power that this deck can do. That was 3 lands, 6 spells still in hand for Greg Orange. He really didn't even get to do much that game, and he won it easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
And also, of course, drawing Legion Angel. I know this version is actually going for the 2/2 split. I know if you speak to the vocal Magic community, there's lots of arguments about what the optimal configuration of Angels is in your deck, but 2/2 does seem to make a lot of sense, particularly in this Angels deck. And of course, drawing it means if you're playing a mid-range matchup, it's really hard to grind through the Angels. And again, from the Esper side, if you don't draw your removal spells, I mean, the Angels deck is just going to come out on top. Now, after sideboard, I mean, we're looking at a completely different matchup, right? We're looking at 3 copies of Raven Feeblement to go along with the Infernal Grasps and a Vanishing Verse.
Imagine having so many good cards that you don't run every single copy of
Greg
Righteous.
Orange is trying to put together.
What the?
Yeah, you mentioned the Ray of Enfeeblement in our opening match, and we're going to see it here from both players coming in. This is going to be one of the key sideboard cards across the board over the course of the tournament. Some people play it in the main deck, as we saw Kai had one, but definitely if you have access to black mana, you'd like to have this in your sideboard. You mentioned Rafine, Scheming Seer.
Instant speed for 1 is broken.
But it just has so
Ray of
many
Enfeeblement is like
basically
the tits.
Greg's entire deck, for example, is susceptible to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it kills Righteous Valkyrie. It kills, any of the smaller angels like Giada, Inspiring Overseer. Youthful Valkyrie. Like, it just mows all of those things down, and it can even trade up significantly for like a Legion Angel or something. That's a lot of mana disparity.
Yeah, Lisa is actually a creature that's extremely well statted for the matchup, right?
It
Because
is.
we're looking at removal spells that include Ray of Enfeeblement and Vanishing Verse, and it does a good
Let's
job
go.
to either.
Not the
So the only thing
stream.
Greg needs to be really concerned about, or at least try to play around, would be, of course, the Wandering Emperors that Simon Nielsen has in his deck.
Okay, game number 2 underway. Let's see if Simon could put up more of a fight here. That draw from Greg was just brutal.
All right.
Really no chill at all from Greg. Of course,
See if I can
you've been
shut this
watching
off.
Magic coverage for a while, you know Greg is more partial to control decks when given the chance. But over the last few tournaments, we've seen him make some other choices. Looks like he's branching out a little bit and picking up a 2-color, you know, we'll call it an aggro mid-range deck here.
I honestly don't know if I
It
can.
looks like Greg. Well, you know, to be fair, control just hasn't really been the winning strategy as of late in Magic. So Greg, it looks like he's choosing the path of winning.
The winning path.
The winning path.
Yeah, it's a good
Oh,
path
no.
to take. So you know, as a control player at heart myself, it is difficult. It is hard for me to kind of admit that, but control just hasn't been kind of where you want to be a lot of the time in kind of recent Magic.
Giada sticks on the battlefield this turn because Simon decided that instead of getting rid of it, he's going to leverage those Infernal Grasps later, be mana efficient, and get Wedding Announcement down right now. And it looks like that's going to pay off because Greg is going to respond with Vanishing Verse, and he's got to choose between Tenacious Underdog or the announcement itself.
Looks like he wants to get the verse, the underdog off the
Are you guys able to change your submission once you've made it?
Valkyrie. Simon could choose to just double grasp here,
What up, Numbskull?
and then make a 1/1 here. But then, you know, anything big that Greg Orange plays on the following turn won't have an immediate answer to.
No, it's locked in. Okay. At least that's good though.
Could potentially try to go for an attack and utilize the Iganjo to get the Youthful Valkyrie off the battlefield.
Yeah, you see Simon taking a more mid-range approach here, I guess we'll call it. Here's Fury's Retribution, though, for Greg Orange.
Oh, so this is going to be good. Greg's going to attack, most likely, and if he does, Simon's going to take it, Infernal Grasp the 4/4, and then cast Wandering Emperor to get Youthful Valkyrie off the battlefield. Then Greg Orange is going to have nothing in play, and he's going to be
thanks for the
facing an
follow.
army of two 2/2 Wedding Announcements. Simon, of course, has the choice, right? You could choose to just attack with 1 or 2 creatures, and then you'll get a different mode here off that Wedding Announcement.
That's right. So he's going to make a decision on what he'd like. In the meantime, though, that 1-2 punch that you just mentioned, Paul, has come to fruition. We see
That can't feel good.
Take out the last creature, and it is going to be both creatures in. Get that card out of the deal. Lolth Spider Queen was the draw as well, so that pays
I don't want
very
those
nicely
dirty
here for
points.
Simon. And there's Lisa off the top, though. Forgotten Archangel.
Great draw.
That will help.
Hits the
That will
field
help.
here too. So wow, heavy hitters coming out for our players now, Paul.
Elspeth can give it vigilance, so the Wanderer can't
He does have
exile
an
it.
attack. Right, Iganjo. This 3/3 has first strike, right? Could have attacked with the other 2.
Don't get
as well, but
baited.
maybe that
Don't
goes
get baited, bro.
By attacking with just the 3/3 here, it's like, all right, do you want to block?
Let it through.
And the answer is, yeah, I'll pass this time. Thanks. I'll keep Lisa on the battlefield. This is a potential setup really awesome here for Greg Orange. If he can get this Inspiring Overseer down, if it dies, it comes back. He can start looping. But in the meantime, Simon Nielsen's building up quite a board state here. There's Lolth Spider Queen creating the
All Simon need is a meat hook, right?
menace
Can this
and
give-
reach.
I know. I was looking to see if Elspeth gave trample. It does not. But you can give it vigilance, so that's going to be huge. We're talking about 10 damage here. This is going to swing the race as well. I mean, this is an
Wow.
attack for tag. Greg's going to go up to potentially 22. Simon likely going to put a spider in front
No,
of
it's a single block. They're not going to gain 10. They're only going to gain 5 because of the first strike. It doesn't take second strike damage, so there won't be the second 5 life.
Probably not relevant.
There's no way they double block this shit.
You know, Simon is looking at, okay, now hold on a minute. Can I actually take this here?
It's 10 if they take it.
You certainly could. You'd be at 3. But if you draw a removal spell, remove Lisa from the battlefield, how important is it to have an additional spider? Well, you have Elspeth Resplendent on 6. It actually could be pretty important here.
Yeah. And keep in mind, of course, a double block does not work on the Lisa, as it does have double strike.
Yeah.
As Chapter 3 did go off there on the Retribution.
That's right. The spiders would get squashed.
Don't worry, Chad. I got you. I'll set them straight. I'll set them straight.
To sacrifice a spider here. The life gain from Greg, right? The first strike damage would kill the spider. That gains 5, but then the double strike damage kind of...
Oh, thanks, Marshall.
This makes a lot of sense.
Oh, thanks, Marshall.
17 rather than 22. He's going to pass a turn. Ooh, there's Rafine. Unfortunately for Simon, there's Lisa Forgotten Angel still there thanks to Vigilance. It's just like...
I mean, it's...
Elspeth in play, though, am I right?
Right, with the Wandering Emperor and the...
Elspeth -3 on Righteous Valkyrie?
You could get in for some damage here, potentially.
Simon's going to...
Simon needs a meat hook.
The library there. Perhaps another...
Don't we all?
Keep your life total high. You know, you are planning on using Lolth going forward here. Lots of considerations in these mid-range matchups. Greg's deck bends toward the aggressive, but, you know, we wouldn't classify it as kind of a classic aggro deck. All right,
Every time you talk to Walter, I think
Big
Lebowski.
After Wandering Emperor,
I might be.
One of those tokens. And it looks like 2 creatures are going to be attacking Elspeth, and then one of them is going to get sent in.
Okay.
At Greg. That
Ray is in hand and active.
Right?
Raven Feeblement is active here.
If Simon chooses to keep Iganjo plus Ray, given that he has a legendary creature in play, you could raise
This just got interesting.
Iganjo to just kill it.
Wow.
Connive is fucked up.
And this is also worth noting here that he gets to discard 3 spells here. So that's going to mean that that token is now a 6/6 and also has a clean attack.
Well, you want it to survive the meat hook, right?
Could block the 3/3.
And Greg at this point is probably aware of Iganjo, but you also have to think Simon just discarded 3 completely bananas spells. So
he needs first strike.
To kind of assume that he's got the goods here. So
definitely.
So I mean, it's a really, really tough situation here.
Just lose it.
You have to at least expect an Iganjo, just given how the previous attack went. Obviously not going to put your creature in front of the 6/6 here. Can't block the 3/2 as it has.
It's not good, man. It's not good, man.
Choice here. Does he want to put the Lisa in front of this 3/3 token? If he does, he will lose his Lisa.
Man, I can't imagine what it's like to be in Greg's seat and see what Simon just discarded to those Rafine triggers. Like, you have to be going,
you pitched Lisa? What's wrong with you?
Yeah. What do you have left over?
I missed that, Tokyo, really?
But Simon has decided
I totally missed that. What?
Here and now. And he wants the cards that are going to keep the advantage that he
Well, you got to try anyway. See if the judge calls you on it or not.
Greg and saying, what are you going to do? Like, sweep my board? Probably not. So here
Ouch. Oh, firststrike.com.
Didn't even, excuse me, yes. Didn't even need to use the Ray, of course.
It had first strike.
It had first strike, yeah. So now Greg's
Ouch.
gonna do some digging here with Elspeth.
Righteous Valkyrie. Let's go. Righteous Valkyrie, baby.
Elspeth, by the way.
Fucking nothing.com.
Youthful Valkyrie.
And I don't know if that's gonna be enough here. It does have a shield counter.
It's not enough.
Right, okay.
Pardon my language, sorry.
I think Simon's board is just
getting all excited.
We're looking at 2 Planeswalkers, a flipped wedding announcement, and a bigger board.
Right. Way too much. Simon Nielsen correctly realized cards that could be good later. By the way, Ray of Enfeeblement also gets around shield counters.
Yeah, this match has swung in the other direction. Hey, does Greg run meat hook too?
Really kind of done the full court press on that last turn. It's going to pay off for him. He's going to wake up the hive of the Eye Tyrant and get in for a massive attack here as well. Is it lethal actually? 4, 7, 10, 12. It is.
Feels like it.
Yeah,
the
Greg
Iganjo
does
Seat
have
of
an
the
Iganjo
Empire.
here.
Yeah, that could keep him alive for a turn, but it's a...
Yeah, and the connive. And a connive for a gabillion.
I mean, this one's done for.
And Greg's not even going to bother. So there
Connive is crazy.
Game number 2 going to Simon Nielsen.
If you can connive with a wide
Working
board
out
state, just
nicely for him there. Man, once
Rafine,
went over
wow.
the top there, you know, after you described his board state, it was like, wow, it was 2-4 versus like 4 creatures and 2 planeswalkers. Like, pretty tough there for Greg.
Yeah, it's tough to kind of try to play a strategy where you're trying to grind out what the Esper mid-range deck's doing, just because it typically does play more planeswalkers, and it's just so good at generating value over time. And I also feel like this matchup is probably one of the reasons why you're seeing less Angels being played, just because I think just the way that the removal spells.
that was crazy. What a comeback. But Greg's on the play now, right? Which is pretty scary as well. So, hashtag yikes. And he got super carried by Legion Angel in that first game, so it's going to be hard to duplicate that. Let's see if they
I
can.
would be not excited about playing sideboarded games with Greg's deck for sure. I mean, we saw what happened in game 1, right? Like, he played Giada on turn 2 and just that thing just powered out Angels for the next 3 turns and the game was over. But imagine if that card had gotten killed on turn 1. That game would have been a landslide for Simon, because remember, Greg never hit his 4th land drop.
No, Vanishing Verse says goaway.com.
To Giada.
And it's going to be gone, right? Like, there's a Vanishing Verse. In fact, another one off the top of the library here.
Another one. Oh.
Very reactive.
You know what Vanishing Verse does not hit, though? Is Lysia.
And that doesn't make...
I bet the house on Simon. Let's go.
It's being answered, right? But at the same time, if it does get answered, your deck looks a lot slower.
Now, Greg's hand
A lot of land here.
Right? Giada into Overseer, into Retribution is kind of the ideal start. Oh, excuse me, into Elspeth. So, a lot of stuff. A lot of threats that Simon is going to have to answer.
Double strike.
That's right. Being on
This meat hook needs to get to 6 as soon as possible.
Sort of begging Simon Nielsen to break serve here. He's like, you got to break
that
up
meat
what I'm
hook,
doing,
though.
and it's a lot. You know, it's going to play.
Haven't been able to watch much last week's or so's content.
Yeah.
What's the most played deck this weekend? Esper Connive in Standard.
First, which does do some work and makes Furious Retribution.
Also, a lot of Naya runes are being played.
Yeah, you can eat a 1/1. Now that we're in chapter 2.
Oops. Oh, fucking oops them. Yeah. Oopsie daisy.
What want to do here, if he wants to actually leave
Ouchie.
that Elspeth vulnerable, maybe you
Imagine
wanna just run
oopsing your opponent with a meat hook in hand. Just imagine for a second oopsing your opponent when you're holding a meat hook. Welcome to the big leagues, baby.
I wonder if Simon feels that he should have waited till
Where no BM is big enough. At least he didn't spam it. He just said it once.
Yeah, perhaps keep the Vanishing Verse in hand and not play the underdog.
Oh, Greg, it's just like, really?
Kind of blank the Retribution.
I play Angels and this is what happens?
I don't know.
Huh. So if you play out the
What did he do wrong with the underdog?
it'll just die to an attack.
For me, it's just emotes turned off for a reason. I don't know.
Vigilance.
Was it a mistake or was it a bait?
Oh, and that's a whiff.
Oh, hits
That
lands
is a whiff.
only. That's a tough one. The Aspiring Overseer.
Elspeth down.
Yeah.
Elspeth down.
Underdog here. It needed to get enough extra power to do so. And it's
Wrecked.
take out a token, but Elspeth Resplendent.
Wow, they're the same person.
Here we're going to see the tenacious underdog throw the old right.
Wow.
Elspeth. Send that Planeswalker to the graveyard. The token gets in for 1.
Oh no.
Greg Orange. Life total not his.
That's really bad.com.
At this point. Boy, that miss was tough.
They do kind of both look like high school science teachers.
Greg's got the Wandering Emperor. something like a Legion Angel, probably the best possible draw, right? You're kind of out of gas, need to rebuild.
Goodbye points.
Yeah,
After that,
Overseer
yep.
would be okay.
I feel bad I baited you guys into it. I'm like, yeah, Greg's my guy. I would pick Greg.
You know, when you look at what Simon
Hashtag I'm
can
sorry.
do from this point on, say at the 5 or 6 mana slot, it's really impressive, right? Like he can generate.
He has a meat hook in hand.
Advantage.
It's over.
With Greg, we start getting narrowed down into more specific cards, right? Where we're talking about things like the cards that we just mentioned, and if he doesn't draw those,
No, way too many lands.
Wandering Emperor here is nice though. He can use that to kill the Tenacious Underdog.
Zed teacher,
I mean, there's
stop
just so many
it.
more ways to get ahead on cards if you're playing the Esper mid-range deck, right? Or card selection with cards like the Rafine. And now Simon, I mean, we're looking at a superior board.
This just makes me
and
sad.
Simon just having the answers for the next 2 or 3 plays that Greg Orange might have.
Yeah, wedding announcement. Having transformed
This
here,
just
pumping up
makes me
everything,
sad.
Too, so Wandering Emperor makes a 3/3 instead of a 2/2. And those advantages add up very, very big in spots like this, where now that 3/3 has a clean attack through the Inspiring Overseer, and it just all these little incremental advantages start to snowball for Simon.
Yeah, we
And
need
look at
some
his hand, too.
big draws from Greg. I'm thinking
Some big draws.
Oh, that's a
Legion
business.
Angel.
Yeah, those are big draws.
No Giadas.
English? Really any kind of, like, just hanging around the school in general, right?
Right now, Simon's trying to decide exactly what it is that he wants to do.
Yeah, I think.
Or
think
even
right
like the
now it's
basketball
the
coach.
math of, okay,
You know what I mean?
my opponent has 3 cards in hand. They're playing with planes, and they passed. How do I play around the Wandering Emperor?
Right.
That's just always the situation.
That's kind of the default stance.
And he's just like slam dunking on the kids, just jumping right over top of them, just
Now,
laying them in.
Simon does have the Ray, which makes everything a lot easier.
Using them to boost himself
He's gonna end
up.
attacking with everything here, and he has also created a scenario where each of his creatures has 3 toughness. So the Inspiring Overseer doesn't have the ability to trade, at least natively. The Emperor, of course, could change that scenario, but
Yeah, I mean, if you're Greg, I probably want.
Y'all are tripping. You're saying
put
he's a
the-
science
Put the
teacher.
Overseer in front of the underdog. And then try to
See, now I could go either way. Like, I could go math, science, English is fine. Heck, this guy could be like a social studies dude. You know what I mean?
to try to have enough threats.
Speaking of getting dunked on.
right, and take a huge chunk of damage in the meantime.
No, I still love you, Greg. You'll do well later
Very
on.
tough spot.
Yeah, you pump the Overseer, you Iganjo the 3/3 potentially.
Hashtag
but of
doesn't-matter.com.
course, just make it all crumble.
Break up the party here. Inspiring Overseer is going to get enfeebled. That's going to send it to the graveyard, meaning that the Wandering Emperor did nothing here.
Have you guys ever seen baskets?
That Greg chose to. Ooh. That's,
Another land.
That's a
You
Marius
called
call.
There
All
it
right.
is. That's the one we wanted.
Just gotta change
They have,
those.
they literally have meat hook in hand.
Yeah,
They
you know,
literally have
there
meat hook in
are a
hand.
few top decks. That was one of them for Greg. We mentioned that one.
www.meathook.com.
Any number of his sort of mid-range card advantage type spells. But Amiria's
Hashtag
call
no.
is huge. Now he has 2 4/4 flyers facing down the double 3/3s and the 4/3 underdog. He may be able to stabilize from here.
How?
What if
How?
find another land off the top. Now he does.
He has
have
a meat hook in his hand.
Verse, plus that Tenacious Underdog in the yard still.
Yeah, and I wonder that sequencing. Now, remember, Marius Call does give your creatures indestructible, but I believe they need to be in play. And I think Greg made a token after.
The patience, though.
Yeah, he did.
Simon sat on that meat hook the entire game. That is patience.
And probably pretty relevant here. I mean, just given what we see on the board here. Although, as that 2/2 would just be a free block on one of these attackers. Now, Simon also just has the option of just resetting the board, right? With
They're the same person before and after.
and be the first one with the creature on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm curious if that misstep there from Greg opens up the door here for Simon to do something else.
Right, because you can just use Vanishing Verse here to get one of the angels off the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
And go for a more aggressive attack, as now Greg's that 2/2 is just going to be a chump block if Simon's representing a lethal attack.
And talk about ultra patience for not casting the meat hook there. Right? So patient.
It looks like he's just going for the Wandering Emperor here.
Yeah.
Well, that's the only thing your meat hook doesn't hit.
Trades for the Angels anyway.
Right.
And he doesn't mind trading off Tenacious Underdogs for those.
And then you're taking, 8 damage.
All right, another. Oh,
okay. So that was one on the list too.
Get some chaining going here. Legion Angel?
No, Netherland.com.
Find it this time. Still, he's back up to 10.
Yeah, and these.
Well, when you get punished, you get punished, right? 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lands for Greg.
Emperor off the battlefield, or just go for the 2-turn lethal attack. Right, that's also an option.
That's right. Down to 14 is Simon Nielsen. I think that Greg recognizes that it's too likely that Simon either draws or has a removal spell of some sort. But if that's the case, he may want to send both of these things at the Wandering Emperor.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Simon has like 12 removal spells that could kill the Angels in this spot. So
there's like 12.
Yeah,
this makes sense.
He wanted to. He played with the idea, but I think this is the safer line for sure. Because this is the window that you have to get the Wandering Emperor.
I think he's more likely to take 8 damage because the meat hook cleans the creature up on the next turn anyways.
Then you have to start sending
so I don't really see him,
and it's also
using the verse on the token that he's just going to kill right after anyways.
Costing him valuable blockers.
It's just 4 damage, whatever.
Get that Wandering Emperor off the battlefield.
You have the meat hook. You're going to gain that back, right?
Just let it go. If I am going to use Vanishing Verse, I can wait till end step, which is right now.
Does Simon potentially have a lethal setup here? Now, of course, with the Iganjo in Greg's hand, probably not.
Right.
Right?
So
oh,
a slower route.
That is interesting.
Oh, there's an Amiria's call now for
right
Simon
back
Nielsen.
at you.
Yeah, and that actually would unlock a really nice attack too.
Yeah. I mean,
why
now
waste?
You don't even have to worry about.
Why waste it?
This turn at least.
That's
if you
right.
want
So now
to go
he-
that direction, you can
He
definitely
has
the pathway.
the pathway. Yeah, he can just do it.
Simon's playing this so fucking safe.com.
It's like, wait. It's like,
I can't pardon my language. I really need to clean up my sailor
like
mouth.
making my team indestructible and
Kids,
playing
use me as an example of what not to be
Life
like.
real easy. Play this and attack with everything. And now all of a sudden, Gregory Orange is facing down a lethal attack, so he's going to have to chump block
That's
here.
not gonna
Jada
get it
Font of
done.
Hope. See, this is not what you wanted to see at this point.
No, too little,
and
too
that's going
late.
to be a concession here. Simon Nielsen flexes the Esper muscles there. That mid-range card advantage that we saw from them, that was how he got ahead, and that's what won him the game. And Paul, I wouldn't be surprised to see quite a bit of that this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just kind of going back to the thing where after sideboard, I mean, game one, this Angels deck looks fantastic. People are only playing like 4 or 5 removal spells, so something
That's insane.
You're going to get him. After sideboard, just all these Esper decks, all these mid-range decks are going to have so many ways to kill your Angels. And then at the end of the day, I mean, it's just going to be really hard for one of the one Wandering Emperor or whatever to kind of get you back and stabilize. So I think these Angels decks are going to have a tough time, especially in those sideboard games, just throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, the card that really comes to mind when I think about this Angels deck as well is Vanishing Verse, right? This is a card that, we saw the Grixis players playing a whole bunch of gold cards with a slight nod to that in mind. And the Angels deck just sort of plows head on right into that card.
Yeah, it is not dodging a single removal spell in the format. It's just like, okay, you killed this one, deal with this Angel. Okay, you killed this one. Okay, please, just don't kill this one. All right, please. And of course, everybody's just going to continue to have a ton of removal spells. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's going to really have to rely heavily on the fact that it's possibly favored
All right.
in a lot of these game one matchups. Maybe
The
not
Angels
necessarily the case, given the way
dimmed
that
out.
the
We
Esper
can
decks
take
are
the
all
shades
configured
off.
to beat each other.
That first
which
match almost
also
blinded
just
me.
has the splash damage of being good against Angels as well.
Yeah, the one card that we only got to see a little bit of here in the opening round that, was an inspiration partially for the Esper deck is Rafine, Scheming Seer. We got to see it just for that one turn.
Sector
Although
7G
even
going
that one turn
big.
was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever just have one of those stalemate situations where, okay, I can't attack you, you can't attack me, the moment you just draw that Rafine, all of a sudden, you're just like, attack you with 4 creatures. All of a sudden, I have the 3 best cards in the top 4 cards of my library. You're able to just have so many additional answers. I mean, Rafine is kind of the format-defining card, and really the reason to play this Esper deck.
We've got more action for you here in our opening round. We've got just our last feature match here. We've got Riku Kumagai in the feature match area. He's sitting down across from Shintaro Ishimura here, and you can see a different take on the format than we've seen thus far, Paul. Naya Runes in the hands of Riku Kumagai, and it looks like Jund mid-range here for Shintaro.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see the configuration of Shintaro's list. He's always the guy who brings slightly off-the-wall decks, off-meta decks. You never see him kind of play the consensus best deck, so I feel like there's likely going to be some interesting card choices from him.
As we come in here, Paul, you will not be shocked.
All right, you only have 5 minutes this time to vote, chat.
Game number 1. We're heading into game number 2, so that's Riku Kumagai up a game over Shintaro.
Looks like Shintaro is up a game, but...
Shintaro?
Yeah, I just see he's got
you're right. It
and
does
it's
actually show that way.
Shintaro's got the boost. Everybody vote for Shintaro.
All right, we'll switch that over. Yes.
Everybody vote for Shintaro.
Runes did not win game number 1. I guess Jund mid-range found the way through. Here's Duress to start things off. There's actually some targets here too.
Yeah, got that Tamio safekeeping. Excellent sideboard card.
A couple of those.
Yeah, save money on Shintaro, you guys. Put all your money on Shintaro.
It's the yard this time. Shintaro wanting to...
Literally can't go tits up. All right? Literally can't go tits up, chat.
Also, when you know your opponent has 2 Tamio safekeeping, it does help a little bit. I mean, it still does the thing it does, but, you know, somebody like Shintaro can play around that reasonably.
Yeah, you can choose to just kill the Generous Visitor right away, or you can just play Valky. You know Riku's hand. You know that he only had the Jukai Naturalist in hand.
Right. And he's going to go ahead and take that away. Looking at the Angel here, double white.
It's madness, Walter.
Looks like it's pretty far away here from Kumagai, though. Just as I say that, there's a land off the top of the library. That's right. Yeah. But no trigger here.
Yeah. And you will often see that in post-board matchups with the Naya Rune stack, where you end up boarding in.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
And all of a sudden you find yourself with slightly less enchantments, so not quite as explosive as the game 1 matchups will be. However, it is a necessary evil because so many of these players will be ready for this matchup and will have a lot of removal.
Let's stand up. I gotta burn some energy.
In there, and now we're gonna see the Briarbridge tracker here.
As I'm yawning, right?
And there's another
where else?
Right into it.
Legion Angel doesn't really do anything for the Naya Runes package, but it's just such a good card. It's like, why not? Let's just, any deck that's playing white basically just plays 4 copies of Legion Angel into 75.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that took a little while to catch on, and now has become kind of a default.
Maya Runes, nice Diagons. I love it.
If you noticed, Riku had the option of only picking 1 of 2 Legion Angels.
Miss Maya likes it too.
He does have 4 into 75, so it looks like he brought in
our
the
gods.
Copy.
Twitch Prime. Bro, thank you so much. I hope you're having an absolute magical day.
Just want to draw 1.
I gotta shrink my camera down.
I'm kind of a 2-2 split.
You're a 2-2 split?
That sits nicely for me.
I think I believe Reed Duke was also pretty high on the 2-2 split, so you're in good company.
That makes me feel relieved. Yeah.
The Duke approves.
Okay.
One interesting card that Shintaro has in hand is Unleash the Inferno.
Yeah, I saw that.
And now it is a bit
Maya,
of a
you're covering up his hand.
Right?
Get out of here.
Expensive 4 mana, right? However,
I
in a
kicked you
lot
out.
of the mid-range matchups that you'll see in the field, it's an extremely potent card.
We'll get it ready for next
The
time.
fact that there are so many good enchantments and artifacts that you'll see people play means that oftentimes it'll just get 2 permanents, right? Imagine a scenario where Unleashed Inferno goes, hey, I'm going to kill your creature plus get your Wedding Announcement, right? Where I'm getting your 3-drop and I'm killing your Asika's Chariot. So that's kind of one of the reasons to play Jund, right? It just, you have access to this really
Thanks so much, Nerdy Pepper.
Card that comes out of a lot of these sideboards that allow you to kind of get a built-in 2-for-1 out of your removal spell.
Yeah, interesting
YouTube
to note
gang
there that
in the
Shintaro
house.
not being greedy with it. He just killed a Legion Angel so he could get an attack with his tracker, recognizing
Sitting at 103 people on YouTube currently, and 90 on Twitch. YouTube gang winning the war. 109k points voted here. Holy, someone went all in.
That's not an enchantment either. So yeah, he's just gonna say, all right, I'm just gonna use this as kind of a.
Oh, Mayo loves the wheel, yeah, big time.
But I'll tell you, when you're looking at trying to do this. He's going to use Voltage Surge to kill the other angel and just plow through these angels. That is a very tough sell.
Yeah, and this is one of those ugly games that the Naya Runesec needs to figure out a way to win. And Shintaro attacking.
He turned Valky into a naturalist.
Thinking everyone wants to see Historic later. We do, Killer. What are you talking about?
Nice draw here. Circle of Confinement here from Riku. That means he can sequence it where he goes Kami of Transience into the circle. You get to put 2 counters and get back your naturalist. Now Shintaro does have a Shatter Skull Smashing, so we'll be able to get at least the
Catboy. I remember you, bro.
Yeah, and that's huge, especially with these particular creatures. The Tamiyo's safekeepings have really been a liability thus far for Kumagai. We'll see if he finds a way.
That's actually a pretty good combination, Walter. I enjoy that.
Finally, an enchantment appears, and now he can start leveraging that. There's a Braid for Shintaro.
Oh, excuse me. He is 1 mana short. So this is.
Oh, you're right.
This is tough here now. If you're Shintaro, you've got a Briarbridge Tracker, which is a lot less threatening without that artifact on the battlefield. You can only kill one of these creatures.
Yikes.
But remember, Riku does have an enchantment to play.
That's right. He just got back the natural.
You can't watch at Twitch on work. Well, there you go.
Kumagai.
Yeah, and given
Happy
the double
to have both of those covered.
You do want to fire off.
Nice numbers on both, to be honest. 100 viewers is not bad for me. I'm like a 50 viewer Andy.
Down to 8 goes Kumagai, but you can't imagine that the pressure that Shintaro has is enough to finish off. I mean, he's down to
now we're 100 viewer Randy.
Right, and Riku just again.
What up, Daniel?
This Legion Angel is going to do a lot of work. Now you have the mana to protect your Legion Angel, and Shintaro is only sitting on that really, really expensive removal spell.
Patience here from Kumagai, and the Legion Angel really doing work, because Shintaro took a line where he was trying to get Kumagai dead as fast as possible, trying to leverage the fact that Kumagai kept tapping out and leaving those safekeepings in hand where he couldn't actually use them.
Twitch is like 18 plus. YouTube is like, we keep it,
nice way to play around the safekeeping. You can go Rivet to your
pretty family friendly on YouTube, right?
Legion Angel off the battlefield.
Nerdy Pepper. $2 USD. You're the man. Bro, you're the man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. That is fantastic. USD. That's like
just doesn't feel
almost
like
$10 Canadian.
Line, right? It's so hard. Like, he's not going to be able to keep getting through with that tracker over the course of this game.
I haven't even looked at this game once. I'm so sorry. It's like a Runes matchup.
I can't imagine Shintaro not trying to cast the Riveteer's Charm to get the Legion Angel off the battlefield.
I'm going to laugh when Riku comes and wins 2 games in a row and you guys lose all your points.
Put another +1/+1 counter on it.
At that point, I'll start paying attention.
There goes the tracker.
I'm the worst. I'm so sorry.
Cards.
Yeah, we got to stay monetized or we don't get to do this.
Said, you know what?
YouTube literally pays the bills, so we got to be a good boy over there.
So he's going to exile the top 3 cards and see what he finds. Oh, this is business. Oh, it's triple lands off the top into a
Yeah, that's so many toonies.
Ugh.
We'd be hitting the car wash tonight.
Trying to put himself. Yeah.
Oh.
You know, that's
oh
I mean,
no.
That makes sense. You're in a position where your removal skills are just not going to be able to fight through safekeepings. The best answer that you have.
Your points are fucking gone.
Is, multiple charms. I don't even see a Meat Hook Massacre here.
No.
Looks like it was in his sideboard, so that was not a card that he could have found.
Well, we're in game 2, right? So maybe he had it.
It's the oil field again, maybe. We'll see. Hopefully not.
I guess maybe he took it out now.
I don't like leaving my
house.
house.
You mean it was in his actual sideboard still?
Yeah, right now
this is crazy. There's a lot of points up for grabs here.
Gotcha.
Those some big bets being placed.
Yeah, so that was
Holy
desperation time there for
Toledos.
Shintaro, recognizing that he was so far behind that. I mean, the truth is he kind of already made that bed, right? Like he kept going 1-for-1 removal while the getting was good, but he had not enough pressure to back it up. Ultimately, it ended up just being that 2-3 tracker, and that was not even close, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't even in range. Simply because Riku can put out so much power and toughness. Yeah, it was a slow start for him, but you know, once he
I'm
started
fired
casting
from
the
predictions.
angels,
I know, I
once he
baited
started
you guys
fighting
into it
a couple
again. I was like, he
enchantments,
won the
you know, his
first game.
board state just gets
Everybody.
massive
Oh,
so
shit,
quickly
though.
that Shintaro wasn't going to be able to 1-for-1
I'm
with
so
everything
sorry.
that Riku played that game.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's okay,
that's the thing
chat.
about this Naya runes deck. It's a
It's gonna be
surprisingly
fine.
resilient
Yeah,
deck,
Verdict
right?
is fantastic.
A lot of times people just probably look at the deck, or when you talk about the deck, you're like, oh, it just does the one thing, slap on a bunch of runes onto my creatures and call it a day. But I mean, with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, the addition of the Legion Angels, and Showdown of the Scalds, it does a really good job of just playing the game of, hey, look, I'm gonna play some threats. I have Tamio Safekeeping as backup. And if you're just going to rely on purely removal spells to beat me, that's not going to get it done.
Finally see a rune there for Kumagai. We haven't
A lot of
really seen
land.
much of that. It just looked
In both of these
like a more
hands.
kind of, I don't know, a mid-range enchantments deck or something last time. But we do
a
have
lot
to
of
remember
land.
It does have that extremely high power ceiling if the right cards come together. See Unleash the Inferno there for Shintaro. We'll see if he can get a 2-for-1 out of it this time. In
Whiff.
the meantime, he's gonna play Valky and be a little unhappy about what he sees here.
Little
Valky did do work.
Another land,
Another
though.
land off the top though for Kumagai. Does he need
might
to just
play-
draw a card here? Yeah.
Yeah, just put the rune on the lair there. It does get the pump effect, and it will be a trampler if he ever chooses to activate it. One thing I want to point out in Riku Kumagai's specific version of the Naya runes deck is he leans less heavily
He's
on the
doing a
combo
good
than
job.
most other versions of runes. When you look
Okay.
at most versions of the Naya runes deck, you usually see something like 9 to
Aw.
10 copies of runes at least.
Mm-hmm.
His version only plays 6.
Oh, 2 of each. Okay.
Right? It's playing the full 4 copies of the Circle of Confinement and chooses to have a little more interaction. Recognizing that kind of 2 of the big decks kind of coming into this will be the Mirror, right? Where Circle of Confinement really shines. And Circle of Confinement also is a great answer to Rafine.
There you go.
Oh, Shuffler's fine.
He's going to use it on the token here to try to save a little life and stop the mana development here for Shintaro.
They just both are
But he
drawing
did
lands.
Just get chapter 2, and here comes the Briarbridge tracker now.
And this is a good amount of pressure. Riku doesn't have a creature. He's got the Showdown, but I mean, he's going to
No,
take a pretty
he's
big
got
chunk of
Slam
damage
Showdown.
here, and that's a reflection of Kiki Jiki that'll come into
Slam
play next
Showdown
turn
and then
for
lose it to Inferno. Well, actually, there's no target for
some more
Inferno to hit
attacks.
till a creature is in there, right?
Needs a good Showdown.
That's not it.
Is that good?
Not sure that that's going to be enough.
Well, it's
canceling
not bad
both
because
the
now they
fables
can
here,
discard those other
right?
lands with the reflection,
No naturalist or anything like
right?
that.
On the
going here.
second trigger of the reflection.
He's definitely falling behind.
And Shintaro also has 2 removal spells. One of which
You want to know what's wrong with his deck?
by Tamio Safekeeping. If Rico
No
had
Meat
had
Hook.
it in
He
hand.
didn't run Meat Hook, chat. That's why he's losing.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a naturalist probably into a fable. That would turn a naturalist into a 3/3. You always kind of want to have a creature in play first before chapter 2 comes off on the Showdown. Although I guess in this instance that would have
It's
been
a visitor,
worse, given
right?
That Shintaro does have Unleash the Inferno in hand.
I don't like it.
So the
This
only
doesn't
creature
feel
he has
good.
in sight is a Generous Visitor here?
Yeah, so we're looking at a Generous Visitor and a Fable.
Yikes.
And Shintaro has answers to both and then can get in for 8 next turn. Excuse me, can get in for 10 next turn. So I think this might just be over here for Riku.
Whoa, what a start here for Shintaro Shimura applying
Must be
maximum pressure to
embarrassing for
Kumagai. You can
Wizards.
see what he was trying
No,
to do
I mean, I think
before.
it happens in real life too.
There's the Visitor.
No, there's no draws here. So yeah, I mean, Shintaro is just going to be able to kill both of these creatures here.
I don't know. They're saying the naturalist, and I was so confused as well, Tokyo. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. I think that thing's called the Visitor. But it is in, Japanese, so...
Perfect draw here from Shintaro.
Do the casters know what these
everything
cards
lining up
are?
Exactly how he needs.
Honestly.
And
Honestly,
imagine Shintaro's
bros.
going to want to utilize the mana here, just saying, hey, look, if you have the safekeeping, you have the safekeeping.
But using Unleash would be better, is what you're saying, because
Well, it's a better use of the mana.
Right. He does have enough to do it either way, right? Like to
Correct.
present lethal either way. But he does have to use the Unleash at some point.
Right.
All right,
So
here it
this
is,
is-
Riveteer's Charm.
This is the guaranteed removal spell. That's going to get the visitor off the battlefield.
Yeah, that one gets around safekeeping anyway.
Oh, that's going to
Ah.
shrink down the tracker.
It does.
So no lethal attack anymore. But this is just Shintaro recognizing that he's ahead and basically just trying to play around the safekeeping. So that's
Okay.
kind of, obviously we see all the information, everything is space up, right? So
Right.
for us, we're
Attack
gonna go,
first.
why
No,
don't you
attack
just go
first.
for lethal? Well, I mean,
Attack first.
Shintaro is just making sure he has all of his bases covered.
He drew Voltage Surge, so now he gets to say a little test spell here to see how this
Oh,
works.
excuse
and
me,
then
of
he
course.
has Unleash in the
No,
as his backup plan.
yeah, no, this is on me. This is on me. Copying the tracker, of course, makes a treasure.
Oh,
that
sure.
would still make a lethal attack.
Yeah, and it looks like Riku Kumagai
I didn't let you
has
down,
also
chat.
noticed this.
Enjoy
He did
your
not have
points.
The Cameo safekeeping
Enjoy your
Jun
points.
mid-range in the hands of Shintaro
Holy
Ishimura.
Toledos.
Will pick up victory here for him. So a nice
Wow.
win for an unconventional deck here in the opening round.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he was just able to curve out nicely in that last game and actually kind of took the role of the aggressive player. And Riku, with kind of the way that he cyborg,
Lot of points being handed out there.
kind of was the control deck, right? Playing a showdown on turn 4 with nothing on the board, you really just have to kind of cross your fingers and try to kind of hope to get there. But Shintaro just exactly had what he needed there to kind of push through to final points of damage.
That's right. You can't take a turn off in standard very often, and that's exactly what Kumagai did. He got punished for it here. He's going to pick up the loss in the opening round. Shintaro Ishimura picks up the win. That's going to do it for our opening round coverage. We've got a lot more to bring you. We'll be back with more right after this.
111,000 points distributed to the real Sector 7G. How many points do you have now, Sector? How many points, Sector? You get that 50K? Only won about 800 points? No. How many did you bet? Is it because no one bet against, is it because not very many people bet for Riku? Is this why, I wonder? Right, because you'd be winning their points. So since no one bet against Shintaro, you basically just got your investment back and like a few, those 1.1 thousand points or 1.7 thousand divided up. May I get a loan? What, do you need a point loan? If you subscribe to the channel with your Twitch Prime, you will gain points at double speed. That's as good as I can do. Yes. Yeah, so you guys really need to start betting against one another. But, you'll get there. Round 1. Complete. Nothing really unexpected. That Jun deck was honestly a little wacky. As far as, things we haven't seen yet. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're having an absolute magical day. Angels, instinctively, I just want them to lose, right? Just want those Angels to lose. Kikijiki, it all just seems like, yeah, okay, we've seen it. But then at the same time, it's either, that or welcome to the Connive Land. So.
Hey, what's up, friends? Welcome
fine.
back to coverage
It's fine.
of the
We'll see how it folds out.
Capenna Championship. 223 players throwing down today, and in round number 1, we had 2 of the greatest of all time, Kai Buddha versus Paulo Vito Dama de Rosa. What a matchup it was, and Riley got to talk to Kai after his enormous win.
I mean, with Kai Buddha Fresh off a round 1 win with Grixis Vampires. Kai, talk us through this deck. Why did you pick this? Is it better than Esper?
So this format is a bit weird. There's a bunch of really powerful 3 mana cards. Basically, on 2, you're looking to cast a normal creature, and then on 3, you're casting really powerful cards. One of them is Rafine, another is Fable. You can't really put both into the same deck. And basically, we just decided if we wanted to cast Rafine or Fable, and then we ended up wanting to be the Fable deck because we thought there was too much hate for Rafine. Turned out tons of people are playing it anyway. But yeah, like, there was a bit of hype because people saw this vampire thing, but like, at the end of the day, it's just a black-red mid-range deck. And if you play this black-red mid-range shell, the mana in this format is so good that you can basically get a third color for free, and it doesn't even matter. You can play double white cards, you can play double blue cards, you can play double green cards. Like, the lands are so good. You can just do whatever you want. And we kind of thought that Evelyn is a great 5-drop for these mid-range battles because a lot of the removal in the format doesn't really work well. Like, a lot of people are playing Ray, which is -4, -1, and then there's Voltaic Surge, which that's 4 damage, and then a lot of people are playing PV at 4 Vanishing Verse in his deck, which again just don't hit Evelyn. He actually had a bunch of the 2-mana black removal spells that kills it, but yeah, a lot of the decks just can't deal with Evelyn, and I mean, if you have that thing 2 or 3 turns in play, you're probably too far ahead. But at the end of the day,
You're probably too far ahead.
Black-red deck with a couple of blue cards. It's not really a vampire deck. I mean, there's vampires, but I mean,
I think people were very excited when they
stretching
saw
it a little bit.
Exactly, they were excited when they saw vampires. Like, oh, here we go, getting tribal decks once again. But just as you say, Grixis mid-range. Well, Kai, congratulations on the win so far. I know you're hunting down a world slot, so best of luck to you throughout
Their
the weekend,
audio's
mate. Hope it goes
scuffed.
well for you.
That's on their end, not ours.
There's one of the greatest of all time, Kai Buddha there, kicking off the championship with a win. Thank you so much to Riley for that interview. We also got Cedric Phillips here at the virtual news desk, and we're going to talk standard, everybody, because that's what we're playing here this morning. Standard. Cedric, give me the big picture here of what's happening at this tournament.
3 minutes
Just
or
some
less.
tasty jams, you know what I mean? I
Esper
just want to get
mid-range.
down.
Okay.
Non-code.
34.5% of the field. Kai put it pretty eloquently. You know, everybody knew Rafine was a thing, and everybody knew that Esper was a thing. The question now is, beat it or join it? Well, clearly a lot of people have elected to join it, given, again, you see the 34.5% of the standard metagame.
Wayo,
non-code. Looking at this tournament is not so much like,
Twitch Prime.
correct
Wolf,
that
baby,
either
thank you for your Amazon books.
How good is Rafine?
And I hope you have an
How good
absolute
is
magical
Wandering
day.
Emperor? I think that one we know have a pretty good idea of how good is the mana base. It appears to be quite good. But at the end of the day, Riley, this just feels like, I don't know, a bunch of good cards in these 3 colors, and let's just hope they're good enough.
Classic mid-range strategy going for card quality over.
It's fall in
synergies
Australia
here.
right
But
now.
Cedric, there's another deck that is very heavily focused on synergy, and I want to get your take on it. Naya Runes. This is
I bet
a
it's
deck
still
that was
just, like,
put so deep into
crazy
the dumpster.
hot.
I think they have to actually excavate it back out after the last championship. It was that bad. Is it better? Like, a significant portion of the field is bought
You
it
best
and ready
not
to
make
rock
eye
and roll.
contact with Riley.
You know, I was actually going to say some really hurtful things about Naya Runes too, but
Hey,
you
thanks
just
for
did
the
it better
follow,
than I did,
Mr.
so
Debs.
kudos,
Easy
my
to punch, baby. Let's go.
It is just so bad. I don't know.
bad.
It was so bad in the Neon Dynasty Championship. You know, Marshall and I were calling the matches, and it was
But
just
people
like,
played
is this deck ever gonna
Emeria,
do anything?
right?
It just can't be an Archon. It can't be anything. I think here's the thought process. It was targeted at that tournament, and it clearly could not stand up to it. I mean, people were main decking Archons left and right and upside down. This weekend, not so much. We see the Esper deck list. The Archons are mostly hanging out in the sideboard, and the Naya Runes players are more prepared for the Archons. So if people don't have Archons, and
We
Naya
looked at the
Runes
decks to
prepared
start
for
the stream.
Archons, presumably
I don't really remember a
but
bunch of them.
I'm cautiously optimistic because, again, the last tournament that we all covered,
But yeah, you can look them up. There's a link
boy,
in the
was that deck
description, I
look bad
think.
on camera. So we'll see how things look this time around.
Well, let's take a look at our metagame again, because I want to talk to you,
Let me
Cedric,
find it.
about the people who
I'll get you a
didn't
link, chat.
bring one of the most popular decks here in this tournament. I'm looking on the right half
There you
here
go.
of this graphic.
Here's all the
Teamer
information.
Control. You could call this the Teamer Ramp deck. Titan of Industry at the top end. Yes! Yes! Cedric, is this like a deck that can do something? Is it Mill? Are these people for real? What's going on here?
Look, I'm all for taking a swing in a tournament like this, where you know you don't think that Esper mid range is.
I like Storms. I'm a big Storm fan. I like the power.
is advertised. And yeah, this Teamer control deck looks a little bit strange. But again, this is the kind of tournament where you can, in a weird way, you can kind of just play whatever you want because the mana is so good. So Teamer has great mana, Esper has good mana, all of these, I mean, heck, there's a couple 5-color decks here in this other portion that we might have the opportunity to kind of touch on. And now it's just a matter of if these cards and if this plan is good enough or not. We know that Esper Range is powerful and the Wandering Emperor is powerful, but yeah, if you want to do a Teamer control thing, I'm here for it. Jund Treasures, let's do this. 5-color control. I was actually just looking at the deck list and I just went,
can you imagine a tornado ripping off one of those massive wind blades and then helicoptering this huge wind blade through the air further?
Pretty good.
But like, it's not, a lot of the
There's a
times in
movie plot right
it's
there,
like,
for sure.
I really hope I draw like.
It would never
right
work,
mana
they're
to
way
cast
too
this
heavy,
deck,
but
could
you imagine?
Like you've got all of these
And like not just one,
like
a whole
everything.
bunch
You can
of
literally do
them.
whatever you want. Now it's just a matter of like, is the Kami War a thing you should be casting?
I should be writing this down.
I don't know, maybe.
I was playing it yesterday and I was like, this is the greatest feeling of all time, casting the Kami War. So hopefully we get to see that deck on camera because it is sweet. Well, let's check in here with round number 2. Round number 1 is in the books. Let's find out who'll be doing battle
Let's
in
go,
the
yo.
feature match area. We've got Kenji Tsumura versus Yuma Koizumi. Check this out. Is it land destruction? You wanted something from the other category. We're going to give it to you, baby. Versus Esper mid-range. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better here. Kenji Tsumura. I love Kenji Tsumura. That 0% standard win rate there, that's just because he doesn't play on Arena, everybody. This guy is
0%.
incredible. Incredible
How?
player.
It says
land
Arena
destruction.
games played.
He's got 6
18,000.
top 8s to his name. Only 5 people have more than that,
Okay.
by the way.
Okay.
Here's a look at Yuma Koizumi. 60.9% standard.
18,000
win rate
games
here.
played, but he doesn't play in
Qualified
Arena.
because he got 10 or more wins at the Neon Dynasty Championship.
Maybe they just, you know, put his online
I need
games
to know about
in
these
that same
decks, though,
spot.
Cedric. Land destruction? Like, you were talking about how good the mana is. Are people just not running basics and they're going to get hit?
Well, you have kind of brought it up. There's not a lot of basics in this tournament because everybody can just get as greedy as they want to get.
All right, get your votes in. You got 5 minutes. Get 5 on it.
This isn't a traditional land destruction deck. You're not going to see 4 copies of Stone Rain and 4 copies of Molten Rain and Demolish all this other stuff. But there are some Cleansing Wildfires and there are some Fields of Ruin.
Don't vote for Kenji, chat. Come on, this is land destruction.
Lands in their decks.
Strider, are you in chat? Is that who voted for
Colors, you
Kenji?
can take advantage of that.
Frickin' Strider.
At the end of the day, though, Maria, this is just kind of an is-it-control deck. It can mess with your lands, it can destroy some creature lands as well, and it can kind of win at its leisure with Leer and a couple of other options. Now, the big question here, of course, is Kenji is bringing a non-Esper mid-range deck, which means, I hope, that he has a good Esper mid-range matchup, because I think everybody knew, again, that this was going to be one of the most played decks in the format. So nothing here is really
Getting some cash behind him. 5,000 channel points
because the card is so powerful.
on Uma.
Removal and Vanishing
Woof.
Verse and Infernal Grasp.
No 100k bets this time, chat? Are you scared or what?
Massacre,
No
Wedding
100k
Announcement,
bets?
Really, really good mana base. And you will note, here in this,
For those of you on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, you can
There are
participate in
7
a
basics.
prediction, which I'm
There
showing
are
on screen
4
here.
planes.
So you just are voting for who you think will win. You're offering up some channel points as a
If you
bet,
take a look at the deck
and you
lists when
can,
they are published,
you know,
will find that most of the
have some
players
fun.
have 1,
Do some gambling,
or
right?
2
We're all here
basics.
because of that
This
anyways, aren't we?
7. Not good for the Cleansing Wildfires and Field of Ruins of the world. So maybe not ideal here for Kenji.
It's a 50-50 split. Someone's got a straddle strategy.
Keeping track throughout the day.
Can't lose,
How
man.
do we do last round? Ooh.
Playing both
Riley and I
sides,
took
so
a
I
big
always
L
come
there.
out on top.
Cedric got the win. Riley, who are you choosing this time?
I mean, I've been casting Cleansing Wildfire all week in my stream, and, you know, my hard-hitting testing for this format. I love land destruction, baby. No one's playing basics. Tsumura, get in there. Let's blow up some lands. I want to see these three color decks punished for their greedy
You
mana
should
bases.
run
So
6
I'm gonna back
basics.
land destruction all weekend.
Probably 7.
All right, excellent. Kenji, for you, what about you, Cedric?
I got bad news. O'Reilly, I mostly agree with you. Most people are skipping on basics, except for Kenji's opponent randomly. So as a result, I'm going to go with Yumi. I just think that, 7 basics kind of out of nowhere, Yuma, out of nowhere. Weirdly metagame for Kenji's off-the-wall deck. Yuma and your 7 basics, let's go.
All right, I'm picking Kenji Tsumura for this one. Land destruction. I love a weird deck. Thank you for bringing this to the tournament, Kenji. Let's get there. Let's blow up some lands, baby. All right, I'm going to send it over to the booth. Alien Corey, take it away. Boom goes the dynamite.
Boom goes the dynamite. Yes.
Thank you very much, Maria. I hope that we'll see some boom indeed in round number 2 here. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have a spicy meatball to kick us off here. Corey, are you ready to see some lands go boom?
Spicy meatball bomb?
I'm so excited. This is one of the decks that we looked over pretty closely.
You want to flash cook a gyro sandwich?
In the other category that I think we were all
I think what
really
you're describing is just a meat bomb.
Yeah,
so I'm going to go back to sleep.
Man, I love this call by the the land destruction deck here in the hands of Kenji Shimura, just being like, you know what, people are playing all the new tri-lands, they're playing all the duels, all the pathways, as many
all right, let's go.
These, fixers as they possibly can, and there's only a few basics in the deck, so if he has his way, it's gonna be bad news bears on the other side of the board.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is definitely the style of deck that Kenji wanted to play against if you're playing.
Give Rascas a little kiss.
Spells, the decks that are kind of greedy. They only play a few basics.
Last minute to get your predictions in.
We'll see if this plan works. I'm very curious.
There is a cleansing wildfire in hand, so we might see some explosions to kick things off quite early here, as we're going to see Luminarch Aspirin hit the battlefield, but luckily Spikefield Hazard in hand, able to get this little idiot off the battlefield before
this little idiot
counter on. Ooh, and a Field of Ruin to boot, so let's get rid of that Rafine's Tower. Yeah, go find one of your 2 basics, it's totally fine.
Yep,
but be warned,
absolutely.
friend, I have more where that came from.
Exactly, 1 swamp, 1 plains, and you cannot get blue off of when your land gets destroyed, so that's a big deal. These Rafine Towers are going to be very
Meat bomb
taxed.
Fiesta? Okay.
And I have a feeling Kenji is just going to be really focusing on destroying lands turn after turn after turn, and then deciding to play your big spells after that.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Your last seconds, last chance to place your bets.
Yeah, Field of Ruin.
10
That's a
seconds.
nice tower you got there, buddy. Go get your other basic. No
Win
blue
yourself
for
some
you.
channel points.
Yep, no blue. So this is going to be a really, really, really big draw step for Yuma.
It is indeed. Can we find the replacement blue here for Yuma Koizumi? It's a Kaito Shizuki, and importantly, this shut off any turn 3 play, and we know how important it is for this Esper deck. Rafine, Kaito Shizuki, none of those are available. The only thing that Yuma can do right now is Vanishing Verse.
Yeah, and Vanishing Verse is not going to be great against this Is-It land destruction deck until really late in the game, when Kenji already has control over the battlefield with something like Leer, with something like Arcane Bombardment. So early in the game, it's not going to be ideal. So
I play the keyboard, but only sideways. I like to hold it like a guitar.
Aspirin and keep that under control. And so far, Kenji is saying yes.
Yep. The answer is certainly yes, as Fading Hope.
I only play the keyboard if I could hold it
He's
sideways.
going to get rid of the pesky second copy of Luminarch Aspirant. Tenacious Underdog is the draw.
The guitar, baby.
All Yuma is doing is playing an Orzhov midrange deck, and that's not really where you want to be this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. One card I want to point out from Kenji's hand, and just Kenji's deck that I think is really good right now, is Burn Down the House. All these mid-range
And let's be
decks
clear,
are
just
playing
because I have
Planeswalkers
instruments
that
doesn't mean I can
really
play
don't
them
get
well.
to loyalty over 5, and you play a lot
Pretty
of
much
creatures
that's-
to the battlefield. So
that's
this is
it.
one of the
That's my
cards
skill
just
set there.
cleaning up everything right now, and looks like it's at a really good position in the metagame.
For sure. I think he's made a pretty good metagame call this weekend, as you mentioned. Lots of little itty
I
bitty
invented the
creatures
keyboard
on the battlefield
necktie, Derek. What have you done?
or by planeswalkers. So if you can just be like, okay, cool, develop your board. It's totally fine.
And then
you are
burn it all
sitting
down.
pretty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heck yeah. Flame Blast Bolt, though, a much cleaner answer here if he chooses to go that way to get rid of the Luminarch Aspirant. But he's going to just hold on a second. Let's see what happens here. In response to the trigger, Flame Blast Bolt will exile this Luminarch Aspirant, and nothing Yuma can do on the other side of things. No blue, no interaction, no shenanigans, but does find the card I mentioned in Wedding Announcement, which can help snowball the advantage in his favor if he can get going.
Yep, that does help quite a bit, and some attention to Flame Blast Bolt being really good right now as well. Tenacious Underdog being a card that's being played in a lot of these mid-range style decks, and being able to just exile it for 1 mana and not worry about it coming back. And here we go, land destruction taking hold. I'm in love with this deck, Ailey.
Ouch.
I am in love with it.
Oh, what's that? No
So what is our finals? Land destruction versus mill?
Yuma Koizumi, who is currently our
Land destruction versus mill
leaderboard on
for our finals, or what?
So, excuse me, in the challenger standings. So, gonna have to try and make something work here. As Fading Hope in response to the Vanishing Verses, no thank you, don't touch my stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You said it right. Yuma has had an amazing season already, so putting himself in a great position, really no matter what, to get a world championship spot. Of course, you want to keep winning as much as you can to really lock it up on your own terms.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to be at the risk of someone else having to perform poorly to get you into the World Championship. So if he can keep winning, he's looking good. But at the moment, with Arcane Bombardment coming on down, yeah, that's not looking so hot, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Arcane Bombardment, a card I did not think was going to be the
Oh,
first
what
big
the
spell
fuck?
I'd be commentating over our first
What the
match.
fuck just happened here?
This is awesome.
Pardon my language. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Every day of the week as Thundering Rebuke takes care of one of these little 1/1s. Arcane Bombardment has an expressive iteration in the holster there. No blue land, nothing going right now for you, Matt.
Over.
Just this little
It's over.
one doing his gosh darn
Honk, honk.
bestest. But does have the opportunity to get rid of Arcane Bombardment while the guard is down here for Kenji Tsamura.
Yeah, absolutely. Get it out of there while you can. Kenji decides to just clean up the 1/1.
I'll just use it in another expressive
and
iteration.
Then just trigger it again here. Oh, that is so insane. It triggers on both turns. So really versatile.
Right. You know what? It just gets so much value,
And it's
even
like,
if
oh,
removed.
So you're gonna try
right?
to take my thing? Okay, sure, fine. I'm just gonna cost 2 spells, just get some more value, just ping you in the face for 1 for good measure, and gonna kill your dude. So this is fine. I think he's all right with that exchange.
Yeah, I think Kenji will be
Well,
doing
it's
okay.
3
And,
lands
you know,
to
we
10,
see
so.
Yuma, there's another land destruction spell. I was just gonna say we see Yuma draw land number 3.
Oh, sorry,
to
what,
kind
2
of get
lands
away
to
from
10.
This, but now you can play Lear.
He's gonna take another one.
Wildfire again to
Oh
clean
my
up another land, and all of a sudden, this is a Stone Rain that draws you a card.
Oh,
This is
Lord.
incredible.
Have mercy.
He's like, oh, I'm sitting at 19 life. It's totally fine. Yeah, but look at the land disparity. That is what Kenji Tsamura was targeting this weekend. He knew that these tri were going to be all over the place, and that is exactly the case with Esper midrange. He's having the best day of his life right now. I know I am.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Kenji did really only
Holy
test with
Toledos.
himself as far as
That's
what
brutal,
he has
man.
reported to us. And it makes sense because this is really the only.
I would reach over the table,
Isn't land
try to
destruction
grab my
deck that we're
opponent
seeing,
if they did that
but
to me.
something like that
You know what I mean?
can
Get over
really pay
here.
off when you are the only one that has this kind of deck. You don't have to play a bunch of team mirror matches or something like that some of the bigger teams would have to do, and it can really yield some high results if you really did nail it. And with this much mid-range and this many greedy mana bases in the format, yeah, and with watching this one game, of course it's a small
That's what I'm talking about,
but
Sector.
that looked really good to me.
Oh, it did. That was just spectacular to observe, and I cannot wait for
I know,
you to
I'm
see
also
here as
really,
the
really
season
upset right
Yuma
now,
comes
and I'm
he's
not
ready to
in
rock
this
and
match or
roll.
anything. I'm just like hanging out
Things
today,
being had
and
here,
I'm like
Kenji
physically angry that
One
that
Hall
just
of Fame from
happened.
2012. 2012. What number is that? 2012.
Yeah, and it is going to be a big difference, I imagine, with Kenji
Good Lord.
as far as all the opponents goes when it's play draw. You know, when you're on the play and you can start destroying lands, start clearing out those basics as early as turn 2 when you're on the play, it's a lot different than Yuma being able to play a 3-drop and then maybe starting to run out of basics.
Heyo, just want to take this second to thank everybody who's viewing here on Twitch, over on YouTube. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you're having an absolute magical day, and I want to remind you that we're going to be here live all weekend long.
This deck is basically just, you know, is it good stuff? Kill all your things, and then, you know, press the advantage with Lear and recasting all these spells that have found their way into the graveyard. So, yeah, I mean, let's see how this goes, but we haven't taken out any land destruction, so this is the perfect matchup for those pesky cards. And let's take a look here at the opening hands as Yuma Koizumi will be on the play.
We do see that Kenji did take out the Arcane Bombardment, so maybe this is a play-draw scenario for him, or maybe just with Esper midrange having ways to cleanly deal with it. With cards like Vanishing Verse, it's just a card you never want to commit because you see that
2 Field of Ruins in your opening hand is like
Kenji had to pay for
www.imbrave.com.
for 2 mana is a real cost.
For sure. Now, do have the Spike-Killed Hazard up for Kenji again in the opener, but it's not going to deal with this Tenacious Underdog, so this pesky critter will be quite the nuisance, especially with how Kenji wants to get his lands going here. It does have the option to Thundering Rebuke this away, but I'm thinking that Thundering Rebuke has one Rafine Scheming Seer. Never mind.
Yeah,
We're gonna
that
kill
was
that
the
straight away. I
big-
like it.
that was the big consideration, because you either play Field of Ruin and then Thundering Rebuke, and then you're kind of wide open to Rafine.
But Rafine outpaces Burn Down the House.
Expressive iteration this turn, unless you want to really only
It outpaces Burn Down the House so quickly.
Not the way you want to deal with this card. So instead, when in doubt, land destruction.
Yep, just blow stuff up. It's totally fine. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky situation there, because you know, if the Tenacious Underdog survived, then Rafine could have just, you know, gotten value off of him attacking, and he's difficult to kill because of the ward as well. So chances are you never actually get to kill him with the Thundering Rebuke when you need to.
Yeah, it was pretty awkward there, and if Kenji knew that Flame Blast Bolt was on top, maybe he would have been a little bit more wary of it, but you said it exactly right. If there's a counter on it, Flame Blast Bolt has to be paired with a Spike Field Hazard, and then all of a sudden you're 2-for-1 in yourself, and things do kind of snowball out of control. Look at that top deck, though. Top decking the Swamp is probably the worst draw for Yuma. That's really brutal here.
A basic land in hand. Uh-oh.
Exactly. I do,
Legion Angel,
like
though.
that we haven't gotten a counter on Rafine just yet.
That's good.
If we're on Kenji's side of things, which we are at the moment, riding along with them.
3 months, Karma. It has been an absolute pleasure.
House,
I hope you're having an absolute... I gotta say absolute less. I say absolute.
So that's exactly probably what Kenji is going to think
absolutely
here.
Too much.
How can I...
Oh my god, have a good day, bro.
Rafine doesn't
Thank
get
you.
to be a 3-6, because that would be the nightmare scenario where Burn Down the House can't deal with it. So we might even see Flame Blast Bolt.
I'm never saying
with
absolutely
Spike Field
or
Hazard
absolute
dealing with
again.
Legion Angel, which is not the best way to deal with that card, because you are getting multiple.
We just
Legion
deleted
Angels
it from
out
the
of
hard
deck,
drive.
But
I don't even know what that word
control
means.
That worst case scenario, you know, that is an option that Kenji might take.
Tank Angel enters the
Just a
battlefield.
quick think here. Or Kenji Tsumura is going to get the Field of Ruin down and has plenty of lands.
Just don't be so greedy with your land base. You should have like 6 or 7
like you
basics.
mentioned, Legion Angel can certainly wrap up a game here. Pretty darn quickly for the Esper mid-range players, and Rafine this time is the target, and he's going to start dumping some non-lands
Thanks, chat. Appreciate you.
to get these counters on Rafine.
Yeah, we'll see what Yuma does here. You know, you're kind of naturally inclined to get rid of one of those lands because you have an extra one, but if you foresee that maybe you have to deal with Burn Down the House, maybe you go a different avenue. But with that top deck of the Wandering Emperor, that is another card that could get 6 toughness onto Rafine at instant speed to kind of play around that line. So it decides that you can discard a land. But notably, Yuma did discard that Swamp, so Kenji has to be thinking, okay, that is something I have to keep in mind.
Smokestack.
If, let's say, he destroys
with the prime
White
skis.
Source,
yeah.
Cheers, yo.
You're
Hope
not
you're having a
getting
great
another
day.
basic here, and you can't cast Wandering Emperor at
Only
instant
Sith
speed,
deal
so
in
we'll see if Kenji chooses.
absolutes. Well, that's a good thing, isn't
tough
it?
choice there. You know, if there's only one blue source, I'd be like, all right, kill the...
The Sith had their shit figured out.
You know, kill
Like,
the land there so that you don't get
They did
Jawari
pretty good
Disruption
for
on the turn that
themselves.
you have to kill Rafine and this Angel.
Yeah, but with there being 2, I'm with you. Maybe it wasn't ideal, but
Like, we need
I think Kenji's just recognizing there's too many cards that kind of blow me
more
out,
Star
so I just
Wars
go
from
for
their
untapped
perspective.
land
You know what I
Burn Down the
mean?
House
Like,
that he maybe has to go for.
let's sympathize
Yeah.
with
And with these
the
2 cards already
antagonist for a little
established,
bit.
Yuma Koizumi is looking in a very good position right now to pick up game number 2 here in round
Because
number
obviously
2
the Sith are trying
of
to
the
accomplish
Capenna
things
Championship. If you
as
are
well,
just joining
and,
us,
you know,
thank you very much for
maybe
being
we
here.
could
Thanks for spending some of your
have
time
a deeper
hanging out
understanding
and watching as we fill the last seats
as
in
we get
the
roped.
upcoming World Championship. I cannot wait to see who makes it. Yuma Koizumi currently in excellent position, but Kenji Tsumura not too far behind the pack either, as we're going to see Wandering Emperor hit the battlefield.
Yep, and big game here. This really does kind of show, Ailey, the big difference between land destruction on the play and land destruction on the draw. Kenji even got the best case scenario, which was Yuma drawing one of the 2.
Wari is such trash. I really actually don't mind Wari.
Good, but it wasn't
The Sith had it figured out. Yeah, quote me on
It
that.
was in game 1, where Yuma stumbled a little bit.
Definitely not. And potentially 3 more power here with the Connives here, or for Fiend's Scheming Seer, proving to be an absolute freaking nuisance. And in response, we'll see Kenji, big score.
KKK fan
Basically
fiction?
the better unexpected windfall,
No.
as it's just easier to cast. Or will we?
This is like a fictional universe, bro. Settle.
you're so right
We're
about
not
just
making
saying
real
Rafine
life
is just
correlations
kind
at
of
all
annoying
here.
in a lot of ways. I
Like,
think
this
everyone,
is
when they start
not
testing
reality, man.
against that card, it's just like,
This
wow,
is a
that card is
fictional
very hard
universe
to
we're
kill.
living in.
And
Not
I think that's most
within the Star
mid-range
Wars,
players
you know,
just saying, you know what, this card is
movie
really hard
that
to
I'd like.
kill, so I think I'm gonna play 4 of them.
And there we go. The Jawari Disruption hanging out in hand says no, thank you very much. Draws a bunch of lands. And do we have lethal here? Not yet, right? 4, 5, 6, 10, 11.
Yeah, but Quench isn't a land.
Yep, not quite lethal yet, but yeah, this is looking really, really tough to lose. Here from Yuma's side, just probably has in mind, how can I best play around Burn Down the House?
It eat
we don't see
babies?
in
What?
Kenji's list where there's galvanic iteration into Burn Down the House, something that would really clean up everything. This is not necessarily that kind of combo is-it deck that we've seen in the past when we had, let's say, Alrund's Epiphany in the metagame. This is really just kind of playing a more fair gameplay, using Big Score as just a card advantage spell that can ramp you into your next turn's scheme, I should
Any
say.
decks we're looking forward to?
Now let's see what we chuck here, because if these creatures don't go over 5
Like the decks that we
times,
haven't seen, like the other decks, not any of these big meta decks.
Wow. Not playing around it. Okay. Yeah, looks like Wandering Emperor
Yeah, I
hasn't
don't-
been activated yet, so no matter what, we have one creature that's going to
I think he ate them.
And that was smart to put it on Rafine.
I don't think Anakin
because it
ate
has
those
that
kids,
ward
did he?
one, so you can't
Did I miss a scene in that movie?
drop, when Kenji could only have 6 mana.
Yeah. And I wasn't keeping track of the swamps there, but I think he possibly had the ability as well to haste out or blitz out.
Well, it's Heart of the Cards, right, Pizza? I don't know. It's
Yeah,
I don't
very
call it the
clean win
Force.
there.
I call it Heart of the
Managed
Cards.
to not have all his lands blown up, so dodge that bullet and just
You
Kenji not able
concentrate.
to
If you
keep control of the
focus your
battlefield
mind,
first game.
Anakin, you'll gain
Yeah, we'll
access
see
to
if
the Heart
Kenji
of the
makes
Cards, and you
any,
can
changes.
use
Play draw. This definitely
topdeck.exe.
seems like one of the decks that would really
What's up, Jumpman?
benefit from being on the play for the most part, and maybe change the game plan a bit. But the only thing I could see is like Arcane Bombardment coming in. But with Vanishing versus anyways, maybe it just still isn't worth it. We do see those Smoldering Eggs coming in, which is big game.
Grixis Vampires.
if you can get
Yes,
those
that's been one of the
flipped
more fun
against
ones
this
so
Esper
far.
deck.
Yeah, it's just a good way to block the early pressure as well.
Yep.
And once they do flip, they start dealing 2 points of damage per instant sorcery cost. So, either going to face, clearing pesky tokens.
Now,
clearing
this
up
is pod racing.
planeswalkers.
Episode 1 was so cool.
very versatile.
Episode 1 pod racer on the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, and I think it's always at its best in these style of decks in
Love
the
this
sideboard,
game.
because the one thing
I played this
that
game so much.
players usually do against an is-it deck where this is an open deckless tournament.
Beat it
they
multiple
see, well,
times, you know what I
probably
mean?
only have
Like,
Leers in your
I
deck,
freaking
post-board as the
love
main
that game.com.
target for
It's still
removal.
good.
So maybe they trim
You
on
could play
those,
episode 1
and,
pod racer
to
now
trim on
and
some
still have
pieces
fun.
of removal. Bringing in egg is going to be a nice kind of pivot.
Yeah, I don't really want to see
And I've
runes.
also noticed that we're taking out the
Don't really want to see Esper.
the Legion Angels on Yuma's side of things.
Oddly
So
enough, I'm excited for the
That's
land
like
destruction.
30%
I'm excited
now.
for the mill. I'm excited
Yeah,
for the
that
vampires.
is really
Yeah, the less
interesting to
popular
me.
stuff.
Yuma does
'cause,
have 2, so it is just
you
down
know,
to the
we've
one
seen the
copy.
popular
Yeah,
stuff. We
most
know
of the
the
time we
ideal
see
play
one, I'm
lines.
like, wow, if you take out one, you're
to
taking out
see
4
people
of
at
them,
this
but
level
that
play
makes
some
sense
of
with
those,
having 2 of them.
less popular decks at
Alrighty,
this,
well, let's rock and roll. Take a look at this opening hand. I mean,
at this level or whatever.
just need
It's
some white
fantastic.
mana on that side of things, but otherwise that hand looks
me a
pretty
second.
good there for Yuma. But it is, of course, Kenji Tamura on the play, so Shadow Skull, the Hammer Paws, down on the battlefield first.
Yeah, keeping a land light hand against the land destruction deck always feels a little risky, but a couple lands off the top here for Yuma has to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yep, and blue source as well to get Rafine down. There is a Field of Ruin in hand here for Kenji, so I wonder if he's going to go that route and just try and prevent that 1-2 punch of Tenacious Underdog into Rafine's Scheming Seer.
Yeah, really interesting. I really like the Celestis here. There's only the one copy of this because it is legendary. You don't want to draw too many. But getting that card down right away is just so powerful.
Pod
to
racing
ramp
stream
from 3
when?
to 5. Let's say
After
from
we
Burn Down
get
the House, Kenji wants
affiliate.
to go
Once we
that
get our
route,
purple
or
check
just
mark, we can do
the day to night
variety
where
streams.
you can just
But I need
pass
to keep my
the turn with
average
this
viewer
Izzet deck,
rate
gain a little bit of life,
as high as I
sculpt your
can,
hand,
which
throughout
means we
the
have to do
entire game.
like the magic stuff.
Yeah, so we don't see a Fading Hope here on the Tenacious Underdog. It's going to get the counter from Rafine, who is going to chuck Denick into the graveyard. But you know what? These toughnesses, they're not over 5, Corey.
Yeah, they really aren't. So I think the house is
Got
coming
'em.
down here because this is going to be a nice burn down the
baby,
house.
burn. Very nice indeed.
This
Also
going
2 for 1
burn
there for
out,
Kenji, so he's going to be
burn,
happy with that.
baby,
And
burn.
still a handful of action. Expressive Iteration, Fading Hope, Memory Deluge, and a Shadow Skull smashing if he needs to kill some more stuff.
When you're out of
on the
coffee
battlefield.
and you're like,
On
I
that
need
side of
every
things,
drop,
also
even off my
still
lips.
looking pretty good here. There's a Wandering Emperor waiting to just jump out at instant speed. We got the Tenacious Underdog going, and that Vanishing Verse, which can take
Seems
care
like a
of
balanced
the
meta.
single-colored threats.
Yeah, absolutely. With a counter spell being
Eldering
held up
hit
here
hard,
as well,
didn't it?
or Vanishing Verse.
It wasn't
nice
good for my
turn.
numbers,
See if Kenji wants
but I did
to
really enjoy playing
maybe
it.
just pass
And I wish I made Eldering content on YouTube because it gets millions of views compared to my
Without any
thousands.
lands,
You know what I mean?
That's
Like,
usually the tall tale sign. Whenever I'm playing it as a deck, is like if I don't have a land to play and I have an expressive iteration, you usually start there. But that's definitely not the case for every Izzet deck.
just as rare seeing a red march in hand.
I mean, there could also
I
be
got you.
a consideration here
Got
for
you.
Kenji to just let it go tonight, draw a card, discard. But looks like we're going to go paying 3 life for the Shadow Skull Hammer Pass, get that down on the battlefield, and do nothing, perhaps?
Yeah,
Let's see here.
nice.
It's nighttime.
A really nice
not
there.
affiliate
Now
yet.
Kenji has a couple
Sad.
options. You can either
We're doing good
play
today. We have
every
90
lose
viewers live
or
on
big
Twitch,
score, and then
which is
have
over the
mana
75
up
that I
so that you
need.
can play around, make disappear as long as you
And
don't pay the casualty
on
cost.
YouTube, we have 100. Oh, down to
Into one of
88
your
actually.
4-drops if you're not trying to play around
So
it.
Twitch Gang is
So we'll see
winning.
what Kenji tries to do.
The Twitch
This
Gang
of
is
course, open
winning.
Deck list, so we know that there is some make disappears as well as other disruption, but decides to go for the Field of Ruin to take out blue.
Nice. Dabba-dee-da-ba-da. There we go. Blue no longer on the
Dabba-dee-da-ba-da.
battlefield. Field of Ruin's going to take care of that. And this is in the draw step, so unless there's an instant that Yuma wants to cast,
Yeah, I'm at average of 64 viewers, and we need an average of
Great
75.
job there, recognizing that there is no blue basics, there's no islands, so if
Right.
there's not one in hand, that would
This weekend
cut,
will really help.
Yuma off of it. We do see this pathway coming down to change that.
Yeah. And with this Rafine coming out, that also shuts off the make disappear, so he's free and clear to interact with this board however he chooses.
Twitch Gang was losing earlier. They're winning now, though.
Kenji deciding if he wants to fire off the big score now to maybe have some way to interact with Rafine. Realizes that there's no real counter spell for it, but you could get Flame Blast Bolt right now, so Kenji decides to do this immediately.
New follower, Tenub. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Hello, my friend. How are you? Alrighty.
You guys can watch wherever you
Anytime we
want.
see a
It's
land,
okay. It's
Yeah,
totally okay.
anytime
I
we
mean,
see
I
a land
appreciate the
destruction
help,
spell,
but if
we
you
are
prefer
just
YouTube,
full
that's
overjoyed.
totally
We're like,
okay.
yes, he's doing it.
That's why I'm on both,
Promise,
right?
We're
I
both
got you.
sensible adults.
I got you,
we're just
chat.
Big kids in adult suits.
It's a big drop.
Oh, hey, Lear. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty nice. All right.
I've got
Plenty
Disco
of
Inferno
options here.
stuck in my
Corey,
head now.
Talk us through this.
Yeah, so starting off with that expressive iteration, trying to just still kind of make sure you hit your land drops, while Kenji simultaneously is putting a bunch of cards into his graveyard so that when Lear does hit, you can protect it a little bit. You can, even if it were to get destroyed by something like with a Vanishing Verse, at least in response, you could play a couple spells or Fading Hope it back. So we'll see if Kenji just still wants to go as aggressive as possible with lands, or if it's time, or destroying lands, or if it's time to
I don't think this is
just
going to
really
work.
dig
Looks
for
like Esper is
another
going to
burn
get
down the
him.
house
I
or
feel
some
like
other way to deal with these creatures, because this battlefield mixed with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant
Gravity.
is still very threatening.
9.8
Yeah, that card is
meters
spooping me out a little bit.
per
so I
second
would
squared.
like to see this Field of Ruin, possibly in response, if it is activated, to take out that Hive of the Eye Tyrant. But yeah, he's just got to be a little
Isn't it like
careful here because the life
9.82
total is dwindling.
something?
Celestis
It's not a
doing
clean
decent
9.8, is
job
it?
Of keeping it.
And is
taking
that
over
even
just a
right?
Tiny bit.
For some reason, that's
Yeah,
just
there's a 3-2 and a 1-4
is
on the
burned
other
in
side
my
of the
head as
battlefield
like
that could get chunkier.
Yep, and there was
What's the
also an
gravity
option to deal
constant?
with Hive so that like Tenacious Underdog couldn't be blitzed back immediately, but realizing that it's a little more important to interact during combat with Rafine triggering.
yeah, it
here.
is 9.8.
So
See, I'm
Rafine
smart.
Going to get sent on
It's in my
his
brain from somewhere.
merry way, paying the 1 to get around the ward.
And most of the
Did
time,
it fall and times it by its
and
mass?
most of the time,
Stuff like that.
Most of the time, Fading Hope on one of these creatures that's so powerful like Rafine is not the biggest deal because, well, post-combat, you just replay it. Not if you don't have any islands after they got blown up. So Fading Hope kind of acting as a removal.
I think it's actually
spell
9.8.
here, which is
It's 9.8
really
for sure.
impressive.
Oh, it's so nice. I love this. Another expressive iteration along with that Field of Ruin that was left on top there. So now my question is, when do we start blowing stuff up? And Kenji is taunting us. It's just saying here, teasing us with this card. Come on, do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
And Cleansing Wildfire, unlike Field of Ruin, can hit basics as well. Something Field of Ruin cannot do, so decides
These
to go for the
nuts.
drop instead of the high.
Yeah, they're heavy.
Storm
These
Giants.
they're giant.
Drawn there off Kenji.
Kenji going to second main there to see if Yuma wanted to use that mana that was floating. And we'll see if we just want to blow up more lands or eventually get this Leer down.
I mean, this has to be.
I like
Emperor
storms.
time, maybe? No. Okay.
Big storm
We're
fest.
still
Not
floating
yet,
it, so I
anyway.
bet
Oh,
we're
there we
still
go.
playing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Here it comes. Oh man, this is so silly. I love it. But this is still a very big threat. This
I
board
can't
still kind
believe
of
Kenji's coming
sucks
back
if,
here.
If I'm on Kenji's side of things,
Yes.
because we have seen two creatures just absolutely.
It is a good
wreck
mana rock because it draws and
another player,
discards,
so he's
which is
gonna have to
really
deal with
good with the Disciple.
Exactly. Kenji has done a great job of, cutting off the building
And it gains
blocks
life, which is not
from
bad
Yuma,
either.
But, you still have to deal with the cards on the battlefield. So if we find something like Burn Down the House to deal with the battlefield, and then all of a sudden Yuma's mana base is, frankly trash with all the, the blue and the black sources being destroyed, then it's going to be a little tougher. We do see the Burn Down the House in the graveyard. So at worst, we could go Leer, Burn Down the House. Leer is all of a sudden a 10 mana Wrath of God effect, which is not ideal. You would rather find it off this Memory Deluge, but if it destroys this many permanents, it's still a very strong
It's still
play.
worth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still
it also
definitely
takes out
worth
the Wandering
it. So.
Emperor. Yeah.
So we'll hang on to the treasures. There's a smoldering egg, but I kind of like that line that you just described because, I don't know what would kill him here. Well, basically, these creatures need to go away. Wandering Emperor needs
These
to go away.
creatures
So I
need to
don't
go
think
away.
he
Well,
has
you
very
expressive
many
iteration.
outs at this point, other than
Right.
Leer,
It looks
Disciple
at
of the
3.
Drowned into a Burn Down the House.
One thing I can see is maybe Smoldering.
I think
Egg,
it would be
start with
expressive
Spikefield
iteration.
Hazard on the Wandering Emperor to clear it out that way, and then cast enough spells. I guess
Wow.
you could do this. Then you cast Memory Deluge to flip it immediately.
Auto flip.
And then Spikefield Hazard will deal.
Okay,
2
I can get
damage
behind
to
that. I can
something,
get behind
and
that.
then the
I can
1
get behind
damage
that.
From Spikefield Hazard.
And then you get your
can
field
go
wipe.
at Wandering Emperor. So yeah, this kind of does it. Kind of does do it. Excuse me.
Does it?
Does it? I like
Does,
that more. It's totally fine.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, so Ashmouth Dragon
Okay.
flipped.
This is a really nice back and forth match here.
Presence on Kenji's side of things. So now,
Kenji's
Gutchill
popping
on
off.
the other side of the battlefield. Flame Blast Bolt takes care of Tenacious Underdog. That's an exile effect.
Wow.
And we take care of the other tokens. So mission accomplished.
That's a good line.
And I have a
Yeah,
vote.
definitely.
Good
Yeah,
job,
I
Kenji.
guess that was a better burn down the house because it only burned down your opponent's house there and kept the Ashmouth. And now look at this. Like, what do? You just go
That was
Vanishing
good.
Verse, and then you get to play nothing else on Ashmouth. This is what
was
Kenji
really
was
good.
setting up this whole game, destroying all these lands, taking as much damage, using his life total as a resource, and then all of a sudden, once he gets to this spot, Yuma has to choose between dealing with the threat that's immediately killing him or
So many
progressing the
lands.
battlefield and hoping Kenji has no more gas in the tank after drawing, 3 cards a turn or whatever with Memory Deluge. Well
Oh
played.
my lord.
How about all the gas all the time? As now the graveyard becomes a second-hand courtesy of Leer, Disciple of the Drowned.
Give me my
Got a couple
points.
basics to come fetch, so no worries there whatsoever. 2 mana up to do some more stuff.
Looks like
Cleansing
Kenji's
Wildfire
gonna
to just
win.
blow up some more lands.
Yeah.
And if there was an advantage bar, I would say, yeah, Kenji's
Yeah, we might
on
call
fire
it.
right now.
Yeah, but
Degenerate
any Yuma
gang
fans
gang.
out there, have no fear. Yuma's had an
All
insane
right, we're gonna call it.
season already, and
So are they.
in the #1 spot here for challengers. So still got plenty of room for that.
Yes, he does. So, all to play for this weekend. Kenji Tsamura picking up another impressive victory with his land destruction deck. I love to see it. That was just glorious. We didn't get too much of it in game number 2, but he can't win them all, and he can't blow up all the lands because that would just be mean. Corey, any last thoughts on that game?
Well, it's hard to, pick a favorite as a caster. We gotta, make sure we're going for everyone. But come on, that deck looked awesome from
That was
Kenji. I
sweet.
really want to see more of it. And it's just really well positioned if it has a good matchup against all these mid-range decks that are maybe lacking in basics a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I am looking forward to seeing how well this deck does do. But we got to get to our next feature match, so let's hear more about it from Maria and Cedric.
Let's go.
Coming up next, we've got Tristan Wild LaRue versus Toralf Zeverin.
Tristan Weil LaRue is playing Jeskai Storm, looking to put together Goldspan Dragon, Leader, Disciple of the Drowned, and a very large Show of Confidence to attack for a ton of damage. For Thorol Severin, looking to do the exact same thing. It's Goldspan Dragon, it's Lear, it's Show of Confidence, it's a mirror match. I can't wait to see.
All right, we've got a Storm coming up next. Grab your umbrella.
Tristan. I can't predict on my own.com, which makes me sad. I want to participate with you guys. I want to play with chat. Yeah? What do you guys think? Thorolf? Tristan? I like Thorolf because it sounds like Torloff a little bit. The red creature. You know what I mean? And I like that. So how does it work? Once you submit your decks for the event, are you not allowed to make changes? Yeah, there's no changes once you submit that list. That's locked in. And then your lists get published, and everybody looks at everybody's lists and, you know, figures out how they want to interact with those other lists, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I think all tournaments work in that fashion. 420 points for Thorolf. Thorolf. I don't know how to say that guy's name correctly. Or really anything. New follower, Shibla 7. Thank you so much. Bruh. Lady bruh. In between bruh. Hope you're having a magical day regardless. Thank you so much. You can find the deck lists here. Sorry, I know it's gonna mess it up, but looking for the deck. You can find the list here. Put a link in chat there for you. Once they start beaking off again, I'm gonna duck out, grab a new water. I'll be right back, just in case you're wondering where the streamer has disappeared to. This is a very long weekend, and it's going to be important for me to take care of myself through these hours and hours and hours. Because I remember last time I was freaking dead. You know what I mean? Like I could not even live. So we will be going to grab a water in just a second. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I love you all. Hope you're having a magical day. Let's
Welcome
go.
back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship alongside Corey Baumeister. And I hope you've checked your weather forecast because there's a Jeskai Storm coming, Corey.
Storm
Wild mirror match. Not exactly what they were planning on playing all day.
You've got about 2.5 minutes to get your predictions
really
in.
Geared their deck towards, but you know
Win
what?
yourself some
Sometimes
challenge points, and then maybe you can save up enough to challenge
Thorol
me
Severin versus
directly.
Tristan Wild LaRue,
Choose what deck I
both
play.
on
There's lots of
Jeskai
different
Storm.
things.
Now this is
Looking at redoing those as well.
Indeed,
So
another one that we are
get
going
some
to
cool
see
things you don't even know
Goldspan
about
Dragon
yet.
absolutely shine.
All right, chat. I'll be right back. Enjoy the match.
Talk us through this deck quickly as these players get settled in, and we take a look at the opening hands here, Corey.
Yeah, we've seen Goldspan Dragon do a lot of work, you know, since its time in Standard, but I've never seen a more confident Goldspan Dragon than in this deck. You're going to see Show Confidence on Goldspan Dragon after casting a couple of spells, and each spell not only gives it a +1/+1 counter, but that also gives you an additional treasure. So it's just adding a ton of mana, and you can win the game all in one turn and all as soon as turn 5 for either of these players.
It's quite disgusting, I will say. I've seen this deck in action, and it is absolutely nutty what this deck can get up to. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players go up against each other here, how they approach this mirror matches. We'll see Expressive Iteration first here from Tristan, and he'll go digging for some cards and see if he can find anything useful for his following turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Tristan that is in second place in this Challenger leaderboard here to make it to the World Championship. So a great year so far, and looking to have one good last finish to solidify a spot at the World Championship.
Yeah, man, that's going to be such a big thing on each player's mind this weekend. I mean, how do you not think about the World Championship as you're playing in these matchups?
I know. It's so hard to distance yourself from the stakes that are at hand. I mean, that really is what separates a really good player from a great player that kind of doesn't get, taken over by such a big moment. Something I still got to work on. Every time I'm playing a match that matters for something, I'm like, oh my God, I can't screw up now. There's so much on the line,
Yeah. So plenty to play for here as we see both players kind of just feeling each other out here. 2 unexpected windfalls in hand for Tristan, so things looking quite good indeed in terms of setting up for those big, crazy turns that we expect to see from a deck of this caliber, as we're going to see unexpected windfall, chucking that Sajiri Shelter. Now let's go digging and try and find the big old dragon.
Yep, and the main reason why we see that done at upkeep is if you unexpected windfall and get it Jwari Disruption, that's already bad. But if you wait till Torov plays land number 4, then Torov can go unexpected windfall of his own and then find a Jwari Disruption, and that's just a nightmare scenario. So doing it at upkeep there is a very heads-up play.
Smart stuff indeed, as Stormcarved Coast is found there as land number 4. Off of the expressive iteration, and we see the other iteration in hand of galvanic iteration. So yeah, things could get a little crazy very quickly here. So far, no fireworks, but just you wait, everybody. Just you wait.
Yeah, and now we're going to see a line that we saw a lot from Izzet decks in the past, being able to go galvanic iteration into unexpected windfall, which will gain you 4 cards. It'll gain you 4 treasures just for, the cost of 6 mana. Then you pair it with Goldspan Dragon, all of a sudden, you have a lot of mana. I'll say that.
What dragon doesn't like treasure? Come on.
Exactly. And Tauros Severin, no stranger to big mana either, ended up taking down a Mythic Championship with Tron, for any Tron lovers in the chat.
I just know Tron is that movie with the trippy lights, so. Ooh, unexpected windfall, galvanic iteration, so double the advantage, but only having to chuck 1 card. That is gross. There's a gold span. Tristan is going to go absolutely freaking ham this turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's
Tristan
go.
just was looking at, they're both resolve, and Torov's just shaking his head yeah, unfortunately, they do. So now we're going to see those treasures go get a little upgrade. Instead of adding 1 mana, they are adding 2. And now we're going to see Lear come into play. And what Lear does with Goldspan Dragon in this deck is unexpected windfall is now free. So every unexpected windfall you have in your graveyard just gets to cycle through your deck, and you get to continue to cast these cards over and over and over. And with 6 mana available, you can actually cast Galvanic Iteration from the graveyard for 2 instead of 3, since Lear kind of gives you that option to play it on its front half instead of its flashback side. And just make 4 more treasures, see what you find with 4 more cards, and it's gonna be Tristan's games to lose here.
Gosh, and with that resolving too, it lets that Sajiri Shelter be an option again, so that March of Swirling Mist or the Fading Hope that Tauros Severin could possibly use to stop the shenanigans about to ensue. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, but you're just gonna have to take a ton of damage here.
And here we're going to see the kind of cool double-sidedness of Spikefield Hazard in this deck. For 1 mana, it adds a mana when you have Goldspan Dragon by targeting it. So 1 mana, get 2 mana. And then it's also just a very good removal spell at killing Luminarch Aspirants, at killing Kaito Shizuki after it's ticked down to make a ninja. It's got a lot of applications outside of helping with the combo piece from this Jeskai Dragon deck.
Man, and this, I've just noticed that we have a Fading Hope here for Tauros Severin, but there is also an Ottawara Soaring City as a second way to deal with this dragon, but unfortunately doesn't have a legend out at the moment to make it cheaper and send it back to hand. So, yeah, I think Tristan's not too fussed about this. He's just like, cool, I'll have some extra treasures, thanks.
And you see a Guard Approach is another card that protects. You have Sajiri Step from the yard that then is just free to play. This is an Izzet deck. When they have that, that's about it. Yeah, they both know this deck upside down, left and right, and know that, yeah, I'm not winning from this situation.
All right, so knowing exactly what you're playing against is what you're playing. What the heck did these players do in sideboard? All the counter spells?
Yeah, it's really tough. The one card that is probably the best card against these Dragon decks is Disdainful Stroke, so I think that's going to be an auto-include here. This is, one of the main reasons why these mid-range decks that also play blue, the Grixis decks, the Esper mid-ranges, why they probably think they have a decent matchup against this deck, because they get to bring in a card like Disdainful Stroke that not only deals with all of your threats, Goldspan Dragon and Leer, but also is just a clean 2-for-1 up against Unexpected Windfall and Big Score, considering they have to discard a card to play it. So it ends up being an extremely strong card. You're also going to see a Test of Talents, Negates, Spell Pierce, anything that interacts with Unexpected Windfall and Big Score is going to come in immediately, because that is really the card that, turns a normal, fair game into something really crazy when paired with Goldspan Dragon.
I want to ask you, Corey, you're talking about all these counter spells and whatnot, but there's a good old Nombo in this deck, isn't it? With Leer, Disciple of Drown. So I see Torolf is taking all but 1 out so far. But on the other side of things, Tristan is still happy with 3 in there. Tell me about that.
Exactly. While it is kind of a Nombo, this isn't your traditional Leer deck where you just see, I'm going to win the game with the value that Leer gives. Leer is actually a combo piece, so you want to protect Leer with counter spells until Leer hits the stack. And then it doesn't really matter as much, because from there, you should theoretically win the game. So these counter spells are just to stop the nonsense of Big Score, Unexpected Windfall, and to force through your own Big Scores and Unexpected Windfalls. You're going to hear me saying those cards a lot, because that's really what this deck is centered around, just because of how well it synergizes with the rest of the deck.
For sure. So both players ready to rock and roll. Let's jump into game number 2 here. Tristan Wild LaRue versus Torolf Severin. Take a look here at the opening hands and see if Torolf can get something going here a little quicker. Is happy with this. He's a Voltage Surge, 2 Spyfield Hazards, the Shelter, which is likely just going to be land number 3 at this point, and a Thirst for Knowledge.
Yeah, Thirst for Knowledge, a flashback of a card that we definitely saw in Magic's history quite a while ago that has made its way back to Standard. Got a soft spot in my heart for sure. I loved playing with some Thirst for Knowledge.
Oh, the big lobsters in Hellbreaker Horror. Gonna be hanging out here with Torolf. Be a while till we get that down, unless we see a couple of Unexpected Windfalls and Big Scores, as we're gonna Thirst for Knowledge in response to this Expressive Iteration, just so that there's no counter spell shenanigans, as we see that Spell Pierce hanging out there for Tristan.
Yeah, really heads up play from Torolf, because, well, the Spell Pierce was there, and Expressive Iteration is either going to find a land, or Tristan's going to just play a land from hand, and then that play wouldn't have been, a successful play. I'm sure it would have ate up a Spell Pierce for sure, so really heads up play from Torolf.
So this matchup has kind of shifted into more of a control matchup, right? So we'd expect to see both players just waiting for the other one to budge, and then take their opportunity to strike.
Yeah, games will really slow down here. And honestly, with this Dragon deck, that's kind of how it approaches a lot of the matchups. It's either slowing down to be a little bit more controlling, or it's slowing down to a little bit more controlling as in counter spells, or it slows down to be a lot more removal focused against decks like Runes, or let's say White Weenie, any of those kind of really aggressive decks. And the only matchup I would say that it really stays as fast as possible is when it's on the play against Runes, because that is kind of the reason to play this Jeskai deck, is to just go way over the top of it.
There's an accident in slow motion about to occur here, as Big Score on the stack discards a card and gets Spell Pierced. Punished. Oh, that feels bad.
It feels really bad, and I'm looking at Tristan's list right now, and there is only one card in the 75 that could have countered that.
For Joffrey.
So Torolf, made a decision like
That's
you
funny.
can't have the one of, right?
Yeah, surely you don't. Oh, he sure did.
Yep,
so one card down, actually 2 cards down now, and nothing to show for it. No treasures, no fun stuff, no dragon, no nothing. And Tristan, he's gonna be quite happy with that, as Expressive Iteration on the stack once more, digs 3 cards deeper, finds land number 5, hopefully for his sake. But yeah, things are looking pretty good there for the American.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's definitely the area you want to be in in this style of game is something where you can say go and have some card advantage and ideally have a little disruption as well. You know, if Tristan had Disdainful Stroke and Behold, you know, that's something you are really looking for, to have that versatility to counter something, or if they don't go for something big, be able to draw some cards. But just having Behold and Unexpected Windfall here is plenty fine.
Oh man, Jawari Disruption into a big score or Behold the Multiverse. That's pretty gross, but also playing around the Jawari Disruption that he potentially thinks could be at hand here.
Hullbreaker
for
or
Torolf,
Horror
so
might just win the
not
game
getting
though, right?
super greedy, not going for that big score or the windfall just yet. Is happy to just scry 2 and draw 2 cards. Sure, let's do it twice. Why not?
Yeah, Tristan has played these last few turns pretty conservatively. There was a turn where Tristan could have just, you know, added
The American, huh?
end step, tapped out to Behold, but that would have ran right into a Jawari Disruption. And, you know, I think at the time Torolf didn't actually have it, but it is still playing around those cards to make sure you get full value on your cards. Now, this Hullbreaker Horror might kind of throw a wrench into this plan for Tristan.
For sure. A couple good draws there, Test of Talents being one of them, but Goldspan Dragon is being called upon right now to start doing some dumb stuff.
Here we go.
Let's see what you have in store for us, Mr. Goldie. 4 points of damage, first and foremost, and a treasure that taps for 2. And if there is any interaction from Torolf's side of things, like a Voltage Surge, once there's a artifact to sack and do the 4 damage to, well, yeah, he's just gonna make some more treasures there.
And this is a scenario where if Tristan for sure knew that there was no disruption in Torolf's hand, this is game. There is enough in Tristan's hand right now to win. Remember, all these unexpected windfalls and these big scores are free, you know, where you just get to cast them. And this is the point where you probably can discard Test of Talents, you know, or maybe just discard Expressive Iteration, because you're going to get that card from your graveyard with Lear.
Yeah.
And this is one of those turns where you can generate enough mana that you can win unless the right type of disruption is on Torolf's hand.
Here we're going to see the Unexpected Windfall, still keeping up that 1 mana to pay for Jawari Disruption, so very heads up by Tristan Wildlaroo as he keeps digging further and further down here into his library to find all of the key pieces he needs. There goes a second copy of the dragon. Don't need that. The Goldspan on the board is protected right now, so there's nothing Torolf can do but watch.
Exactly. Yep, it's protected so that you see a guard approach, not only protect Goldspan Dragon, but it netted 1 mana for Tristan, which then allowed him to play around Jawari Disruption. Each of these spells that's being cast, so really heads up play there from Tristan.
Yeah, and he's just gonna keep going. I mean, he's just having the best time of his life right now. He's like, yeah, a little bit of this, a little
Wake
bit
me
of
up
that.
before
Ooh,
you
some Thirst for
combo.
Discovery. That seems
Literally.
good. I mean, sure, why not? Go for it.
I feel my body
cards.
decaying
Do all the
while we
things.
wait.
Wow, this is some impressive work. I'm not gonna lie, this is the deck I think I probably played the most leading up to it. I just really like this style of Magic, and I'm learning just now that you can play Show of Confidence and keep that trigger on the stack, and then play spells, and then you still get the storm count for that. So, wow, impressive stuff.
Oh my goodness. I mean, only now has there been an opportunity to Jawari Disruption, but at this point, Torolf was just like, yeah, okay, do your thing. I'm going to attempt to cast a Hullbreaker Horror in the end step, but, you know, you might have something for that by the time you're done doing whatever the heck it is you're doing.
Oh, I don't think there'll be an end step, to be honest. I think this game is going to end right here. Right now we have all this mana. This Goldspan Dragon is going to be gigantic. And now really all we have to find is a way to win the game on the spot here. And as I'm looking at the list...
I don't know if he plays Kezel's Fury, honestly.
Yeah, Fury is what I usually see,
Only
or
I get to
Smoldering
play.
Egg usually gets it
No
done
doubt.
as well. Maybe just saying if I gain enough of an advantage, that's going to be good enough? Huh.
Well, I mean, with 13 treasures, just a casual 26 mana hanging out, the world is his oyster. He just mustn't, you know, deck himself accidentally.
Yeah, exactly.
So here comes Lear, Disciple of Drowned. This is going to switch off every single counter
Wow.
spell. So the world is Tristan Wild LaRue's oyster.
Holy
So we're going to
Toledo.
take a look at the graveyard here and see what other shenanigans we can get up to.
We're going to see plenty of cards available. You know, you can essentially make, you know, hundreds of mana here with Show Confidences in the yard.
Hundreds of mana.
And just really end the turn with, you know, probably close to around 100 mana. And, ooh, plays Unexpected Windfall here, which actually gives Tristan the opportunity to counter before Lear comes onto the battlefield.
Yeah.
Instead, if you wait for Lear, you know, yeah, that's going to be it.
That's all she wrote for that one. Tristan Wild LaRue just not giving Torolf Severin any leeway there. He's like, you're going to watch me play Magic. I hope you're cool with that, Torolf.
Was that the second game?
Yeah, pretty much. And there wasn't really too much Torolf could have done there. The draws didn't work out in either of the games, and Tristan just kind of made that one look easy, but that's kind of what these mirror matches are all about. It's not always about like, oh, I really, you know, I outplayed you here or something. It's you have the same cards, you really got to draw them in the right order, and Tristan definitely did that and played well to get there.
He sure did. We have one more match for you in this round, friends, so let's jump into Zachary Keeney versus Muhan Yu. Esper Midrange, the Boogeyman this weekend, versus Jeskai Storm. So you're all familiar with this one, friends. Let's see how Muhan Yu does with this deck. It is game number 2. Muhan Yu is up 1 at the moment, so let's take a look here at the opening hands and get game number 2 underway. Pretty good one here for Zachary Keeney. Has a turn 2 play, has a Spell Pierce, and has Rafine, the Scheming.
Scammed us.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see the deck that we just
You should have
saw,
just got them right there.
Combo off. Now have to be paired against a deck that's very disruptive. Not only can you have Duresses, which can, you know, put a wrench in Big Score and Unexpected Windfalls, but you know, you have
that's because it's just on our
Disdainful
other screen.
Stroke. You
I
have
understand why I don't see it.
actual removal that can deal with dragons in Infernal
Hate the wrong
Grasp
people.
and Vanishing Versus. So
Bro.
this is a matchup that I think a lot of the
Bro.
Esper players
You sure?
are pretty fine to play against because they do think they have
Can
the
I go
tools
back
to
in and
deal
do
with
it?
it.
Yeah, looking at that first hand there for Muhan Yu, it's a little bit
Free
not
subs for
great.
everyone
You know, you had your
cheated.
colors, you had expressive iterations, but that one
Oh,
gave me a little bit of
shit.
heart palpitations there. So sends
Got him.
and we're gonna kick things off here with Rafine's Tower and
Big
get
draw
this game
there.
underway.
Oh, my
With that blue
apologies.
source, because playing Sajiri Step is
Are you
really not
sure?
what you want. You really don't have any real white cards in this Jeskai deck. I know it is a Jeskai Storm deck, but Sajiri Step, Show of Confidence, you don't cast those unless you have a gold.
I could have swore Riley said
then
Torloff
creates,
won.
you know, the white
And I was
mana
like, I'm just
benefit. So
following what this
you
guy
really
says.
don't want to play-ins on your side of the battlefield.
My bad. My bad. My
Heck
bad. My
no.
bad. My bad. My bad.
Good decision there and a good draw as
Can I
well
see
as we get
details
things
in
underway.
reverse?
That Luminarch
No.
Aspirant was not long for this world.
Chat, I
Maybe
burned you.
Voltage Surge take care of it. So
I
a
just
second
burned you,
copy of
chat.
Rafine, not what Zachary Keeney wanted to see. On the other side of things, several
I'm
options
just
available
going to get
Muhan Yu. You
scammed.
could just
Bruh.
foretell, behold the multiverse, or
don't be
could
like
go
that.
expressive duration, but that
Be
isn't
like that.
usually
Just a
something we see
common
happen
mistake.
on turn 2.
Yeah, not really, unless you're really desperate. Probably going to see... Wow, okay, just guaranteeing that we can get land number 3.
My bad, bro.
This will kind of leave the door open for Rafine to hit the battlefield. Now, Torch Breath is a nice one that you have here, being able to
Hashtag
target a blue
unsubscribed.
card to make it cost 2 less. So it's a
Well, I'll do
shot
another
on
one. You don't
surface
have to
value, so
participate if you
play
don't want to.
3, you can break through it. And
Did anyone lose all of their
countered is
points?
a part of ward, so we saw that ward not really having to be paid. But the thing you don't want to see right after you just
You're gonna have to win them back.
is a second.
That's what you're gonna have to do, huh?
Yep, so the second one coming in handy there for Keeney, and has the Spell Pierce backup now to get rid of a spell once the ward has been cast, if there is another copy of,
Yeah.
you know, another removal spell in hand here. So let's see how Muhan Yu approaches this turn. What's he going to go for first?
Yeah, and this is
You guys
usually
don't
that
have
turn where
dyslexia?
you
Is
wanna
that
be
that's
playing
just
big
me?
score. You want to be playing Unexpected
You're lucky I
Windfall.
haven't gotten them all
And
wrong.
Zachary Keeney is like, I want you to be playing big score. I want you to be playing
You're
Unexpected
lucky
Windfall
I
with that
haven't
Spell
gotten
Pierce
them
in
all
hand.
wrong.
So that is just
This is gonna be a
such
speed round. You only
disadvantage.
get 2 minutes on this one, and it
Four
should be
mana
free
to get
win.
countered by a one
It
mana
should be
spell,
free win. You
but
know what I mean?
also getting 2 for 1.
Get your
in
points
that
back,
scenario is
chat.
pretty brutal.
This
So
one's, you
Spell
know.
Pierce being an excellent card in Standard these days.
Yeah. Certainly is.
What is this
So
trying
we'll
to
see
say?
Tenacious Underdog hit the battlefield alongside Rafine. There was an option to blitz it out, but values having the creature stick around. Here, the Spell Pierce is considering
I'm getting a red warning.
countering Behold the Multiverse. Shields are down for Muhan Yu, so leaving himself open to any removal spell basically at this point, as he can't protect the
It's just like a real casino. Even when you win, you
Giving us
lose.
a nice,
You know what I mean? I'm just giving you
kind
the
of lesson
authentic
in
experience.
Arena there by setting that stop at upkeep. That just
It's just
makes
an
sure it
authentic
doesn't give away
experience.
that, well, Zachary has nothing if you just go, so then
so
he's
there's
able
an
to put
error.
on full control. So just an expert play from someone who knows their way around a Magic card.
I like
I'll tell you
that. An authentic experience.
For sure. There's a land, thankfully, so another option there for Muhan Yu in terms of what shenanigans he wants to get done this turn, but unfortunately only the one red source, so Spikefield has a
prediction.
Voltage Surge or a Strangle are the options here. Now, does he want to get rid of this Tenacious Underdog? It
Who
can
wins?
just come
The
back from
house
graveyard.
always
Let's
wins.
cost.
I like that.
How do you navigate this turn?
Yeah, it's a tough one because you still just can't really deal.
You should know
with
better, chat. The
Rafine
house
in any
always wins.
meaningful way, so you're not really looking to deal with.
I'll let you win a couple times, get you
not
hooked,
to
and then the
Voltage
house wins.
Surge right away.
All right, so speed round, 1 minute.
Instead, trying to wait till after combat.
Yeah, so that gives Rafine an extra connive here.
There we go.
Or no, it doesn't see it as
Yeah,
attacking,
it doesn't
so
see
it's
it
just
once
one.
the ability goes. Yeah.
So going for the counter here, it's going to get rid of Amaria's Call. Rafine's Tower in hand can cycle something away. There's also the Frost of the Frost of the Cave Giant. Yes, that's not right. The Cave of the Frost Dragon. There we go. We'll get there. That can add to the attackers.
Hey, thanks for the
Right
tier 1
now,
there. Appreciate
not
that.
too much for Zachary. You know, being able to cycle.
Stoutitious?
This should give the red flag. Like, okay, it's time to cast this spell.
Stoutitious.
before another
Oh my
counter
gosh,
spell
Twitch time's
is
right. Thank you
spawned
so
here.
much. I appreciate you.
Perfect.
I hope you're having a
Go, go,
magical day.
Yes. Perfect card for Muhan Yu.
Oh, another big score drawn. Oh, and can cost it. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, and here's the scenario, and here's what you kind of have to think about when you're the Jeskai Storm deck, is like, do you really want to play all these big scores and unexpected windfalls when you have to get rid of treasure, or do you wait till your next turn to then
Like
play it
roulette
to
spread
gather
betting.
even
Yeah,
more
right? It's
treasures
totally
that
safe.
When you top deck Lear, so when you top deck Goldspan Dragon, it's a way over the top effect.
Yeah. Yeah, the patient discipline.
Double
play
your bet when
indeed,
you
whereas,
lose,
you know,
yeah.
on my team, I'm just like, yeah, no counter spells available.
Would
do
you
it.
like to dig it in even deeper, my
Cards,
friend?
give me- yes, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Cards.
That's what
talking
normal
of,
gamblers do anyways, isn't it?
We've got wedding announcement here alongside the Tenacious
Double
Underdog,
down,
which entered
baby.
the battlefield. So this is a pretty good board being built here for Zach.
Cheers, Sector. We'll see you in a little bit, bud. Don't get caught in the bubble trap, yo.
Effects, but I don't think we have burned down the house in this list.
Man's about to lose all his abilities, become a 1/1 frog.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. And this is really showing the power of these Esper decks.
Or that's
You know, we look at
Frogify, isn't it?
Zachary's
That's
hand
not Bubble
last turn,
Trap.
You just had one land and, you know, no
I
real
could
action.
find
in
a frog
hand.
in the shower,
but
too.
now you attack with Rafine, you draw a
Oh,
card
I need
for
to
the
find
turn,
some
all
lunch
of a
is what
sudden
I
you
need
get
to do.
double spell. And even if you didn't draw those spells, you still get to bring back Tenacious Underdog, so you always have something to do with your mana. And, oh yeah, we even have a backup where you can animate that cave if you don't have anything to do. So Esper is a deck that is always using its mana at a very high efficiency rate.
Here comes a Smoldering Egg, one of these pretty decent creatures that can just get in the way here and eventually flip over to become a very menacing threat indeed for this battlefield.
Your
that
mom's a
Zachary
bubble
has
trap.
So carefully curated. Spikefield Hazard
Got
and a
'em.
Fading Hope available to him, to Muhan Yu, to get rid of the
MST.
battlefield right now if you wanted to.
Yeah,
I just
absolutely.
am
Now it's
normally
just a decision,
tired.
how many treasures do you
Ugh.
want to actually use?
You know,
because
sometimes we go up,
Muhan Yu
other
has been
times we go
setting this
down.
Up very well by
It's
getting a bunch of
lunchtime. It's
treasures,
12:38.
So that whenever he draws
Thicksteaks.com.
Lear to be able to play it, now you're going to be able to just have the world at your fingertips and then flip Smoldering Egg
I would love just
and
a
then really
thick
deal with
steak.
everything here. So next turn should be an insane turn.
Baked potato.
Muhan Yu.
Yeah.
I am, yeah, from
Oh, yes,
rural
we're gonna see the
Alberta.
Smoldering Egg flip, but in
We're out
response
west.
to this attack, Rafine
Living on the
might
prairie.
be getting bounced here. Let's see what the target is for this Fading Hope. Oh yeah.
Got to get
Get
rid
out
of
of here,
another
buddy.
treasure there.
Nice. So no cards for you. Fading Hope gets a scry as Rafine is
Oh
3/6 or less. one more counter on the Smoldering Egg. So if we can get Lear down next turn and start casting some spells, we have a dragon online.
I need like a recording of myself
Steps from
so I can go
Rafine
lay
are
down,
gonna
have
be
a
really
nap,
important if you
and
can
I'll
find
still
a
be
way
in the
to
camera
deal
frame.
with either Lear or Smoldering Egg. And if not, it definitely could be trouble.
Yeah, it's a nice
See,
place to
Fading
live
Hope
for
on
sure.
top there. Or
I'm
excuse
in
me,
moose country, baby.
the draws don't
Yeah,
happen
there's a
if
couple
the
moose in my
target's
yard
not
the other day,
there.
actually.
So Rafine has a big sad about it, but we're gonna get another
Swamp
tenacious
donkeys,
underdog down on the
know what I mean?
battlefield. And now Zachary Keeney is just all systems go, you know, pedal to the metal. Let's do it. As Spikefield Hazard, cheeky, is going to exile the tenacious underdog because the spell says if it would die this turn, well, it's not in the graveyard. So that is a very heads up play there by me and
Saskatchewan?
Matthew.
Absolutely, and we left that Fading Hope on top. to
Saskatchewan.
protect
I mean,
Lear here.
you-
Now there's another Fading Hope in the
Your
yard.
phonetics
Hello,
are correct,
Magic
so I'm going to
Guard.
allow it. I knew this was pre-recorded.
Protect the Lear, protect the Smoldering Egg. You have two
Shit.
1-drops here,
The
so
moose are
you
disappearing
can
in
cast
my
one of them
state.
to flip the egg. Then all of a sudden
bro.
you have two blockers that are going to be able to step in front of these 3/2s.
I know, I just need to
You'll have
screenshot
two
myself.
4 toughness creatures that can
And then,
cleanly
like,
block.
I'll
And then
get,
you
like, some
also just have
generic
Fading Hope to
sounds
bounce
on
Lear
loop. Oh,
if
nice play.
A Vanishing versus Found or something.
You know what I
like
mean?
that.
Oh, the Battle of Alberta.
Strangle
Well,
being called on to take care
mean,
of one of these copies of Tenacious Underdog.
to be honest, it's
That
like, who
one can
cares,
come
but
back. But now,
I'm closer
I
to
said all systems
Edmonton.
Go. It's now the other way around. As
In
Moonhand, who
2006,
has an
I cheered
Ashmouth
for
Dragon
Edmonton.
and spells
But,
to trigger it as well. So Tenacious Underdog dealing
I heard in
2
Canada
damage
they eat
out for its
children.
Blitz cost. Here it comes one more time. Let's just shove
Only if it gets
and
too
try and get
cold
this
out.
game over and done with because, yeah, active Lear, Ashmouth Dragon, danger.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty telltale.
Lizards in your
telling sign for anybody
backyard? Dang,
watching the
yo.
broadcast right now. If Muhan Yu is attacking, it's probably
I'm
very
not
good
comfortable
for
with,
Muhan
like,
Yu, I'll tell you that.
reptiles,
So that
if I'm being
confidence in
honest.
showing that, like, you have so many
Oh, yeah.
spells available, things are really going his way.
For sure. And
Just Canadian
is there
Sith.
any lifelinkers or anything in this deck? You know, obscure interceptor
The
type
callback.
effect,
I love it.
But there's a Lisa on the sideboard for Keeney, but I don't know if we're gonna see it. That Wandering
Yeah.
Emperor is a big draw.
Holy
I don't know if
Toledo
we're
is
gonna get another turn,
easy
though,
peasy,
honestly.
lemon squeezy. We'll just get like a this
We only need
soundboard
3
that loops
spells
itself
here, you know,
randomly.
that is probably going to be okay to find here.
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit close.
Yeah, I've
but
not watched any of the games.
Yeah.
Even though they're doing well,
done
it's just
there,
like I
so
don't care.
He's like Muhan Yu, Jeskai Storm getting it done with the baby
Woof.
dragon in the deck, but a very convincing victory.
All right, chat.
And these Jeskai Storm players might be onto something, Corey.
Who
These
won?
Expert guys they're
Who won, chat?
Oh yeah, I mean we've seen a
Who
lot
won?
of
I'm
these
gonna
instant
press the wrong
decks,
button
in the
again.
Past couple standards be really powerful. Even with taking away, you know, maybe the most powerful card, Alrund's Epiphany, there's still a very good shell around these
I
cards.
honestly don't know who
Expressive
won.
Iteration is one of the
I'm
best
so tired
card draw
today.
spells we have ever seen, and
Chat.
all of these unexpected windfalls and big scores set up
Chat.
Dragon
Who
so
won
well.
that game?
So it's really a recipe for
You make me listen to the
success
commentary?
for these Izzet strategies to still be competitive.
I look forward to see how they do against the other decks in the tournament this weekend. Still plenty of rounds to go, and when we come back after the break, be at the desk and round 3.
Nothelpful.com. www.nothelpful.com. Coffee brand coffee. Man, I probably need to eat some food is the thing. I got you, HCG. Did you do it, Killer? You did it. Oh, bro. My bro. Yes. And then I will do this. See? Teamwork. We did it. And then what's the next one? We needed to get that set up too. Are you able to set it up, Killer? It's just / predictions in chat. If you can do that, Lord be praised. Oh, that would be cool. Oh, now he gives it to the right people. That's because it wasn't on me. That was we actually had our mods step up. They're like, I can't let the streamer embarrass us again. I gotta do it for him, right? Everything is a .com now. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I want to go to Banff. I've been to Banff a couple times. It is beautiful. Jasper's a little bit more accessible for me personally, but it's all nice, right? I love the mountains. Big mountain fan. Yep. Pizza's got a screenshot for me. And that's like a clip. Who won? Chat, who won? It's like probably right in my face on this other screen, and I'm like asking who won or what. Man, I just like don't have the attention today. Like, I was up super late last night. I won an absolute bender, you guys. I got wild. Cleaned the entire house. I know you thought I was partying or something. No, I just got into this like cleaning mode.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to
my
coverage
entire
of the new
place
Capenna
is
Championship.
spotless. Literally, all I have to do is
hanging
wash
out
the
with you
floors
here. Well, if you're at
and
home
hang up my
and
laundry.
you're watching all of this action,
I got it all
and you're
done.
like,
It's like,
hey,
we got a busy weekend.
I want to do that. I want to
I
play
need
Magic
to
at the
take care of this
highest
stuff
level. Well,
right
the
now,
great
or it's gonna-
news
it's
is
gonna
there's
pile
now
up, right?
more
Dishes and
ways
stuff, 'cause I'm
than
not
ever to
gonna have a lot
qualify
of free
to
time,
play
so.
in Magic's biggest tournaments. Marshall is here with more details.
Right? It was a cleaning party. Hashtag trickja. Trickja.
Now there are more paths than ever for you to qualify to
paths
Magic's
than
biggest
ever.
events. Tabletop Magic is back with the return of the Pro Tour. Start with the regional championship qualifiers to prove your skill at your local scene. At the regional
I don't
championship, compete
Easy.
for the title of regional champion and a chance to go to one of Magic's
Not
most
ever.
prestigious events, the Pro Tour. Compete
mean, well,
for
actually, every day I party with
$500,000
you
in
guys.
prize money at each of the Pro Tour events. You can also test your skills on one of the digital
Yeah, Jasper's
paths.
probably a little bit cheaper
On
than
MTG
Mav.
Arena,
Still
begin with
incredibly
ranked
expensive,
ladder
but-
and play-in events and earn your spot to a qualifier weekend. Success at a qualifier weekend can punch your ticket to the Pro Tour and earn you a spot at the Arena Championship. Or you can play on Magic
That's what I thought
Online
too when I
and earn a
finished
seat at
It
the
Killer.
Pro
I was
Tour
like,
through
man,
the
I
showcase
did spring
qualifiers and
cleaning. That's what
opens.
that was.
No matter which path you take, once you're at the Pro Tour, you're competing for prestige, a slice of Magic history, and a seat at the biggest event of all, the Magic World Championship. Choose
need to
your
find
path,
lunch, though.
and we'll see you on the battlefield.
And of course, the World Championship is where every Magic player wants to end up. And this
Right?
weekend,
That's
we
how I
are
feel. That's how
sending
clean it is. It's like,
19
this place
players
is,
there to potentially
move
achieve
out right
their
now.
greatest Magic dream. The MPL and Rivals League players, of course, want to get there just as badly as anybody else. And we asked them what it would mean to them to make it to the World Championship. Here's what they said.
I guess it is kind of break time for the most part as far as the matches go.
Winning the World Championship would be great.
Oh, I love how they put him in the land.
Achievement
Nice
for me.
guys.
I know this is the last championship of the MPL area, but for me it really comes down to the World Championship.
I'm still lost. Oh.
Winning or even playing World Championship would be an awesome addition.
Have more value than your opponent.
Even to qualify is a feat in and of itself. Very few people, even pro players, veteran, never get to do.
So to prove myself at the highest stage would be amazing. And of course, to bring the trophy back to the Netherlands.
The thing I would be looking towards the most would be getting to have a card with my likeness printed.
Such a cool, unique, lasting prize. There's really nothing else out there anywhere like that.
I have sort of an emotional attachment to the World Championship way back in 2013.
How can I not wrap my head
I found
around
myself
this?
in
It's the same thing.
finals, but from there, sort of the wheels fell off and I lost the 3 matches to finish a runner-up.
毎年一人しか生まれない世界選手権優勝者、彼らにしか見えなかった景色があると思う。
Especially if you're watching these events and stuff and like
I won it 2 years ago.
you're gonna be
biggest
better.
win of my career. It will probably
Unless
be
you're
the
just, like, not
biggest
paying attention
accomplishment
like
I'll
me.
ever have.
I didn't do very well, so it would be awesome to be able to get my redemption.
I would love to get back to Worlds and
Reed
just
is
take
such a
another
rock
crack
star.
at it.
This is almost certainly the best chance I will ever have.
Worlds is still that one thing I'm left chasing.
I just don't know if I'm going to be able to play in a tournament like this again. So it would be a cool way of going out on top.
I'm already hyped for the World Championship. Just all of the talk we're doing about this weekend, I'm like, let's go, let's go. I suppose sending 19 people there is exciting in and of itself.
I need a nap.
Well, to do that, we've got to play some more Magic. What do you say? Let's take a look at our next feature match here. Coming up for round number 3, we've got David Inglis versus Shota Yasaoka. Let's meet our 2 players here. This is a Just Guys Storm versus
Feeling like I'm
Jund
getting sick.
mid-range matchup. David Inglis might know him better as Tam.
Taylor, can you do this? Walter, can you do
there
this?
on Arena and on MTGO, 69%
Flash
standard
prediction
win
in chat.
rate. started off 4th in the league in the race for the World Championship. You heard him there on the video, how much it would mean to him to make it there. Here's a look at Shota Yasuoka, 9 top finishes. First Shota, one of the greatest players in the game, Hall of Famer, 2006 Player of the Year, 2-time Pro Tour winner. Shota also plays Magic extremely quickly whenever I watch him.
Tournament.
I just feel dumb. Let's take a look at the deck list though, Cedric, and talk to me about this matchup.
Well, you know, at least you're honest, I suppose. He does play very fast, though. David English, Jeskai Storm is where we'll start. Then we'll get to the Speedster. This is a deck that we just watched a little
I think it's
bit
a
ago.
good blend.
Look, the plan here is Goldspan Dragon, Lear, big time show of confidence. You're basically kind of just an is it control mid-range style deck. You can win with Goldspan Dragon and Lear, but you'd like to show some confidence and have a big hyper combo finish, some good sideboard to be able to interact with opponents. But that's really kind of what's going on here. Notable that you're not going to see a ton of removal in a deck like this because you're trying to assemble the combo.
How's
which is
life on
notable in a
the
matchup here, like against Jund mid-range.
All right, I guess
very
I'll do
different
it.
from any Jund deck we've ever
You
really
guys
seen.
are gonna make
because
me
you
do
do
the
have creatures, you
predictions,
have
huh?
removal, but a much more token based approach given the Jenny phase, and then some creatures that you want to kill. I mean, you do want to kill Valky, you don't want to have
you got it?
show up. There's the value engine of Fable, the
Thanks,
Mirror Breaker,
killer.
which you'd like to kind of break up a little bit here. But
fucking
this is a
legend.
really weird looking deck given what we were expecting the metagame to be, you know, so much Esper and things like that. This is
All right,
kind
chat,
of
you
just
have
another
5 minutes
mid-range
if you're
deck. Maybe card quality
watching
is a
with
little
us
bit
on
lower,
Twitch.
but synergy is a little bit higher. It is worth noting that there is quite a bit of
I'll turn our boy down, Cedric. But you can vote with your channel points for either David or Shota. Who do you think will win?
Our feature matches all
You kind of participate with the judges here, right? While they're picking their players, you can pick your player as well. Earn some points, and we can play against each other, or you can pick a deck I play. There's some different options, and I am looking at adjusting some of those things, so you could get some cool points for maybe something that's not even announced yet on the list in the future, right? So, get in there, participate, have some fun.
For you, what about you, Ced?
Yasuoka here as well. Big shout to me for being able to read the graphic right this time. Pretty proud of myself personally, so I'm going to give myself a little 2-1 and potentially now a 3-1. Super pumped.
All right, I'm also going with Shota here. Workshop Warchief Siege Rhino 2.0. Let's go. Shota Yasuoka for the win. We've got round number 3 coming up on the way. Marshall and Paul are here with the call. Take it away, boys.
Take it away, boys. I'm going to look
Thanks,
for
Maria,
some
and welcome
lunch.
back to the booth here at the new Capenna Championship. Marshall Cycliffe with
Oh,
Paul Cheon.
they're not taking it away yet.
Setting up for round number 3 here. As we just looked over
Thought they were
at the news desk
into
there,
game
Paul, we've
mode.
got David
My bad. We'll wait a
Inglis
little bit
sitting
more.
down
We'll wait.
against
We'll wait.
Shota Yasuoka. Both of these players eyeballing that World Championship seat. There's a long way to go for these players, but they're still in contention very much.
Not a seafood
near
guy.
the top of the standings for where they need to be there. And we'll be keeping an eye on that, of course, as we work our way through both today, tomorrow, and even potentially Sunday as well. Matchups wise, where do you come in on this matchup here? This is Jeskai Storm versus Jund mid-range, but it's a little bit of a twist on Jund mid-range here from Shota.
I'll be right back. Just going to go find some lunch.
And both decks are slightly different than the ones that you're used to seeing. The particular version of Jeskai Storm that David Inglis's team has brought has a little more interaction, a little more removal than you typically see. And also Shota's deck. It's a very different deck than the other Jund mid-range decks. It's got a potentially more explosive start because you're playing Black Market Tycoon, right? That's a 2-mana 2/2. It's going to pump out a treasure every turn. However, it also has Jinnie Fay. So if you go turn 2 Black Market Tycoon into turn 3 Jinnie Fay, that is a lot of pressure that David Inglis is going to need to deal with while also trying to put together the pieces of his combo.
That's right. You know, Shota often will take lists that have the same name as other people in the tournament, but then play a bunch of different cards. And that's the case here as well. Their show of confidence off the top of the library here for David. Perhaps not the moment where he'd like to see that card. He's got Fading Hope, Fable, Goldspan Dragon, and now that show to go with an additional land.
Yeah, and I do also want to mention that David Inglis is on a mulligan to 5 here. Oof. He's casting a Fading Hope here for some tempo, needs to find land number 3 here to run out that Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but he is really working with limited resources.
As are you. Right now, we see the Black Market Tycoon get bounced right back to hand here from David as he's just doing anything he can to keep the early ramp at bay. So far, that did work. All Shota does is play a land and play his 2-drop again. Here's Fable of the Mirror Breaker now for David. And boy, he's going to need to find some action with that next turn on Chapter 2.
Shota probably doesn't want to give David the opportunity to make a treasure here, get him one step closer to running out that Goldspan Dragon. He's also aware that David is down to 5 in this matchup.
That's right.
Is that a Ziatora?
That is. That's Ziatora
Okay.
in hand. He's going to play Gala Greeters here. He's got a pair of those kind of at the ready. He also has a Workshop War Chief in his hand to go with the Ziatora. He's going to play both Greeters this turn, so those have the potential to do some very powerful things coming up. They have Alliance whenever another creature enters the battlefield under Shota's control. He can choose from putting a +1/+1 counter on the Greeters, make a tapped treasure token, meaning that you can't use it right away, or he can gain 2 life. So he can really either build out a powerful presence with these Gala Greeters, or he can start to add to his mana count and try to get Ziatora on the battlefield in the next couple turns.
Yeah, and this is rough here for David. Definitely want to toss away that show of confidence. Wants the land. I guess probably deciding whether or not he wants the second copy of Fable of the Mirror Breaker here.
He's just going to discard the show of confidence. He finds Expressive Iteration, though. He's not dead. He's hit 20. Yeah, he's facing down some amount of power here on the other side, but...
Yeah, Shota without the Ginny Fae, just not a ton of pressure. Next turn, he can run out that Workshop War Chief, make a treasure here off the Black Market Tycoon. We'll give him access to 5 mana. Ideally, want land number 6, so he can run out the Ziatora there instead. Excuse me, land number 4 for 6 mana.
Yeah, Shota certainly has some life total to play with regards to the Black Market Tycoon. Okay. Tycoons take a little tax here for having that treasure still in the bin. Ooh, there's a Chariot off the top as well.
That is interesting.
Yeah, especially with the Greeters.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a lot of triggers here.
And I am curious to see if Shota wants to put pedal to metal or if he'd like to try to set up for the following turn. He's got a lot of action here.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see some counters and some treasures. Want to make sure you can get that 6 mana source to run out the Ziatora.
So he split the difference here. He went 2 treasures and 2 counters.
Right. He just wanted to make sure that he had the mana to play Ziatora next turn, and then decided doesn't want more just so you can get this good attacking. Because at the end of the day, you still need to pressure David Inglis's life total here. You know, if this game goes long, I mean, David, if you do find that Goldspan Dragon with a couple of treasure, you can have some really explosive turns with this deck.
Yeah, good pressure there from Shota also encourages David to trade off, leaving him with no board state creatures-wise. Reflection of Kiki-Jiki's going to be the only creature here.
Yeah, David really wants land number 5. The question is, does he want to discard 1 or 2 of the cards in his hand to find that land?
Awkward. He finds Spikefield Hazard, so he's going to go for Expressive Iteration.
Okay. So this does give him kind of that 1-2 punch here of having access to Goldspan plus the Leer. The Spikefield Hazard also is a way to generate 1 additional mana, right? If you target your own Goldspan Dragon with Spikefield Hazard, that basically acts as kind of a Lotus Petal effect, right? You spend 1 mana, you get 2. With Leer in play, you get to do that twice. That being said, you know, still want something like that show of confidence to really generate a ton of mana, or one of your big 4 mana rummage effects.
If you're sitting in David's seat here, Paul, are you thinking about combo finishes only? But you know, before your life total's 0, are there any? Can you do anything in between?
Yeah, I mean, this deck is certainly capable of winning games just by playing, hey, look, Goldspan Dragon control, right? I have some removal spells, I have some bounce spells, but at least in this situation where there's a lot of pressure on David, might not be able to get it done by going with that strategy. I think he probably does want to try to find that combo. Now, Shota is down to 14, right? That Black Market Tycoon has done a lot of damage. If you can get a Goldspan Dragon, maybe copy it with the reflection of Kiki-Jiki, you might be able to sneak some stuff through. However, with the Ziatora in play, now we're looking at Fading Hope. Fading Hope would be fantastic.
Start incinerating here as well. Ziatora is going to trigger the greeters. That's actually life total there for Shota. You mentioned that just a second ago, and Shota recognizing it as well. He's going to sacrifice a cat. That'll take out the reflection and garner him 3 treasure tokens. That black market tycoon could get expensive. He, of course, can just sacrifice them. Reflection of Kiki-Jiki is replaced on the battlefield, but again, with a summoning sick one, he finds Galvanic Iteration with his draw step.
Yeah, I mean, with the mulligan to 5, I don't think David has enough here. You know, we're looking at a lethal attack next turn here from Shota. David can run out a Goldspan Dragon, but then what? Right? You don't have the mana to cast Spikefield Hazard. You know, ideally, the start for this type of deck is turn 4, big score, right? Unexpected windfall into Goldspan Dragon. I've won plenty of games where I just kill people on turn 4 just by casting the Rummage spell into the dragon. But again, David just too far behind on resources here. This Goldspan Dragon won't be enough, and potentially might have to just chump block the Ziatora here.
He's going to play the land and pass the turn back. This will allow him to survive potentially, but short-lived.
Shota is going to take a pile of damage here, unless he sacrifices his treasures.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah. It's got some drawbacks.
Yeah, he just takes the 6.
6 ball. But I think we're going to see a Blitzed Workshop Warchief here.
That's exactly what we're going to see. Wow.
This is a lot of... I don't see David surviving this attack here.
No, Chump takes 7, and then he just needs to sacrifice the greeters to Ziatora, and that's game. All right, so that is game number 1 going to Shota Yasuoka. I have to say, though, that a lot of the story of that game was David mulliganing to 5, right? That happened straight away, and you can see combo decks particularly do have a difficult time when they don't have quite enough material just to get to what they need. Yeah, sometimes they can draw just the 2 or 3 cards perfect, and then they look, you look like a genius. But a lot of the time, they do need the support cards to get them to their combo pieces, and David didn't have any of that going.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at kind of how that game played out, I mean, Shota didn't draw a removal spell, right? So if David did have the ability to kind of run out that Goldspan Dragon, there was nothing Shota that he could have done to kind of prevent that from happening, right? Now after sideboard, it's of course going to get much more difficult here for the Jeskai deck. However, the nice thing is, oftentimes you can just play a controlling strategy. If you feel like your opponent's going to bring in enough ways to disrupt your combo, well, guess what? You still have a bunch of card draw effects. You have some removal, right? You can sideboard in cards like the All-Seeing Arbiter. You have access to Burn Down to House. There's a lot of different things that you can do, and that's what also makes sideboarding against this deck very difficult.
I like that Riveteer's Charm that Shota has. He's actually got 2 copies of it.
Yeah.
Looks very good here. I don't think there's any answer here for David.
So typically the way that this deck protects its creatures is with cards like Sujiri Shelter, sometimes a March of Swirling Mist. But specifically talking about cards like Sujiri Shelter, it doesn't work against Riveteer's Charm, right? Riveteer's Charm is a sacrifice effect, so it's a very, very great answer to the dragon. So Shota, you know, with a good number of removal spells in his main that already dealt with the dragon, likely going to have more options in his sideboard as well.
All right, let's get started here. It looks like Shota's the one on a mulligan this time. He's also on the draw. There's big score and unexpected windfall in hand here for David. He's just got all of it.
Yeah, Story Disruption is going to be very nice here.
Definitely. Shota could try for Unlicensed Hearse or Tenacious
Underdog. Play around it.
Or do nothing. Shota absolutely aware of Jwari Disruption, perhaps feeling out the least important of these two. You know, the underdog going to your graveyard's not exactly the end of the world.
Right.
But there's Shota Yasuoka, everybody.
Shota.
Just plays around it, has 2 drops to play with nothing else to do, and says, you know what? I'll let you go.
If there's anybody who knows what the opposing Izzet deck's going to have, it's Shota Yasuoka. Right?
Definitely.
He's known to be the person who plays all the control decks. He went, undefeated with an Izzet Mel deck, right, at the last championship. So he knows his way around what the possibilities David may have, knowing that there's no real other hard counters that David plays. So he goes, you know what? I'm just going to save my threats and play around this disruption and just run out my 2 drops in turn 3.
Yeah, as it turned out, he got, I guess, the Mirror Breaker on his turn and said, okay, fine, well, that's the most powerful thing I can do this turn, and the shields are down, so I'm just going to do it. Ooh, 2 cards hitting the bin, and a little unfortunate there for David. He finds another copy of Lear, but also another Fable.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing for David is he does have the ability to attack here. That gives him the treasure, so he can play out a big score here if he wants.
It's got to be tempting.
Or just run out another Fable, right?
Right. Yeah, he's going to do that and play the Jwari Disruption as a land. That's smart. Pass the turn back over to Yasuoka, who now gets to sculpt his hand. And look at this. He gets to discard the Tenacious Underdog in a land. So really nice here for Shota. And he finds another
draw.
land and a Chariot.
Yeah, because Shota, it was going to be kind of awkward. He might have had to think about potentially using Infernal Grasp to deal with these pesky 2/2s, right? But the Seeka's Chariot is just such a cleaner way to be able to kind of put creatures in front of these 2/2s to prevent David from just generating a huge mana advantage, right? Because those treasures with David's deck, oftentimes gonna make 2 mana, right? If you can find that Goldspan Dragon.
That's right. And that's, that usually is the point where they can kind of run away with it. They're 1 card draw spell away from kind of turboing through their library. Fable the Mirror Breaker, chapter 2 on the stack here. It seems that Lear would be an obvious discard. The others are less obvious. It looks like it's going to be big score, though. So he's going to lean on Expressive Iteration, and he's actually found another copy as well.
Yeah, definitely wants to keep that Voltage Surge as a way to kill the Seeka's Chariot that's in play. Can kind of look to play a more controlling game here with the iterations.
Here comes Expressive Iteration number 1. Ooh, there's the name.
That's what the doctor ordered.
That's the one. Goldspan Dragon and a land. So put the dragon in hand and then choose which land you'd like.
Not playing against land destruction this time, so don't need to hide. Don't need to hide your basic lands.
How did we not get that match, Paul? I was watching Kenji Samura just gleefully blowing up all of his opponents' mana. We would have been rolling.
We were so jealous.
Yeah.
We were so jealous.
Alien Corey just had a great time covering it, too. You could tell. All right, both Goblin Shamans are going to hit the red zone here. That's going to create 2 treasure tokens and encourage Shota to trade cats for Shamans.
Yeah, not a bad trade here for Shota.
Yeah, you have to wonder now, is the damage done, right? I mean, David's going to get such a huge mana bump off of those that it may have been too late.
Yeah, I mean, next turn we're looking at, David can run out Goldspan Dragon and still have access to 7 mana.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Right, and again, keep in mind...
and you'll have Reflection up, too?
You have the Reflection up to copy the Goldspan.
It looks like he's going to go for the thing you don't see that often, which is a double Expressive Iteration turn.
Yeah, just wants to continue developing his board. Maybe try to look for a Rummage spell, but now he will be able to use the Voltage Surge here. Get this 2/2 off the battlefield. Still has access to a Voltage Surge to kill Chariot if he really needs to.
But with no tokens left over,
right?
Not only is the Chariot harder to crew, but also just isn't quite as potent. But Shota has the Duress in hand now, and he's going to put that on the stack and see what David's up to.
Yeah, I mean,
couple of choices.
You can take the Surge, but again, you can't crew up the Chariot here.
Yeah, so he's just going to actually Voltage Surge in response and force Shota to take Cinderclasm, it looks like.
Then Shota now has the option of either running out the Hearse, start eating up cards in the graveyard, or getting this Tenacious Underdog in play.
Yeah, the Hearse is interesting here because there's actually quite a few cards in the graveyard here for David. So Shota has to be very picky about what he takes out. If Lear hits the battlefield, Shota has to hit stuff that's relevant to Lear that turn. And then probably after that, he'll be fine, you know, to have taken out 4 cards or whatever.
Yeah, tough spot here for David now. Not a bad situation to be in, right? There's just so many cards in David's graveyard where if he does decide to run out Lear at some point, he's going to be able to get some value out of it. Right now, it's just a matter of deciding kind of which threat to run out this turn. You don't have any ways to protect your creatures right now.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you want to go for Lear, you have to start looking at like, what's my 3rd and 4th best cards right now that matter?
Right.
Because I can cast them now, and that's the one window I'll have to do so. So like if we assume, say, the Expressive Iterations are pretty tempting, right? Let's say those get eaten up by the Hearse. What's left, right? These are the types of things that David has to work through.
So the big thing there, if you take a look at David Inglis's graveyard, he's got 4 card draw spells. So he's got the Windfall, the Big Score, and the 2 Iterations. So might see Shota just target those, just so David can't get a ton of value if he ever does find a Lear and play it. Of course, Shota knows about the Lear because of the duress.
Right. It's tough because he actually can't cast the 4-mana ones, right?
Right. So I mean, David does probably need to run something out this turn. You have that Hearse that's in play. Oh, never mind. He's gonna choose to play it a bit more patient here.
Oh, both of these players know what's going on. Both of them have shown great restraint at given points in this game. Here comes the Hearse. That's actually going to take out the 2 more expensive card draw spells now, the higher impact stuff.
And he chose not to attack. I suppose you can copy the Reflection.
So no attack.
So this is going to force the
No
Infernal
gold
Grasp
span.
potentially here from Shota.
All right, here comes Tenacious Underdog now from Shota. That'll get the card draw engine rolling for him. And hey, might as well send in as well.
All right, so David can make a bunch of creatures here. Right? So Shota has to go for the Grasp here, right? Because this creature has haste. Yeah, so Shota has to go for the removal spell. Now the coast is clear for David Inglis. Now this Lear is not going to be quite as impressive as Shota does have the Hearse. Ooh. But I mean, David now has access to a lot of mana here, and Shota does not have a removal spell for the Goldspan Dragon. In fact, you can copy the Goldspan Dragon for an additional treasure here if you want to. So this is going to be a huge, huge turn here for David.
All right, so big turn coming up here for David Inglis. He's resolved Goldspan Dragon. Shields are down for Shota. He just has access to 1 mana, but he doesn't have anything relevant in hand. And David gets to show off the passive power of Goldspan Dragon, not just the 4/4, not just generating treasures, but also pumping up your treasures, effectively doubling their mana output.
Yeah, and Shota only has access to 1 mana, so he can't have a removal spell here for the Goldspan Dragon. So we're going to see an attack for 8 with 2 treasures being generated.
This is huge here for David. Also, Behold the Multiverse was a nice draw. He's definitely in a position where he could use a little more action, and with Lear in hand plus Behold, he will not be short on that.
Yeah, I wonder, I'm curious, I don't recall seeing how he sideboarded in this matchup. I'm wondering if he just took out the Show of Confidences, because maybe there's some combination where you Behold the Multiverse into some Rummage effects, into Show of Confidence to just win this turn.
right?
I see. But you could tell he wasn't really considering that. So yeah, I
Right.
think I like what you came to as well, Paul, that he may have just taken them out. So forcing the issue here with Lear didn't really get much done as far as spells go, right? Like he does have access to those ones you can see, but like nothing's happening just yet. Oh boy, there's a Riveteer's Charm too.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be enough. If given that Shota's only removal spell, you cast it. David has the choice. If he sacks the Lear and copies Goldspan Dragon, we're looking at a lethal attack.
Well, he's going to put it on the
we've seen
top,
this
but
before.
This is drawing cards rather than killing dragons.
And that's not going to get it done.
So David Inglis picks up game number 2, evens things up between our two players. Shota Yasuoka, in deep pensive thought here, has to figure out what happened that game. He had some tools. He did mulligan, but it felt like he was vaguely in it, and then all of a sudden he wasn't. And he's going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board here.
Yeah.
A lot of his heavy hitters didn't show up. We saw Jinny Fei in hand as he lost the game, but he didn't have the setup for it, and he certainly wasn't in a position where that was going to be a card that can get him over the top. In the first game, you know, we saw some of his more expensive stuff, right? We saw like Zia
Holy
Tora.
Toledo's
We saw Workchop
lunch is
Warchief
fantastic
as well.
It certainly
Both of
helps
those
my
had a big
my
impact
mood
on the
and my
game, but
energy
he didn't
levels.
have stuff like that this time.
We got there's levels of
you can see
sandwich, and
David
some
really,
Ichiban noodle
is
soup,
choosing to sideboard.
chicken
You see
flavor.
him bringing in
Right,
those
we got the
beholden
chicken
milk
flavor
multiverses.
out, chat.
Knows that Shota
Uh-oh.
Yasuoka has 4 copies of
Big
Duress after
spender.
sideboard, right? So can't really fall behind on cards.
I'm chilling. I'm not
And so
feeling
looking
super
to kind
hot,
of play a longer
but
game.
I'm
You
committed
see
to
the
hang
2
out with you
copies of
guys
Show Confidence
for the
there
weekend.
in
Like,
his sideboard.
you know, might pop in and out, but we're here.
So he's
we're
off
here
of
for a good time.
Is it control?
And
is what we're
a
going
long
for here.
time.
Or is it dragons?
Right, we're having our cake and eating it too.
That's a strategy, right? Like we talked about that at the beginning of the match where I said, hey, you know, what other routes can he go to try to win? And you said, no, that's a thing. Like you can win with those cards.
Yeah, I mean,
it's hard to pay
the
attention.
combination
isn't it,
of blue and red spells with Goldspan Dragon was good enough to win the World Championship. Still good enough to take down matches here at the Set Championship.
Yeah, and it's an easy
Sorry about that
transition
mic,
here for
Sean.
David as well, right? I
I
mean,
need
he's
a
just
new,
pulling a couple
boom
of
armor
cards. It's
pretty
not like
badly.
he has to dismantle the whole fundamental game plan that he's got.
Things from World War II.
Right. I mean, your deck is already filled with just a bunch of card draw spells, right? Because you're trying to find the combo. But now you're just replacing pieces of the combo with more interaction.
Right.
Check this one out.
Okay, final touches on the sideboard here for David Inglis. We're heading into game number 3 between these two players.
Drinking from the pot, baby. Let's
And
go.
we'll see who's going to win. Hopefully no mulligans for anybody this time. There has been a fair bit
Right.
between them, but these hands look pretty good.
Yeah, Shota's a
Give me
little
that
bit
broth,
light
baby.
on heavy
Give me
hitters
that
there.
broth. I can
Mhm.
feel
But
my
you do
power
have the
levels
2-drop,
increasing.
and you
got
do
his-
have an answer for a dragon, so.
His Tycoon, yeah. This card's been cool.
Over 9,000.
Taps to make a
Favorite
treasure,
format?
but if you hold your inventory
Two-headed
in
giant.
stock a little too long, you get punished for it.
Yeah,
Voltage
and-
surge here from Inglis.
Yeah, David's going to want to get this off the battlefield. He does not want Shota to go make a treasure, play in Nasika's Chariot here on turn 3.
That's right. There's also the Jinny Fei, I guess we'll call it the combo as
You're
well,
right,
where you
yeah.
can go land
That's
Jinny
fair.
Fei, then use
What up,
the Black
Christmas?
Market Tycoon to start making creatures.
But David's hand is just fantastic, right?
Jeez, he's
and
got
I
the
do want to
goods.
talk about kind of the small innovation that this team kind of came up with this combo deck, right? They have the combo pieces, but they did recognize it's not a surprise because it is one of the most played cards in this event. But they added 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, right, into their deck. This not only is just a great card, but it also allows you to kind of transition and play that controlling / mid-range gameplay because you just get to put 4 generic copies of probably the best card in the format into your deck.
It's so great. Yeah, and it really does transition beautifully because, you know, when you're looking for combo pieces, getting ahead on mana and card selection are kind of what you want. But when you're going to play a longer game, Chapter 3 and making the reflection, that's a great way to end a game. And, you know, we actually saw that in the last game. Here's Duress now from Shota, who's kind of run out of gas. He's got double Black Market Tycoon. He's got a nice selection of things to pick with Duress, but...
I imagine David's just going to let it resolve as he has redundant copies here. Another big reason why this deck has kind of taken the next step into being one of the powerhouses in Standard is just redundancy, right? Before, you only had access to 4 copies of Windfall. Well, now you get 6, 7, up to 8 copies if you want of that effect. And, all right. So I imagine you're going to see David go for a Windfall before attacks here to see if he can find a Voltage Surge. Kill that Dead of the Bugbear before you can make a 1/1 token.
Just going to get rid of Spikefield Hazard. Whoo, there's a Voltage Surge.
Boom. Well played, David.
But then he didn't fire it off
But
straight
he didn't
away.
fire it
so
off. And now he's shaking his head. Oh, no.
Oh, he just must have had a stop or something?
I guess so, yeah.
Because he did do that for that reason that you outlined, Paul.
And then the attack happened, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah. Well, okay, he's actually going to hold it in hand, so perhaps not. Or he changed his mind.
Took a lot of damage there, but...
He did.
You do have a Reflection of Kiki Jiki to get in the way. You do have a Voltage Surge. And just running out of Lear here. And...
plenty of action.
Yep.
This looks like it's
over.
over.
Shota's just going to start off immediately here, firing off the Grasp. And then we're going to see David English here utilize that Voltage Surge in Graveyard. Although he might really be valuing the treasures that he has in play because, you know, what if he draws a dragon?
That's true. But his life total does feel like it's enough under threat that he needs to take advantage of the...
Why did he sacrifice an artifact to do that?
Infernal Grasp is going to kill Lear, though, so those...
What am I
cards are
missing?
gonna go away. Voltage Surge...
Why did Shotas, David
expressive
sacrifice...
here for David English.
He's like, I got to do 4 damage instead of 2.
As well as the Hull of Storm Giants.
I mean, but Shota is just out of gas
Crazy.
here, right? I mean,
He is,
David's
totally.
going to use the Surge on the Den here. The Reflection can get in front of the Black Market Tycoon if he wants. And then he's just going to have to deal with this 1/1 that's in play when he's got a Hall of Storm Giants plus an iteration in hand.
Yeah, you got to like the position here for David. He's considering whether he wants to keep Reflection around for just the 2 damage. But no, he's going to trade off. Let's see what he can hit here.
Ooh.
Oh, big score and Expressive Iteration. This is the setup.
Jeez.
And there's a Goldspan Dragon off of Expressive Iteration as well.
No open red. Good call.
So we're going to see Goldspan and Iteration here. Just more value. Oh, goodness.
I got you.
Now we're going to get a 5-drop and then probably play the Jwari Disruption here. And Shota's got a lot of things that he needs to fight through at this point. Needs a big draw.
Wow. It really does just avalanche for this blue-red deck. Like, they have 1 card draw spell. They play it, and now look. Big score, Lear, and Goldspan Dragon in
I wasn't even looking at the mana base. I just seen the artifact go, and I was like, what the hell?
So,
no looking
David
back
can
there.
go.
But that makes sense.
Has a number of different options. If you go Goldspan Dragon, you can attack.
Call the comeback, baby.
And then that big score in his hand effectively becomes a mana-neutral spell. The other line would be to just run out the Lear and keep up that Voltage Surge that he has in Graveyard. But given that Shota has no cards in hand, it just seems so tempting to just run out the dragon and just kind of get that going.
Yeah, it really does, especially when you have big score. Like,
I don't want to eat too much in case I get nauseous.
You just really want to be able to leverage this stuff. Because,
Taking it easy.
Oh, probably keeping that one.
Wow. Okay.
You can eat the treasure too.
I don't think you lose your points.
That's
No, I think it carries over no matter what.
Ahsoka. And that is an answer for the dragon.
I wonder if he's gonna wait here to see if David runs out the big score, and then you can respond.
Do it in response. Yeah. So now there's no lands available. Although these decks don't play much in the way of counters, but still, the way is completely clear. And there we go. Unleash the Inferno. That will kill the treasure token as well as the dragon.
and you can float the mana if you draw a removal spell here. Oh, and
which he actually did.
There you go.
Nice play,
fucking
David.
Brighton here.
Very nice.
And now Shota, I mean, That was a good draw. Still needs to fight through a Lear with a loaded graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, watch this. For those
This is high noon in here.
people who like card draw at home, when this Lear hits the battlefield, you're going to see what it really looks like.
Yeah, we're going to see Lear into iteration, into removal spells. And,
Whoop.
and
Come
check out my
on.
hand. Check
And
out my
this is
hand.
like visually ridiculous, right? Like, come on.
Oh.
Oh, and there's another dragon. Who knew? Who could have possibly predicted this? And then a land here from David. This is a huge draw step. Oh, and it's a land off the top here for Shota. That was probably his last chance.
Maybe a little puff will help my stomach a bit.
Now with two big scores windfall with Goldspan Dragon Lear without an answer. This should
It's
lock
just,
it
you
up.
just can't keep up,
no
right?
doubt.
Even if he drew a hard removal spell for Lear, then it's
This
still
is still a
Goldspan
match
plus big
somehow.
score. Like, you're not getting out of that either.
Right.
Wow. David English really putting on a show here and probably making Shota Asoka pretty jealous. Normally it's Shota who's on this side, where once the dust is settled, he's the one with 100 cards in hand and kind of having his way with the game, but not this time. He just has to sit here and stare at a land, and he's had enough of it. And that is
That's
a
a double
win
salute.
for David English.
That's a double
perhaps
salute,
taking
baby.
Yet another step towards that World Championship seat. He's got a long way to go, but he is definitely working his way. So is Shota Asoka, by the way, coming in. He was ranked quite highly in that same exact class, so it's certainly not over for either of those players, Paul. We've got a lot to keep up with as far as World Championship goes.
Yeah, and as far as standard goes, Marshall, I mean, this Jeskai Storm deck looks absolutely terrifying because not only does it have the ability to just combo kill you, it's got a great kind of transition plan or transformational plan where you just need to swap out a couple of cards and all of a sudden you're just a very good Izzet control deck. So really curious to see how this deck will perform because they seem to have a great game plan here for all the decks in this tournament.
I would have played this. Yeah, taking out just those two cards and you can still transform, but still having that upside of like a combo finish out of nowhere. Fantastic stuff from that deck. We'll keep an eye on it as we move forward. We've got more Magic to bring you here in this round.
there.
Let's head over to Maria to set up our
Someone
next
won a
match.
lot.
Coming up next, we've got Pyotr Glugovsky versus Reed Duke.
For Pyotr, playing Esper mid-range,
I'm
it's
certain that you got
Rafine
points.
scheming Seer among Planeswalkers, removal, and a beautiful
Because it had
mana
it still had it by
looking
your
to
name when
take
you
control
came
of the
back.
game before cleaning it up.
I'm 100%
For Reed
certain.
Duke,
that you
Grixis
still got
Vampires has a little bit more of a tribal theme, but very similar with removal, a great mana base, and looking to get the game over with sooner rather than later.
That's Pyotr Glugovsky versus Reed Duke. Don't go anywhere. It's coming right up after this.
Let's go, Reed. Let's go. Reed and Pyotr. How do you spell Pyotr again? Is it TR? P-I-O-T-R? How do you spell this guy's name? Pyotr Legowski. Oh, we already started it? Nice. Here I am, still stuck in spelling. He's like, I don't know how to spell this guy's name. P-I-O-T-R? Nice. Alright, we'll get your votes in, chat. You've got 10 minutes to do so. That might be a little long. Let's try to do 5 minutes, maybe. Nonetheless, thank you for helping. Appreciate that. Whew. So what's everybody feeling like today? Enjoying your experience so far, I hope. I apologize for my energy levels. Feeling a little bit under the weather today. And I imagine for the remainder of the weekend. But I'm going to try my best to take care of myself. Popping in and out, making sure that we're getting enough food, getting, you know, our water and some sun breaks in as well out of the dungeon. But we'll never be gone for long, right? We're always just right here if we do take off, of course. And, you know, might as well take this time to say how grateful I am for all of you hanging out within the watch party today, whether you're here on Twitch, whether you're over there on YouTube. You know, fantastic. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you. Hope you have not only a magical day, but a magical weekend as well. Let's go.
And
Let's
welcome back to
frickin'
coverage here at the new
go.com.
Capenna Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thanks so much for coming along. We've got more round 3 action for you. In our feature, we have Piotr Glogowski. He is facing down Reed Duke. Both of these players, as you can see, are in the Rivals League. And, you know, at the end of this weekend from the Rivals League, the top 5 who haven't qualified another way are from both Rivals and MPL are going to make it into the World Championship. But that's a long road here for these players. We're still very early in the tournament. We're going to be kicking things off here with game 1, just a good old-fashioned way between Esper Midrange in the hands of Piotr Glogowski and Grixis Vampires. This, to me, is the premier matchup here on day 1, Paul. This is the one I was most curious about coming in.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be your classic kind of mid-range slugfest. Last threat standing a lot of the time here. You know, play draw is also extremely huge here because, you know, both decks play cards that make it much better for you if you're on the play, right? Cards like Kaito Shizuki, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, cards like that, it's so much, so advantageous to kind of be the person putting the pressure on.
That's right, and you see both players with Kaito Shizuki in their opening hands here, in fact. So that could be a big deal.
And both players without a third land, although Reed draws a Hogger Mauling, so...
Yeah, so he will hit his land drop. What does he want to do with it is another question. The Luminarch Aspirant on the other side, pretty annoying. Reed does have Infernal Grasp in hand.
Yeah, so he does have the Infernal Grasp. By playing the Hogger Mauling, he'll have 3 mana. That will give him a potential answer here. And looks like he wants to be aggressive here, using the Infernal Grasp here. However, if Piotr does find a land now, if Piotr finds a land, Reed will not have an answer to Rafine.
As it turns out, though, Piotr's just going to have to play Tenacious Underdog and pass. Big bummer here for Piotr Glogowski. That is not where he wanted to be this turn, especially with Reed finding another land off the top of the library as well. And this one could really get away from Piotr quickly if he's not able to get back and find a land next turn.
Yeah, I think this team on the Grixis Vampires deck has found the correct strategy to defeat these Esper decks. It's make sure they don't play land drop number 3 here.
A time-honored strategy. Okay, here's Kaito Shizuki, and after that attack with the Blood Tithe Harvester, it's a draw, straight up draw, and then a duress as well. So Reed can help to at least figure out what's happening next. You can see there's Kaito, Ray of Enfeeblement, Vanishing Verse as the potential targets for duress. There's also Rafine and Denick in hand as well for Piotr, but those, of course, can't be duressed.
Yeah, not a lot of great options. I mean, you look at that Vanishing Verse, doesn't do anything with what Reed has. However, there are redundant copies of Kaito as well, but I guess you're going to need to fight through them at some point.
There's a land off the top here for Piotr, so a little glimmer of hope here. It's also a blue source, so really nice for him. And he's going to get Rafine down, and that will actually allow him to attack and get the Rafine trigger going.
Now, Reed did draw a second copy of Blood Tithe Harvester, so he actually does have a way to kill this Rafine, as playing the second copy of Blood Tithe Harvester will give you blood token number 2, and then can cleanly give the Rafine -4/-4.
Oof. You'll be happy to have an answer for that. And you got to like the cleanup plan here for Duke. His other 2 creatures are both card advantage creatures, with Corpse Appraiser and Bloodthirsty Adversary being great places to put your mana over the next few turns. But right now, job number 1 is to get rid of Rafine. Kaito was hidden, but has now returned, so that's also an option on the battlefield as well.
Yeah, there's also an Infernal Grasp in the graveyard, so Reed can...
he can do that. Yeah, the downside to the play is that it does mean that he has to only kill the underdog here, right?
Right. This allows
Perhaps
him to
he'd
get...
like to... Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
It looks like he just wants to get a little more aggressive here.
This will also give him another card off of Kaito.
Exactly. Ooh.
Voltage Surge, and he still has that blood token there.
Yeah, and this is the thing about choosing to play Grixis. No shortage of ways to kill a Rafine, right? You've got the Grasp, you got Voltage Surge. I believe most of the members of that team are also playing Ray of Enfeeblement main. So lots of ways to deal with this extremely powerful 3-mana legend.
Boy, Pyotr really likes his alternate arts, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Borders, don't need them.
Fancy.
Yeah. Rafine found the Wandering Emperor.
Now, it will be a little more difficult to get this Rafine off the battlefield, as it will get an additional point of toughness. 5 is very, very key against a lot of the removal effects in the format. We would have to use two spells basically at this point to get it off.
Right. Could be looking at Blood Tithe Harvester activation plus Voltage Surge.
Yeah, the alternative would be to just ignore it and just try to outrace Pyotr, right? Because Pyotr is down to 11 at this point, and Reed does have 2 3-power creatures in play.
Yeah, Reed will have the luxury of quite a bit of information here based on what Pyotr does, right? Because there's, I think, 3 unknown cards in hand here. Make it 2, and Reed will be able to kind of figure it out. Oh, double Voltage Surge.
And Pyotr light on white mana. Really wanted a second white source to be able to either run out the Wandering Emperor or cast Vanishing Verse. As is this turn. I mean, this Ray of Enfeeblement, not especially good against the Grixis deck, right? That was a metagame decision to get ready for all the Esper decks in the field and all the Naya Runes decks. However, in this particular head-to-head, you know, might be looking to use it as kind of yeah, exactly. Fog for a turn from one creature.
Right. That's pretty tough. You take your chances when you play, you know, sideboard cards in the main, and sometimes you find the matchup where it doesn't work. And by the way, the line you described last turn, Paul, is exactly what Reed's doing. He's just ignoring Rafine and just racing. He's got Pyotr down to 5. Tap land off the top with Rafine's tower. That's not going to help.
Wow, and this is pretty aggressive here. I don't know if he has what it takes here to survive.
In fact, he doesn't, Paul. He's going to scoop him up. Reed Duke correctly identifying the line of play. He said, this isn't a time for me to try to control this game to a grinding halt. I am going to apply pressure. I have 6 power on the battlefield, and I can really hit that life total. And, you know, I'll tell you, I don't think you can really criticize Pyotr Glugovsky's play skill, right? He's considered one of the most skilled players that plays our game. But I'll tell you, if you hand me a mid-range deck and you say pick a player to play it, I'm handing it to Reed Duke. Like, this is where he lives. I mean, this is when he wakes up in the morning and he's like figuring out what he wants to do for the day. He's thinking like a mid-range player, right? Like that's how he approaches his whole life, right? Every chance he gets to play Jund, he does in the older formats. And this is a distant relative of that deck.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 names that really come to mind for me are Reed Duke and I guess Brad Nelson, right? He's also somebody who really lives in that mid-range in Standard. So, you know, would feel like this is a great, great tournament for players like them, as kind of mid-range was the deck to play coming in.
I'm sure that Reed had a lot of input about this deck as well, right? Like this is the type of deck, especially when you branch out into a third color. You know, we've seen Obzon do this, Jund do this, where you have a lot of wiggle room. Like you can really tune these decks to be a little more towards the assertive end of things. You can control them, tune them to be more towards the control end. You have a vast array of sideboard cards to choose from, and that's where experience as a mid-range player and guessing the metagame really, really add up to win percentage for these guys.
Absolutely.
Game 2 incoming.
Memory
It's
Deluge.
an extremely land-heavy hand here for Duke.
That's an interesting card that you don't typically see in the mid-range decks. Memory Deluge.
Oh, Memory Deluge, yeah. So it looks like Pyotr wants a way to kind of break up these mid-range mirrors as well.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
Is there an emote coming?
What just... Yeah, don't do that. Reed had an all lands with a removal spell opener and then mulligan into all lands with a removal spell.
Yeah,
what the
so
heck?
he's just hoping that Piotr runs out Rafine. That's kind of the hope here.
That would be step one for him.
Step one, but I mean, take a look at what Piotr has here. It's just a lot to fight through. Given that Reed has 2 mana up, I imagine Piotr's just going to run out a wedding announcement here. It just seems like the better option against potential removal.
Shuffler's more than fine. It's excellent.
That's right, and and it's also better the earlier you get it down because you can play Rafine after you've developed your board and still have it have a major impact. Geez, he even has fancy emotes.
It's almost like you could see his mulligan. You know what I
That's what
mean?
makes also just playing against this Esper deck so difficult. Just the diversity in threat types, right?
Oh yeah.
You're looking at you can have a draw where you just have a bunch of creatures and you curve out and you kill them with Rafine, but then you have to deal with Wedding Announcement that just makes a bunch of tokens and flips into an Anthem effect. Then you have all these Planeswalkers to deal with. It's just so many different angles of attack. And it's really hard to be ready for all the different cards. Ray of Enfeeblement, extremely good against Rafine. Not so much against Wedding Announcement.
Pretty funny there. Reed actually found Make Disappear off the top of the library. And so Piotr's like, well, hey, if Wedding Announcement was good last turn, I'll play it this turn. And somehow this one gets countered, but not the other one. So I deduce you just drew that card, Reed Duke. In the meantime, Ray of
Reed won the
Enfeeblement
first game.
Flooded here for Reed. He's got
All the
triple
Rays.
Ray. All he's drawn are lands, Ray of Enfeeblement, and the one Disappear, Make Disappear.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen a lot of people play up to 4 copies of this. I'm actually curious if that's actually the correct number. Just in my
Ray of
experience,
Enfeeblement?
Of Ray of Enfeeblement, just because it's extremely important to kill Rafine. People expect you to bring in the Rays. I've seen a lot of these play, at least when I'm playing on the Esper side, I also just take out the Luminarch aspirants a lot of the time. Right, because you expect a lot of these Rays and you kind of are leaning on your expensive cards. So then all of a sudden you have these Ray of Enfeeblements that really only have one fantastic target. Because, I mean, think about it. If you're killing a 2/2 token from Wandering Emperor or a 1/1 off of the Wedding Announcement, that's not doing a whole lot. So, you know, there are just going to be those instances where you're just going to be sitting there with a Ray hoping that your opponent runs out of Rafine.
It's really interesting because they have a lot of ways to play around it too. Like right now, Ray doesn't even kill Rafine, right? The Wedding Announcement has become a wedding festivity, and it's pumping up Rafine to 5 toughness. And
BMtime.com.
Before, you can just wait. Like, if you play Rafine now, it's still super, super powerful.
That's spicy.
In fact, arguably better, you know, than if you had played it earlier. The one thing changed here, though, for Piotr. He drew Obscura Interceptor, so it looks like
you can find all the information about the event here.
He's fine. If Reed's only game plan here is to fire off 1-for-1 removal on his repeatable token effects here.
Yeah, I mean, what's telling here is the fact that Piotr Glogowski has Memory Deluge in the sideboard. He recognizes that this matchup, after sideboard with all the removal spells, it's going to go for a while, right? So this is kind of one of the cards that he has to try and go over the top and just really get ahead on cards.
So I have a question then. So let's say this game is just about over, right? Like Piotr is way, way, way ahead. But let's say that Reed sees Memory Deluge. He duresses him or Piotr casts it, and we go to game 3. Is Reed going, should I cut Ray of Enfeeblement? Like, does he just need it as a stopgap for Rafine? Or can he say, all right, you're going to take this much bigger game approach. I'm going to match you with that and
nice meat hook, bro.
1-for-1 stuff and try to go for the more powerful, you know, value engines like we see here.
Yeah, I think how you sideboard
Kato,
also is largely dependent on kind of the play draw type of situation, right? When you're looking at Reed, you're on the draw. So Ray of Enfeeblement is probably more important to have to not fall behind and get overrun by a Kaito. However, if you're on the play, you can probably switch things around and you know, utilize some other spells just because that kind of snowball potential off Ravine is not as likely when you're on the play.
Yeah, because if I'm Reed, look, this was a specific draw where he ended up drawing, you know, like 3 copies of Ray of Enfeeblement, but it could make me think in my head, I don't know if I'm approaching this correctly, right? Like, if this matchup post board is going to be like the ultimate slog fest, maybe that's not what I want. Wow, Obscura Interceptor to finish off the game here as Duke felt compelled to cast Meat Hook Massacre. And wow, Tempo Obscura.
Yeah, and
Thank you, Killer.
Playing 3 copies.
It was literally right under the mic again.
And, you know,
I'm sorry.
That's one of those cards where if that was the only instant in your deck, it's fairly easy to play around, right?
I tossed it, don't worry.
That in conjunction with the Wandering Emperor just makes it impossible, right? It's one of those situations you're like, okay, well, I know you have the Interceptor, probably.
Right.
So I should maybe do something else. But it's like, oh, but if I don't do anything, you're still just going to run out of Wandering Emperor, and you're just kind of stuck in this situation where it's like, okay, well, I guess I just have to let you run out that Obscura Interceptor, and that just also can prove to just lead to such huge tempo blowouts, because now all of a sudden you have this big threat on the battlefield, you slow them down for a turn, and this threat not only helps you in race situations, but also is just a big body to help mow down Planeswalkers.
Looks like Reed with a quick mulligan here, and this next hand doesn't look much better.
Yeah. I mean, you have a removal. I mean, you need to chain 2 lands in a row here to be reasonably happy.
At least one for the Harvester so that you can use the blood token.
To filter. So
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, being on the draw, keep in mind this deck does play
'Why
27
don't
lands,
avatars match?
right?
Okay.
What?
And going to 5 is just an absolute
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Right. But Reed's on the play on a mold of 6 on a 1-lander. Like,
oh, excuse me, guys.
This could
Are
be
you
over
watching 2
very
games?
quickly. Oh, and it's Hive of the Eye Tyrant off the top.
No, it's just 1 game.
That is a bingo. And here comes Blood Tithe Harvester. That will at least get Reed Duke started. Another land off the top, and he'd just be.
They just show the other person's hand up top.
Piotr running out that portable hole. No, no.
Wow,
Kaito
Blightstep
Shizuki
Pathway.
there.
It's good to be
Zero born. Holy Toledo.
That's one way to do it.
10
Keep a
tier 1
one-lander
gift
and curve
subs.
beautifully into
Jesus.
the Mirror Breaker, but it is
Woof,
not
bro.
over.
I hope you have an
Mirror
absolute
Breaker has a
magical
nice hand
fucking
here as
life.
well.
Oh, thank you so much.
He even has a backup copy of
I'm
it.
gonna have to put on my old man glasses for
Yeah,
this.
however, I mean,
oh, it's
Reed
so
Duke
bright in
does
here.
have 2 answers
So
to
damn
Rafine
bright.
here.
He does.
All right, Xant Primus, Guillotine.
And I mean, we're gonna see this token just keep
Poconos,
adding treasures to the battlefield.
Vandal,
So, I mean,
Vandal
Reed's mana
Josh,
situation is just
the Goblin Gooner, Nox
So Reed has to
Tempest,
decide between
Terrell
removal spell
12,
plus go blank,
Hems
double
01,
go blank,
420 Pillow
or he
King,
could
nice.
not.
And then Nature Cold.
Right, and it's
Subscribing,
interesting because
as
you have
well.
the answer for this Rafine, right?
Right.
But what if Piotr plays another Rafine? Do you
Holy
need to have
Toledos.
the
Man,
second
thank you so
removal
much. I
spell ready
appreciate
for
it.
that?
Woof! Keeping the lights on, ladies and gentlemen. And
go
God,
blank, you know, definitely
they're
has
bright
the ability
lights.
to tear
They
apart
are
your
bright
opponent's
lights.
hand.
So we gotta wear the
Let's feel
glasses.
a little early in the
Keep
game,
my brain
right, to
from
be
just like
firing
burning
off
out.
Discard 2s, like this is the type
Woof.
of card that can get even better later when there's a bunch of stuff.
It's a
in the
great time.
graveyard as
Full
well.
house. Welcome to your new ad-free experience, everyone.
Discarding 2 here.
Hello, good
One-
sub bomb.
Oh,
He discarded
I am super
zero.
wrong. I take that back.
Here's you.
Wow, interesting stuff here from Reed Duke. He likes the go blanks. Look,
Yep.
after the way the last game went,
Can I get a
it's hard to blame him,
choo-choo?
right? Those are 2-for-1s. Those are cards that he wants, not the 1-for-1 stuff. But you know what? You mentioned it, Paul. He did keep Voltage Surge. He felt, okay, I need to have some way to answer another Rafine. I just don't have a way to get through that right now.
Yeah, and the kind of an awkward situation here for Piotr. He has a portable hole. He's got a Denic in hand, but can't play both
Yeah,
the hole and the
subs,
Denic in the same turn. So
don't have to
if he wants
watch
to
Twitch
maximize on
ads.
his mana, then probably just best
So
to
if you're
run out
watching
this
on
running
Twitch, you may
and
get
it
an
does
ad
feel
here and
bad
there.
To have Reed just continue to make a
when you
treasure
join
every
the
single
channel,
turn.
when you leave the channel.
Yes, it does. Especially,
I guess not when
he
you
doesn't
leave.
know how.
But when you
close
join the
Reed
channel,
was
usually there's
to,
an ad, and if you're
not being able to play any spells
subscribed,
this game.
then there's no ad.
There's reflection of Kiki Jiki, another land off the top here for Duke as well.
Yeah, and Piotr has plenty of cards to pitch off the first go blank, so it's not going to be too backbreaking here.
No, not just yet. Now the second one could hurt though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of interesting because the reason that Piotr has so many cards in hand still is because he missed his land drop last turn. but we'll see if he can hit it this time.
Yeah, typically I just forget to run the ads on Twitch because you have to do it manually as a streamer on Twitch, I think.
Was the
and I
draw
forget.
step. Again,
yeah, you get emotes, which
no land
I
here.
I haven't updated them since Eldraine.
Could find one with Kaito.
They need a refresh.
Does he just need to just Kaito plus and?
Yeah, Kaito plus. Try to find.
You also get
win source,
VIP
maybe.
access to a chat in my
You're
Discord.
not adding to the board though. I mean, it's
no.
It feels weird. It's
Well,
pretty
different.
tempting
Anyone
to
who
also just
supports
maybe
gets
get that
access
2-2
to
off
the
battlefield. Although I guess at this point
the
we just have
cool
so much
kids
mana,
chat.
that doesn't matter.
Mm.
But this Go Blank's gonna be pretty strong.
Subscribed
here.
on
It's gonna be able to
Twitch.
get
That's why
the
you got
two of
those
threats. And yeah,
Phoenix
Piotr
wings,
actually
bruh.
choosing to make a ninja here
I
instead.
see you. I see you.
So he's gonna think a little bit longer term and try to get some cards going with Kaito next turn.
Yeah, and Piotr does have a few blockers in the way now.
Yeah, these are going to be 2/2s. Okay, so this is a good stabilizing effort here for Glogowski. And Reed
Set it
looks
up
like
on a
he's deciding if
schedule.
he'd like to
Oh yeah,
use
so
the
it's like every
voltage
40
surge
minutes or
here.
something.
Maybe on the unblockable token.
Right.
Well, that will clear the way for the Rafine in Piotr's hand. Oh, looks like he's
I
killing the
do like
Kaito,
the
sure.
Embercleave emote.
Okay.
That one was good. The Great Henge one was really good too.
Another
Even
land, somehow
Ugin
Reed's flooding.
I liked a lot.
Keep a one lander, don't miss a land drop.
Right. He does have a blood
You got my
token
Prime password.
that
Nice,
he
bro.
can use to
Appreciate the
filter away
support.
that land.
Appreciate the dedication. Like
And
this
then,
man's
assuming
gonna
he doesn't
reset his
find anything
password
better,
for me,
I
right?
guess you
That's
just go
fantastic.
blank.
Yeah.
Oh, this one feels very, very close.
Yeah, Piotr just needs that one turn reprieve. If Reed does go for the go blank, have to imagine Piotr likely going to keep the Rafine in hand and could potentially claw back with it, right? I mean, we're going to see a wedding announcement, turn everything into 2/2s with the Rafine in play. I know Piotr's
Go
flat
blank
on
is a
lands, but Reed
goodcard.com.
doesn't have anything else here.
And Reed's actually going to play his land out. He does have Hive of the Eye Tyrant hiding in his mana base back there, too.
Yeah, might use a treasure to activate the Hive.
Yeah,
just
if
because
your
you're gonna get that back.
Discord is linked to any of like the YouTube, your Twitch, whatever it happens to be,
Here from Duke. Yeah, everybody
your
in.
Patreon, then you get access to a chat and you can bug me in it. I try to respond and I try to do like exclusive stuff within that chat. You know what I mean? Like if I'm building deck lists that haven't been released yet on YouTube or anything, I'll leak it to the VIP chat first, so they get to use it before the rest of everybody's using it. It's a little bit of an advantage.
You have a hole on the 2/2 here. You run out the Rafine.
Miss
your
Maya
entire
is
team
not around.
is
I
going
don't
to
know where
become
she's at.
2/2s. So Reed
She
can't really
abandoned
chip
me.
away anymore. And Piotr's got the biggest threat in play.
Yeah, the only good news from Reed's standpoint is that he gets to wipe out his hand with Go Blank, but he's got bigger problems on the battlefield.
Oh, a Maya on her wheel
Go Blank's just gonna
emote.
take
Yes,
one card
killer.
here.
That would be fantastic. I understand.
Unless Piotr chooses to
Definitely a Maya emote.
attack with 2 creatures this turn to draw a card off the wedding
I like
announcement,
that.
which is kind of what Reed's hoping for.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Wait, huh?
He's not going to cast Rafine. Wow, so this will be an extra card in a hand here for Glogowski, and then Duke gets to take both of those out.
So and see them take 2
and by both of those, I mean both of those.
Shuffler's
wow, and there's
fine.
Corpse Appraiser with treasures to cast it. Oh,
Now,
this is a
is there a
great
creature
game.
in the graveyard? That's my question.
Oh, good
right?
question,
Because we
because
got Go Blink.
yeah,
so
These
there's
days
creatures
is
Nambo here.
also
Become
not here.
Go Blink into Corpse Appraiser. So Reed's not going to be able to draw a card here
Wow, that's a beat.
with the Corpse Appraiser.
And playing the Corpse Appraiser doesn't do much here. Denick is bigger. There's both Rafines going away. There's no window for that Appraiser to hit. He's just going to play it anyway, though.
All right, we have a 3-mana 3/3.
Welcome to Standard.
Welcome
That
to
does give him a
Standard,
double
baby.
block for Denick, I suppose. Also, a 3/3 does hold back the other 2/2/2. So I guess I was wrong. That makes sense to cast it. It's just depressing.
Yeah, you want to think that Corpse Appraiser just reads 3 mana 3/3 draw card.
Ouch times 2. Ouch squared.
Especially if you're boarding into go blanks.
Yeah.
So Piotr at least has an easy attack here with the 2/2. And he could also attack here with a 4/4 Hive of the Eye Tyrant. It would force a double block from Reed if he wants to get it off the battlefield.
Yeah, and that would clear the way for Denik in the future, and Denik with lifelink's nice too.
One of the cats came, I'd leave them in charge of the stream and go have a quick 10-minute nap, I think.
This is something
I'd let cats
newer
take over
players will struggle
commentary.
with, is recognizing when they've taken control of a game, and Piotr just has. Now it's not by a lot, right? There's many.
Right after
it's
the battlefield, you get to look at the whatever and draw a creature.
You have it, and that's what Glukowski's doing right now.
Yeah. So Reed could make a copy of the Corpse Appraiser, and then maybe just chump block the Denik, or choose to double block Hive of the Eye Tyrant. But then he's not going to have anything to copy. Gonna have to lean heavily on that 1 blood token that he has in play if he doesn't find something relevant here.
Yeah, the treasures help too. Like he has enough mana to draw something, even loot it away or cycle it away, and then find something new. I mean,
There you go. Ouch squared.
Evelyn here would be amazing.
I'm actually curious. I would love to ask Piotr on that decision to keep the Denik. I'm sure there were a lot of different reasons.
To play the Denik rather than Rafine.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
I
Pain
wondered if
divided
some
by
part of
ouch
that was,
equals outcome.
hey, I don't want you to play Corpse Appraiser. Right?
Oh.
Because if you play Rafine and attack with your creatures and you start discarding creatures, all of a sudden that gives Reed the potential of going Corpse Appraiser into copy potentially and just drawing.
Where are the emotes, bro?
It could also just be a race situation.
The year is 2050 and MTG Arena still doesn't have a decent spectator mode. Yeah, or leaderboards built in to the game. Hashtag get ragged.
As well.
The year is 2050. The humans are dead.
Yeah, the scary card here is Reflection of
Humans are dead.
No?
Binary solo. We literally just watched that the other
I'm
day.
thinking of cards like the Bloodthirsty
The
Adversary,
year
that
2000.
off the top, and
Another appraiser.
but
It's
it looks
terrifying.
like Piotr.
It terrifies me to think
the
that
fact that a
2050 is only in
3/3 is just
28
so good
years.
on this-
Like,
against
that's
what Piotr's
scary.
board is.
Yes.
Maybe just wants to close
Too
the
soon.
door
Oh
here.
man. He's got to keep. I mean, this is risky.
He's
right?
gotta
Because Reed
keep-
has a draw step plus a blood token.
Kiki Jiki with the Corpse Appraiser, though. Holy.
Reflect. It could really backfire here on Piotr, but yes, he is applying maximum pressure. What does Reed find? A Corpse Appraiser off the top of the library, and now there's stuff in the graveyard for it, plus the reflection. This is just disaster, and even gets the nice here from Glukowski. This was the risk he took.
Right? I mean, he killed the Corpse Appraiser, right? If he killed the Reflection, I mean, Corpse Appraiser off the top is still just a tremendous draw here.
But this could just be GG. Like, Reed might just straight up run
Where's
away
your
with this
emotes
game.
now, Piotr?
Oh my goodness, what a rip for Duke.
I hope Reed emotes them. I will be so happy if Reed emotes Piotr here.
The Corpse Appraiser? What did he lose? Oh, excuse me. No, there's the Denik.
Denik would be in the yard.
Then Denik would be there.
Yeah, and that's also, by the way, another reason that the Corpse Appraiser is so amazing here is that it just ate Denik from the graveyard too. I mean,
right? What?
Wow.
Pro Tour emotes
Draw
confirmed.
for Duke. He incidentally, and all he can find is a hive.
He
he got rid of Kaito.
Oh, he's going for another one. You see that mute?
So he must have a
He was going to emote him
game
again.
plan here around these hives getting in. And Reed's just going to pass the turn here with his reflection and the Corpse Appraiser.
Yeah, the thing that Reed just really needs to find an answer for is that unblockable 2/2, right? That's kind of the onboard clock that Piotr has, 5-turn clock.
Mm-hmm.
Your go, your go, your go.
Looks like on his
nice,
own
nice,
he's gonna
nice.
make
Oops,
the
oops,
Corpse
oops.
Appraiser here. He's going for the defensive Corpse Appraiser.
That
there's Obscura Interceptor. was
Obscuria
poised to
is
come
good
a little
though.
Late. Soul Transfer though in hand for Duke. Maybe a
Reed
target.
probably has him muted anyways. That's funny,
Keep in
Mike.
mind, Reflection of Kiki
Like a true pro.
is an enchantment creature. So that Soul Transfer, you can cast it for both modes.
Absolutely.
You've got an artifact, you've got an enchantment in play, so you can get something back from your yard if you have something, and kill something that's in play.
Yeah, Glogowski may have just cut off that line though with this Hive of the Eye Tyrant attack. He did just eat the other Appraiser. And he's actually going to put another one in the graveyard here though. He had the choice to put the token in instead, but didn't.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this Soul Transfer is going to be
That's
very
a big
strong.
difference.
You're going to kill the unblockable creature, get back the Corpse Appraiser from your graveyard. Pewter's tapped out, can't play this Interceptor.
Yeah, him being tapped out
Piotr
here
was
is
supposed
greedy.
to
It
leave
fucked him.
The other Appraiser, you can't do that though, right?
He was
No, I don't think so.
tapped his mana when he had
just didn't
a
have a good
complete
option there.
shutdown.
So another big swingy effect here for Duke as he takes out the 2/2 unblockable ninja and gets back his Corpse Appraiser. Now I assume there's no more targets for the thing at least. That's the only good news here for Glogowski. Maybe I missed one. Let's find out. No, there isn't.
It doesn't look like it, but I mean,
Still,
what a
it's a
back and forth
3-3.
game. And remember that what
good for later.
previous turn where Reed chose to keep.
Oh,
the
never
Hive of the
mind.
Eye Tyrant,
Topdeck.com.
recognizing that that's
www.can'tbeathatopdeck.com.
very close to double
Wow.
activating here.
Look at this Skyclave Apparition off the top for Glogowski.
Yeah.
He could take out the Appraiser and start
You
bashing.
just take Kiki Jiki. Take Kiki Jiki, bro. It's
Could,
easy.
Wouldn't be able to attack this turn, as Reed could copy the Corpse Appraiser.
Right.
So probably
These
just
guys take
finally
everything
get-
step
All right, he's like, you know what?
so seriously. You know what I
Let's get this
mean?
reflection off the battlefield here. This
Yeah.
thing's doing a little too much work.
He had a chance to do that earlier and passed on it, and he's not going to do that again. So that thing's going to get out of here. There's a Ray of Enfeeblement. That could create a nice little blowout situation potentially.
Top
Though
deck dot
I
yo
do wonder
mama.
If Reed just wants to get rid of it, like how important is that Ray of Enfeeblement to him here?
That would be a good Twitch
Very
name.
good, given that there's that
Top deck
Skyclave
mama
Apparition in play.
or
get a
top deck
3/3
girl.
back out of the
That'd be a
deal.
fantastic
Right.
name.
He's going to main phase it.
We have any ladies looking for a
Probably playing
name
around
upgrade?
Interceptor.
There you go.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to maybe consider
And for the gentleman, a top deck.
attacking with the
Pam.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant. And then
He
when
is.
when
The
blockers
top
are
deck
determined
pimp,
to
that would
use
be
the
a
Ray of
good
Enfeeblement, but
username.
wants to just get it off the battlefield first.
Yep. So he's
And
going to
Shared
trade off.
Forces it more damage.
doesn't like it.
That's right. There's another Denick. Somehow Glogowski's still on 4 lands here. You can see Reed has 7 lands plus 2 treasures. And wow,
Corpse
another
is
Corpse
an ETB
Appraiser.
ability, but you
I'll tell you
need
what, the value of corpses
that card
is
in your
rising
graveyard, right?
very quickly
I think
here
you need
in
to have a
Reed
creature in
Duke
your
land
graveyard
because
to exile.
The Appraisers have a lot of work to do, and it looks like Glogowski's just going to allow it
Or
to
someone's
happen
graveyard.
because Reed could just recast it anyway.
Oh, and a
Right, so you just have to
bloodthirsty
take out a
adversary
creature.
Here too.
That one's a
And
little
if you
bit
do-
better of a target perhaps for the
Oh, sleepy emo.
Absolutely.
Top deck Poppy. Nice.
Now it only costs 2 mana to cast.
That's right.
But if Piotr
Yeah, there
does
should
choose
Reed
to
should
use the
give him a
Interceptor,
hello
Reed will
and
one
then a
mana
good
short of actually
game.
being able
You know
to
what I mean? If
cast that
Reed
and
hello good game to this guy,
Interestingly,
might-
Reed may choose to just
I might
recast
climax.
an
I'm gonna be
attack.
honest.
He is applying a decent amount of pressure here.
NSFW. And Reed knows this. Every time
You can
he
tell
tore
that every turn he's like, how
emotes,
much damage can I
Karma
get
just
in? Like,
keeps
he doesn't want
feeding
this
Reed's
game to
top
drag
decks a
out.
little bit more. It's like, oh yeah, you know, Karma's sifting through his
So,
library. He's
this
like, oh,
part's
this one would
easy.
go
Just
good
put
on top.
bloodthirsty adversary
This
on
one
the
would go
stack.
good
Yeah,
go
I
on
think
top,
you
wouldn't
have
it?
to
Throw out the interceptor.
Wouldn't it, Reed?
Yeah, you have to just go for the Interceptor here.
Just farming
Big
BMs.
connive.
It's tough though because now you know Reed has a bloodthirsty Interceptor and you can't do anything about it next turn.
Interestingly, the Obscura Interceptor is going to discard Denick, which could give a little more action here to Glogowski next
Might
turn,
need
as
more
he
than
can
that though.
Disturb that out of his yard if he doesn't find
Oh,
Is
Meat
this
Hook is
better?
such a
He doesn't
cheat
have double
card.
black.
Oh,
Oh, he does, I guess.
Whatever.
yeah. So the Meat Hook
Whatever,
Massacre.
bro.
You can clear the board, but I don't know if that's. I don't know if you want to clear the board and then have your opponent on 2 Hive of the Eye Tyrant plus the adversary.
Yeah, that does.
He is pretty low on land,
Although,
is the thing.
one thing I want to point out, though, is the fact that Denick, if it was in play, its static ability, cards and graveyards can't be to target spells or abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that counter the Bloodthirsty Adversary?
Yeah.
Yes.
But he looted it away.
Yes.
The shuffler is never impressed. It is
I think
simply
he wanted
pressed.
something to do this turn.
Or
Oh,
depressed.
was that the only other card in his hand?
Well, he connived, so he could have
connived, yeah,
discarded what he
yeah.
drew with it if he wanted.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
Hmm.
So that's really interesting, because now you're going to see this Bloodthirsty Adversary do what? You can cast 2
Where's the
spells out of
sleepy
your
emote now? Frickin' Roper.
That's rough. I mean, it depends on what they are, right? Like,
I mean, it's removal spells, go blank.
Gives him the sleepy emote the turn before and then runs 2 timeouts. Nice.
Obscura Interceptor is going to attack here, perhaps a little bit of a hint as to what's to come. As Reed goes, wait, I get to trade? He's really forced to do so.
Yeah, but now you get to investigate.
Boom.
What a back and forth match, though. Jeez.
This is, you know, I'll tell you,
Ugh.
most players identify
Bad draw.
like, oh, I'm an aggro player, I'm a control player. If you're a mid-range grind player, you are loving life right now, because this has been like a ping pong match, just back and forth. Who's in the lead? Kind of depends on whose turn it is. And there it is. The Bloodthirsty Adversary hits the battlefield with double triggers available. That'll also make it, by the way, a 4/4.
4/4?
2-turn clock. So what can he find?
So it looks like
Ray. Okay.
Ray
that'll
for
kill-
Denick and then a soul transfer.
Oh, that's brutal. Now, is
Oh
there a...
my. There's
it's
no
just
enchantment in
getting a
play.
card back. Okay, he's
Yeah.
going to get back Bloodthirsty Adversary here to just do it all again next turn.
So Denick did not stop
Just as
the
important to hear,
adversary?
this is a major attack because this is half of Pyotr's life totals if he doesn't block, and there's still the double Hive of the Eye Tyrant hiding in the lands there for Reed Duke, and those are very difficult to interact with. Meathook Massacre is not going to do anything against those.
So
Trigger
Denick is
squared.
that's a 3/4 lifelinker, which is pretty good on this board
Mm-hmm.
against the Appraiser. It prevents the adversary from casting a bunch of spells, but again, like you mentioned, Reed Duke can just play out a really large adversary if he wants, or can just sit on it and wait till he finds a removal spell for the Denick.
So, not the worst draw for Glogowski.
I don't think he has any.
Where's
other
the
play
sleepy emote now, bro? Oh, it was flipped. Thank you, Tokyo.
Conclusion. Perhaps considering
I can't tell because the alt art. I don't have the alt art, so
Massacre
it
is an enchantment
doesn't register in my brain.
straight
Denick
up.
Meathook.
Right, but he decided not to. A land off the top for Duke. He's seen about enough of those, but he's still sitting on that blood token.
Can't Reed double activate his hives
Could choose
here?
to filter it away now.
Play the land double hive.
He would have
Fucking
to
smash for a
use one
gabillion.
treasure to get the double trigger on the adversary, but so what? The question, you know, is could he find something that would be
I like
more
the double
impactful,
hive.
significantly more impactful
Just
than
force
the
it.
bloodthirsty adversary?
And then you get to keep
Something
your
like a
haste
removal
creature in
spell
hand for later.
Yeah, Array, Infernal Grass.
This is funny for me. I like this.
Because that could get him ahead now.
Reed
And he can always
was like
bloodthirsty
grinding this
adversary
match out
for
hard.
the full amount after if he
Evelyn?
doesn't find it. What does he find?
Oh.
Evelyn. Oh, you called it, Paul. He's
Big
the main
pull,
favorite,
baby.
Evelyn, too.
www.bigpullbaby.com. Maybe don't go to that website. That
Well,
could be
I'm having trouble calling what
NSFW.
these players are going to do. Which makes me
Bigpullbaby.com.
sad.
Maybe.
But
you do know the top of their library.
But I know the top of the
I
library.
still think you want to go there regardless, though.
He found Rafine off of Pyotr's library, which is going to be just a beating here.
And Pyotr does not have enough mana here to Meathook away.
Play his Rafine against him. That's funny too.
And give
Play
that
his
two
Rafine
stuff
and then
only on
BM
5
him.
lands.
And then you go.
Reed is just making sure he has access to make this appear just as a hard counter.
It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us.
A thorn in his side. I mean, he's still only on 5.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
This game now.
Yeah, I mean, Reed has just done an excellent job of just kind of
literally unbeatable.
Those goal did a lot of work, right? I mean, you look back at that play.
Karma is the strongest card in the entire game.
Didn't have a land to play. Was choosing what to
do not invoke it.
Recognizing that the games are going to go long.
Just leave it. Be a good sport. Trust me. She will crush you.
Recognizing that and holding on to both of the go blanks. And you know,
she will crush you.
What we're watching here is just players top taking haymaker after haymaker. So those extra cards that Peter had to discard likely made the difference here.
That's right. I mean, they were 2 Rafines, right? Like those could have been absolutely critical. Divine Smite, kind of funny. It is an answer. For
I like the
Rafine.
emotes. I like a little back
Rafine
sass
at some point. Well, looks like that point came up right on us now. Not enough left in the tank there.
Oh no!
He's gonna scoop him up. Reed Duke,
invoke Karma. Yeah, that's the 6th drop invoke.
What was ultimately
it's multicolor.
Very tricky maze to navigate, but he comes out in the lead.
Yeah, and this Grixis Vampires deck so far,
crazy,
looking very, very impressive. That Evelyn just doing so much work, but I mean, you just see what this deck can do in the late game. Cards like the Corpse Appraiser, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, just all the creatures are extremely powerful. And when you see the way these matchups play out, Reed doesn't need to board out any of his threats. All of his threats are just good the entire way, whereas Peter had to do some other navigating. He took out his aspirants. He had to do... his creatures were not good enough for the matchup.
I gotta put on my old man glasses now.
I'm curious to see if this is going to be kind of the narrative moving forward. Is Grixis just the deck that's going to be better against Esper and also better against Runes? The way that they feel?
It's just replaying
still got a lot more standard to play tomorrow,
old gifted subs.
Yeah, really curious to see how that plays out.
Well, for the
old alerts,
sample size,
old news,
2 for 2, S for 0. So that's just early stages. We'll be keeping an eye on this and more as we work our way through the day. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We'll be back with more right after this.
Yes. All right, chat. Did you know that if you are subscribed to the channel, you won't have to watch this ad? If you put in your Twitch Prime Cs, you won't have to watch this ad. So we're doing it. We did it. Hashtag enjoy the ad, yos. Unsubscribe. Oh shit. Dang, yo. I mean, it's break time anyways, right? They're gonna take a minute break here. So we're just trash talking. It's a good time to throw one out anyways. Not what I mean. We had some serious points bet on that match, which is cool to see. It does definitely add another level to the stream. I appreciate that. Right? A little softcore gambling on the side. Yeah, super grateful to everybody who's been on with us today, whether you're here on Twitch or on YouTube. Thank you all so much. I hope you're having a magical day, and we're here all weekend long. It's standard in the morning here. We're going to be wrapping that up shortly. And then historic in the afternoon, which is going to be exciting as well. So it's a long day. We're not even halfway through. And I'm already running on fumes. So thank you all, right? I really appreciate it. Like I said, I hope you're having a magical day. We'll be here all weekend. Check out the YouTube channel for great content on the Dizaly. And of course, we're live on Twitch, a good portion of our life as well. Hey, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, become a YouTube member, a Twitch supporter, whatever it happens to be. And, yeah, we be out here, dogs. Let's go. Let's freaking go. If you're live on Twitch, we are doing predictions. You can gamble, like I said, these channel points, to build up enough, and maybe you can challenge me, choose what deck I play. There's some cool options that you can spend those on within the back side of things, yeah? Let's jump back to the coverage.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. Maria Bartholdi, Cedric Phillips, and Riley Knight here at the virtual news desk. And standard is in the books for day one of competition. And for the first time, we're gonna take a look at our leaderboard. This is always so exciting the first time we get to see the players who have started off their tournament undefeated. And we've got some big names.
Where's Jimmy?
Who started off 3-0.
Where's Jimmy?
Jan Merkel there. You can see his
I
very
don't
first
see
Pro
Jim's
Tour he ever
name there
played,
at all.
by the way, back in 2006. Simon Nielsen, Tristan Wilderoo, two of our challengers, starting out very good this weekend for chances in the World Championship, also starting out 3-0, so big thumbs up for them. Austin Bursavich starting out undefeated. Eli Cassis, hello. Eli Cassis won the Neon Dynasty Championship, everybody. That's the last one we played, and here he is starting out undefeated in this one too. David Inglis starting out undefeated at 3-0. Congratulations to all these players.
Starting out undefeated like that would be fantastic.
3-0.
Oh man,
Continuing
Jim
on,
must be getting
you can see our
slaughtered.
list of undefeated, 28 players total without a loss to their record. Autumn Burchett won the very first Mythic Championship, starting out 3-0. Sam Ralph starting out 3-0 as well. Marcial Carvalho starting out at 3-0. Jean-Emmanuel Deprat,
Alright, it's easy to
one of our
turn these
first
things
2-1
around, right?
players
Still
there. I
right
always
to
say it's not
start.
a tournament if JED doesn't top 8. Starting out
Just
the
means you have to go
tournament
undefeated
2-1.
now
So congratulations to
into the
these
future.
players. Very exciting stuff to see the players who are just kicking off the new Capenna Championship in such style.
SqueakyHinge.com.
But of course, we're also keeping our eye on the
Yeah.
races for the World Championship. Cedric is in charge of the league races. What's going on there, Cedric?
You bet I am. Shota Yosaoka is doing just fine, as is Logan Nettles, Andre Strasky, David Inglis, and Reed Duke. Now remember, everybody, the goal here is to be in the yellow box, because I personally
The
am sending
yellow
5 people
box.
to the World Championship. I suppose the players may have a little something to do with that as well. But again, we're playing a tournament here. The top 5 players in our league's races here, so it's the MPL and the Rivals League combined. Top 5 players in the yellow box.
Or give
into the
me
state.
death. I feel the
They're
same
going to the
way,
World Championship
Diagons.
later
I
this
just
year.
want to play
Now,
double-headed
people
giant.
that are on the outside looking in, there's still plenty of work to be done here. So you see from Marcio, whom Maria you mentioned is off to a beautiful 3-0 start, still very much in the thick of things. Shintaro started the day in the box, now outside of the box. Kai, Paulo, I know you guys have done a lot of winning in your career, but guess what? You're not in the box, okay? They're not in the box.
But guess what? You're
they want
not
to get
in the
into
box.
the box, okay? Outside the box, not where they want to be. So, right now, again, Shota, Logan, Andre, David, Reed, if we ended things right now, which we're not gonna, but if we did, we'd be going to the World Championship. Still plenty of time left for all of these players to get where they're trying to go. Riley, like I mentioned earlier today, your box is bigger
HGG,
than
do you
mine.
have
You have more
a
people in
gaming
the box.
chair sponsor?
Bigger box, more people. Let's have a look
Kind
at
of,
how
I
things are
guess.
going here. I mentioned at the beginning
They
of today's
sent me the
show,
chair for
we had
free. They
Tito,
don't pay me
Chris
monthly.
Marler, Greg Orange, Yuma Koizumi, and Simon Nielsen.
They did send
and
me
these
this
guys
chair,
have
and it's
just
pretty
not
nice.
Stop winning. We've got 2 3-0s, 2 2-1s with these 4. I don't know exactly what they're doing, if they're just focusing on the games ahead of them, or maybe they're thinking about going out and buying
E-Win
suitcases and maybe some
Racing.
fresh new duds for the
Giving your
World
boy
Championship
free
later
gaming
this year,
chairs
because it looks
since
like they are getting
2021.
into a prime position to punch their ticket to the World Championship. It's not going to take too much
How am I going to
for
get
them
that
to
back
lock
on?
up their spots from here. But as we move down the list, Camilo Lukesh, Oscar Franco, Alexander Rostal, I tell you what, they won't be looking for suitcases and suits. They'll be looking for towels to mop up the sweat that will be pouring off their faces as they watch this tournament here. These guys have got a huge sweat here, hoping that they don't get overtaken by people like Nathan Stoyer, who is already leapfrog on Andre Gillin there. So is Jim Davis. These are the players active there, not DNQ, active. They can gain more points throughout this weekend. So the race is very much on. And at this point, Stoyer, Davis,
Don't
Boney,
you
these
put
are the
it
names,
in the
these are
box.
people
Don't you
who are looking
shove
to get,
it
as
in the
Cedric
box.
says, into that all-important
You guys remember that?
box. More information as it comes ahead.
Thank you so much, Riley and Cedric. Great recap there as we watch the World Championship races. Such an exciting tournament. You want to be in that box.
Did you get double
We're
added?
pivoting to historic now for the rest of the afternoon. Cedric, I'm going to turn to you for an overview.
No box jokes here, even though it does kind of look like a box. Streets of New Capenna is the newest set
What
here
country
for
are you
Historic.
from?
We've gone over this format
What
quite a
country are
bit.
you in, Diagon?
And, I gotta say, for what's going on with Historic here, we're gonna see plenty of Is It Phoenix?
Because I have the
and other decks
Amazon
I'm sure
link.
We'll get to with the metagame
Most recently, I got
but a lot
the
of old and new cards
GameStop
alike,
sponsorship
and as you do see
link.
Historic metagame breakdown. Historic has
And
69
then I might be able to find
Is
you a
It
code for for
Phoenix
E-Win.
players here this
I have to
weekend.
go
It's just
dig
a
for
safe
it, though.
choice
That was a
in
long
Historic. The
time
deck is
ago.
powerful. We all know that. If you played a single game of Historic, you probably played against this deck
That was a long time
with
ago.
Consider, with Arclight Phoenix, with Crackling Drake, and you can really season the taste how you want to build this thing. Golgari Food was a deck that really showed out 2 tournaments ago. The last tournament, that Neon Dynasty Championship, less so.
But if you're buying yourself an
I'm feeling it's
expensive
probably gonna
chair,
do pretty well here.
I think you need
Azorius
the
Ward, Azorius
Herman Miller
Infinity,
chair.
Rakdos, Arcanist, that kind of
Aeon, I think it's
the
called.
rest of the format, but the big 2 you see there is it Phoenix and Golgari. So a little blue-red and a little black and green. But you know the white cards are also getting a little representation here too, Maria.
All right, let's go. Azorius Aurus. That's my deck. That's my deck. Happy to see it represented here in the tournament. But we've got round number 4 coming up. Let's find out who we're going to see do battle down in the feature match area as we kick off our historic rounds. We've got Simon Nielsen versus Marcio Carvalho. Let's meet our players here. The Celestia Humans versus Is It Phoenix matchup. Simon Nielsen, no top finishes to his name, but he's got 7 grand pre-top 8.
I don't know why my
2
emails
wins,
aren't
so that's
searching. That
pretty darn good.
upsets me.
68.5% historic win rate.
There we go.
Also pretty darn good. I'm interested in the Celestia Humans deck. Creatures, hello, yes. Here's Marcio Carvalho, 10 top finishes for Marcio. 69.1% historic win rate. Rockin' Is It Phoenix, the most popular deck in the field.
That's upsetting.
Marcio famous for coming in second in tournaments.
I was gonna put some
Wants to win
sunflowers
one of his own.
plants
Let's talk
in the
about
chat
these
for
decks. So
Ukraine,
Is It Phoenix, of course, the big bad here in historic.
I'll have to
Cedric,
get
how
the
does this matchup
old-fashioned
break
way.
down?
Well, let's start here with Simon Nielsen, who is playing the Celestia Humans deck. Mr. Checklist Card is the Twitter nickname
Boom.
for him, one that I do enjoy. You're going to see a lot of white
There we
creatures here,
go.
folks. Now, this is a deck that showed up around the Innistrad Championship and a little bit of online tournaments, but nothing really of consequence as far as a
Easy.
solid result is concerned. It's not like it's a bad deck or anything like that. It's just a deck that's a lot of creatures and for certain metagames can be positioned very, very well. The reason I mention that is because as we go over here to Marcelo
Yeah,
Carvalho,
Diagons,
who
check
is
out
Mr. Second
the
place, not
GameStop
Mr.
link.
Checklist card. What you're going to find with Marcio and his Is It Phoenix deck is you're going to find a deck that does not have a lot of spot removal here this weekend. You're going to see the addition of Ledger Shredder. You of course see Dragon's Rage Chandler, Arclight Phoenix, Oxvagonus, Crackling Drake. I'm mentioning a lot of creatures. Unlicensed Hearse. I'm mentioning Graveyard Hate. And of course, Faithless Looting, which is
click on my
busted. What you're not going to know here is just a
profile.
lot of, again, creature removal.
And
A
then
couple copies
go
of
to,
Strangle, 4 copies of
my
Holy
about.
Heat.
You can
But that's
see all
really
the
about it.
different,
So as you take a look at that Celestia
panels,
Humans
and one of
deck,
them will
you
be
see
GameStop,
a boatload
one
of
will be
creatures.
Amazon.
Dahlias need to be killed. Everything else needs to be killed. And in Is It Phoenix build, because remember, you can build that deck kind of however you want to without a lot of creature removal.
And then I'll get, I think, like a whopping
Spot, I think, from
1%.
Marcio, even though, again, Is It Phoenix
1 to
is the deck
5%.
beat.
All right, let's
Which
put
is
our money where our
whatever,
mouth is
it's
and
something.
get to our predictions here.
Appreciate
I
it.
think we're all tied up at the
You know
desk
what I
here
mean?
at 1 and 2.
Tough start.
Tag, you're
Tough
it.
start.
Oh,
Tough
killer.
start. Riley, where are you going?
Got him.
Look, I like the look of Nielsen's deck. Collected Company
Just got
is a
off
real
work.
powerhouse
How's
of
it
a card.
going?
Thalia is fantastic
Personally,
against Arclight Phoenix.
Subprime.
I don't know.
It
I
could be
also
better
just kind
for
of want
me.
to watch Arclight Phoenix lose, to be honest. So
I'm
I'm
a
going
little
for
bit
Simon Nielsen.
sleepy. Got a pretty bad headache.
Cedric?
Well, for me, it's that lack of creature removal that
But
Marcio
we're
does
getting down, we're
have
getting
here
dirty.
in
We've
this
got a
particular
long
matchup. Is
weekend
It
of
Phoenix is still
content,
great,
so
but I think that because
hanging out with
there's only
everybody
those
on
6
Twitch,
removals
on
in game
YouTube
one,
simultaneously.
Nielsen is in a pretty good spot. Give me Celestia
Just,
Humans as well.
Relaxing,
All
right?
well,
Enjoying our
I've got to
weekend.
break the mold here because I need to come out on top here in our desk
can get it
segment.
for
So
you
I'm
if you
going
need
with
the
Marcio
link.
Carvalho. Let's go. Send me out into the lead, Marcio. Let's do it. Is It Phoenix from the graveyard across for the win? I'm going to send it over to Alien Corey here to call round number 4 as we head into our historic rounds.
Oh, Maria, never change. I love you so much. Yes, we are indeed going to see many birds flapping and squawks happening as we have an Arclight Phoenix battle up against the
I should put it in as a
Humans.
command, though.
Amelia Loney
That's
alongside
smart.
Corey
I've not done
Baumeister,
that
my
yet.
friend. I must know, who do you like for this matchup?
Well, I definitely don't like Maria's bird sounds. I'll tell you that. That was pretty scary right there. But as far as the matchup goes, I'm really a big fan of this Celestia aggro deck. You know, I think Cedric said it, really well. There's only 6 pieces of removal.
I know the link looks weird, but it's
game
just
one
because
configuration.
you know
That's
it's
gonna
running
spell some
through
trouble here,
through me, right? So
for
it
this
tracks
game one,
towards
at
me.
least.
Don't
Yeah, I
worry,
think
it's not
for
a
the most
scary
part,
internet link.
The game one
You
from
click
Marcio
on it,
Carvalho's side of things with the Phoenix, you're just trying
It's
to
just
do
gonna take you to
your
here.
thing. You're not really caring too much about what's going on, but on the
get
other
to,
side of things, Simon Nielsen's pesky little
where you go
critters and
from
Esper
there.
Sentinel and Talia, they're gonna
I believe.
hamper what Carvalho is
that's set
trying
up
to
to
get
work.
done. So
Yeah,
ideal start here.
100%.
If he can find a Talia turn 2, he's golden.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, with this new addition of Ledger Shredder, which is an incredibly powerful card, you know, I've even been hearing the blue Tarmogoyf, you know, be brought up with this card. And
Easy powder,
when you put
excellent
those
for
kind of
headaches.
creatures
Well,
into
nothing
your
that
deck,
I'm sure I couldn't
it
get that
makes
readily.
it a little bit tougher.
Quickly.
Like you have to take out something. You have so some removal.
Wayo, thanks for the
to
follow.
go,
Appreciate that, Jaguar.
which just makes the deck a little bit worse against traditional.
We're having a magical
aggressive
day.
decks, even though we
Woof
don't
woof,
see a lot
baby.
of them in the metagame right now.
I will be right back,
And I
chat.
love this. Esper Sentinel gets a bit of a boost here from Talia's lieutenant. So now, if Marcio wants to not pay, he has to pay 2. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this pesky critter gotten dealt with shortly here, as we have Unholy Heat and a Strangle at the ready here.
Yeah, it looks like Simon likes his start as well. He is jamming down there.
Yeah, I want to know what he's listening to.
Yeah.
If he wins, hey Riley, if he wins, please ask him what he's listening to. I'm always
There
curious.
you go. Yeah, so we see 2 removal spells here. Strangle and Unholy Heat both can deal with Esper Sentinel, or do you just try to get down a creature here? I think I like that.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this. Ledger Shredder, the sooner it gets down, the more it grows, well, the quicker it can grow, and, you know, the more it connives, which is ideally what you're trying to do. You want to get these Arclight Phoenixes into the graveyard, and connive is an excellent new way to do that. So, poor little Sprite Dragons kind of got the boot in this list, but, you know, not too sad about it.
Yeah, it really is. Sprite Dragon kind of built into Ledger Shredder. It already kind of gets that big like Sprite Dragon, but it has that additional aspect to it, which just makes it such a strong card. Speaking of strong cards, that's a nice one.
Yeah. Yeah, hi. Hi, what's up, Talia? And an attack here too, as this 1/3 cannot kill either of these humans. So down to 14 goes Carvalho, and this is an excellent start here for Simon Nielsen in a deck that typically likes, well, not likes to, but it runs out of gas at a certain point. So yeah, this is ideally
100%.
what you want to be seeing here.
100%. And a quick reminder to these players, 4 win gets you into day 2, and especially for Marcio Carvalho, who is in 6th place right now in the World Championship race, you need to make it to the 2nd day to have a chance at that World Championship seat. So very important for Marcio. And Simon, we just saw, you know, in 4th place right now, looking great, but you definitely want to keep winning to solidify that lead that you have above the other players.
For sure. So Marcio has to deal with one of these threats. Talia gets taken care of, and an Unholy Heat to take care of the Esper Sentinel. Being able to cast 2 spells in a turn, though, means that the Esper Sentinel doesn't get another draw, but the Ledger Shredder does get to connive. So there's the first birdie in the bin, and there is also the trigger for Dragon's Rage Channeler. So she is angry for the rest of the game, while that graveyard is nice and full.
Very angry indeed, and Thalia did some work here because Phoenix would have came back with that opt, so big collected company here.
Oof. That's a pretty good find there off Collected Company. 2 things found, and Talia's lieutenant gets to trigger the Adeline Resplendent Cathar, so an extra point of damage in there. Down to 8 goes Marcio, and with 2 flutings and an opt, I think we might see some birdies. So let's hope that the Dragon's Rage Channeler can find a couple extra goodies here, maybe an extra Phoenix, just to try and get himself back into this, just to fend off against this onslaught.
That was a huge draw there, Ailey, on Holy Heat, and you see that 4 for 4 on the card, letting you know that Delirium is online, so being able to take out Adeline here for 1 mana is going to be huge, as well as bringing back 1, maybe 2 Phoenixes here if we find another one.
Yeah, let's just see if the library behaves here. Ledger Shredder going to be doing its connive thing, getting nice and big and chunky, but as you mentioned, important to get that Adeline out of the way. But there's also a giant killer on the board, which can tap down the Ledger Shredder, so it's going to be a bit of a tough situation here either way for Carvalho. He needs blockers.
Yeah, absolutely. More removal there. There's a Strangle to be able to, yeah, this is going to be a nice turn. Marcio deciding to discard the 2 cards that isn't land and the 2 removal spells, and now can fire both of these at Adeline and Giant Killer, which would be very, very strong here, and bring back a Phoenix, maybe block with that on the Giant Thalia's Lieutenant, and everything coming up great for Marcio here as far as game 1 goes.
Yep. Top of the deck, very kind to him in terms of finding these cheap interactive spells, digging deeper into the library, getting some more stuff into the bin. And Unholy Heat is actually going to go towards Talia's Lieutenant.
Wow.
So Adeline gets to hang out a second here.
Okay, and then the Strangle for the Giant Killer.
and no hand.
See, Simon does a nice, thumbs down there because that is a huge attack. Dragon Rage Channeler is not delirious anymore now that these creatures came back. That is one less type, so you kind of have to leave that one back. And now Marcio just decides, how aggressive can I get without, an attack that would be lethal on the other side?
Yeah. Ooh, Inquisitor Captain, a pretty nice draw here for Simon Nielsen. Bosaiju, who endures, will be the land for turn. So, yeah, let's go getting some creatures out for free, huh?
Yeah, this card's incredible. Just Collected Company that really never can miss. I say almost never.
Oh, man.
Wow.
What a yoink off the top of the library there.
And is that game?
Is this enough?
Yeah, we see this. That takes care of that. Adeline plus another token. 6. That's 5, 6.
Plus the Esper Sentinel.
Wow.
My goodness me.
Both players were really operating at some really high efficiency here. Wow.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm pretty sure Marcio went through every possibility. How do I lose this? And it was exactly that. Inquisitor Captain finding the removal spell and an extra 1-drop. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it had to be 2 creatures, aka Collected Company and Inquisitor Captain, that one of them found a removal spell, but that wasn't even enough. You had to factor in 1 additional land and a 1-drop that had to be added on there. So, I mean, that is pretty tough to play around. But, Marcio's probably going to be kicking himself just a little bit for maybe not leaving one back. But Marcio was really trying to play to a line that would just guarantee him the win next turn, not trying to give this Celestia aggro deck a chance to top deck another company, another Inquisitor Captain, and just try to shut the door.
I mean, perhaps overcommitting a little bit in the attack there. Also, maybe kicking himself for not killing the Adeline there. But yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to work out what the possibility of that exact situation happening, be my guest, because I probably would have been on the, all right, turn the dude sideways, go face train.
Yep, exactly. And I want to bring some attention here to a sideboard card that we've seen in Magic's past before be pretty decent against, let's say, mono blue flying style decks with Crawl Harpooner, but it is excellent against how these Izzet decks are configured now, aka just with Ledger Shredder being added. You just get to, if they play Ledger Shredder, you play Crawl Harpooner and kill it right away. That is such a good exchange. And it's a card that you can find off company, off Inquisitor Captain that can deal with, some really big creatures. So Crawl Harpooner is excellent in this post-board games.
Oh, this little insect was an all-star in the Ravnica block, the most recent one.
You called it, killer. Here's
Get
Simba.
it in draft? Yeah, you're going to play that. You got to kill those pigeons.
He's ready to take over the stream now.
These high-stakes matches like we have this weekend, you want to kill them all really quickly.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I remember playing Mono Blue Aggro in Mythic Championship 1, and some players were playing that, and it was not fun to play against, Ailey, believe it or not.
Oh, no, I can imagine it wouldn't be, so... Serves you right for playing Mono Blue.
Another dream start here with Esper Sentinel on the play. Esper normally these Phoenix decks are so good at dealing with other creature decks, and while that is still true in this matchup, if your creatures are Esper Sentinel and Thalia, it makes it a little bit more challenging.
I do like this opening hand here for Simon Nielsen. Has the Esper Sentinel, ideally draws a 2-drop now, and then Ranger Captain of Eos, which is an awesome
Tuesdays, what do you think of this meta?
Just being able to go and find a 1-drop and also shut off any shenanigans that there could possibly be on the other side of the table. So,
not only finding a 1-drop, you can find like Dauntless Bodyguard that protects a creature, or you can find Giant Killer, which is a removal spell outside of the more obvious cards of just finding a lot of Esper Sentinels. So a really versatile card.
Yeah, for sure. Lands aplenty here for Simon Nielsen, who's still just having the best time of his life. I must know. I'm going to tweet him after this. Be like, what are you listening to, sir?
He's counting his lands?
He's mathing. He's like, yeah, this is fine.
That really
counting his lands?
Pretty much all the time. A great dude to be around. Absolutely.
He looks like an absolute blast. Dragon's Rage Chandler found here. Just the Arclight Phoenix and the Abrade in hand. Also a Hall of the Storm Giants to threaten a late game. But we have to get there first.
Is this the math teacher again?
Setting himself up nicely, and on the other side of things, Ranger Captain of Eos is going to go digging for a handy dandy 1-drop. Let's see what we find.
Quick reconnect.
Yeah, going for the removal spell.
Sure. That kills a Hall of
No epilepsy warning, wizards.
With a lot of mana. With a ton of mana.
Yes. Ward is the thing. Ranger Captain is like, nah, I'm just gonna sacrifice this. You don't get to kill me. I kill myself. Goodbye. Here he goes. And now we're gonna see a hard cost Arclight Phoenix, which isn't something atypical of this deck. You know, if you have it in hand and you can't get it out the cutesy way, you know, costing 3 spells, you're just gonna jam it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to see that kind of mode of Arclight Phoenix happen a lot more in post-board games against a lot of things. You know, there's a lot more hate that comes in for the Phoenix matchups that usually involves Graveyard Disruption, or the Is It Phoenix deck becomes more focused and has a lot more removal, so you don't chain together ops and considers as consistently. So you see them jammed a lot more often.
Now, I have a question here. Knowing that this is a post-sideboard game, knowing that there's a negate and an Archmage's Charm that could possibly come in, is there any reason why we didn't cast the Collected Company before the untap?
I was kind of looking at the sideboard to think the same, like maybe that's a little bit of a risky play, but bringing in Negate against a deck that only has 4 Collected Companies and 1 Giant Killer as the only spells is just too loose to do. The Archmage's Charm is pretty decent, so I think this is a calculated risk where Simon's like, you might have 1 card, and of course that would be punishing, but instead Simon wants to wait until, let's say, combat for Marcio to really have a big picture of how many attackers you have to deal with. And maybe if Marcio decides to attack with a Dragon Rage Channeler without it being delirious, you might be able to, you know, just ambush block it if you get any creatures. I don't think Marcio is going to attack with it for what it's worth, because it's pretty telegraphed here for this Collected Company, but you never know.
My, 4 open mana, whatever could you have? Is that you, Wandering Emperor?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get a Crawl Harpooner.
That would be awesome.
No. Actually, this is all right.
That's pretty big. Adeline just has to be the best card right here, especially now with those Unholy Heats not being delirious. I mean, you have to, you have to get delirious real quick to deal with that card.
Oh man, Dauntless Bodyguard to protect Adeline from any Unholy Heat shenanigans is just chef's kiss at this point.
Yeah, no kidding. If there was an advantage bar, it would be well in favor of Simon Nielsen to lock up a day 2 berth already, just 4 rounds into the tournament. You know that's got to be exactly what Simon wants.
Oh, heck yeah. And
to what? Only play 1 historic match?
The World Championship qualifiers, you know, that's just going to be
got him.
Top here. So I like the line here of going Dauntless Bodyguard, let's protect Adeline, let's get smacking, get some more dudes on the battlefield, because that's going to pump Talia's Lieutenant up as well each time a human enters the battlefield. So, yeah, and then just collect a company. Oh my gosh, this is gross, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, Adeline and Thalia's Lieutenant is one heck of a combination. Oh my! Wow.
Oh, that's beautiful. Crawl.
I haven't seen the Harpooner in a minute.
Marcio,
good card.
Here, deal with these guys, or as I like to say, catch.
Catch, yeah. Yeah, the only problem is Crawl Harpooner does not have the, you know, the type of human attached to it, but you know what? I think Simon will be okay. Yeah, doesn't even decide to kill Arclight. I like that decision.
Yeah, he's not gonna smack it. He's just sitting there being like, yeah, come at me, bro. What you got? Not a whole lot at this point.
And you might think why Simon decided to not kill Arclight. One of the few ways that Marcio could get back into it is by casting, let's say, 3 removal spells on 3 creatures, and then getting back a Phoenix anyways, and then you just kind of gave away an attacker for no reason. So really heads up play there from Simon to not do that.
Yeah, no, this is looking excellent here for Simon Nielsen. Whoa! Down to 5 goes Marcio Carvalho.
Just slams his water. I like that.
He's got 2 Unholy Heats to his name right now. This is going to be a big draw for him. Do or die time.
Yep.
I love this. Before the draw, Unholy Heat, Dragon's Rage Channelers can help scry to something meaningful. Or surveil, as it were. So let's see what he can find here.
Yep, being able to
oh my god,
manipulate your draws a
Captain
little
off
bit
the top.
to be able to try to find something.
Nice.
Think just what is Marcio's best draw right now? I don't see anything that just cleanly gets him back into it.
He's left an opt on top, and you know, he's kind of at the point where he doesn't want these Dragon's Rage challengers to become delirious, because unless he can cleanly get a win here, like just find the gas and go, you need blockers. But
I think
even then, I don't know if he's got enough.
I think the outs is just putting 2 Arclight Phoenixes into the graveyard and having Delirium for Dragon Rage Channeler to be able to deal 15 points of damage, because even just 1 more Arclight Phoenix and getting Delirium, which is already kind of a tall order to ask, is still just 12, leaving Simon at 1 here.
That
It's
escalated
gonna
quickly.
Take a lot of luck.
Look at this dude playing in the absolute dark.
Expressive Iterations taking a look at 3 cards, 1 in the hand, 1 in exile, and 1
Must
goes
be nice.
back to the bin, back to the library. There's an Unholy Heat. Still no Delirium, though, but can take care of one of these creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, and now we might see Marcio move to second main phase and then fire off this Unholy Heat, just to make sure he isn't forced to attack if you do want to put something into the graveyard that gives you Delirium.
Yeah, and I don't think he had any other Phoenixes going to the graveyard, so he's going to pass through combat here, like you mentioned. Make sure these DRCs can hang back and block, and then he's going to go for the Unholy Heat. Oh, he's risking it for the biscuit here. He's looking for 1 more card type to get into the bin. There's the land. Needs it. Man, this is tense.
Yeah, and even if it's there, Marcio is still in just such a rough spot. But if it's not there, the old you don't have enough to even kill the creature is just got to be Simon. Like, okay, well, this is over.
Yep. It is certainly looking like that, as now Inquisitor Captain is going to do more.
There goes your
shenanigans,
blocker.
And this time I'm pretty sure this birdie is eating dirt, as there's just 2 Dragon's Rage Channelers to block this onslaught of humans. There's going to be an extra creature being created here.
Yeah, it would be
2 biggest
later.
things, but that's enough damage with the little idiots coming on through. So, yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. Unbelievable stuff here from Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, not a bad start.
Just gets his dance on.
Doing is beating the Izzet deck, which everyone kind of anticipated.
That's pretty
being the
funny.
most popular deck. Simon's got to be liking his chances, pretty clearly
Come on, Corey.
liking his chances.
We got to jam
here.
with him. Everybody jam now. I don't care what you're doing, but you got to jam.
Yeah,
Everybody
that makes
jam with
sense.
Simon Nielsen.
That makes sense.
He jam on.
Nobody likes to dance alone.
He jam on, bro.
Oh man, I love it. You can see how much that meant to him. What an excellent win there. Just everybody dance now. Let's not get DMCA'd.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, that was excellent. I'm gonna go tweet him now and find out exactly what he was listening to. But that played out perfectly for humans, right, Corey?
Yeah, it really did. You know, unfortunately, Maria is
Come
not
on.
gonna get her pick
Whoops.
right again, because that was just an absolute beating. These Thalias and Esper Sentinels just gave enough value for Simon to be able to get some cards off the removal spells that Marcio would cast. And we even saw that game 1. Marcio drew a lot of those 6 removal spells, and they just were not enough with the timely top deck from Simon to just win that game out of nowhere.
So kudos to Simon Nielsen. He is through to day 2. Still has a couple games to play though today in the rounds. And when
Oh,
we
he
come
still has
back,
to play them.
we are going to check out round number 2. So let's toss it to Maria and Cedric to find out who we're checking out.
I was gonna say it would be cool if he just got to skip his next matches, right?
Hey everybody, coming up next, we've got Andre Strosky versus Gregor Grewers.
Hey, is someone doing the
Azorius Auras. He's looking to cast
do we have a mod here?
Ram or Light Paws, or of course Spirit Dancer, suit up with some auras and give some beatdowns.
Who won, chat? Who won?
Brewers, he wants to stop
Choose
Strasky
prediction
from doing that
outcome.
by flapping some wings via some timely spot removal and attacking for the win.
Simon won.
That's Strosky v. Grewers coming up after the break.
Boom. Nailed it. What was the next one? Oh. Who wins? Oh, someone already did it. Oh no, that was the last one. Slash prediction. Enter. Start prediction. Who is our next matchup? I forget. And now I've got rid of chat. It's Chris. And who is the other one? Who's the first one? Who's the first one.com? Kai? Is it Chris and Kai? I believe it is. I believe it is. Beautiful. Get your vote in, ladies and gentlemen. Get that vote in. Is it? I could be wrong. I literally could be wrong. Because now I see that they're showing Norayuki. So is this who's playing next? They're showing everyone. I actually don't know who plays next. I don't know if this is correct. Literally, I do not know. Chat will have to confirm or deny. Or we can wait and find out together. I just assumed it's whose decks they were going to show us during the break, but then they kept going. So I don't know. I do not know. We'll find out right here. We'll find out.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and man, we've seen some excellent games so far. Corey, the next one should be one of them as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good one. Seeing Azorius Auras up against Izzet Phoenix. Always a
No,
close matchup.
it's not. I'm
really,
wrong.
Really good.
I'm wrong, and I
Mr. Coming
fuck
out
that
of retirement
up.com.
himself, Andre Strasky up against George Grillers.
I'll see your 5K.
So let's jump in
Eeny, meeny, miny,
here
mo.
and see
Catch a tiger by its toe.
can come up with here.
I should have
haven't seen
waited
Auras
and seen who
yet
won.
this weekend because we've just started the historic section. So if you've been wanting to see Auras,
We
well,
delete
you
it?
are here.
Delete and
anytime,
return
my
points.
friends.
Nice.
Look at the opening hands here, not too shabby.
That's
we have the
cool.
goodest boys, Selfless
I was
Savior,
able to
Sentinel's
delete
Eyes,
and
and
return the
Curious
points.
Obsession. Up
Very
against
cool.
just one land there. Do we keep that one?
Yeah, tough one for
Dragar
Izzet to keep as well, and it does look like Strosky mulligan that as well. It was like 4 lands, you know, that's just a little bit too much for this Azorius Auras deck. You just need to be able to chain off some spells, and this one looks a lot better.
Yeah.
For Andre.
Yeah. You know, you want to definitely get Core Spirit, Dancer, or Stram, Senior Edificer in your opening hand. Storm Chaser, Drake does a similar thing to both of these creatures, both of the white creatures, but yeah.
All right, we got the new
one
one
of
up.
those out, you're going to feel a lot better about the opener.
Yep, absolutely. And this Azorius Auras deck, you know, they got to be feeling pretty good about their Phoenix matchup because going into Historic, you have to expect that that's the #1 deck. So we'll see if that is actually true here. And we hope that Gregor can actually just keep a functional hand here. 1 land, not ideal, but you do have Consider to be able to sculpt your hand to play Letter Shredder on turn 2.
Yep. Also the Dragon's Rage Channelers, which can help to get some nuisance off the top of the library. So pretty good start here for both players as we get things underway. Spire Bluff Canal gets Dragon's Rage Channeler down on the board. Passes the turn back to Strasky, who will be able to run out Stram Senior Edificer, which unfortunately is gonna have some trouble breathing very shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly. But when you're Andre here, you can't just not cast one of your 2-drops. Ideally, you want to wait for that turn 3 when you can play SRAM into Sentinel's Eyes or Glaring Ignis. But, where you want to be able to back it up with that. But if you don't hit a land, you just have to keep playing your cards and just hope they run out of removal.
Yeah, for sure. So here we're going to see Dragon's Rage Channeler chipping for 1 point of damage. SRAM is off the battlefield. Esper Sentinel, pretty decent draw here. Ideally would have liked that 1-2 punch of, all right, land number 3, get a Core Spirit Dancer down, get Sentinel's Eyes going. Boom, start drawing cards. Not the case for this turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, even Esper Sentinel, you know, maybe into Sentinel's Eyes or something would have been ideal, but with the island, they're unable to do that.
Esper Sentinel's Eyes.
I think probably the Auras will win.
Get smushed together.
Probably
What does he
Andre.
consider here on the end step? Take a look at the top.
The
of the
potential
library,
life
ditch
gain
another unholy heat,
is
and-
pretty nice.
Ooh, hello, Dragon's
And
Rage
can
Channeler in the bin.
outpace
We
the
are
Phoenix.
delirious.
There we go. No land.
Huzzah.
But there's
I don't
land
know.
number 3. Ideal
Very cool.
for Gregor.
And a faithless looting.
Phoenix can pop at any time, right? So it's hard to say.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting start here. Decides to go with a little bit more conservative play. Let her shredder and then just deal with this Drake and then start to have a really powerful turn. Next turn with Faithless Looting, maybe bringing back Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah, and with this Connive trigger on the stack, Arclight Phoenix is likely hitting the graveyard now. Otherwise, it's another Faithless Looting in the bin, but yep, let's get rid of Arclight Phoenix. There's 2 spells out of the 3 we need to bring that bad boy back, so things looking pretty darn good here for Gregor. Where are the lands? Come on, library.
All right, when Phoenix pops, it pops.
Azorius Auras behaves and gives you that proper amount of lands and kind of stops at 3. You know, the deck just looks incredibly powerful, but whenever you just can't strap things up and your creature gets dealt with right away, it becomes a lot more difficult. Oof, that's nice.
Oof.
On the other side of things, I'm quite enjoying this turn here from Gregor Grewers, as he's now got 2 big pigeons in the bin.
Whoever bet Gregor is gonna win big.
That was a big.
They're gonna win big, baby.
Sent west as well. Ledger Shredder's gonna ditch a couple more
Bye
things.
bye.
And then we're gonna see some birdies fly.
Yeah, well, let's see if we're gonna see a close
Yeah,
game in Historic.
looking
so
pretty grim for Andre.
This one is gonna look like a bit one-sided here as long as we cast that 3rd spell, bringing back a Phoenix here. This is an incredible draw from Gregor, drawn out of that 1-lander.
Yeah, unbelievable. And as chat has so eloquently put, people who don't like Phoenix don't understand the depth, skill, patience, and time it takes to learn an intricate and complex deck. You got some spelling errors in there, friends. Might want to check your copy pasta as you go, but let's go check in the sideboard, yeah? What are we doing here?
All right, let's see what we want to be doing. Want to take out some arcane flights. That makes a lot of sense from Andre Strosky. All the creatures fly out of Gregor's deck. As far as Gregor goes, just try to bring in anything that deals with creatures. You probably don't.
I mean, it doesn't always happen like that, though, right?
Just because, well, you know, the creatures ideally get out of range of that pretty quickly. But you're going to see Fry being excellent, being able to take down any of the 2-drops.
It's your last chance to get in on those predictions. If you haven't bet yet, you can get in and have an advantage.
Being the new addition from this deck, that kind of
Everyone pile in on Gregor.
It's not only being able
Pile in on Gregor.
protect your creature, you get to keep your auras attached to it and put an additional counter on it. Something that I know this team is very excited about as an addition for this deck.
Yeah, it's just a cheap little save or a safety spell, if you want to call it like that. But see a mulligan here from Andre Strasky, who finds 2 Core Spirit Dancers, Tormod's Crypt to deal with pesky graveyards, as well as the Sentinel's Eyes. So he'll be happier with that. And more importantly, Corey, 3 lands. No.
That's what I was going to think, too. I was like, does Strosky, because of the last game, decide to keep a 3rd land or just stick to his gameplay? I like that from Strosky.
50k
results-oriented when it comes to these kind of things, but we'll see if it pays off.
It can't happen twice, right?
Exactly,
Right?
exactly.
Oh, fingers crossed for you, buddy. SRAM Senior Edificer is going to be the first one sent to slaughter, as an unholy heat on the other side of the battlefield can take care of him. But first and foremost, let's opt to take a look-ski at the top of the library and find something spicy. Ooh, another
Ryder's
unholy
hand
heat.
is
he retiring again?
absolutely excellent. That is pretty much the ideal hand you want here. You're able to Unholy Heat, get rid of the SRAM, hold up Unholy Heat in case Andre tries to go Spirit Dancer into equipment, or just play a Consider and then have Expressive Iteration open for the next turn.
Hopefully soon.
I told you, Corey.
On the championship there.
Yep. Always keep the
The
third
third
land,
turn
huh?
is cursed. Yeah.
It is brutal, though, because if you don't have Tormod's Crypt here, these Phoenix draws, if we do find a Faithless Looting, if Gregor finds a Faithless Looting here, it's just going to be, you know, pretty much game over. So it's tough. It's tough. And there is the
At least he has 3 lands. Are you sure?
Decision
I only count 2.
look like it right now.
Yeah, so Ledger Shredder, though, an ideal creature down on this board. Unholy Heat will take care of the Core Spirit Dancer. We'll get some conniving going.
Wow.
Ooh, rescue birds. Birds are going bye-bye. Now, we want to get this Tormod's Crypt off the battlefield ASAP, because there's only like 1 copy of it.
It's a fucking blowout.
Yeah, I
Nice
think
land.
That is not many, that's for sure.
Yeah. So if just one bird takes the hit, sure, that's fine, but the next birds will be safe.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to see from Gregor is something like play 3 spells, but don't discard that other Arclight Phoenix, and then just try to get Strosky to bite on that. Maybe Strosky does, maybe doesn't, but there's a third bird. Imagine if this Tormod's Crypt wasn't here. You're very likely to be bringing all them back as long as you found one mana spell off Faith.
Oh, you only need 2 lands.
And the Connive from Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a pretty good job here of keeping Gregor at bay, you know, completely just letting loose and getting all of these birds going, because he could sure do that. But he's not gonna. He's not gonna. He's just like, I can hard cast these birds.
That has got to hurt.
Either way, stuck on 2 lands once again is Strasky, as Ledger Shredder is just gonna chuck a copy of a mountain here.
Yeah, without that Tormod's Crypt here, though, Gregor could easily have an attack for 12 this turn. It's pretty tough to come back, so, you know, maybe we won't have to argue with Andre Strosky keeping that card over a 3rd land too much, because that is definitely going to be protecting him here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but how does he beat the Ledger Shredder?
Rage Chandler was found here as well. Again, you're not going to see the Phoenixes being discarded, but this might be enough to get Strasky to pull the trigger on that Tormod's Crypt just to prevent the 3 extra damage in the sky. So let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't cast the 3rd spell here yet, so we're not trying to bring it back, but just a DRC here coming out, even though it is delirious, but Tormod's Crypt can kind of mess with that a little bit. Still a good play to just get another threat in, and I'm with you, Ailey. I'm jamming Arclight Phoenix just for 4 mana next turn and go from there.
On the other side of things, Strasky, unfortunately, not finding land number 3 once again. Selfless Savior is the only creature that can attack. And
you played yourself, fool.
Channel right now. Core Spirit Dancer is just
literally just played himself.
Yep, and I do want to remind people, Andre Strosky is in 3rd place right now for the World Championship spot with the amount of points he has, but Andre really does need to make it to day 2 here. 4 is that magic number for Andre, so, you know, these are still some really big matches here for the league players. That race is really tight right now.
Yeah, I mean, there was about 5 or 6 players all tied up at 66 points. For those of you keeping track in the races, yeah, so much to play for this weekend. You want to get your seat in that World Championship, and unfortunately, the way this match is going, it's not looking like this is going to be a W for Andre Strasky, but Gregor Gruers is just continuing to push the advantage here. All the spells he could possibly want. Another Dragon's Rage Chandler, a Spell Pierce to protect against anything that Strasky may have in hand. And, yep, he's not going to be able to pay for it at this rate.
Yeah, Spell Pierce excellent right now against
this is looking
punishment if that's
pretty over.
What Strosky is trying to do to recover a little bit here.
Yeah,
this is not looking great.
Ledger Shredder's just like, nah, I don't need this. Spell Pierce in the bin.
Yep.
Another Dragon's Rage Chandler down, and a Strangle to kill one of these creatures.
Yeah, and we'll see if we want to fire that Strangle off. You do have the Selfless Spirit to protect Core Spirit Dancer. So we'll see if it's time to activate that Tormod's Crypt, and then you can actually block with Selfless Savior to trade with Dragon Rage Channeler. But if that does happen, then Strangle from Gregor is able to just clean up Core Spirit Dancer. And Andre's just recognizing the only way I win is if I chain together some auras onto Core Spirit Dancer, so I just cannot do that right now.
Yeah.
Decides to save it.
I actually would have loved to have seen Gregor ditch one of these Phoenixes to keep that Spell Pierce up. Because this next turn, Strasky's basically got free reign to do whatever the heck he wants. So this could
like
what?
What?
Bad news?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you
Like
on that.
what?
I think that would have been maybe a little bit more
the third
safe,
land.
but still, even with Strosky just going off this turn, Gregor can just animate that den, can just hard cast a Phoenix. You know, still a lot of things that can be cast. Step 1, deal with Ledger Shredder at least for a few turns.
Yep. Ooh, Staggering Insight is a great aura. Needs 1 more land to be able to cast it, and then we got Lifelink.
Imagine paying 2 life against the Phoenix
There's
deck.
no interaction with it right now, so...
Imagine paying 2 life against the Phoenix deck.
Strasky want to go about this turn?
No, you
Draw
fool.
a card. Yes, that's what my
You
deck does.
fool.
Yeah, can I hit yes for every single one of these, please, for the whole tournament?
Yeah, Unless I have
Would you like to pay 2 life? I guess.
There you go.
Why not?
Decides to play Sentinel's Eyes here to be able to get in some damage and still have a blocker left open to probably have to, you know, blow up Tormod's Crypt to be able to then block one of these channelers instead of Curious Obsession.
Not sure it's blocking any of these flyers.
An extra card. Strasky just recognizing I have to play defensively here.
Yeah. And I think Strasky's pulling it back here because now
You're
on the
done,
attack step,
son.
he can do what you mentioned the previous one, where he can Tormod's Crypt, get rid of the graveyard, and eat one of these Dragon's Rage channelers, preventing the 6 damage in the air. Now, likely just going to hard cast the Arclight Phoenix here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Tormod's Crypt get popped now.
Exactly, and there's no choice here from Gregor to be able to play around that line. You have to attack with these Dragon Rage channelers, so I mean, it just has to be.
I used to play a lot of Historic, and my favorite thing was when someone would pay 2 life for a land, and then pay another 2 life to Thoughtseize me. And I play as an aggro deck. Oh man. It's like you literally just paid 4 life. That's like a quarter of my job.
Cards continue to flow.
Thanks for making it my life 25% easier.
Chance you can hit Delirium if you hit all 4 types, you know, in a perfect world. It's for sure not easy. Okay, now
there's
you can't.
an instant. There's a second instant.
Yep.
That's a sorcery. That's not gonna cut it.
Okay.
All right, so one of these is getting munched.
All of a sudden, with Staggering Insight and Curious Obsession being able to be strapped here, this is going to be a lot of damage. And wow, how is Strasky actually looking like, you know, he could be doing okay?
Does this insight give lifelink?
Look at the value. I mean, this
Oh,
thing
it
is
does.
ginormous.
It does give lifelink. There you
Draw
go.
2 more cards. We're gonna make this Core Spirit Dancer even chunkier. That's a 9/11, and we can stick another one in here for good measure.
It's been a long
Heck,
time.
Why not? Let's just get a bunch of life, draw a bunch of cards, and
Ugh.
things are looking pretty darn good now for Strasky. That's almost a 1-hit kill there. Good grief.
Yeah,
A little bit better.
And just being able to gain that all back.
Right, that life gain is helpful.
You just can't imagine Strasky losing. That is just how explosive this Azorius Aura's deck is.
Yeah, it's incredible. Once
Yeah,
again,
looking for Fading Hope.
You just need the lands to behave. That's all. But luckily, Strasky found the land that he needed.
Duh.
That puppy dog around to protect the Core Spirit Dancer. I mean, that's the real hero.
Duh,
The
doggy.
good boy, the selfless savior.
Ultron Assemble.
Really, this game was completely over.
It's been a really long time since I used Staggering Insight.
And Strasky, you know, played that instead of playing Core Spirit Dancer when that was his last creature that really goes off with these enchantments. So yeah, you know, I might understand why Maria loves this deck so much. This deck is sweet.
It is sweet, man. I
No
love
doubt.
Staggering
The
Insight.
meta will be every single deck you see here.
Just being able to get cards off of it, get life, it's just great.
Mhm.
As we
It is
see now, Gregor is digging, trying to find an answer here.
I don't think
for
he's
this
coming back, huh?
Massive Core Spirit Dancer. Only one thing can block it at the moment, as Ledger Shredder still hasn't finished all his tasks with Heliod's Punishment.
Bro, you
And
need a
at this
bounce
point,
spell.
the Phoenix deck is not very good at dealing with the creature that has more than 6 toughness. You know, Unholy Heat being one of the most incredible removal spells, if not the best removal spell in the format, doesn't really do too much to 14 toughness.
Nope. Alrighty, a Ledger Shredder 2. There's a Light Pause to consider.
He's cheating, that's
Doesn't
all.
do much right now, so yeah,
Right?
let's kick
He's
things off
cheating.
with
It
Ledger
has to be.
Shredder, followed up with a Sentinel's Eyes.
I'm
Cards
kidding.
drawn, we can connive something useless away. Probably the Esper Sentinel
Man.
at this point, but
I wish I had yummy
if we find a
snacks.
removal spell for this Phoenix, it is game over.
What kind of snacks could I get my hands
The main
on?
card that Gregor really needs here is that one of Brazen Borrower to be able to deal with Core Spirit Dancer. Outside of that, I don't really see an avenue in his list right now that can bring him back from it.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot right now, as Core Spirit Dancer is going to go, hello, could I have some more life, please? Up to 30. Is Andre Strasky.
What a comeback, eh? What an absolute turnaround.
Pigeon jumps in the way here and meets its inevitable demise.
I wonder if we even just Unholy Heat the Arclight Phoenix here.
Oh, yes!
Yeah, just to prevent the life
15
gain.
life. It's like 15 life is still
I like
very
that. It's too bad they couldn't have done that last turn.
But, you know, it's a lot better than 30. If my math, you know, is checked out right here.
No, that was a really heads-up play there from Gregor, making sure that that damage doesn't happen. There's a Faithless looting now. Can he string together 15 damage in the air? That is the question, because it's do or die time now at this point.
So what? We had 3 Phoenixes, if I remember. There's the 4th.
Yep.
12,
You went
Interesting.
pirate there.
I was so shocked. If that's the 4th,
You went full pirate there.
all we have to do is deal with Letter Shredder and cast 3 spells, which Unholy Heat is.
Yeah.
I might.
So, I think
as
he's
long
got
as
it?
there was 4 of them in the graveyard, like I
Interesting.
thought I saw, I think this is just lethal because of that Unholy Heat on Gregor's own Arclight Phoenix last turn.
Yeah.
Wow.
There goes the Arclight Phoenix in the bin.
Wow.
I think 1 got exiled, so there's 3.
Oh, there is 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So he's not there just yet.
Okay.
Well, that's a big deal.
Man,
There's
that's
only
close
3.
though. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, let's see. We'll see at combat how many jump up out here, but Unholy Heat can take care of that.
So now the question is, how do you interrupt that life gain again?
Similar repeat of what happened the last.
Right? How do you interrupt that life
where
gain?
The blocker on the Core Spirit Dancer just gets. Ooh, hello.
Wow.
Pettytheft.com. www.pettytheft.com.
Attack with like
/topdeck.exe.
Channeler. Attack with a Phoenix. Leave 2 Phoenixes back. Have Brazen Borrower for this Core Spirit Dancer, and then try to finish the game off next turn. It's going to be really, really dependent on what Strosky
And the
does. If
plot
Strosky just
thickens,
chains off a couple
huh?
more auras here, you know, it still could easily be Strosky's game to lose here. But if it's
I want more
land,
toxic emotes.
it might not be possible. This is a game.
I don't think. I
Wow.
don't think enough to get Luris out either and cast a spell off of him.
You could cast a Crypt if that's valuable. You know, you can go Luris, Tormod's Crypt. If these Phoenixes die,
I'll allow it. This is some pretty decent energy. How the turns tables.
Ooh, this is spicy. 3 attackers in for 9.
Oh shit.
Strasky took it down to 6 here.
And I wonder if you just have to petty theft this right now.
Yeah, in case of a protection spell, right?
But here's the thing. We were talking about how great Slip Out the Back is compared to other protection spells. It does remove it from combat. So that is actually the weak part of it. You know, Slip Through the Back does phase it out. So, you know, it's not as good as some kind of other effects that would just give it hexproof or just give it indestructible.
Protection,
in that
baby.
regard. And
Protection, baby.
I don't see how Strosky can actually do anything after this petty theft deals with Core Spirit Dancer.
Yeah. There's unfortunately, we have the answer to this massive life-linking creature in the Brazen Borrower, and there's no interaction in hand here for Strasky, so excellently navigated by Gregor Grewers as both creatures are getting in for an attack here.
Do it.
Yeah, Gregor played great this game.
Do it.
To put them in a position where they could petty theft this and just, you know, lock it up here.
And that's the power of the Phoenix deck, just being able to dig through your library like this, you know.
Just ended this whole man's career.
Battlefield like this, like the Auras deck is.
For he now is only half a
Go
man.
crazy with it.
So can we do anything with these Sentinel's Eyes post board that gives
Wow.
Andre some other cards that helps him live for a turn?
And we're gonna find out, so... Core Spirit Dancer's Sentinel's Eyes have to exile a couple things in the bin, but at this point, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive, so let's see.
You need to find life gain and flag or what?
Hit.
Yeah, and this was a really great attack, too.
There's the life gain.
Because if Gregor left one more Phoenix back, Luris...
No flying though, eh?
Stormot's Crypt to shut down Dragon Rage Channeler and to blank the other Arclight that's in the graveyard would have actually left Andre alive. And we see what happens when Andre has a turn where he's able to just, you know, play a bunch of auras.
Wrecked.
Wow.
Wrecked. www.rec.com.
From Gregor Grewers, congratulations to him. A very convincing victory there with Is It Phoenix. I mean, that game could have gone either way. It was just incredible to watch these players just find exactly what they needed at the right times.
Yeah, it was going both ways multiple times during that last game for sure. And Strosky, you know, not having land number 3 was really detrimental for game 1. Andre found it at the end, but then found 6 more lands to go with it as well. And
Wowzers.
Pretty hard at the end.
Yeah, that's
Someone won a lot of coin there, huh?
being able to get in the way there.
60,000 in channel points
Phoenix or anything like that.
being
so.
distributed.
So
Woof.
maybe that was a cost, you know? That was the cost for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So Maria's going to be a little bit sad about that, but we still have plenty more action. Andre Strasky is not out of it yet, so he still has a shot here to make day 2 and the World Championship. We're going to go jump into Nico Boni versus Mike Sigris.
And Mike.
Challenger versus a rival up against Rakdos Arcanist and Phoenix once again. Ooh, more graveyard shenanigans. Both these decks, they really like their graveyards.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Dreadhorde Arcanist deck has always been one of my favorite decks, and it got quite the improvement here. Unlicensed Hearse is a great sideboard card against these Phoenix decks, but Fable the Mirror Breaker ends up just working perfectly for this style of deck, being able to, you know, get that creature.
Speed round, 1 minute voting.
Chapter 2, discard away some of these extra hand disruption spells, maybe when you've already ripped apart your opponent's hands. And then Chapter 3, being able to copy either Dreadhorde Arcanist to be able to cast an extra spell, or copy Seasoned Pyromancer to be able to draw a bunch of cards with it. So really all the modes are excellent in this deck.
And I gotta say, I really do like this build from Nico Boni, where he's playing 3 unlicensed Hearses in the main deck, you know, respecting the Phoenix and all the other nonsense that comes with it when it comes to graveyard.
Yeah, I believe we saw Jan Merkel as well playing Phoenix, and I think playing 4 unlicensed Hearse. It just works out so well when you just Thoughtseize and Inquisition your opponent, and then just take those cards that you already forced them to
If you don't
discard.
have much channel
And then
points,
on top
vote
of
for
all of
Mike.
that, the
Vote
just
against
obvious
the
of
majority
eating
if you don't
Arclight
have a lot of
Phoenixes,
points.
which I think all
Then
the
your
Arcanist
returns will be
players
higher, I
knew
think.
was going to be pretty prevalent in this metagame.
Yeah,
Pretty sure.
For sure. Dreadhorde Arcanist is certainly
think
wreck
so.
a hand and wreck a graveyard, as we're going to see likely on turn number 2 here, unless we get the Dreadhorde down first. Unlicensed Hearse can come down on turn 2 and can just start chomping.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that is the choice to make sure that you control Unholy Heat. We know Unholy Heat's in the graveyard, and we see that it's already Delirious. So I think normally the best draw for these Arcanist decks is turn 1 Thoughtseize into Arcanist, but if there's an Unholy Heat that for sure kills it, you know, it's interesting to do that instead of cast Unlicensed Hearse.
Yeah, so Dreadhorde Arcanist is likely going to get
Cool
chomped
guy.
here, courtesy of
Cheers, bro.
removal spell that relies
Historic
on
hurts
Delirium,
my
as
brain as
Unholy
well.
Heat takes care of
That's a
that
common
pesky
symptom.
critter, so that's a bit of a feels bad there for Nico, but
It is. You
he's
got
got
to
some
wonder.
more action going.
Yeah, you got to wonder about that play there, giving up one of your better cards. But this is still a great turn 3 for Nico, being able to Inquisition, the only threat out of Mike's hand, and then Unlicensed Hearse.
Why did
to
he
just
keep
start
saying Hearst?
growing this
I just,
creature.
Corey
And it
did
also
say
works really
Hearst.
Cutely with Croxa. You get to play
It's a hard
Croxa
T on there as
through it,
well.
And then it'll die.
It's a capital T on Hearst, everyone.
Hey, I like that.
It's like
Alrighty.
not even just a capital, it's a bold T.
Neutral at the moment, just
Hearst.
waiting. Getaway car, I imagine. Just
Hard exhale on the end of that one.
taking a look here of the Expressive Iteration. Just a Ledger Shredder and 2 lands going for Nico, so not all that exciting.
Yeah, a few too many lands for Mike for sure.
It's like a pump
here.
jack.
But with another Expressive Iteration, with a
Oh,
Faithless
no.
Looting for
I'm getting tired.
now, you got a lot of card manipulation, but I don't think we'll see that Faithless Looting for too much longer.
Yeah, no, that's going-bye. Anything with flashback?
Cheers, appreciate your support.
Pretty good call.
First.
I love the
Definitely likes that.
YouTubesupport.com.
Okay, Mirror Breaker. Super nice draw there for Nico.
And here, depending on how many cards are in Nico's graveyard, I think we're a little short of having 5 there right now. Yeah, it looks like maybe 3. Being able to go Fable the Mirror Breaker, discard Croxa and whatever you draw, and then attack with the Shaman. You know, we are 1 card short there, it looks like, but then being able to just bring back Croxa is a really cute, powerful play.
Oh man.
Yeah, I got my mic boom is pretty
Fable the Mirror
squeaky.
Breaker is such a good card.
It's so good. It's so good. This is one card that I was, really looking at when it came out in the last set as something that would just be really good in these kind of, certain spots. But it's just proving, especially with this set championship, that if you're in red, you better have a good reason to not play it, because it is just proving that good in standard and historic.
Yeah, there's just certain cards where it's like, if you're not playing this, something's wrong. If you're in white in standard, you should be playing the Wandering Emperor. If you're not, something's wrong.
Yep. I think we're
Not
learning
necessarily
those
true.
lessons. So Symmetry Sage is a nice one that we see from Mike's hand. This is one of the cards that got boosted up a little bit. That wasn't as good. It, added some toughness. It added its ability, got a little bit of a buff as well, and ends up working out quite nicely with Ledger Shredder and Dragon Rage Channeler here.
Yeah, because those creatures are all at their base pretty little. So if you just give them some extra power, +3, you're going to be hitting really hard in the air.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the original version that we're seeing. It got boosted up to be 3 power. And if you give that 3 power to Dragon Rage Channeler, then it still gets that
I
+2/+2.
imagine they're going to add more
So it
cards
just
all the
attacks
time,
for
right?
5 in a world where Unlicensed Hearse is not completely dealing with it.
Nice. Alrighty, Mr. Shaman wants to attack, but Unholy Heat says no. No treasures for you. Now, there is the 4th land drawn off of the 2nd chapter of the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, so I think we would be able to get Croxa out in the 2nd main.
Looks like we are one short. Yeah, you need that 6th card. If we had something like a Fabled Passage or something, you would be able to get it. And it was also interesting to not crew Unlicensed Hurt and get 4 damage in. Nico just recognizing, I want to get this larger, and I want to make sure I control the
Now he's saying her,
everything,
Unlicensed
and not
Hurt.
let any Arclight Phoenix shenanigans come afoot.
Yeah, and also keep it out of Unholy Heat range, so...
Yes.
Just get it nice and big and chunky. It's just fueling up at the gas station, That's all.
All right, and here we see Symmetry Sage doing some work.
All right, let's see what we can get. Spell Pierce is going to get chucked. It's not doing all that much right now. Ledger Shredder gets a counter on it. Let's see what Expressive Iteration has for us. There's an Arclight Phoenix that'll likely go to hand just to get hard cast, as this Hearse is doing a very good job of keeping the graveyard in check.
Yep, poor Arclight Phoenix. Not going to be doing anything too busted with a Hearse on play. And that card really does seem amazing right now.
How many new cards each set?
Not only against Phoenix,
Dez will release
but
something
Golgari
fun
Food,
and
another deck that is
impactful.
very prevalent.
Only by accident,
just
LOL.
really make
I think there's like
the
300
interactions
and
really
some cards
difficult
in the set.
because you can, of course,
On
in
average,
response to her
320
activating it
or
towards a cat, bring it back if you have an extra
maybe
food. You
350.
don't always have that luxury. So.
Yeah.
You have to check on the wikis.
I mean, the
like if you
food
go
deck takes
like
so many things and so much
Wikipedia
graveyard
Magic
as
sets, you
is,
can
so
look at
just
all the
add
sets
the
and how
Hearse
many
to
like the
the
breakdowns
equation.
of
It's like,
rares
oh,
and
come
mythics
on.
and everything.
I just want to ding you with my kitty cat.
Yeah, that's where if I'm on the ladder, I'm just giving up. But I imagine these players at the set championship will not be doing that.
Hell no. You want to make it to the World Championship, Corey? Come on.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. We're gonna put 19 people into the World Championship coming up at the end of this year. Come
How
on.
exciting.
That's a lot.
How exciting.
That's so much to play for.
Yeah.
Oh, Unlicensed Hearse is just wrecking this graveyard. It's now at 6 power. Den of the Bugbear, decent draw here. Fable of the Mirrorbreaker is gonna flippity flop. And next turn we can start doing some copy.
Yeah, and it looks like we are still 1 card short for Croxa coming back. And with Dreadhorde Arcanist attacking, you're making yourself even further away from that. So not ideal here. And then Den off the top, not being an untapped 5th land to maybe attack with Hive is also kind of brutal. Ooh, got bad news for you. That's a 4
Yeah,
drop.
that's not going anywhere. Now, the other downside is Dreadhorde Arcanist starts munching spells as well, so Croxa is just getting further and further away from being caused. We might not need Croxa. We have a 6/6 already. Why do we need a giant?
Exactly.
Fine,
This deck is flooded with 6/6s, it looks like.
Some you have to build your own, build your own giant, kind of like Build-A-Bear, but not.
There you go. There you go.
Ooh, Pillar of Flame. That's a good way to get rid of Kiki Jiki.
Yeah, and it doesn't fuel the graveyard to help out Croxa as well because it will exile it. So yeah, not a bad draw here. And all of a sudden, this is a pretty big attack. You know, playing a spell, activating Symmetry Sage, and then playing Arclight Phoenix here is pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if I'm Mike Sigrist, I'm like, oh yeah, this does 2 damage. It kills a thing or exiles a thing. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
This
distract
also
Kiki
gets
Cheeky.
the trigger off of the Symmetry Sage. You also get to scry or surveil with a Dragon's Rage Channeler, so very nice draw.
And you know, if Nico had perfect information, that they would have thought seized Mike instead of Inquisition, because it would technically save a damage, and then you can eat it with Hearse. So a little punish for something that it's hard to play around, because if that is just a land and you thought seize yourself and dealt yourself 2 damage, then it's just really actually detrimental. So still the correct play for sure by Nico, just kind of rough the way it worked out.
Arclight Phoenix is gonna join the fray now. As Ledger Shredder can connive, and we know what's on top, courtesy of the Dragon's Rage Channeler. So there's another critter in the bin. More power on the battlefield. And this is gonna be 10 points of damage if the Dragon's Rage Channeler gets in on the action, but she's just gonna hang out, or is she gonna get in? Let's see.
Yeah, now Mike's just doing the math, like, okay, what kind of scenarios do I lose to on the other side?
Staying awake.
Safe. I'm not sure there's anything.
Yeah, we're here.
Top deck
I'm still here.
I mean, that is a very big hearse.
For now.
Proxa can smack for 3.
Yeah,
If I fall asleep, just wake me up with one of those support alerts that come up, right?
11, the hearse plus
The sound will
Arcanist
wake me
is
up.
7, that's 4. Yeah, there's really no. It's not even close.
Oof,
So yeah, wow.
I'm
impressive work
I'm
there
actually
from
just
Sigrist
super
to
relaxed right now. I'm
beat the
feeling a lot better. I had a headache earlier.
Very, very
Feeling
nice
a little bit
indeed. And it
nauseous.
just shows you,
But I'm like, I'm vibing right now. I'm feeling pretty good.
Can
Feeling
shift
pretty
gears
good.
from this, oh, I need to get stuff in my bin and then get them out, to, no, I'm just gonna beat
yeah,
the
thank
heck
you all
out of
so much for
with
hanging
my
out.
cheap flyers.
Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, absolutely. Can really
Hope you're having a
flip the switch
magical
pretty quickly.
day.
So we see
And,
Nico bring in multi-impact
like,
immediately.
I'm in
This is a
pure
really cool
like
card here,
relax
being able
mode. You know what I
to
mean?
Deal 4 damage to
sitting
something,
back
which will kill
and
anything
enjoying
from Mike's side, and then any spell
dark
that is cast later from Nico
content.
will deal the excess amount of damage to a target. So if you just kill a Dragon Rage Channeler, you have 3 damage kind of in the bank for the next spell, and if Mike goes Ledger Shredder, now all of a sudden Nico can just play any spell and deal that remaining
and I'm
3
looking
damage
forward
to
to when this all ends too, right?
really
'Cause we're
nice
gonna
effect.
get like a
Pretty sweet,
movie, some snacks.
Card from Alchemy that I kind of wish would see more play, because you can do some really silly stuff.
No,
with that.
I've not been smoking much today because of the headache.
Just so cool. It just
And I just have the
bending
bong and
normal
it's dirty.
traditional
It's just
ways
like,
that
ugh.
we played Magic for so long.
Not
and
worth it.
It's
Not
really,
worth
really
it.
cool stuff. I've been a big fan of it.
And I really do like this Arcanist deck. So hopefully Nico can find what he needs
Yeah,
to
we're
deal
straight
with these
chilly.
pesky birds. Curious to see how his sideboard helps him as we go into game number 2 here. If you've just joined us, this is round 4. We're in historic. Mike Sigrist up against Nico Boney and is up a game at the moment.
Just a
Now,
dab will
if
do,
you
yeah.
have just joined
I
us,
can't afford
this
dabs.
is a
Are
very
you
big
crazy?
weekend for all of these players because we're putting 19 of them into the World Championship. So they are marbles, Corey.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
It is a huge
A lot of
deal,
marbles
and if
anyways.
you just got here, you better be staying because, well, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So, but I'm with you
3
though.
days.
I think this Arcanist deck looks really good right now. You know, you have the consumes all in the sideboard for the food matchups. I think you're already pretty set up against Phoenix decks. It seems pretty well positioned. And anytime, you know, Jan Merkel is playing the same deck as me, I would feel pretty good too. And I know Jan was playing this as well.
Alrighty, well,
Let's
kick things off.
go.
Let's get underway. No black mana for Nico. But kept a pretty decent hand here with Dreadhorde Arcanist in it. Unholy Heat can't take care of that Symmetry Sage due to her buff. So she got a slightly bigger booty, so yeah, that's not gonna die.
Yeah, a big, you know, I mean, that's kind of exactly what you want from these Arcanist hands is Inquisition into Arcanist or Thoughtseize into Arcanist backed up with some removal. But yeah, no Swamp makes this a little bit of a risky keep. But even this Unholy Heat,
Land is
you
important.
can Unholy Heat something twice is going to be still pretty powerful as long as Arcanist lives.
Ledger Shredder off of the Faithless Looting there, so he's going to be happy to see that as Mike Sigrist. But Symmetry Sage doing exactly what it needs to do. Starts early, gets the damage in, and yeah, just starts the, right, here are my birds, deal with it. Train.
Yeah, there's a
This is kind of crappy where you have to kill this and then recast off of Dreadwood Arcanist.
Yeah, it is brutal, and you definitely would rather have just, you know, a Fatal Push or even a Seasoned Pyromancer to be able to discard Fatal Push, so that way you're still progressing the battlefield. You get to put 4 power onto the battlefield and then still cast that card for free. So any land there would have been
We got a hot tub?
but a little unfortunate.
I have a nice bath. There's no jets though.
Lined up nicely for him as we're going to see Ledger Shredder.
Y'all want to have a bath with me tonight?
To get the Kanai, which kinda sucks. But you know what? We're just
Shit.
swinging dudes at each other and see what
We
happens.
can have bubbles.
Nope, expressive iteration. Oh no, what am I talking about? Mike doesn't need lands. He's got 4 of them.
Yes. Yeah, and that was the risk of this keep, and it definitely did not pay off. But, you know, really not out of time just yet. I think if Nico can find a land, ideally a swamp next turn, I think we're still in this. But it really does have to probably come next turn.
Yeah, for sure. Unholy Heat, again, can't take care of the 3 toughness creatures, so Dreadwood Arcanist will live another turn.
It can if you
will it?
connive. You need a land, right?
What needs to go in the bin? Land? Yeah.
Ooh, I need to get a duck. I don't have a duck, but a duck would. That's a cherry on top.
Good.
It's like I can justify it now. It's like, what, but the duck?
And now
We had to have the bubble bath because of the duck.
Something on his next turn. Fable the Mirror Breaker or Seasoned Pyromancer in hand. Ledger Shredder just chipping away. Fatal Push again.
Imagine not drawing a swamp.
This is bad news bears for Nico Boney. Such a pity.
That is a brutal one. A really nice play the turn before by Sigrist, recognizing Ledger Shredder, no matter what, can discard one of those extra lands, which Sigrist already wanted to do. So a nice play by Mike.
And we're considering our options, of which there are many. And things are looking dire straightish here for Nico Boney, as a couple of birds are going to get chucked into the graveyard here. Let's see if we can get our 3 spells rocking. Yeah, sure. Let's do some more Faithless Looting. A couple extra things in the yard. There's Narc-like Phoenix. There's nothing to deal with this graveyard right now. And here come the pigeons. That's going to be a concession for Nico Boney, so an unfortunate way to end that round for him, but GG's to Mike Sigrist.
Wrecked.
Once again, that you don't mess with the boys.
With the boys.
Don't mess with the boys.
Yeah, I guess you don't. And, you know, a calculated risk, if that 3rd land came off the top, you know, one of 4 turns, Nico's hand looked great. So sometimes you just got to gamble a little bit and hope to get lucky. I like the keep. I would have kept as well.
Well, let's hope that the cards fall in his favor in the next rounds. We'll be
Someone
back
won a
after
lot.
this short break with round number 5.
So there's only 2,000 points offered up there, but they won 31,000. Nice. Just milking points off someone. Who lost all those points? Was that you, Sector? Oh, no. Someone just got Rizzity wrecked. And did you know if you subscribe to the Twitch, you could skip this ad break? You don't have to go to the ad break. You can continue to talk with us. Y'all are screwed. I learned about the ad button. It's over. Right? We're taking over Twitch now, baby. Let's go. Coverage has been very good today. Loving the team that they've put together for the coverage, their official team. It's fantastic. I'm super happy that I'm feeling better because I was worried. I was like, oh man, I'm going to be under the weather all weekend. But I'm feeling fantastic now. A little bit of a headache is remaining, lingering, but you know, we're going to have good dinner later and, you know, keep hydrating, nip that in the butt with some self-care tonight. And, you know, we're back tomorrow. I think I went a little hard yesterday. Like, I was running on the treadmill. I did a whole bunch of cleaning. And then again this morning, I was up on the treadmill again. I just, I've been going a little ham recently. Trying to keep up. But I'm feeling good now. which is great. So super excited for tomorrow and the next day. You know what I mean? It's gonna be fantastic.com. All right, we've got a lot on the line for these next couple matches, right? Who can take away Mike's #1 position within the channel point leaderboard? We've got Mike in at #1, Mike in at #2, and Mike in at #3. He's got so many points. He's the top 3, right? No, I'm just kidding. I think Kayla's in #2. But nonetheless,
hey everybody, welcome back to the new
take
Capenna
his position. It'll be
Hope
fun.
You're having a great time watching some Magic today. I know I am. What awesome matches we're having in our feature match area, and more to come there. But first, let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we stand after 4 rounds of competition. Check this out.
Heyo.
14
Wow, look at all those 4-0s.
started this morning remain undefeated. Simon Nielsen.
They're all 4-0.
crushing it.
That's
They're in
crazy.
first, sitting at 4-0.
It's not just Simon that's crushing it. It's everyone who's crushing
race.
it.
He's like, I don't just want to go to the World Championship. I
Wow.
want to win this tournament too. David Inglis at 4-0. Austin Bursavich, your 2020 season grand finals
That's
champion,
crazy.
starting out undefeated. Jan Merkel starting out undefeated as well.
That means a
Check
lot
out
of people
Autumn
went
Burchett.
0 and 4 as well. You know what I mean?
At 4
That means a lot of
and
people
congratulations
lost.
to some of those players there starting off their championship very, very well indeed. Of course, we're also
Dang, yo.
tracking the World Championship races, the MPL and Rivals League. Those are Cedric's. What's up there?
Let's get it started. Going to be qualifying 5 people from the leagues to the World Championship at the conclusion of this weekend. Shota Yosoka, well, it's a beautiful start. 3-1 so far, 27th place in the tournament and top of my little box here. David Inglis said, I can top
My little box.
4-0 so far. So off to a beautiful start, looking to qualify for Worlds. Reed Duke, Logan Nettles, Andre Strosky currently in the box with Shintaro Ishimura, Marcio Carvalho, Austin Bursavich on the outside looking in. Same thing could be said for Kai and Paulo. Couple quick notes here before I toss it over to you, Riley. One, Austin Bursavich also undefeated right now at 4-0. He's sitting currently in 4th place. Marcio off to a beautiful start at 3-1 in 23rd place. And for Logan Nettles, who again is currently in the box, 1-3, not a good start, because that means for him, a lot of things you have to break right, but also, if he doesn't make day number 2 of competition, it's over. It's done with. This race is
You're
way
done,
too close
son.
for too many things to break his way. So he's got to get some wins and string them together, Riley.
Let's have a look at what's going on with the Challengers race and some very, very good news for the blokes that we said you needed to keep an eye on. Tristan Myleru, Greg Orange, Yuma Koizumi,
Get out
and
of here,
Simon
you
Nielsen,
bloke.
making it very easy for us to track their road to the World
Click,
Championship.
folks.
All of them kicking goals with
But
both
with a
feet, all of
B.
them on 69 points. With another day to play, so it's looking
quit
very
looking
good for
around,
those
mate.
for Camilo Lukesh and Oscar Frank, however, again, sweating it out as Nathan Stoyer, Jim Davis, Nico Boney breathe down their necks. You can see Alexander Rosedale and Andre Gillin have already been knocked out of the top 8 here, and it's going to take a lot of work here for the DNQs to keep their heads above water, particularly if all of those active players continue to string wins together. However, by the time we get down to, Drew Baker, Muhan Yu, Toru Kono, you can see the huge gap that's opened up between these active players who are in the mid-40s and in some cases low 40s, in some cases high 30s, and the players who are in that top 8 box already, 54, 57 points. So a lot of Magic left to play, and by the time we get down to the Tiago Saporitos, the Mike Burnats, the Kenji Tsururas, these players aren't out of it either. So there's a lot of moving parts in the Challengers race, but what we can say almost for certain at this point, really, it's going to take a miracle for Tristan Wild-LaRue, Greg Orange, Yuma Koizumi, and Simon Nielsen to miss out on the World Championship. We are not locking them in. We're not punching their tickets just yet, Maria. But these
Punching
four,
their
particularly
tickets.
with Nielsen, the they're looking very, very good.
Thank you so much, Riley. Really, really exciting stuff when it comes to the Challengers race for the World Championship. Well, you heard Riley talk about him there. Simon Nielsen, undefeated in this tournament, looking very, very good for him and the World Championship. Let's find out what he had to say after his huge win.
I mean, with Simon Nielsen, who has improved to 4-0, undefeated, and Simon, a huge moment for you. I want to talk about the upcoming World Championship, but before that, Selesnya Humans worked out pretty well so far. Tell us about this deck.
Yeah, like
Sure.
this is a deck that like really gets to take advantage of like Thalia and Esper Sentinel, and the format in Historic is full of non-creature spells right now. And like people aren't really prepared for humans; it kind of faded away. So now we're bringing it back.
We are bringing
really
it back.
to like work on this list. I'm pretty excited for it.
I'm looking forward to seeing more of it, but let's turn our attention now to the World Championship. Simon, you are in prime position here. I mean, making it to day 2 now with your 4th win. It's going to be hard for you to miss out, really. Stuff's going to have to go really, really badly. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling great. Like I had
clearly
so much like stress in my heart this morning, but yet now that it's finally done, you know, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Is incredible. So now I gotta like turn my attention to, okay, wait, I mean, there's still a tournament I gotta play. So, you know, maybe I should like try and, I don't know, like try and sub-8 it maybe. I've never sub-8ed a Pro Tour level event before. So maybe that would be nice. That's like where my mind's at.
Something else to set your sights on for sure. But yes, as you get ever closer to locking up that world seat, Simon, I can imagine the excitement's mounting. So best luck for the rest of the tournament, and we'll see how that Selesnya Humans deck continues to treat you.
Deep rest, bro.
Simon Nielsen, congratulations, starting out undefeated. That little dance there after he won. Tweeted out his playlist, by the way, at Mr. Checklist Card, if you want to dance to the same music that he's dancing to this weekend. Well, we're playing Historic this afternoon on day 1 of competition.
Oh,
Cedric, talk to me about the choices the players made this weekend.
Let's dive right on in. 69 players, 30.9% of the metagame is playing Is It Phoenix here this weekend. And really, it's kind of just an easy choice to make. Look, when you're preparing for 2 tournaments, or excuse me, 2 formats for 1 big tournament, no, for some people this feels like 2 tournaments. When you're preparing for something like this, at some point you have to make a decision and go, you know what, I need to spend more time on A as opposed to B. And so Historic hasn't changed very much, folks. And as a result, Is It Phoenix is still at the top as, at the very least, the safest choice to make. Sure, it got a couple of new additions, but by and large, this is the same Is It Phoenix deck we've been seeing for some time now. And you can say the same thing about Golgari Food as well, Riley. A deck that the Japanese players destroyed a championship with, and it wasn't the last one, it was that Innistrad championship. But man, I tell you, the Golgari Food, to see it kind of go away for 1 weekend and 1 championship, that Neon Dynasty championship, and see it back, at least makes me happy, because the deck's really good.
I mean, it's been iterated, right? You know, we've seen this list evolve, chop and change over the, not just the months, but the years now in the history of the Historic format. We've seen red jump in and out. We've seen all the way, you know, the curve flatten and extend all the way out to Corvold in some situations. It was at some point, I mean, you know, the Jund Sacrifice deck maybe we'd characterize as a different deck, a different archetype, but it kind of falls into the same kind of category. It's cut from the same cloth at least. But we don't see the same kind of evolution with Is It Phoenix. Cedric, you mentioned that this deck can be built kind of to, you know, beat whatever, right? But at the moment, the lists that I'm seeing are very
will only ever get stronger.
The Ledger Shredder, and they are
unless, like, you know, there's been a lot more graveyard control come out though that makes it weaker. For example, the Hearse.
Well, what's interesting,
the Hearse is really good against the Phoenix deck.
It's kind of interesting, right?
Stuff
So
like
they're always
that.
going to play in Holy Heat because that's like an auto forward, right? But we have seen builds of that deck that play a ton of different rule spells. You know, 1 mana, 2 mana, whatever they want to do. There's plenty of red and blue rule spells or bounce spells to choose from, and we have seen players like Yuta Takahashi have different builds of Is It Phoenix over the past handful of months. What's interesting about this is Ledger Shredder has kind of changed the game a little bit. It's a really good card. You definitely want it in your deck, and it's really good in the mirror. So
Tokyo had to go chase lizards.
As a result, which you've definitely picked up on. You have to cut something to put more threats in your deck unless you want to play 64 cards and you're really feeling yourself. So when you cut some stuff, you cut some of those one-ups and fun-ups interaction spells. And that's why in your deck tech with Simon Nielsen, he was like, I really, really like where Selesnya Humans is positioned. So do I. People are cutting removal. So Thalia's harder to kill, Esper Sentinel's harder to kill, and just those creatures in general harder to kill because they have less access to removal spells. So in that match that we saw, Maria, where Marcio Carvalho died pretty quickly, that's the reason why. The inability to kill those problematic creatures, they just don't have that density of removal spells anymore.
I want to talk about these Azorius decks, though, Cedric. Obviously, everybody knows
Girl,
I'm obsessed with the Aura's deck. Hello, it's no secret. But Azorius Affinity, 21 players registering this? That's unreal. I mean, I know the deck is cool and Jean-Emmanuel Depres
35
like,
loonies.
Rocks. I was not expecting
35
this.
loonies,
How about
Mike.
you?
No, neither was I.
Hey,
This is really
thanks
kind
so
of
much.
a wild card for me because, as you mentioned, 21 players, 9.4%.
Someone had
of
to
metagame
give
playing
Tokyo
it.
a sub.
I
You know, they weren't going
I
to
have no
sub
idea
to me
how
by
good this
themselves.
deck is.
So
have
I
no clue.
appreciate that.
I know Jean-Emmanuel Depres really good. and we saw him play this deck to great success. And now some other
Cheers,
players
bro.
have come on board and said, hey, I also think this
25?
deck is really good.
Yeah.
Look, we know
I bet it'll be more after this
Is
weekend.
very good. We know Azorius Auras is really good. How good is Azorius Infinity?
Good.
That is the ultimate wild card here for me, because what if this deck is secretly just awesome and more people didn't give it the chance? Like Jean-Emmanuel Deprat and some other players have here this weekend. I'm really curious to find out.
All right, well, we'll see more of these decks in action, of course, as we make our way through these historic rounds. Celestia Enchantress, 5 players on that deck. That's one I want to keep my eye on. And we're keeping our eye on it for this round. Coming up, let's preview our next feature match for round number 5.
All right, let's go. Get your
here
predictions
at the
ready.
New Capenna Championship.
Oh, wait, that's
Find out
me.
who'll be doing battle here. We've got Grzegorz Kowalski versus Christian Hauk. And Kowalski is on the Celestia Enchantress deck versus Azorius Auras from Christian Hauk. What? I love both these decks. How can I choose? Let's meet our players a little bit closer here. Grzegorz Kowalski, your
How do you fucking spell this guy's name? Jesus.
Runner up. Check out that number of arena games played. This guy plays Magic.
GRZEGORZ? Damn, bro. Now that is some serious spelling.
A prison version of this deck.
That dude's name.
Not playing a prison version of it. Pretty interesting stuff. Here's a look at Christian Hauk here. 2 top finishes to his name, 65.1% historic win rate, 4 Grand Prix top 8s for him. Azorius Auras, be still my beating heart. Love the deck, always have. Hashtag pants for life. Talk to me about these decks in this matchup, though, Cedric, because this is kind of weird.
It is kind of weird, just like that hashtag you just dropped in there. Is that
just like that hashtag you just dropped in there?
Pants with a Z. Anyway, we'll get to that.
Pants
later.
with a Z.
This Celestia deck that Kowalski is playing here. Let's dive in and start there. This is really interesting. You mentioned how it used to be a prison strategy, and it is not that anymore. It's actually just a lot of enchantment-based creatures, which is kind of weird, right? Because we just don't really see a deck like this anymore. When we think of Enchantress, we do think of that prison-style strategy. But this is just, hey, my creatures are enchantments. There are benefits from them being enchantments. I also play a couple of enchantments like Sterling Grove and Baffling End to get some advantage and some card draw. And ideally going to win the game that way. Also with the hope that no one is playing enchantment removal. And when the best deck, in theory, is Izzet Phoenix, there's no enchantment removal really going on there. And they're skimping on removal. So this might be a really great spot for me. The question is how is it in this matchup against Azorius Auras and Christian Hauk, who I'm a huge fan of because he beats down in every tournament like I used to. So huge fan, Christian. As far as
like I
is
used
concerned,
to.
there's this big question on light pause or no light pause. Well, he's playing 3. He likes that card a lot.
Remember, if you don't have a lot of coin, bet against the flock, right?
This deck is
for
pretty equal
Gregors.
speed. Play a creature, put some auras on set creature.
Gregors.
Go from there. If you can execute that undisrupted, life is pretty good.
I want to
It's
start
not
spelling
like
my
it's gonna
name
be
with
pretty bad.
Zeds.
This matchup very much feels like 2 ships
I like that.
passing in the night, and I do think it's pretty big for Kowalski to pick up a copy or 2 of Baffling End. Going to be really, really good in this matchup.
Well, let's dive into the Azorius Auras deck a little bit more. We had time to do a deck tech with Jim Davis, who played this deck to a lot of acclaim in a past tournament. Let's find out what he has to say about the deck and what makes it tick.
What's up, everybody? Cedric Phillips here, the streets of New Capenna Championship, and it's time for another deck tech, and I'm joined by the one, the only, Jim Davis. Jim, my friend, how are you?
What's up, bud? How you doing?
I'm doing so good. It's great to see you virtually
Doing
here.
so good.
12-0 run at the Neon Dynasty Championship, #1 overall seed, your first big top finish. That's right, dust those shoulders off, my friend. It was a heck of a run to that tournament. You're back here once again, maybe trying to go 12-0 again. That'd be a heck of a run. Because, you know,
his green screen is so bright.
Broke, don't fix it. You went
My green
12-0
screen
once,
is
you
not
go
that
12-0
bright, chat.
again, ideally with the same historic deck? What's your deal, man?
Yeah, not only the same deck, the same list card for card. I had changed some cards. This is not just like I'm going to run it back. I did change some cards here and there, but the reality is historic hasn't changed much. You know, Phoenix got Ledger Shredder as like the main addition to the format, but for the most part, it's just the same thing. Just Phoenix, food, control decks. I still think this deck is really, really good. It operates in a space where I think a lot of the better players kind of look at it and they're just like, oh, it's a stupid Auras deck, you know? And like, the reality is it is quite good against the better decks as well. So it's like, you're right. If it ain't broke, don't change it.
Well, let's breeze through these cards here because not a lot has changed. We'll start with the creatures: Core Spirit Dancer, SRAM Senior Edificer. These are the kind of the engine that make the entire deck go. You still got your Esper Sentinels. You still have your little dogs there in Selfless Savior. And you're still saying Light Pause, I don't need you. Why do you have Storm Chaser, Jake, and not Light Pause?
It's funny. At the last one, I was pretty sure that Light Paws was not good in this deck. Now I'm very sure. My conviction is firm. Light Paws is an extremely limiting card. If all you were doing was goldfishing, if all you were doing was, I'm going to play this thing on 2, it's definitely going to live, I'm going to play a bunch of auras and kill my opponent really fast, Light Paws is good. It cheats on mana in that respect, and it does the thing it does well in getting auras. However, there aren't really enough like really good 1-mana auras in the format. There's no Rancor, no Ethereal Armor, no card where you can like goldfish super fast. And it's not worth making your deck limited by playing this card that can only do one thing when you can just play cards that draw cards. And realistically, instead of drawing auras, you're drawing replacement creatures. So if they kill your Sram, you have a Spirit Dancer. You're drawing Interaction, you're drawing Spell Pierce, Karametra's Blessing. And you're just getting to reload and rebuild. So if they do cast that Farewell or Wrath of God or whatever, you have 7 cards in your hand, you can go off again. So I think Light Paws is extremely limiting. It is a powerful card in what it does, but this deck plays a little more of a fair interactive game, and it can play sort of like Esper Sentinel, Spell Pierce, put a Staggering Insight in your creature, draw a card or 2, small ball a little bit as well, and Light Paws doesn't do that at all. So deck building cost is high. I don't think it lines up well in the format, which is very interactive. I think the card is not effective in this deck as it is built.
Well, it's funny because that could be the whole deck tech right there, because the 15 auras that you had at the Neon Dynasty Championship, you've got them again. So we don't really need to go over much of that stuff, right? You've still got your Arcane Flights and your Staggering Insights and your Curious Obsessions. The spells that you played at the Neon Dynasty Championship, the Spell Pierces and Karametra's Blessings, you've got those again in the same numbers.
I do think that the Spell Pierces and Blessings are really, really important. I think that the addition of Esper Sentinel to this deck really changed this deck from being just like I'm going to play this 2-drop and hope it lives and do my thing, to a deck that can really play a more interactive game. Sort of reminiscent of Autumn Burchett's Mono Blue deck, where you can kind of just play a Sentinel on 1. If you don't have one of your 2-drops, you can just put an Obsession on it, leave a mana up for Blessing or Spell Pierce, and kind of play that kind of game too. Especially in post-sideboard games, people want extra counter spells. So the ability of this deck to be this linear thing that can just kill you, and then also this kind of small ball, nimble kind of interactive deck is really, really cool.
And then, of course, the big bad companion, Lurrus of the Dream Den. Well,
Companions, fair and playable.
We can wax poetic on just how busted that card for is as long as we want to. It gets its own slide, Jim. It gets its own slide.
Lurrus is silly. Lurrus is extremely good in this deck. This is an excellent Lurrus deck because we would just play this deck list anyway. There's no restriction, of course. And this is a deck where your opponent wants to kill your creature on 1, kill your creature on 2, and kind of keep killing it. And there's also turns where you just don't necessarily want to do anything. A lot of times on turn 3, if your opponent's, they have a Wrath up maybe or something like that, or maybe they're holding up removal spells, you can just put Lurrus in your hand and say go, and kind of set up for a turn later as well. So Lurrus is phenomenal this deck. This is probably the best Lurrus deck in the format as far as actually using Lurrus. Without Lurrus, I think this deck would be a lot worse against all the grindy decks. Lurrus is huge.
Well, Azorius Auras was good for Jim last time. Perhaps it will be once again. Everybody, this is Jim Davis. That is Azorius Auras in Historic. And Jim, good luck this weekend.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
The music score was perfect for that.
And that's a look at Azorius Auras that we'll see in the hands of Christian Hauk coming up here for this next round. But now it's time for predictions. Riley, who do you like, Hauk or Kowalski?
I think in this case, I'm going to go for Kowalski. I really want to see his new build. The changes he's made to this Selesnya Enchantress deck really intrigue me, and I think he's got a trick up his sleeve.
Last chance to get those votes in, chat.
You?
I'm going with Hauk.
It's already closed.
I'm
Never
going
mind.
with some quick beatdowns via Azorius Auras, and he likes to beat down. So do I. So I'm on board with Christian.
He likes to beat down.
Bye
bye.
Azorius Auras can't go against the hashtag brand. Hashtag pants for life. Trending pretty soon. Just you wait.
Z.
Pretty soon.
With a Z. Coming up, we've got round number 5. I'm going to toss it over to Marshall and Paul for the call. Take it away, guys.
And thank you so much, Maria. And
they bringing out Marshall and Paul for the big matches.
I
like it.
And we're going to see a little bit of that. Pants, of course, is the nickname that we give to these aura cards. You put on your creature, send them in, and that's one of the decks that we're going to see in the future here. It's going to be in the hands of Christian Hauk, who is running the Azorius Auras deck. On the other side, take a look at him right here. That's Gregors Kowalski, who's on a really sweet build here, Paul. Selesnya Enchantress is the deck that he's decided to bring to the table here. And this is not one of the more popular decks in the format, but it's a nice one.
No. Yeah, Marshall, I'm not going to lie to you. I have 0 games played with this Enchantress deck. I did play a good amount of kind of that old version of this deck, which was kind of the 9 lives prison enchantress deck, right?
Yes, yes.
But it looks like Kowalski has chosen to go with a more streamlined version, now playing Luris and playing a bunch of cheap enchantments. So this is going to be kind of a racing situation. Not a whole lot of interaction from either side. The Azorius Auras deck notably has no interaction game 1. Kowalski does have 4 copies of Baffling End in the main that should do some work in this matchup. But again, you know, I really have no idea, and I'm just excited to see how these games unfold.
Yeah, you know, the interesting part is this Lesnia deck actually seems to have come fairly well prepared for the matchup. They have cards like that one, Candle Trap, that they just drew. It gives a enchanted creature defender. And then if you get Coven, if you have 3 creatures with different powers, you can pay 2 and a white to exile the creature. That kind of solves the problem, right? Like, you're not going to get killed by some aura'd up creature in the meantime, and then you can even get rid of it permanently later down the line. They also have 4 copies of Baffling End in the main deck. So, yeah.
So he's got some interaction. Not a bad one. My concern with something like a card like Candle Trap is while it prevents one of these creatures from actually attacking you, it doesn't stop you from drawing cards when you cast a bunch of auras onto things, right? It's not like Heliod's Punishment where you remove the text box on the card. So it's one of those situations where, sure, you can put Candle Trap on one of these 2-drops, but there's like 12 2-drops in the deck, right? And if you can just start chaining a bunch of cards, Christian can still easily win with one of his other threats.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the ability to exile the card at some point, but it's
a lot
costly.
of mana.
It's 3 mana. Yeah, and in this deck, that's a lot. This deck is an extremely low curve deck. When you actually lay it out, I mean, take a look at the hand. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Right? It's like, and you know, he's already cast a 1 and a 2. I mean, these are extremely cheap. Sanctum Weaver's going to hit here. Jukai Naturalist making it a 1-drop as well. And well, the damage is coming in down to 13 goes Hauk. Normally, though, the Azorius Auras deck has ways to mitigate that. They can hit you with a huge lifelinker or just kill you in 1 turn.
Right, but this is going to be a nice turn here from Christian Hauk. We got a flying, life-linking, card-drawing Esper Sentinel here. So this is going to give Christian Hauk 3 life back, draw him a card. He's got Karametra's Blessing for a removal spell. However, Kowalski, I mean, this turn you got to untap with an active Sanctum Weaver. You're going to be able to generate a lot of mana this turn, potentially.
Absolutely. He also has a Jukai Naturalist, which, as his hand, you know, plays out, is not doing a ton. It's doing a little bit, but all of his stuff costs 2 or 1 mana, and it's making it all 1 mana. And the Weaver's going to tap for a time. This could be an extremely explosive turn. The one thing he's missing, and maybe we'll see Abundant Harvest, is he would like a way to generate a bunch of card advantage here, right? And make this a turn that is great now and great next turn as well. So a Sithis or something like that would be what he would be looking for.
Yeah, Sithis would be absolutely huge here.
There it is, Candle Trap, baby.
And I imagine Christian is going to go for the Blessing here. Remember, that gives it hexproof. That'll give it hexproof for the turn, so Baffling End will not do anything, at least on this turn.
You mean, yeah, the follow-up Baffling End will be blanked as well, right?
Right.
Yeah. There it is, Karametra's Blessing.
But, I mean, all these counters are being put on Jukai Naturalist, so it's a lot of life being gained here.
Yes. And there's Harvest into another Naturalist, and now there's Weaver of Harmony.
Just putting all the counters onto the Naturalist here. Jeez, look at this.
8 power. And down to 6 goes Christian Hauk, and even he has to kind of flinch a little. Uh-oh, fireworks.
So Christian, yeah, needed something like a Chord Spirit Dancer to hopefully try to chain some stuff together. Not sure it's going to be enough, though. This Esper Sentinel only gaining 3 life here. You could put Sentinel's Eyes on it. That would give it Vigilance, which would be pretty nice. But as it stands, no protection spell against Baffling End. Selfless Savior, great against removal spells that destroy or deal damage, but not exile effects.
Right, not exile, not Candle Trap. It's like enchantments. Who wore it better, right? Like, and so far, it's actually looking like Gregor's.
I love how just for this tournament, Gregor's playing one way. You know what a standard deck is? I'll let you guess. One guess.
I don't know. I have no idea. Grixis Vampires.
Naya Runes. Come on. You're just all enchantments all the time.
It's not Grixis Vampires, then?
It is not Grixis Vampires. I don't think you tested with that team.
I like it, though. And now he has the Weaver, or the Sanctum Weaver.
He's got the Sanctum Weaver.
Turbo out everything.
Yeah, and I mean, first things first, gonna see this baffling end here on the Esper Sentinel. Could even pay, although it is a pretty hefty cost. You're gonna have to pay 4 mana to prevent Christian from drawing a card.
I wonder if he can win this turn.
I don't think so.
Not quite. He did let him get the card. Unfortunately for Christian, it was just another land. He's got all the glitters and 4 lands in hand. Even though Kowalski's kind of going off, Christian has to be a little concerned here that this is not a good draw for him.
This is great. He gets to copy the ability, so he can remove 2 things. The Selfless Savior would then get in front of the 8/8 lifelinker, and then you take 5. Jeez.
Oh my
And Christian
goodness.
can only smile. He's like, what is happening?
This is incredible.
This is one of those games where you're just like, I feel like I got scammed here. I don't know how, but like, I feel like this just should not have happened to me.
And by the way, he was 1 white mana short from lethal here, I will say, right? Oh no, he could have got him to 9.
Yeah.
Or to 1, excuse me. Well, no sweepers in sight here for Christian Hauck. He's going to have to scoop him up, and Kowalski just puts the beat down on Christian Hauck. My goodness sakes.
Wow. All right, we're going to see those Selfless Saviors get out of there here from Christian Hauck's side.
Yeah, those are done.
That was a beating.
Kowalski with 2 lands, by the way, on the battlefield that game.
That's all you need.
Put out, you know, good 30 power. Took out 3 things on the other side.
Yeah, now after sideboard, Kowalski does get to bring in a handful of interactive spells. Still not a ton of removal, but we're looking at a couple of portable holes there, along with the Declaration in Stone. But, I mean, it's mostly just trying to do the same thing. Suit up one of those creatures, protect it with the Karametra's Blessing or a Spell Pierce, and hope it goes all the way.
I'm back.
You know, in a lot of
Sorry.
instances,
I just had to go get
against
some
kind of the more
dinner
mid-range
cooking.
decks, putting a bunch of things on
Right, I need to eat,
will
yeah?
often be good enough. But in a matchup like this, where it's really important to just keep the flow of cards going, and it's a race situation, you really need to be putting those enchantments onto something like a Core Spirit Dancer or a Storm Chaser Drake.
Get big or go home. Let's find
Or
out here in game number 2.
Excuse me, Light Pause in this situation.
Oh, there you
The
go.
Jim Davis deck that got me all confused.
Some people do still play Light Pause, I'm told.
Yeah, it's a nice mix.
Yeah.
To paw or not to paw.
Ooh, this hand looks a lot worse than the other one for Gregor's, though. He has Visitor.
Woof. What up, Rich?
He's running Sterling Grove
Where'd he go?
here as well.
Put some chicken
This
breasts
is a
on
card,
the
Paul, that
stove.
we've seen in old school
Got myself a
enchantment
juice.
decks, Enchantress decks that, you know, like go for a combo.
Right.
But
Yeah,
he's not using that way here, really.
Right. I mean, it does allow him to slowly find removal spells, right? Let you search up auras and put it on top. I think the primary function is, as you can read on that card, it just gives all your other enchantments Shroud, right? So it just means that basically it just gets to blank all the removal spells that your opponents could have.
Hey, this draw just got a lot better. There's Sithis Harvest hand. Right off the top of the library here for Kowalski.
I wonder if Christian's just going to go for Light Pause here.
Does seem to be the case. No attack here, and pass turn back Sun Petal Grove.
I don't even know how to play the Enchantress deck.
Kowalski has the answer, however, it would give Christian a card, so choosing to actually wait here. So this does give Christian at least 1 turn with an active light pause.
Okay, let's see if he can take advantage of it. He has Curious Obsession in hand. And Declaration in Stone, as well as a Plains now that he played his land for the turn. These players, by the way,
get it,
are
son.
both very much in the thick of it for the league race for the World Championship. We're giving away 5 slots there, the top 5 players in the league that didn't qualify another way. And yeah, they're both very much in it. Hauk's in kind of an interesting situation this season. He's a little further back than Kowalski on that particular list. But
how goes it, bruh? I'm pretty good.
Top 8.
Doing a lot better than I was doing earlier.
Top 6, you actually qualify for
right?
the World Championship.
I got my second wind.
He was unable to do so.
We're just
he's already played
relaxing, waiting for dinner.
The World Championship on the line, and didn't quite get there.
We got some
now
chicken
he's
breasts.
looking to get back.
Cooking up.
Another shot at
Looking
that.
forward to that.
Number one goal for both of these players is going to be to make day 2. If you don't do that, you're not making it. And this is actually for day 2 as well. The winner of this will guarantee it.
I never heard anything about sleeves. If I'm being totally honest, I don't know.
For Christian Hauk. So previously, I think Christian was probably just going to look to use Declaration Stone on the Sithis to prevent it from kind of getting.
I'm unaware of any
You
sleeves.
know, when you don't have a cost reduction effect or the Sanctum Weaver in play, I mean, on turn 3, Kowalski could maybe play 2 enchantments, right? It can't just get completely out of hand the way that you saw him do in game 1, right? Where it was like 2 land, Sanctum Weaver, untap, play my hand.
Right. He is going to take the safer route here. Make sure to take out that Sithis with Declaration Stone and pass. There's Circle of Confinement in hand here for Kowalski.
Great draw there too. Jukai Naturalist allows you to
How'd you
go
get yours?
Naturalist into Circle of Confinement tier.
The red ones that I run?
On the Esper Sentinel, you would have had to pay.
From 2019.
Hauk would have had to draw a card anyways because the Esper Sentinel is a 2/2 here. So wouldn't be shocked to see if Kowalski goes for something like a new Naturalist into Confinement.
Very old sleeve.
There's a Naturalist.
There's ones that you get for the like the worlds.
Is also interesting, right?
Yeah, it
and
is.
then there's the red one
really is,
from the
'cause
Mythic
Curious
Qualifier.
Obsession's really annoying, but Light Paws, I mean, these are both sources of card advantage potential.
I got you. I got you.
Hauk
It's
is
Friday
the worst
too.
part, but I mean, an active Light Pause is just so scary.
That's why I wore it. I was like, it's Friday. I'm gonna get my Freddy hoodie
He's
on.
thinking the same thing we were just saying. Paul's like, oh man, which one of these do I hit?
Greggy Kruger.
There's a little
I like that.
for Hauk. It's going to be Light Paws.
Okay. And
I actually like that.
just choose to keep this back, right? I mean, it's not like there's an arcane flight.
I might get some art made in NFT that
So
Greggy
If you're lucky
Kruger.
here,
Yes.
and just hope that Christian doesn't find any way to get it through. He also could trade off a Naturalist. Oof, there's another Esper Sentinel.
Yeah.
But that's not really going to get this other one through.
I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, we're live on
You have
both.
to attack, or it's going to fall off, right?
That's
so,
right.
So, in which case, Christian might just have to attack and just cast a Karametra's Blessing as a combat trick. Just some good limited magic here. +2/+2.
Wow. Yeah,
Got
this is,
him.
Back to basics here for Christian Hauk. He's sending in with the Esper Sentinel.
I mean, still not the worst turn. You get to go Karametra's Blessing, then put a Lurrus into your hand. You have an Arcane Flight in your graveyard. You could also maybe just let this happen, get the Lurrus, get the Obsession back.
Yeah, just
But,
plan
like,
on a slightly longer game.
The thing is,
plan.
if you keep the
I got you, bro.
alive here, right? You pump
It's
it,
the
you keep it
verse.
alive, you get the Lurrus back. Next turn, you go Lurrus. Even if Kowalski tries to keep the Generous Visitor back, you play the Arcane Flight, give your Sentinel Wing.
How many viewers on
so you have
YouTube?
a flying light,
The two teams have been fighting all
flying
day.
attacker that draws you a card.
Admittedly, the
And that's a
historic
real
content
blowout,
has been
too,
less
if,
popular.
Gregors gives up an attack step.
Oh, It is still really close. We have 66 live on Twitch and 68 live on YouTube. So Team YouTube is winning by a mere 2 viewers. Oh my god, that's close.
Yeah, probably want to save that.
Team YouTube in the house. What up, what up, what up, boys, girls, ghouls, goblins?
Yeah, this is where you look at Sterling
Let's
Grove, and it
go.
doesn't look especially strong, right?
It looks terrible here.
When you,
It looks terrible.
all the other pieces in play looks great, but right now, it's 2 mana, put a +1/+1 counter onto your generous visitor, and it doesn't even give it Shroud.
Yeah, it doesn't give that particular card Shroud. He's going to pay as well for the Esper Sentinel tax. Just kind of annoying here. You almost wonder if he just wanted to crack that clue. But he's going to come in with the generous visitor here. It is a lot of damage. Down to 7 goes Hauk.
Right? Gonna open a YouTube tab to get it to 69. Nice.
Yeah, but we're gonna see a Lurrus here, and given the Karametra's Blessing, I would guess that Christian Hauk's gonna run out the Lurrus, put something like an Arcane Flight onto the Lurrus to make sure that you can give it hexproof from an enchantment-based removal spell, because it's really, really important to be able to keep this Lurrus alive.
And in order to turn on the blessing, it must be
enchanted.
Right.
Correct. It is tempting to just slap a Curious Obsession onto the Sentinel this turn.
Right, but then you couldn't do both.
But then a Circle of Confinement or Baffling End would get rid of the creature. And there's a Sterling Grove in play. So yeah, I like this play of just putting an enchantment onto the Lurrus, having a giant flying lifelinker in play that also gets the play around enchantment-based removal.
All right, so let's see what Kowalski is going to go search up. Is he going to be one of our favorites, Candle Trap, Baffling End? It's going to be Baffling End. So he's going to give himself 2 answers, but this is similar to what happened in game 1, right, Paul, where the
sorcery speed
hexproof from Karametra's Blessing will kind of foil this sorcery speed plan here from Kowalski.
Yeah, there's the double blessing. So, I mean, you play out the Baffling End, you target the Lurrus, it gets blessing, and then you try to go for it again next turn, but by then, I mean, Hauk's gonna put a Curious Obsession onto those Lurrus too?
Yes. And hit you with a big lifelinker, like it's a problem.
It's a problem, bro. Yeah.
And this is the issue when you're playing at sorcery speed, right? You don't have an instant speed way to kind of respond to this Karametra's Blessing. You just go, okay, blessing. Or excuse me, Baffling End. You have blessing? Well, damn. I'm done. My turn.
Well, damn, I'm done.
and this will really end the turn as well.
Well, damn.
I mean, he can't even attack. Like, Lurrus gets indestructible and it just gains.
Oh, that's funny.
Right.
Hauk a bunch of life.
Yeah, so Kowalski's probably paying for... Oh, it doesn't even pay for the Sentinel here.
So, if he has a land drop, he can do Lurrus or he can do the clue. If not, or either way.
If so, let's go.
And now we're going to see Karametra's Blessing, and he hates seeing it. Kowalski shifts in his chair at the sight of that powerful 1-mana instant.
And the reason why Kowalski didn't pay there was to play around Spell Pierce. Could have played out a land first, but if he paid for the Esper Sentinel and then got Spell Pierce, that would have been a pretty big blowout.
And he's just going to go land, go. Otawara Soaring City off the top. He's got Staggering Insight to go with that backup Karametra's Blessing. And then you can see the cards on the right are actually from his graveyard via Lurrus, and they're good too.
The person with the most cards in their hand wins.
Yeah, and this Otawara, keep in mind, Lurrus is a legendary creature.
Very often.
That's right. A little
it costs
cheaper.
3 mana. You can bounce this 6/6 visitor if it can potentially, if it looks like it's getting dicey.
Ooh.
You can see Hauk.
Wow.
Loading up on Lurrus here. This is a massive attack. It's going to get in for 6.
Double draw.
It's going to draw cards.
Triple draw?
2 of them.
I think it's just 2, right? Yeah.
This is what I say, Marshall. If it's legal in your format, never the worst idea to play Lurrus or play a Lurrus deck.
You know,
I mean, it is
I like
just
that
so
advice.
incredible.
I like that advice, Paul. Paul's algorithm says
Play
check
Lurrus.
to see if Lurrus is legal. If yes, play.
Make sure all of you are taking notes here.
A true legend.
Card is so powerful. This is really
man.
the companion that's had the biggest impact across multiple formats. And even after receiving its tax, if you will, it just kept on going.
Yeah.
People are like, I will pay that. That is a
I
cost
will pay that.
A
think
couple
Christian
of
just weighing
SRAMs
whether or
in the
not.
hand.
Yeah, I think Christian just weighing whether or not he wants to run out that land. He can't just go land, SRAM, and still have blessing up.
Land, SRAM, and
He wants to keep
slam.
Otawara as a backup plan, maybe. Just
Yeah,
it is
just
a
in
powerful
case.
spell here.
Yeah, I mean, the way he loses is if somehow this generous visitor just gets out of hand. It's already gigantic as a 6/6. So if Kowalski empties out his hand and turns it into something like a 10-10, 11-11, then probably not the worst idea to run that Otawara out there.
Destiny Spinner was draw step here. He is making this generous visitor bigger and bigger.
So chose not to play the visitor first, right? Because you could
Interesting.
have put an extra counter.
But he's trying to dodge Spell
Prefer
Pierce.
to pay.
Pay for the Esper Sentinel, sure.
Yeah, rather
Or the
than
Sentinel.
build out his own board.
Yeah, but with this Karametra's Blessing, I mean, the writing's
not
going to
gonna
be on
like
the wall
this.
here.
He
Yeah.
is not going to like this.
Yeah.
Oh. That's the face of somebody who said,
Going to number
"Yep,
3.
I was hoping you didn't have that."
Could maybe chump block. But remember, you are gaining 8 life next turn. Yeah, I mean, Christian's going to be able to attack, play a Sentinel, play a SRAM, and have up Otawara.
Yeah, Kowalski's going to have to start figuring out Game 3 sideboard plans right quick here, because the double Karametra's Blessing really gave Christian Hauck the defense he needed to keep this one key threat alive. And that's the one that looks like it's going to get over the finish line for him here. No, he finds all the glitters a turn late. I would have probably done it right now. But in the
And the
meantime,
really
he's-
nice thing about the Otawara too is Christian can just use it to save his own Luris, even, right?
Sure.
You play your land, you play your
Sure.
SRAM, all of a sudden
I love when Marshall
Otawara
agrees with someone. It's
only costs 2
fantastic.
mana to channel.
He's like so
bounce Luris and just start all over.
enthused.
It doesn't take long to rebuild. You know, you cast one spell, get a card off SRAM, and then by the next turn, it's already snowballed to the point that you're right back in it again. You can
You know
see
what
the
card
baffling
really-
and the circle of confinement. Neither of them have anything under them.
Right.
Not where you want to be if you're Kowalski.
And this is an instance where you've seen other versions. There are other versions of this deck that's playing through many copies of Slip Out the Back as kind of the protection spell of choice. But there are certainly plenty of instances where Karametra's Blessing is just superior, right? Look at this game, for example, where Kowalski utilized a Circle of a Confinement, but because Karametra's Blessing was cast, that prevented Kowalski from even getting an attack in, right? Because all of a sudden, you blink the removal spell, your creature's still in play, and it's indestructible.
That's right. Well, there you go. Game number 2 goes to...
Well, there we
Christian
go,
Hauck.
folks.
He finds just the right mix.
Oh, look how quick he just like doesn't even. He's not even sideboarding.
Them to get across the finish line, and we're going to
Crazy.
Game 3 between these two.
He's just like, I'm in.
Earlier in the other game, but definitely implications for World Championship seats at play here. These players need a strong finish, but they're kind of in the, the upper part of the pack. But it starts with making day 2. There's a very clear line for the league players. If they don't make it to day 2, then they can't make it to the World Championship. So whoever wins this next game will lock up that day 2 seat and very much keep their dream alive. Christian wants it after getting that close. I mean, he, like in tennis, match point, right? Like you have 1 point to try to win the whole thing. He had 2 of those to make it into Worlds and couldn't quite do it. And so he's hungry.
Yeah, I mean, at the Innistrad Championship, he was the first person to lock up that seed into the top 8.
That's right.
Kind of wants to get that taste of victory back again.
One thing that's interesting as well is with a top 8 finish, but not like right where he finished, like in 7th or 8th, you do actually get 4 extra match points for having made it to the top 8. And
I think it's all about switching back and forth.
Right, very, very much.
Glasses, sunglasses. Glasses, sunglasses. Just keeps your eyes fresh.
Keep an eye on him throughout the tournament.
Keeps him working, baby.
He can make it. In the meantime, we of course know Grzegorz Kowalski having finished 2nd at the World Championship.
I'm also gonna sit up straight. That'll wake me up too.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I forgot about my chicken breasts.
This card
Ooh, my food's probably burning. Yikes.
In a very defensive hand here, very reactive hand from Christian Hauk. You see the spell pierces and the blessings, but no auras, right? And there's a portable hole. Kowalski has a pretty decent start here. Likely wants to run out the SRAM when you do have access to the spell pierce, so likely seeing something like a portable hole, but really does need to find an aura to slap onto that SRAM.
Yeah, baffling end and circle of confinement in hand here for Grzegorz means he's got answers. You mentioned it before. Candle Trap has its uses, but, you know, Candle Trap on SRAM's not really the name of the game.
Right. Ooh.
Ooh, Sithis Harvest Hand. Okay, that's some
Great
business.
draw.
What a top deck here for Kowalski. He's also getting busy with this Generous Visitor. This thing's hitting. But the table is set for Grzegorz.
Okay.
He's got Sithis, he's got Generous Visitor, passes it back.
And that was big, right? So now we have the spell pierce for the removal effect this turn. And then you can follow that up with a staggering insight on the following turn and try to chain that into more cards with double Karametra's Blessing. So
The main thing here is that Grzegorz casts something that triggers Sithis, trying to make sure he keeps hitting his land drops. Unfortunately, he does not this turn. You know, he's still moving his game.
Maya's gonna come
forward
for
pretty
dinner
nicely,
too.
But there is still a window that he needs to make sure he hits a land drop or two, so he can get around a spell pierce or something like that at some point. In the meantime,
Ooh, wow,
he's doing well. Wow, another portable hole here.
That was a huge draw. So now you have staggering insight, portable hole, excuse me, and Karametra's Blessing. So you have the potential to play 3 spells this turn.
That's
Help
incredible.
with the life, likely get the Sithis, given your opponent's stuck on mana, unless you feel this Generous Visitor is gonna get out of hand.
Oh, that is true. And looking at his hand, that is one of the ways he could actually lose. Oh. Interesting for Grzegorz to say, could I make you get that Karametra's Blessing?
Do not double block. Oh,
Very
my.
costly.
Oh, my. There's no way Christian makes this attack,
Snap
if
it
he
off.
doesn't have the Blessing.
Double
Or
block.
is he bluffing it? I guess there is a way. I take that back. But, man, it is so tempting to go for the double block here.
It is interesting about the bluff opportunity here because of staggering insight, right? Like there's a very high upside for SRAM hitting.
But you have to think, right? Christian Hauk has
Have to
6
feed
cards
Miss Maya
in hand,
first, of course.
Okay? If he had a land or another aura, probably would have stacked that on, right? So you have to think it's so likely that he has a blessing here.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And that's the conclusion that Kowalski comes to as well. He's having none of it. No blocks. But that means that SRAM hits and draws a backup SRAM as well. There was really no good way for Kowalski to proceed there, right?
No.
There's no genius play, right? If he double blocks, he gets blown out. If he doesn't, we won't call it a blowout, but that was not good for him, right? Like another card in the hand here for Hauk.
One other thing I want to call out about Kowalski's list is he's only playing 18 lands. He does have the Abundant Harvest. He does have ways to kind of find the lands and commune with spirits, but just in terms of actual land count, it is quite low. So if he doesn't draw some of those other cards that help smooth out his draws, then there is a decent chance he would be stuck on 2 lands.
Yeah, even though both decks have similar mana curves, very, very low, a bunch of 1s and 2s. Just by contrast, Christian's deck has 21 lands.
Right.
So that's, that's 3 more. That's a lot. Unfortunately, though, for Kowalski, this one may well...
time.
Yeah, he's going to have to just to get Sithis going and do something.
This is a lot of counters, right? I mean, of course, we know that this candle trap will get countered. But, I mean, Kowalski's trying his best to put himself in a position where he can try to raise Christian.
I like it. I like what I'm seeing here.
And how only has the Staggering Insight.
And a bunch of defensive cards. Yeah.
Yep.
Hulk really does need to find an enchant, an aura.
Oh, and that's one step in the right direction here for Kowalski.
All right, that's going to earn a spell pierce, but the damage was done. He got the card, and bang, bang. That's a big attack too. Down to 7. What's off the top? Oh no, it's another land for Hauk. Uh-oh.
And does Kowalski just get in front of the visitor to prevent a card, or does he just take it?
Chump block SRAM with visitor. I could see it.
But I mean, your opponent has 5 cards. But if they didn't play an aura, that means they don't have one, right?
Yes.
Before they attack.
Oh boy, this is getting very tight. That third land from Kowalski and using up all of his mana every turn here has been enough to get him ahead on the board, right? We look at this in terms of Christian Hauk like being able to set up more like a combo. Oh, he's going to take it. Let's see if he hits something here. Oh, it's another land off the top, and Hauk is distraught. This is exactly what he needed to not happen. Land this turn.
Oh, geez. And now, I mean...
Does he have to just play a SRAM here?
He might. I mean, Kowalski is on a lethal attack, right?
Yeah.
Kowalski just plays any enchantment out of his hand, and he's got 10 power on the board.
And remember, Christian knows that he missed a land drop, so he knows these are 4 spells in hand.
Yeah.
One of them has to be an enchantment, and he can cast anything in his deck for 3 mana.
I know it seems kind of odd. I wonder if there was maybe some consideration to just cast the Blessing just to gain a couple more life.
Interesting. Right? Because he's going to have a SRAM with no pants here, is that?
Right.
That's what he's looking at?
And with Kowalski being stuck on lands, likely only probably able to play 1 spell. If he does play 1 spell and it is a removal effect, that's 10 damage. So had he used the +2/+2 effect, you'd be at 12.
He could now. I know it's not happy times, but he could now. Like if it was worth it to take 1 card and just gain 2 life, he could do that and then cast SRAM, right?
Yeah, although now if he casts the SRAM, Kowalski can simply just exile it. It doesn't have an enchantment on it, so the Blessing doesn't do anything.
Well, I mean, he can just cast it on his SRAM, right? Just to gain the life or whatever.
Oh, yeah. When he attacked, combat's already occurred, so I think. Yeah, and this is it. I think Hauk's just dead.
You're right, Paul.
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. So Hauk somehow, after drawing all those extra cards, getting everything together, just could not come up with a way to defend himself, and he got ran over by Gregor's Kowalski. That's a big step for Gregor's. He just locked up day 2 here.
You're done.
And that means that, as a league,
you're absolutely done, son. Holy Toledos. That's crazy.
Look, there's an easy, hard way to do this, right? You get top 6 at the event.
Right.
Just that's it. You just then you're in World Championship and it's no problem. But planning for a deep run where you don't quite get there, which happens a lot. Even if you have a good tournament, he just took a big step in that direction.
Yeah, and I want to just say, big props to Kowalski. We're talking about this historic format where a lot of people agree that, hey, look, there are 3 or 4 clear top decks, right? And the format hasn't changed much. And him bringing just kind of another brew with him and still having success with it, just really, really impressive thing to do when this format's already been so established.
That's right. We've got another match to bring you.
Was that Christian who won? Sorry.
Set us up for it.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck this up. Was that Christian who won?
Paul Rietzel versus
or Kowalski? Who won that?
Paul with Azorius Auras is looking to play it.
That's busy eating.
Put some auras on it, maybe draw a couple additional cards, and get the game over with before it ever truly gets.
I know the Selesnya deck won, but I forget the player's name.
Is it Phoenix? Looking to also
Who is playing the Selesnya deck?
Phoenix in the graveyard before they do come back and kill Paul before Paul kills Muhan.
Paul Rietzel versus Muhan Yu coming up after the break.
Buglowski won? Gregars? Beautiful. Enjoy your points. All right, well, thank you guys all so much for watching. Quick ad break. You can dodge it with a Twitch Prime or Tier 1 sub, of course. Hope you all have been enjoying it so far. I've been having an absolute blast. I'm just pumped up. I'm feeling better. I'm so happy that I'm feeling better. You know what I mean? It's fantastic. So, hey, I imagine we've got a little bit more to get through here today, but that's fine. And the big day tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a very long day. Right? Even longer than today.
And welcome back to coverage here at the new Capenna Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we've got another match to bring you here in the feature match area. Haven't seen him in a while. Paul Rietzel, the Hall of Famer. He got here via online and arena PTQ, or whatever we call them, a
Qualifier,
arena qualifier.
Whatever we call them.
Hall of Famers get to play in the day two. He used that. He said he drafted a sweet one, 7-0, and here he is. He's playing against Muhan.
That he drafted a sweet one.
In a really interesting position here. Of course, Paul not in contention for World Championship without, you know, running the tables at this exact event.
You don't get long on this one, chat.
But Muhan
just
is in the challenger race.
Quick,
and
hot second, 5 minutes.
In a very good position here, Paul. With a day two.
Get your prediction.
Which, by the way, they're playing
you
for
heard?
right here. He's going to have a good chance at making a run at that World Championship seat. I mean, this is a huge match, and you know, all you have to do is beat a Hall of Famer. What's the big deal?
That's it. That's it. Of course, Muhan's going to have a couple of extra shots here, but Paul Rietzel, a Pro Tour champion, extremely extensive and impressive resume. Unsurprising to see him qualify through limited, as that is kind of what he's known for. When it comes to creature combat, there's very few that can match up to Paul Rietzel's prowess.
He is incredible. If you've ever had a chance to watch him play, he hasn't been playing quite as much recently. I miss watching him play though. I hope he makes a epic comeback, and we get to see him play a lot. Matchup wise, we've got Azorius Auras in Paul's hands, and then Muhan has decided on is it Phoenix?
Yeah, and it's going to be a somewhat close matchup here. Now Muhan does have a couple of innovations here. You see that unlicensed hearse in the main deck. Not especially good here, but very strong in the mirror. It's a card that'll give you a little bit of an edge in that matchup specifically. Muhan right now does have a Phoenix in the graveyard, and does he have the ability to play spell number 3? And I think he does.
Yeah, he just cast Faithless Looting this turn.
And then I see another Faithless Looting here.
You do indeed, Paul. That's exactly what you see there. And you know what that could mean too? Another Phoenix, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Muhan would have, instead of even getting a Phoenix back, I think Muhan really would have preferred just being able to find a removal spell for this Light Pause. Because sure, you play this Faithless Looting, you get a Phoenix back, but next turn, Paul Rietzel's going to untap with a Light Pause in play.
Yeah, that's scary. It looks like there's not going to be a second Phoenix here. So a productive turn for Muhan, but perhaps not solving the problem that he would be most concerned about with Light Pause. And Paul's got to be thrilled to get to untap.
Hashtag worth it. Yeah, it would be.
This is going to be a big turn here. Couple of ways to go about it. You can either try to see if you can find a way to get Light Pause bigger than 6 toughness. That's kind of the magic number. You want to try to see if you can get it so that it doesn't die to Unholy Heat, or you can just keep a blue up and have up that slip out the back to prevent removal spells from being able to kill the Light Pause. The Glaring Aegis does a really good job of pumping up the defense.
Solid footing in hand as well. That's one you don't see very often, but there it is. Not beneficial at the moment.
And Paul just happy just kind of keeping up the slip out the back and just kind of playing it a little bit slower. I mean, this is not a bad racing situation here if you're Paul, right? I mean, you're taking 6, but you're dealing 4 and gaining 4 next turn. It's going to be a lot more with all that glitters in his hand.
There's Unholy Heat now. But slip out the back in hand here for Paul Rietzel.
Y'all are lucky no one's betting against you.
Muhan. He really needed that. He was 1 card away last turn.
Now, if you're Muhan in this situation, because you know that slip out the back is in Paul Rietzel's deck, likely want to wait until Paul's turn, right? To use the Unholy Heat. Paul will be forced to use the slip out the back, but that means Paul's not going to be able to get in that damage on the following turn.
That's right. Certainly relevant here, given the way that Light Pause has developed. So Muhan's going to hit his land drop here off of Iteration.
Trying to find a Phoenix, maybe?
Could see one. It is one, actually, off of Surveil.
That is a Phoenix.
Very nice. Well, was that 3 spells, or is this going to force him to use the Unholy Heat
I think
now?
one of them was an iteration, so it's a really awkward situation here if you're Muhan Yu. Because you kind of want to save this Unholy Heat for Paul's turn to force him to use slip out the back and not get him to attack with the Light Pause. At the same time, you kind of just want to...
Yeah, you guys are lucky no one's betting against you.
And get an extra Phoenix in play.
Yeah, and he found a good proxy for Unholy Heat with Strangle, which this is probably the turn where it would actually be good. And
yeah, but
maybe
if Paul uses slip out the back, that's an extra counter on there. That's a 5/4. And then in all that glitters, I mean, we're looking at just a ton.
Well, you already voted for the other guy, Tommy.
Solid footing as well.
Yeah.
That's your points that are going to get stolen,
really
or were.
But it is
now I don't know what will happen.
Strangle here from you.
If you guys lose, you might just not lose your
slip out the
points.
back, so it gets
You
bigger,
might just get them
faces
back.
out. This is a Phoenix coming into play. It's a nice attack. It's over half Paul's life total, but
Paul's going to get it all back.
Yes, he is. He's going to kick it off with all the glitters. He could not wait to get that card on the stack.
Yeah, and this is gonna blank the Unholy Heat. Muhan's gonna need another removal spell if he wants to get this Light Pause off the battlefield.
Boy, this tempo, this sequence that we mentioned might cost him dearly here. There's Glaring Aegis. It's up to 10 already.
11, 12. You get it? Yeah, this is a lethal attack.
Wow. He can just finish the deal here. Just anything that gives +1/+1 naturally will give +2/+2. And
wow.
that's the game. Holy smokes. I think Muhan was like, okay, fine, this isn't optimal, but at least I get the Phoenix down. It's like, no, actually you're dead. Wow.
And look, this, by the way, is why you would want to play Light Pause, Marshall. Right?
Seriously.
You don't get the disruptive elements
That's
necessary
crazy.
because you don't have as many of the spell pierces, but you have the ability to just kill your opponent out of nowhere.
You know, it's easy to forget that sometimes, right? That the raw power.
The Wambo Cambo.
Where that can win you games where something more middle of the ground wouldn't have. You know, and you know, it's also true, of course, that sometimes the opposite is true, right? Where something more middle of the ground is exactly what you need, and if you go all in, you'll lose. But boy, that power ceiling is really high on Light Paws. That was insane.
I'm still looking back at potentially that one key moment where Muhan had to make the choice. Do I want to play spell number 3 to get my Phoenix in play, or do I want to keep up my Unholy Heat, get in for 6 this turn,
tomorrow will be a lot better.
Basically time walk you, right? Because there's nothing else Paul could have done in that situation, other than cast Slip out the back, and then try to see if you can get the Phoenix back in play on the following turn.
Yeah. Hey, and you know, the other thing too that we have to note is that worked out poorly in multiple ways for Muhan. Okay, sure, Paul put together the pieces and actually just won the game, but perhaps just as importantly, his creature was out.
It's a good hand for Paul.
Range anyway, right? So
it's a good hand for Paul.
Be a really, really tough thing to get out of the sky there with what Muhan had after that. All right, well, Dragon's Race Channeler tradesies. Nope. Selfless Savior says, I'll stay here, thankfully.
Turn 1 Selfless Savior, turn 2 Light Paws. Should I trade?
Yeah, or Core Spirit Dancer. Wow, off the top of the library, good choices here for Paul. He can protect whichever of his 2 drops he wants. We're going to see Ledger Shredder for the first time, at least for you and I in the booth here, Paul. And this is a card that can do serious work for Muhan, setting up his game plan, getting those Phoenixes, finding the things that he needs.
Absolutely incredible card. Just in general, because this deck has no problem playing multiple spells in one turn, but also it's pretty insane in the mirror as well, because if your opponents don't kill it, they're also probably playing more than 1 spell a turn, right? And it triggers off of both sides. And the fact that this can then become a 4 toughness body against the deck like Phoenix, a 2/4 flyer is a very relevant body in terms of how the creatures match up in the the creatures line up in the matchup.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. In this case, generally speaking, Paul, Rachel will be able to make something much bigger than whatever the Shredder becomes, but
yeah,
that card advantage matters. The clock ends up mattering. Maybe not card advantage. That card selection matters, and the clock as well. So far, no Phoenix in sight.
Paul
gets, poor Spirit Dancer's on 0 toughness. Poor thing. All right. Tormod's Crypt. You know, so far Muhan hasn't really been doing too much in the way of graveyard. You know, so far no Delirium, no Phoenix.
And a couple of options here for Paul. You can choose to play Light Paws into Solid Footing, or you can just go with Staggering Insight plus Solid Footing. That's going to turn Core Spirit Dancer. That's going to give it 6 extra points of toughness, right? The +1/+1 from both the Solid Footing and the Staggering Insight, plus the +2/+2/+2 effects just by having the Core Spirit Dancer. So Muhan, you would have to have 2 removal spells.
It's tall order. He's got Fry.
Tall order.
And Paul choosing to kind of take the middle ground here, attacking first to see if he does find, Solid Footing of course has Flash, but seeing also if he can find a Slip out the back or other ways to protect the Core Spirit Dancer. But now we're looking at a 6/8. We're looking at a Fry, but keep in mind, Muhan does have the answer.
Whoa.
Yeah,
thanks for the follow. Appreciate that.
Unholy Heat, that gets the Core Spirit Dancer off the battlefield. However, Tormod's Crypt messes things up here for Muhan.
It does. It turns the Unholy Heat from 4 out of 4 on the Delirium scale to a nice 0. So that Core Spirit Dancer can also hit extra hard if it picks up Vigilance at some point here, because it does have more toughness and power. But right now, Muhan not having a lot of fun. Now, does he have enough to kill this thing anyway, though? Not quite, right? He's 1 short.
He's got 7 damage, Marshall. 7 damage.
So close. He probably thought, okay, I'm good to go. He's out of mana, and then Paul's like, Tormod's Crypt, go. It's, ugh.
Yeah. Now, Muhan does have a couple copies of Brazen Borrower in his sideboard. Not sure if he brought it in. Oh! Well, no. I mean, you want the removal effects, right? If you do get this Core Spirit Dancer off the battlefield, but...
The question is, if you don't, are you dead?
Oh. Oh, and no, this was actually really good, because now you Unholy Heat.
Uh-huh.
That's going to deal 6 damage. Paul can respond by Tormod's Crypting, but you can respond by casting another Unholy Heat. And that'll get the Core Spirit Dancer off the battlefield.
Will it?
Yeah, that should be 8 damage, right? So you fizzle this one. You respond by playing
2.
So this one will deal 6.
Wow.
Right, with Tormod's Crypt on the stack.
Oh my god. This lined up so badly for Muhan into just right for Muhan. Wow. Finding that extra Unholy Heat unlocks his path perhaps to victory. Like, that was huge for him.
Now, Paul's still cooking here with gasoline. I mean, look at his hand, right? You can go SRAM. You could Heliod's Punishment, the Ledger Shredder, if you feel like there's too much pressure. You can Light Pause. So a lot of options here still for Paul. Still at a healthy 18 life. And Muhan's just down to 2 cards.
Yeah. You know, this kind of went from like Paul was definitely going to win to Paul might win.
Right. Exactly.
Which is a big upgrade if you're sitting in Muhan's seat. All right. SRAM's going to hit. What else? And Light Pause? No, Heliod's Punishment, it looks like might be.
Yep, onto the Ledger Shredder. Remember, it also removes the text, although not for the first trigger. Ooh, and he finds an Arc-Light Phoenix.
Very
Puts
nice.
that into the bin.
Right after the
That's pretty good.
Got popped last turn, too.
And he just drew another Shredder.
Ledger Shredder is what ultimately ends up in Muhan's hand for the turn here, but it looks like he'd like to see what he's going to hit with Expressive Iteration first.
Something like a land and a 1-mana spell would be ideal. No land, so will not be able to return Phoenix this turn. Still a great iteration, right? You're getting basically 2 removal spells in this situation.
He is going to need all of them as well. Light Pause and SRAM for Paul Rietzel. Demand answers.
Brazen Borrower seems like a pretty fantastic card in the scenarios where Paul basically just tries to go kind of all in on a Light Pause.
Yep. Which is exactly how Muhan lost game 1. So he's going to put Brazen Borrower into his hand, and then he found the Unholy Heat, which is going to take down SRAM here.
Don't think you want the Canal. And we have Delirium again. That did not take long.
Wow, that's a quick rebuild.
Got Tormod's Cryptid in the previous turn. Still have the 3/3 Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Where were you, Selfless Savior? Bad dog.
Bad dog. Woof woof, baby.
Yeah, and I suspect here we're just probably going to see Paul unload his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Does have the protection here from with the Selfless Savior.
Yeah, at 15 life, he's unlikely to die this turn. And he can just cash it all in.
Maybe the Glaring Aegis here just to make it not die to another removal effect. Oh, Sentinel's Eye, also great choice in case Light Pause does die in some fashion. Then you have an extra aura you can cast out of the graveyard.
Yeah, that could be really big. We see Fry in hand here for Muhan, so he does have the answer. Faithless Looting was the draw step. Also, the Brazen Borrower can do work. Paul set up a 4/4 flyer here for the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, and Muhan does have pretty good shot at returning the Phoenix.
He definitely wants to get that Light Pause out of here, right? I mean, that's like stage 1.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a great way, especially with that Selfless Savior that's in play.
Yeah.
If you absolutely wanted to kill it, you'd have to do something like Brazen Borrower, the Selfless Savior, and then use a Fry or something on the Light Pause.
So does that mean that you just Brazen Borrower the Light Pause then just
You could do that, and you know, one of the nice things about what Paul did was fetch out the Sentinel's Eye, right? Because if Brazen Borrower happens, you can still replay Light Pause next turn and still have an enchantment to play.
Paul Rietzel, there's a reason that he's in the Hall of Fame. Channeler gets in, as it must. And he's going to pass the turn back. So he's going to save up that Faithless Looting for next turn. Heliod's Punishment number 2 for Rietzel. And he's going to go for that as well. Usually these Heliod's Punishments are enough to keep the opponent's creatures held down until the game's over, but occasionally they do work their way out of their punishment. See, the Shredder's already on 3. It'll go to 2.
Oof,
though
that
for
thing
the
is
most
huge.
part, Rietzel's deck has the ability to close out the game in the intervening turns usually. Jeez.
Jeez. Here on the Sentinel's Eyes, making it so that it's going to be more likely or more taxing for Muhan to cast spells next turn with a 2/2 Esper Sentinel.
Aegis, Footing, and Flight are his options.
That is a giant Light Pause.
That is a 9/9 Light Pause.
9/9 Light Pause. Muhan does not have a way to get this off the battlefield. You see that Brazen Borrower. It's currently on an adventure. Might come back to chump block.
Now, Expressive Iteration could find him another one.
Yeah, he does have 2 in his sideboard.
It's starting to feel like he needs it.
Would have to find the other one. Probably gonna let Paul draw, which of course feels bad, but needs to find something.
Oh boy, opt looting. Looting is what he sees with Iteration. I mean, he gets to see a ton of cards, but
yeah,
he'll run out of runway here pretty quickly.
If Paul can't find other enchantments, I suppose you could just try to chain some Phoenixes together for some chump blocking, right? Certainly an option.
That would work.
And remember, the Heliod's Punishment is not permanent, so might be able to eventually work his way back into getting those back into play. Muhan looking, searching.
Here's Faithless Looting.
Just all the Phoenixes?
Yeah.
Those are not all the Phoenixes.
Would have been a thing. He does have at least one in the yard, though, right?
I believe so. And he can play another looting if he ditches the Canal and maybe the Channeler.
Okay. Okay, he goes to combat.
Okay.
Here comes back the Phoenix, and yeah, safe
This is
assumption
not
that it's not
attacking.
going to attack here.
This
yeah.
is the defensive Arclight Phoenix. So if Paul can find an enchantment here, right? Maybe find a way to give the Light Pause unblockable, or tap down the Arclight Phoenix.
Not
That would
quite
get
this
it done.
time. He finds a land. He's got Spirit Dancer and then Luris and the Companion.
Yeah, I mean, this very much feels like a Luris, Core Spirit Dancer, go.
Yep.
And then next turn try to set up for a Light Pause kill, potentially.
It does feel exactly like that as well. He's applying.
Is this a bad attack?
Pressure here. The Phoenix is going to chump block, but he's sort of forcing Muhan to bring it back every turn now.
Oh,
And
just
he's
running
actually
the Luris instead. Sure.
The full mana efficiency here.
Yeah,
Gets
I mean,
Luris of
with
Dream
the
Deck.
Selfless Savior in play, you're feeling a lot better about this.
Oh, the crypt.
Didn't
I
get to see the
see.
graveyard, but yeah,
I
that
see.
is-
I see.
That is pretty brutal because now Muhan can't rely on just continuing to bring back the Arclight Phoenix in the graveyard to chump block this light pause.
Don't know what's going on with that Ledger Shredder.
Did he
one
tap
more
it?
turn? He did.
Okay,
I think he's
he did.
got maybe one more turn left on it. And I think the Channeler has 2. So getting close.
Getting close.
They don't
but
interact particularly well with a 10-10.
yeah, and just Muhan has to fight through so much here. That selfless save here, just all kinds of headaches.
Super problem.
Not to mention, of course, the 10-10 that's in play. But
right, that whole 10-10 thing.
Yeah, that's also a problem, I guess.
Boy, and Paul's drawing extra cards still from the Esper Sentinel, which is on 2 power, so Muhan's not interested in pain.
Oh?
Okay.
Okay, I mean, again, these are answers. This doesn't allow Muhan to win. However, it is a way to reset the light pause. But again, Paul's got a Luris in play with the light pause. He's got his value engine. He's got the selfless savior. But
Channel's also not a
at
cast,
least means
right?
You're not dying to light pause next turn.
That's right. When given the choice between lose and not lose, we know which
There
one
you
you're supposed to take. None of these have anything to do with win, by the way, but game theory suggests.
Yes.
Faithless Looting finds Optin in that Otawara. Oh, and this is rough too. So Paul waits for the Dragon's Rage Channeler mandatory attack here. Then he's going to use Tormod's Crypt, and now he can just eat up.
Do we bluff with the Luris too for some
and
life
get the
gain?
3 life.
Yeah.
You know it. Paul Rietzel's not leaving any value off the table.
Every point of damage matters. Oh, and
my God. No, there's a pack of selfless
look at
saviors
this. It's like
now.
a 3-mana Leer that you have in your hand every game. Not bad.
Not the worst.
Play Crypt again, right?
Yeah, this looks like it's cruise control for Paul Rietzel from here. I can't imagine how Muhan can get his way back out of this with Paul at 15. There's no...
With doubles, yeah.
You know, you can sometimes think of like, okay, bounce your flyer, do a thing, get back 3 Phoenix, but it's like even that's just not enough.
Yeah, no, just the shields are up here. There's just not too many combinations of cards here. That
The shields? These aren't shields. These are like
not really what the Phoenix
full
deck is good at,
offensive.
and there's just too many different ways that Paul can win this game, right?
Yes.
You've got the Sentinel drawing you cards. You've got the protection itself.
Crazy.
Savior. You've got the Luris loop. You've got Light Pause.
The Glaring Aegis and Solid Footing combo lies in library here, but this light pause has been the absolute key to the match here for Rietzel thus far. It has generated huge amount of advantage and allowed him to live long enough to play Luris, which is now completely dominating.
Well, Muhan's going to get 1 turn.
Thanks to the Otawara putting light pause back in hand. 7 damage, no board state to speak of here for Muhan. I do believe that Shredder will be back on D next turn, but...
Right. Oh, there's a staggering insight on that as well. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? No sweepers to really worry about.
Nope. And the Selfless Savior sitting there too. So I think the Shredder finally has worked its way out of punishment mode.
Fought through the
Welcome back.
punishment.
You came back just in time to lose. Let's see what happens here for Muhan.
I mean, if
Gonna
Muhan
fire
can
off an
find
opt.
something, I mean, there's just no way. But if he did,
right? It would be.
It's weird that it glitches to the home screen there, eh?
No, Stormcarved Coast, absolutely not. 2 lands in hand here for Muhan Yu, and there's just no way out. He's going to scoop him up to the Hall of Famer, Paul Rietzel, showing us how he got into the Hall of Fame there, Paul. A really nice showing from him. Good, clean play.
Yeah.
Wow.
You got to see kind of the true power of light pause.
You guys would have lost all your points.
It doesn't take a lot, right? You have the light pause, you find a couple of auras, all of a sudden those big removal spells and the red removal spells, things like the fry.
You're so lucky, chat.
Wuhan had to use multiple removal spells to even try to get it off the battlefield. And then
You're so lucky.
come in, right? It's just like, okay, we're playing this game of Magic, we're going back and forth. Oh, but now I get to play this card that was free at the beginning of my game and have it just take over, right? And that combination of Lurrus into the Tormod's Crypt, you see a lot of decks play the Soul Guide Lantern. I think in this case, it's just so important to use your mana effectively every single turn. Tormod's Crypt was the superior option, and it was what Paul needed.
Still lost him? No.
Lurrus still doing work, and ultimately picks up the win here alongside its companion, Paul Rietzel. So that's going to be that one. Muhan, you still a bunch of work to do. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more coverage from the new Capenna Championship.
Holy, I can't believe this thing is still going on. Like, how is this still happening? Right? These people just won't quit. Hey yo, Jonathan Climbs. Welcome, bro. Welcome. We've been live for about 8 hours now. It's a long time to sit under these lights, let me tell you what. All dizzy, but we wouldn't have it any other way. So thank you all so much for your time, your attention. I appreciate you hanging in there, right? Hope you're relaxing, enjoying yourself. Support the channel to dodge this here ad break. Let's go. Oh, and F on the stream as well. Oh, YouTube. My YouTube brethren, you don't have to watch the ads. You escape them, which is fantastic. So, how's everybody doing on YouTube? Oh my gosh, I would give you all a hug if I could. Twitch is fun. It's like really cool to hang out with everybody live on Twitch, and even now we're live on YouTube, which is cool as well. But really, it's the YouTube that pays the bills and allows me to do this, keep the lights on, right? So super duper grateful, not just to the YouTube crew, but to everyone in general. Can I get a woof woof? Yo, 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 pump it up, yo, pump it up, woof. Woof. Shit, I'm so tired. But once we get back at it, I'm gonna duck out. I'm gonna go make myself another drink, and that's gonna propel us into the end of the stream, right? So yeah, hopefully we get into some cool Magic, and we'll have the predictions running so you can predict and win some points, or maybe lose some points, as we've just seen.
Welcome back to the new Capenna Championship. Maria Bartholdi, Cedric
World Championship is longer. Oh, I bet it will be.
Virtual News Desk, hanging out with you. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. After 5 rounds of play, we've got 7 players with perfect records. Mind by the end of play today, we're only going to have 1 to 2 perfect records, no more than that.
Records.
By the end of today, so that's what these players are shooting for. There you see Hisamache Yoshigoe. Naya mid-range is his standard deck.
2 Canadians, let's go.
That's awesome. From Japan, Hiroki Nagase also sitting at 5-0, also from Japan. If you remember a little ways back, the Innistrad Championships, Japan put 5 out of 8 players into the top 8 in that tournament. Wasn't these players? So we've got some new up-and-comers here for Japan, starting out undefeated in the tournament. Great showing here from Eli Cassis, sitting at 4-1, won the Neon Dynasty Championship, wants to make the top 8 back-to-back here, which would be really, really cool. So that's a look at your overall standing after 5 rounds of play. Gregors Kowalski, a player who is sitting at 4-1, has locked day number 2 and talked to Riley after his awesome win with that Enchantress deck.
I'm here with Gregors Kowalski, who is now 4-1 after his win over Christian Hauck. Congratulations, Gregors, and tell us about this Enchantress deck. You've been playing 9 lives Enchantress for a long time, but a little bit different, this list.
Thank you, yeah. I switched a deck a little bit because of cards from the previous set, actually, because Farewell and Boseiju are super strong against like 9 life Solemnity combo. And I still think the overall Enchantress thing is pretty strong. You have Mana Dork for 2 mana that gives you 10 mana. You have great card draws in the deck. You have a decent aggro with the 1 mana creature that gives you counters. So I just decided to go a little bit more aggressively. I think, to be honest, this is the best aggro deck in the format, just people don't respect it enough. People play like humans and stuff over that. I think this is just stronger.
I mean, that's wild. That's something that might change the historic format altogether. But I want to talk about something else outside of your deck choice and outside of the format. The World Championship. You're certainly in the conversation for one of those slots. Is that something that's on your mind as this tournament is unfolding?
Yeah, obviously, like, you know, this is the biggest achievement you can get playing the season, so I'm trying to get there, but for now I'm just focusing on making the best result in this tournament and see what happens. Like, I cannot, you know, make other people play worse or something, and they have lead over me, so I just have to do my best and see what happens.
Exactly right. You know, short of going around to other people's plays with a pair of scissors to cut their internet cords off, maybe there's not much more you can do. Well, Gregor, thanks for joining us, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Maybe we'll be chatting to you about a world slot soon.
Thank you.
Speaking of the World Championship, we are watching a lot of races today with the Rivals and MPL League, and of course the Challengers as well. 8 of those players will head to the World Championships before this weekend is done. We talked to some of the main contenders about what it would mean to them to play Magic on the biggest stage.
Making Worlds would blow my mind. Growing up, I watched Kai and Finkel as I played kitchen table Magic.
参加したんですけど、最終戦で、ジョン・フィンケルと対戦して試合には勝ったのですが、タイブレーカーでジョン・フィンケルに負けて5位プレーオフに進めなかったっていうのが、まあ心残りといえば心残りなので、こう言っちゃうともう優勝しかないか。
My first and only World Championships was 2006 in the Louvre in Paris.
In 2014, I was part of the Danish national team when we won the World Magic Cup.
And he extends the hand. Denmark are our champions.
I can't believe I heard from a lot of like friends and so on that they would consider me a world champion for that, which I absolutely do not, because it was like a team effort. But if I win the individual world championships, I would be a world champion.
もし出場することができたとしたら、マジック人生で一番嬉しい出来事になると思います。
Winning the world championship, what it would mean, fame, wealth. I could finally buy all the Magic products I want without my wife being mad at me.
That is truly living the dream there. Truly living the dream. Our challengers on what it would mean to them to make the World Championship. Well, we've got round number 6 teed up for you all here at the new Capenna Championship. Let's find out who's doing battle. David
Angus
versus Simon
versus
Nelson. On that
Nelson.
video there. Golgari
Ironhorn
versus Celestia Humans. One top finish for David Inglis. Let's get to meet our players. Here's a look at David Inglis, aka Tangram.
All right, let's get these predictions up.
70% historic win rate. That's very, very good. Says his favorite part about preparing for these tournaments is the testing. Absolutely loves it. Got top 6 at the Strixhaven Championship. Here's Simon Nielsen, Celestia Human, 68.5% win percentage. Won that 2014 World Magic Cup there. You saw that in the video with Denmark. Says he loves pushing himself to be the best he can be in his favorite game to play. Talk to me about
Einhorn is Finkel. Yes. Yes.
Well, let's kick it off with
Finkel is
Tangrams. David Inglis, here we go. You're gonna have to deal with that all weekend, Riley. David Inglis playing Golgari Food here. We got a deck that absolutely destroyed the Innistrad Championship. Right? That feels like forever ago, but then the Neon Dynasty Championship, we all expected this deck to do the same thing. No, it just kind of showed up, didn't really show up or do anything. It's back now, numbers are heavier, looks very, very familiar. Cavern, you got the familiar, you got the oven, Cauldron familiar, Witch's Oven, Fatal Pushes Removal, Trail of Crumbs Engine, of course 4 copies, a very straightforward mana base with some new additions here like the Seiju, and the Meat Hook Massacre, which is going to be very key in a matchup like this one because there are creatures aplenty. for Simon and his Selesnya human deck. Now look, I think the reason that Simon played this deck again is because of positioning. It's really good against Izzet Phoenix when Izzet Phoenix is chopping removal. Can't kill Esper Sentinel, can't kill Thalia, either the Lieutenant or the legendary creature itself. Can't kill Ailing. Well, this food deck is really good at handling creatures, and Meathook Massacre is very good against a strategy like this if you can do it for enough with X, which I'm going to imagine is going to be the case here. Going to be able to grind the game out long enough with Oven and Familiar and do what food does. It's very good against creature strategies.
All right, well, it's time for predictions. Let's get a check at where we're at here at the news desk. Wow, I'm doing really bad. You know, it just hurt. You know, I felt like I was doing bad, but when you see it, that's when it really hurts. Riley, who are you picking?
I'm going to defend my lead here by going for Simon Nielsen. I do agree with what Cedric said. The cheap removal and the and disruption that the Golgari deck has certainly going to come in clutch. But between Thalia and Collected Company, this deck that Simon's playing, it's got more than enough ways to catch up. So I'm going for Simon.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
10 grams.
I was really confused where you were going with that the first time, but now I'm like, I definitely should have seen that one coming. Yeah.
There you go. I don't have to say anything else. David Inglis, let's go.
All right, well, I'm going to pick Simon Nielsen because I
Fantastic.
just can't put any cats in ovens, you know? I just want myself to do it.
Kitty.
I really hope not.
He's just too cute. Alien Corey are here with the call for round number 6. Don't put him in an oven. Just love him. You know what I mean? Just love him. We've got more from the new Capenna Championship coming up, everybody. Here we go. Round number 6. Take it away.
I swear we're all professionals here. I can't keep a straight face with Maria, honestly. Oh, she's just too great.
It's not fair we have to go right to us. It's just far too funny at the desk. Like, cut it out, you three.
Yeah, stop making us laugh. Anyway, yes, serious faces. This is a big, important competition. We're sending people to the World Championship. And right now, we are looking at 2 players who are in very good shape to do
My bro's
just
snacking.
that. Simon Nielsen and David Inglis are both undefeated at 5-0, but one of their undefeated streaks is going to end right now. Corey, who do you like in this matchup?
Yeah, you know, the food
Frickin'
decks,
go, Randy.
like Cedric was saying, very good at dealing with other creature decks. I would tend to agree. Meathook Massacre is just so incredibly powerful against them. I think the thing that we're really going to
I'll be right back, chat. Go and get that juice that I talked about. We need Daddy needs his juice.
Skyclave Apparitions and hitting on Collected Companies. I think that's going to be the key to staying in this match.
Please no whiffs is what he'll be telling his Collected Company, as we do see a copy of it in hand there. We'll just have to get to the 4 lands to be able to yoink that out. But Esper Sentinel, turn 1. Excellent start indeed for Simon Nielsen, as David Inglis is just going to kick things off here with a Colony Garden, enter step, but it does make a little dumb dude. Unless we're doing Blooming Marsh into Kitty Cat. Yeah.
Yeah, and Esper Sentinel, a card that we have been seeing all day in Historic be so great against these blue opt, you know, Izzet Phoenix style decks. It's still pretty good against food. There is a lot of non-creature stuff that you want to be casting in a timely fashion, so putting attacks on Witch's Oven, putting attacks on Fatal Push, and Meathook Massacre, Trail of Crumbs, I could keep going, is still a big deal. So it's still something that David is going to have to deal with.
Oh, for sure. So the draw step here, Darkboar Pathway, so that is land number 3 here for David Inglis, who does not like this Esper Sentinel, and I cannot blame him. So Fatal Push is gonna be the way to kick things off this turn. Esper Sentinel will get that card, no possible way to pay, and there's a Dauntless Bodyguard off the top of the library, and now, Cat Oven combo, go.
Yeah, you almost feel better when you get that second counter on Esper Sentinel to Fatal Push. You're like, I'm so far away from actually paying for this tax that it doesn't bother me as much.
Yeah, it's just like, you're gonna get cards, what am I gonna do? I'll just kill your stuff. You know, like Cedric mentioned, like you said, there's a lot of removal in David Inglis's list, and it is very good against creature strategies. So
yes,
Simon Nielsen is going to have to find a way to navigate around this, but, you know, he's looking chipper as always, rocking out to his playlist. I did get it on Twitter, I'll have you know, and it's quite good. Lots of Prince,
share
lots
with me
of
later.
YouTube, got some Mika on there. Yeah, it's banging. I like it.
Yeah, and especially with Cauldron Familiar and Oven already down, you just have to assume that Simon has to go really wide on that strategy. And now when Ravenous Squirrel is coming and make that 2 Ravenous Squirrels is in play, and Cat Oven can, you know, sack the food, bring Cauldron back, sack the cat to get the food, sack the food to bring it back. All of a sudden, these are 4/4 squirrels already. So at this point, Simon's already on the defensive, which is not where you want to be with this Celestia Humans deck, basically ever.
Oh, heck no. And the one thing I love about Golgari food, like, this is probably my favorite deck in Historic, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I love Cat Oven. I like clicking things. I like pinging the living daylights out of my opponents.
Fair.
You know, it doesn't need to do much more once it's got its engine going, right? If you've got a trail of crumbs down, you got your cat, you got your oven, you don't really have to do much else. And eventually, it's just this war of attrition that Golgari food is going to win.
Yeah, totally agree. So if this is your favorite deck, how do you love the food mirrors?
I like those a little less.
Yeah.
But so long as you know how to do Cat Oven properly, you're good. I also like to stick a pokey stick in there. That what's that artifact now? I've forgotten what it's called. That gives the Ravenous Squirrels trample. Yeah.
Oh, a smart, Shadow Sphere, huh? There
That's
you go.
the one.
That's smart tech.
The trample pokey stick, yes. I bring those in for the
That was the test name of that card for sure, yeah.
Exactly. I'd be good at naming cards.
Yeah.
But anyway, the board has progressed, and here comes a meat hook massacre, as we are likely going to take care of all the smallest creatures on the battlefield here. So just for one, Esper Sentinel's going to trigger, going to get another card, hopefully land number 4 here for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, you saw Simon crossing his fingers here, hoping for exactly not this. Meat Hook Massacre here being a nice, clean 3 for 1. I guess you lose a plant, so maybe you can count that a 3.5 for 1. But overall, a really strong play here, and these squirrels are going to get out of hand.
Oh, yes. Very chunky squirrels. The plant gets sacrificed. The cat can come back. And a whole bunch of things are gonna die. Goodbye, Catilda. Goodbye, Dauntless Bodyguard. Just 2 creatures left on the board. And these squirrels can, at instant speed, become 4/4s and trade with us Lieutenant. If David wants to go that route, so let's see if we see an attack here. Yep. Not too scared about it. And the nice thing is, Corey, is we can actually sacrifice both food while the cat triggers on the stack.
You beat me to it. That's what I was going to add, but dang it, you're too next level with this Golgari food deck. I was going to say the same thing. You can even get it out of range by doing that. David also, you can tell, has obviously played this deck quite a bit. Playing that Meat Hook Massacre, waiting for it to come into play, and then sacking that plant to get that extra drain is a next level play as well.
Heck yeah. So Giant Killer does have a target here, Ravenous Squirrel. Getting nice and chunky. Meat Hook Massacre, though, gonna keep the dings going, as we are now down to 10 for Simon Nielsen, and David Inglis sitting on a healthy 21.
Yeah, and there we go. Simon just respecting the attack back with the Ravenous Squirrel so much that left back 2 creatures. And I mean, to be fair, you're either attacking with both or you're leaving both back, since you can bring back Cauldron Familiar and then block and then bring it back again. But now we see the extra mode of Ravenous Squirrel coming into play that you don't see as often, but it still makes this card even better than it is on surface value.
Yeah, it's just a great addition to this deck, being able to sacrifice, you know, creatures that aren't really doing anything, Cauldron Familiar, the little plant tokens, anything to that effect, just to be able to get extra cards, extra triggers, extra Meat Hook Massacre pings. It's just so good.
It really is. Whenever you have nothing to do, you always have that option to use Ravenous Squirrel or bring back Luris. But here, a big Skyclave. This was definitely needed for Ravenous Squirrels. And the card, I think, is probably the most important, at least for game 1, from Simon's side.
For sure. In response, we'll see the sacrifice there. So 2 more food tokens, because the Ravenous Squirrel was over 4 power and toughness. So nice way to get some extra value there out of the oven. Went a little bit too ham at the grocery shop, so got some more food out of it. Fatal Push is a nice find as well.
Yeah, Fatal Push being able to clean up Thalia's Lieutenant or Skyclave. You know, we did see the oven getting rid of that squirrel, so it's not like you can get a 1/1 illusion out of it, but still an option for this removal spell.
It's a kamikaze cat. It's just like, yeah, I know I'm going to die, but that's fine. Fatal Push is active now. We got the Revolts on, so depends what David Inglis wants to use it for. If he's just happy cycling this cat a couple times.
Yeah, and is this just looking over? Maybe not quite yet.
Not just yet. He's got like 2 more pings to go.
No, I guess, yeah, it is. Yeah, you kill your
we're gonna
own.
kill the own.
That's lose a life and then bring it back.
Oh, man. It's so cheeky. I love it.
It really is. Yeah, that looked pretty easy so far for David. And it almost gets a little easier. You know, you get some culling rituals as ways to control some of the cheaper creatures from Celestia humans if David wants to go that route. And, you know, I mean, from Simon's side, you do have actually quite a lot of removal that's going to be helpful. You have portable holes to clean up trail, cat, oven, whatever the, you know, the battlefield calls for. Outland Liberator, if that flips, being able to attack and just destroy anything is huge. Another Skyclave and Brutal Cathar. So that is a lot of ways to interact with a lot of different tricky to deal with permanents here from Simon's side. So it probably does get a little bit better for Simon.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. But on the other side of things, it's not looking like there's all too much that David Inglis needs to change for this matchup. You know, he just kind of carries on doing what he's doing, maybe brings in a couple of removal spells, takes out the redundant stuff like Soul Guide Lantern. But for the most part, you know, his deck is just tuned to the T.
Yeah, I was interested to see if Culling Ritual would even come in, but, you know, there's a lot of 3-drops, there's a lot of 4-drops, and those are the important ones. So decides not to bring it in. Maybe,
I'm back.
I guess we are on the draw. So yeah, this Culling Ritual's probably only come in for the mirror match or Affinity. Yeah, Simon's really...
This guy jams out like me. I like it. That's how I play Magic.
He's loving it. Any lip readers in chat? Tell me what he's
Right? Just
saying.
fully jamming.
Well, you got his
I seem to think
playlist.
it's
Maybe
Britney
you'll be able
Spears.
to. Maybe you'll be able to check it out.
I don't know if I can do that work right now, but someone in chat knows how to read lips, I'm sure. Oh, goodness me. I love seeing players enjoying their tournament.
Heyo!
Things are going smashingly right now for Simon
Thanks for the
Nielsen.
follow, brah.
He is on the back foot, though, as David Inglis is up 1-0 in round 6 of our tournament today. This is historic if you're just
Maya,
joining us. So plenty
you
of cats,
okay?
plenty of ovens, plenty of Phoenix thingamajiggies in graveyards doing stuff and things that they like
What
to
up,
do.
what
so,
up?
yeah, just sit back, relax, and enjoy watching as we get closer and closer to finding out who is going
Will
to
do.
join the World Championship.
Absolutely. And speaking of the World Championship, both these players are in the race for it, and they are both in their kind of separate league. You know, you have Simon, which is in second place in the Challengers, and then you have David also in second place in
Pretty
the
crazy.
league
They're both
players.
5-0.
So that is a lot tougher for
I thought he was giving him the double bird. I thought he was double fingering him.
Check that off the list. Now has to continue to perform since that race is so close. Simon, we kind of are trusting the math on Simon on this.
Aren't you not supposed to double cross though?
You know, of course,
Like, isn't crossing your fingers good, but then a double cross is bad? Right? Isn't that how that
I'm pretty
works?
Sure any nerves he had at the beginning of the day, you know, they've taken a backseat now. He's just having
Childhood me remembers, chat.
He knows he's in for day
I know
two,
the double
but,
cross
you know,
is no
there
good.
is some statistical anomaly that results in him not making it, but I think
Yeah.
he's pretty confident right now. So
Yeah, it's easy to be dancing when you're 5-0, but honestly, Simon was dancing when he was 1-0 as well, so, you know.
True. So the secret to winning Magic, dance. Okay, I want to try that at my next tournament.
All right, a nice draw here from Simon, being able to Skyclave here on turn 3, and then followed up for sure with Inquisitor Captain, hit another creature for sure, and then double Thalia's Lieutenant after this is huge, especially when David is doing a pretty weak turn so far of just Cat Oven. Simon's going to be able to go over the top of this.
It's nice to have the cat out early though.
Yep, not finding land number 3. He still does have action in hand. This deck has a very low card, courtesy of the restrictions
Adeline.
that Lurrus of the Dream Den
That's
puts on him,
good.
But why? Hello, Adeline Resplendent Cathar. Let's freaking go.
Yeah, absolutely. That's impressive. And this Golgari food deck is one of the decks that, like, the only box you really need to be checking is to always hit your land drops. If you're always hitting your land drops, you know, you have so much value and you're so good at using up all your mana, whether it be with Lurrus, whether it be the ability on Ravenous, Squirrel, Trail of Crumbs, what have you. But if you don't have that land, that is a true way that you can really lose these games. It might even be the reason why we see maybe Cauldron Familiar come back and Deadly Dispute get cast just out of, you know, kind of desperation at this stage of the game.
I don't think in either of these games we've seen a Trail of Crumbs at least once. I know they're in the main deck, but you wouldn't think so with how these two games have gone thus far.
Yeah, some really crummy draws so far here from David here.
Get out.
Thank you. We had a good run.
Crummy draws.
So interesting decisions to be made here. There is Deadly Dispute, which can draw a card, or can find you a couple of cards, hopefully find some lands, you know, but we're just going to get some creatures down in the hole here. Curse-bound Witch and Ravenous Squirrel, just to shore up the defenses here a teeny tiny bit. There's also the cat that can jump out and do its attack and get in the way of one of these big chonkers like, oh, you know, an Adeline Resplendent Cathar, who's also going to get even bigger now, courtesy of Tali's Lieutenant. So you like counters? Here, let's put double counters on things.
And remember, when Adeline comes in, which I have a feeling it's going to be attacking her, when any creature attacks, rather, you're going to get another human. That's going to trigger the Thalia's Lieutenant again. And really the main thing you want to be doing from the human side here is to make sure your creatures have a higher toughness than Meat Hook Massacre is possible.
So this match is over.
And since Meat Hook Massacre is really only possible for one next turn, I think we've checked that box here from Simon's Battlefield.
Yeah, so Skyclave Apparition is just going to hang back for the time being, as well as the 3/3. So not going balls to the wall just yet. So Adeline, Resplendent Cathar, and Inquisitor Captain getting on in there. And there are two decent blockers for David to just chump block with.
Yeah, that's interesting to me because it looks like the squirrel can... I guess the squirrel can get up to a 4/4. So yeah, leaving those 3/3s back, it's not a free block for the squirrel there, so that does make sense.
Oh man, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm like, oh, there's massive things flying up my face. Let's block those. I'm not even thinking about killing the 3/3, but yeah.
Yeah, like, gotta start somewhere.
Well aware.
Gotta start somewhere. Because you're not killing the 9/6, I'll tell you that. That's where Cauldron Familiar is going for sure.
Yeah. How much damage does he take here? Okay, so it looks like we're going to take at least 5 because there are 2 copies of Bone Shards which can kill the bigger creatures here. So that's at least a bit of a reprieve for David Inglis in the next turn.
And it is impressive
Scissor me,
how big
Cersei?
of
Stop it.
Simon's battlefield is, and like how much David has, you know, a smaller battlefield, but still at 17. The cat oven value that it generates and that life that it gains, you know, at these early stages of the game, Cauldron Familiar, the only text that really matters is the gain life. You know, sure, losing a life is great, but you're really just trying to stay alive until food just completely turns the corner, which wouldn't be for, you know, 8-9 turns if all things went David's way.
Yeah, so a bit of an unfortunate draw here in Trail of Crumbs, as he won't be able to pay the 1 to look at the top cards of the library with the Cauldron Familiar jumping out of the graveyard. So let's see how he navigates here. Like I mentioned, there are the 2 copies of Bone Shards, but he's going to go towards the Deadly Dispute right now, sacrifice the Curse-bound Witch, get some cards, make a treasure token importantly as well, so that also helps the squirrel, and also get to draft a card out of the Witch's spellbook.
Yeah, exactly. Like, draft a card.
Another oven.
It's Witch's Oven, which is actually one of the better cards.
Oh, no land.
The spellbook when you're playing this deck. You know, there's some cards that are not so great for you. I'll say that out of the 15. But to get one that's in your deck is pretty good.
There's a Fatal Push. You know, that it's something that stops Adeline.
Yup.
Still looking kind of not great here for David, though. Needs some lands to do some things.
Yep, at least Ravenous Squirrel here.
Oh
yeah,
my gosh.
Top deck.
You gotta be kidding me. Collected Company off the top.
Now it's an interesting choice. Go for Collected Company or the Inquisitor's Captain. That's like always a Collected Company. You saw
Oh my god.
Simon. That means 2 creatures.
Oh my god.
Well, he's not whiffing on Collected Companies, that's for sure.
Yeah, honestly,
me.
That is the main thing you want to be hoping for from this deck, because if your Collected Companies are nice, you're probably going to have a pretty good day. And that's looking to be the case so far for Simon.
Oh yeah, we've seen Collected Company be absolutely cruel to its wielders, but not today. Simon Nielsen had a good chat with it this morning. Collector Company knows what it's got to do, and here comes the cavalry. Kitty, help.
I'm
Help.
real good at adjusting the bottom 6 cards of my library with Collected Company. Let me tell you, one of my specialties on my career resume, if you will.
Oh no, that's so much damage. From 18 down to 4. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, we're pretty.
Well, he
we're
bricked.
Gonna go to game number
He
3
bricked.
here
It's
very
as simple as that.
Yep, I think
Right.
this one's all wrapped up. But, you know, for David fans, being on the play with Golgari Food, you gotta still very much favor David here, even though this game, you know, looked very telling in favor of Simon.
Oh, yeah, next game is going to be a different story if the lands behave.
Even on a third land, what are you
So
supposed
let's
to
see
do?
what the top of the deck wheels here for David Inglis.
Let's see if Simon sacrifices Ranger Captain at upkeep, which would be all cards in David's hand that he would not be able to cast. There it is.
Yep, sure, why not? So you can do nothing this turn, thank you.
Wow.
Fatal.
That's crazy.
That is something we can
Is that enough
cast.
life?
You can kill the 6/6. You block the 5/5. Sacrifice it. Bring it back. 4, 7, 11, 12. No, not even close. Not even close.
Not even close. All right. Worth a look. You know, always believe in the cats. They have 9 lives for a reason.
Yeah, and a little unfortunate there. I mean, David did keep a 1-lander.
Actually, game 3 now.
Second land, that castle locked one right away to kind of give some hope. Like, okay, yeah, this is going to be all good. Then never found another land over the course of 7 or 8
Thoughtseize.
draws, and that's not it.
Thoughtseize goes in.
Yeah, so a little bit rough there. Unfortunate for David Inglis, but that might just be the kind of luck, I guess, that Simon Nielsen needs against this Golgari Food deck, which, in my mind, and I think a lot of people's minds,
Captain and company in one deck. Ugh,
strongest in
gross.
Historic for a reason. It's just so consistent, but yeah, that last round.
I'm surprised people don't run Captain, Company, and Emeria.
How during his winter interview, either a round or 2 ago, that Celestia Humans was a big targeted deck for a while, and then people kind of forgot about it. When it was that big deck, Golgari Food was not really a deck. It was really just preying on Izzet Phoenix, and Golgari Food was kind of the up-and-comer, not played by many people, and then after it completely dominated a set championship, then it became pretty popular and became on everybody's radar.
Yeah, and then we would see all the cages coming in, preventing cards coming out of libraries, yada, yada, yada. And
Or
now
the
we come
blue-white
full
control
circle where-
decks. Yeah, or the blue-white control decks that the superstar Japanese team kind of stopped that deck from dominating for the last set championship. A lot less of that. I believe it was 15% less from our last set championship to this one. So it's able to have a lot better of a tournament this time around.
Turn 1 Thoughtseize gets rid of that nuisance in the Esper Sentinel, so no extra cards. For
Shouldn't
Simon
you
Nielsen
take
this time around.
something else and just fatal
fire
push
that
the
one.
Sentinel?
And things should be starting off a little bit better here for David Inglis. Has land number 3, has a squirrel on the
Shouldn't
board.
he have
and
left the
has a
Sentinel and
free
then
push
just
for
pushed
any
it?
Early creatures that make him down, and we have seen that there's a Talia's Lieutenant rocking out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And people looking at what constitutes a good draw from these black-green.
Like, how do you not take
and you
company?
You really got to have at least a couple of the pieces. You got to have
so
a
confused.
trail of crumbs, a cat, an oven. You kind of want to have one of each of them. If you have too many Ravenous Squirrels or too many Cauldron Familiars without the other pieces, the deck doesn't look as powerful. And this might be. This is the kind of draw we're looking at now. So we might even see an attack.
I don't even play this deck,
Ravenous
and I know
Squirrel,
that.
Sacrifice that one immediately just to try to find some other pieces, even though Ravenous Squirrel isn't exactly the 1-mana 1/1 that you want to be throwing to the graveyard. You'd much rather be throwing a Cauldron Familiar there to bring it back later.
Yeah, or the...
But he's 5-0 against really good players, so I'll shut my
One
mouth.
thing I do like about the sequence is that there is a treasure on the battlefield now, so we can pay the black using that treasure, and that activates the Revolt on Fatal Push to get rid of this Ranger Captain of Eos, so not too bad.
Yeah, be interesting if David wants to fire that off. That is an option that David can kind of do at any point, so no reason to fire that off on end step. And now, with only one Ravenous Squirrel in the graveyard, maybe we see Luris get picked up to the hand since there's not much else to do, and then play maybe a Gilded Goose as well. also
That's
have
true.
that fatal push an option, and then just
I
kind
make
of
lots of
the top
mistakes
the
like
deck
that.
and be like, okay, Trail of Crumbs, where are you at? This is where I want you.
Because he did act on it pretty
That
quickly.
is ready to just activate right away.
Definitely. So Gilded Goose and Trail of Crumbs, the two best buds in the archetype. So Goose is going to get loose right now. Let's cause problems on purpose. And hope that the top of the library plays nice here for David Inglis. Does have the option too to sacrifice with a squirrel to draw a card?
Yeah,
It's
it's
just
a
Lurrus to
tempting
hand.
option. You know, getting that Lurrus back into hand just has such a high upside against these Celestia human deck because, well, you
No
really
land,
put
though.
pressure on. Do you have Skyclave? Do you have Brutal Cathar? If not, Lurrus being able to bring something back every turn can be really huge. Something like block with Gilded Goose, sacrifice it to Ravenous Squirrel, and then just replay it next turn. Something like that, even if you have a bad draw, that ends up being a really powerful avenue where you'll eventually find Trail of Crumbs and you keep that loop going.
So 3 points of damage coming in here. David Inglis won't be too fussed about going down to 13. So I don't think we'll see a block or a fatal push just yet because he's setting up nicely here.
Yeah, you could block and sacrifice the treasure and get Ravenous Squirrel up to a 3/3, and then that mana just goes away because you don't have another target. If, let's say, Simon played, you know, this wouldn't be the most correct play, but played this pre-combat, and then you're able to Ravenous Squirrel block, sack, and Fatal Push to deal with both of them, that's a little more tempting.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh-wee. All right, now we're
Hello.
cooking. Hey, see David Inglis sit up in his chair there, and for good reason. Trail
I
of
did as
Crumbs
well.
is the glue that keeps Golgari food together. Don't put glue in your food, please. Please do not consume glue either. Let me just put that little caveat there, friends. But now we have choices. Where do we go from here?
Good safety warning there for sure.
Thank you.
I think it really starts with Trail and probably holding up a Fatal Push here, but wow, okay, immediately as I say that, proven wrong. Looking to go for Lurrus,
As
get Ravenous
immediately as I
Squirrel
say
back,
that.
and then sacrifice that treasure for Fatal Push to get max value on the squirrels. I like that as well. I like that as well. You could also play Trail here if you want, but you'd have to use up a lot of your material.
Yeah, there is that option, but I think at this point David is quite comfortable with, you know, how the board is looking. Sure, there's
Your
two
mom's
big old
cannon
trees
fodder.
hanging out there, but I don't think Simon has drawn land number 4 yet. So
Got
okay,
him.
there it is, but it is does it untap?
Crossroads?
I think it
don't
untaps
think so.
here.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, it
okay.
does because he was on the draw.
Gotcha.
Cocoa time? Anyone? Shall we?
Yeah. Coco or Inquisitor Captain. I feel like if you're really behind, it's time for
Thanks,
company
Zach.
to try to hit like 2 Skyclave apparitions. And if you're kind of ahead, you push your advantage with Inquisitor Captain. Oh no,
Oh,
that
no.
looks like
Oh,
I just
no.
missed.
Did you
Kind
whiff?
of face. I don't
Did
read
you not
lips,
talk to
but I
this
read
copy of Collected
reactions.
Company?
Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
Simon.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been brutal if there was a Cathar with the freaking Collected Company, but le whiff, unfortunately, for Simon Nielsen. So he's just gonna pass the turn back and cross his fingers and hope that, I don't know, David Inglis runs out of stuff to do, but Corey, we see that that is not gonna happen.
Yeah, that was definitely the turn of reprieve that David needed very badly, and especially with Simon missing land. David knows that there is 5 spells in hand. Well, you can see 3 of them, so that was pretty clear, but you know, that leads you to believe, obviously, hindsight's 2020. Do you play Inquisitor's Captain during those scenarios to avoid the worst case scenario? But the more Inquisitor Captains, I guess
That
you
may have
play,
been a pivotal moment.
the less odds that you're going to hit with Collected Company. So it's tough, you know. It's all kind of random in the sense that, you know, it's unlucky to miss with Collected Company.
Yeah, for sure. So I like the sequencing here from David because if he wants to fatal push one of these captains in response, they're just going to be like, no things for you. But if we go with the oven first, fatal push gets to be cost. So
Yep, and now what we're really missing from David's battlefield to kind of, you know, put this at a situation where it's almost going to be very, very tough to lose is a Cauldron Familiar. You get Cauldron Familiar with Trail, all of a sudden you're drawing 3, maybe 4 cards a turn, and it becomes insane.
And these squirrels just get chunkier and chunkier. They keep adding C's onto the back of the thick.
Fair. And even now,
Why is it so common for Magic players to touch their faces?
Gilded Goose here.
Right? I catch myself doing it lots too, where I just always like put my hand up in my face. It's like such a common thing for Magic players. I wonder why.
Really need to be sacking a food to gain.
That's why my father got custody wrecked.
You know, really need that mana.
Sorry,
for
Mom.
something else. Both of those scenarios not the case here for David.
Oh yeah, no, he's sitting pretty. These ranger captains are like, yeah, nope, I am not getting in the way of you at all. Totally fine. I'll just take some damage here. And yeah, let's see what happens.
Crunch.
Down to 11. Crunch indeed. Oh,
And now
this
we
is
do
looking so good.
Oh yeah, now we do have that giant killer to deal with one of the squirrels, but that's really not going to prevent all the problems right now. And the one thing that this Celestia Humans deck does not do well, and that's defense. And it's time for defense, unfortunately, for Simon Nielsen fans.
Alrighty.
L5R. Visible above the table.
Eos, which is pretty nifty. You can go find another one drop.
What does that
Only the
mean?
one copy, I believe, though, of the giant killer. So it's going to be another Esper Sentinel brought to hand. And I mean, that's a lot of gas in hand. Where were these cards when Collective
There's the
Hunter was
cat.
fired off?
Yep.
There's the cat.
There's the
As
kitty.
impressive as that hand is, there's the kitty cat.
Yeah, I think that Inquisitor Captain had to hit Skyclave right there for this game to be a game anymore. And at this point, these Ravenous Squirrels are having to be chump blocked. Each of these Gilded Goose represents 2 counters. So that's 4 counters there. The Cauldron Familiar, you can play it, sacrifice it, and then sacrifice all the food on the stack. So, it's not crazy to assume that both of these Ravenous Squirrels could get up to 11 power, where they both have to be blocked, and then you're kind of in the abyss for any old school Magic players that remember that card. Just signaling that you have to block and you have to sacrifice a creature each turn because of these Ravenous Squirrels being so large.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Simon Nielsen doesn't seem too fussed at all. He's just happily jamming along here. So it does look, as it stands right now, that David English
Right? I don't think this is going to hurt his
undefeated
day.
run. 6-0.
Looks like he's
Still Simon Nielsen at a
feeling
very
pretty good.
5-1. Once this wraps
Legends
up,
of
all
5
matter of
rings.
time right now, unless something. I don't know what Simon Nielsen.
Sing it, Simon.
Gets him out of this
Snap
picture,
it.
but,
Snap it back.
Yeah, I think
I'd love that
is
Twitch
collect
name,
a
bro.
company off the top from Simon into double Skyclave to deal with Ravenous Squirrels. I think that's exactly what
It needs to be
has
snap it back, though,
even
not
play,
slap
because
it.
If you get rid of those,
So change your
the
username
clock,
right now.
In air quotes is gone. The cat oven is still the clock that is everlasting. But the immediate Ravenous Squirrel is going to kill you in 2 turns type clock, it would be over.
Yeah. Now, I guess Simon does have 3 non-creature spells for you cards in the Ranger Captain of Eos, so...
Simon's taking it. He says, no
He's
problem.
taking it. Yeah, he's like, nah, I'm gonna save my thanks for the next one, because this game's just over, so... Very...
He tried. He done tried,
What
chat.
we expected the Golgari deck to do, and that is just absolutely trounce any creature strategy whatsoever.
Yep, pretty much. And you might think, well, why not block there? Why not fight the good fight when you're so far behind like that? It really was a scenario. You need something ridiculous like Company into double Skyclave. The writing was on the wall there for Green-Black Food and David Inglis to take that down.
Yeah. I don't think he used his one time when he cast that spell, but, can't have
He
them
used
all.
his one time when he collected Company and then it missed. So had to use it a little earlier, yeah.
Anywho, we still have plenty of Magic from
Are you kidding me?
round number 6. So when we come back
More?
after this break, we'll check out what we're seeing.
More?
Cedric will give us the preview now.
This next matchup looks tasty.
How can there be more?
versus Yuma Koizumi.
How can there possibly be more Magic
It's
to
about
play
cats,
today?
It's about ovens. It's about Trail of Crumbs. Get this engine online for Golgari Food.
I was praying that was the last match.
For Yuma,
That's absolutely praying. You know what I mean?
Ovens, trails.
Oh,
who can do
Lord.
it better? Can't wait to find out.
Let's see how many triggers we can put on the stack coming up after this.
Boy, are you kidding me, bros? Y'all are insano. Lord have mercy. Thank you all so much for your times, your attentions, I really do appreciate it. You're all fantastic. It's weird. It's like it knew I was coming here to play an ad because it tells me it's preparing one. But you'll have to wait 30 seconds for it. It's getting it ready. It's going to be a good one. But you can avoid it if you just subscribe to the channel. You know what I mean? Give me those Bezos bucks, the Twitch Primesy, and you can just skate right past this next ad. That's going to be a fantastic experience for the both of us. Snap it. Snap it back. 3-3 into the final run by the Nummy. For like 2 years of my life, I thought it was Mummy, not Nummy. I was like, oh, a mummy. That's fantastic. Little did I know. Little did I know. Reading is hard. So is math. But somehow, I choose to do this every single day, which is redonkulous, right? That's crazy, yo. So, I mean, it looks like we're going into round 6. How many rounds are there in day 1? Right? The strong survive. Most definitely, most definitely. And it's historic. They should have done it historic first, standards later. Because I think that more people are interested in standard. YouTube, we've got 66 viewers. So the YouTube gang is outperforming the Twitch crew. Believe it or not. The Twitch crew getting beat up here by Team YouTube. Hashtag let's go.
Welcome back to coverage of the streets of Capenna Championship, everybody. I'm Ailey Loney, alongside
51 on
Corey
Twitch,
Baumeister,
66 on
and we
YouTube.
have got more
It's good. It's good, baby. I love it. Thank you all so much.
Versus Yuma
Thank you all so much.
Yeah, it is a mirror match, so of course that is
Oh, Lord. Stop it,
about as
HGG.
close as it can get. And, you know, it's just really going to be a very grindy match. It's a really tough one. You see Corvald, so that is a little bit of some spice. But yeah, it's going to be a really grindy match, so buckle up. And we do know Ely took down a very lengthy game 1 here.
Yes, indeed. We're talking earlier in the previous matchup that these food mirrors can go on and on and on and on. So I hope you bought your snacks and your beverages. So yeah, just sit back, relax, because this may be a long one. Trail of Crumbs down here for Yuma Koizumi, who is leading the challengers right now for the World Championship race. So he's going to be feeling pretty good about his positioning right now.
Exactly, in that same spot as Simon Nielsen, and Simon Nielsen felt pretty confident.
Saw the announcement
on his
post
map
on
that he was
YouTube,
into
but better
the
quality
World
on
Championship,
Twitch.
So gotta be the same for Yuma.
Interesting.
Cassis, on the other hand, he's already in. He won the Neon Dynasty Championship, so, you know, not too much stress there, but would still love to make it into the top 8 here this weekend, as I'm sure all of the players who are qualified would like to.
Yeah, pretty funny story with this one, Ailey. Ely hit me up right before the Arena Open and was like, I don't know what to play for this. What deck would you play? And I was like, this Golgari food, I think, is very good, and it's up your alley.
Yeah, play a
and
deck that you've got no
ran
practice
it.
with.
I played it as well. I did very badly, and Ely, of course, crushed it and made some cash there for that tournament. So, obviously, Ely is just, you know, so much better at Magic than me and most people in the world.
A well-deserving champion in the last set championship, so we'll maybe looking to run it back here, sitting at 4-1, an excellent start to his
All you need is
championship.
cats.
As we see an excellent start to the matchup here for Yuma Koizumi, Cauldron familiar with food, with a goose now coming down soon, and the Trail of Crumbs to just keep the value going. Now, I do see a Corvold in this list, so that excites me just a little bit more. That is a way to finish games quickly.
That does excite me as well. Like, whenever there's just a bunch of ravenous squirrels that are running into Cauldron familiars, you must just like, no thank you for any
That's
of
really
that.
good.
I'll be
That's
playing
so
Big
good.
Dragon.
Oh yes,
so good.
Big Dragon is one of the
Forces them to
top
sack
end
everything.
cards that we've come to know and love in this archetype. So I'm happy to see a good old Corvold hanging out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuma's sideboard is really, really interesting as far as the Golgari Food traditional sideboard that we've been seeing. Corvold, Questing Beast, you know, Unlicensed Hearst as some new additions from the traditional list. So pretty teched out. I'm sure Yumi has tested these cards quite extensively.
For sure. I love to see the different, you know, the different spice you try and add into the Golgari Food deck just to try and make it a little bit more appetizing, right? You've got to experiment in the kitchen a bit here. So the splash for red, I like it a lot. Corvold is just absolutely nutty if you can get him down. You just have to make sure he doesn't die to any pesky removal spells like, I don't know, a Noxious Grass, perhaps.
Yeah, Noxious Grass is another one we don't see that often, where Corvold, you know, against most other lists, what are you going to do? You're going to Fatal Push it? You're going to hit it with Meat Hook Massacre? That's some really spicy tech, because without that, and Ely only has one Noxious Grass too, so that's going to be quite ideal for him. Outside of that, the card's just pretty much unkillable, outside of a couple Mortality Spheres that some people play.
So in terms of the mirror match, you know, I think Yuma Koizumi may have the advantage.
OG Zayatora, nice.
Then board to hand here for Ely Cassis. Cauldron Familiar getting in there 1 point of damage. An Outlet
I like that.
Liberator is drawn here.
How come we don't get Brawl Commanders
And while I totally agree,
in Arena anymore?
Deckless-wise, Yuma has
Remember?
the advantage in the mirror.
Corvold,
as far as just how the
there's that other Knight, and there's that Fairy
really mattered.
that were all Brawl cards
Have really done it. We didn't
that
see
somehow
the
made it
Trail
into
Crumbs
Arena.
that got dealt with. But outside of
I
that,
remember.
neither of the players has that traditional Golgari Food draw.
Eldraine was
all
weird.
The pieces are together quite yet.
So we're gonna rock a Corvold Faker's King with nothing else to chomp on this battlefield, barring a land. So land down, drawing a card, and another Outland Liberator is drawn there. It does activate the Fatal Push, but I mean, there's nothing you really want to kill right now. But I think the Goose is possibly going down.
Yeah, exactly. And these Outland Liberators are really good when you do have Trail of Crumbs to deal with, or somehow that you can get it tonight. This is a rough mirror match to actually expect to ever get tonight, because both players play so many things, and so many of their cards are sorcery speed. So unless you're just saying go to transform Outland Liberator, you're probably not going tonight, and then your opponent can then usually play 2 spells to flip it back. So not the most, you know, consistent card to just be able to attack and activate that ability of Outland Liberator.
Yeah. So Corvold Faker's King is going to be noxiously grasped. And Meat Hook Massacre will trigger, gaining a life as well. But we did see the Meat Hook Massacre just for 0, so
The second match might be a little bit quicker than the first.
setting up for a future turn where you can do some ridiculous sacrificing things.
Yeah, absolutely. And normally these mirror matches, you know, they really don't come down to this like, oh, kind of get an aggressive start, kill this blocker, then attack. It's usually you know, both players have cat oven, so you can't really attack on the ground. It's all just an absurdly long game. It's looking for this one.
Yeah. Fatal Push here on the Outland Liberator, but there is mana available to kill the Meat Hook Massacre, so that's one pesky enchantment dealt with, but there's another one in hand, so Ely Cassis isn't going to be too mad about that.
Exactly, and then Yuma didn't want to play the other Outland Liberator to become too susceptible for Meat Hook
Just
Massacre
play
#2.
it from his grave.
But here, look at this play. Luris bringing back Trail of Crumbs is so strong.
Oh, it's great. And also Fatal Push can't have Revolt activated anyhow, so Luris gets to hang around at least for now until something happens on Yuma's side of things.
It's got to be Outland Liberator, sack it immediately to deal with Trail, and then Fatal Push Luris, just to cut off that chain of bringing back Meat Hook Massacre, bringing back Trail of Crumbs yet again. That stuff is just detrimental. But now Yuma's going to be out of gas, and we see Ely just gets to pick a card here, not the most exciting land, but also has that sneaky little hive of the Eye Tyrant to be able to cleanly deal with Cauldron Familiar from Yuma's graveyard, which is another really big deal.
That is a big deal. And just being able to get 2 cards before Trail of Crumbs dies the Outland Liberator, that's just excellent. So sure, he loses the Luris, but you know, Luris did its job. It got so many cards out of Yuma's hand. He's basically sitting with nothing right now. And here comes Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Like you mentioned, it's an extra clock. It's also graveyard interaction. So bye-bye,
It's that kitty.
little kitty on the other side of the battlefield. Thanks for participating.
And while we are talking about Luris, we should mention that Corvold comes with a bit of a cost in this match where you are not allowed to play Lurrus as your companion here. And we, you know, I looked over, I was like, oh, Yuma must have already lost Lurrus, but nope, cannot be played, which is a huge deal.
Ouch.
Yeah. Now, things are just looking...
That's a quick match.
Pretty darn good here for Cassis. Rocks out another Meathook Massacre, and Overgrown Tomb off the top isn't going to cut it, so Yuma Kawazumi is going to go down to Ely Cassis, who picks up a very convincing 2-0 victory.
Easy, right? That was easy win, yo.
Yeah, you know, just Ely just really had a kind of more functioning draw from the beginning. Lurrus got a ton of value, being able to bring back Trail, which then found 2 extra cards. Plus, you had to deal with Lurrus. You know, it's almost like a 4-for-1 if you look at it that way. And then Ely was a little
4-for-1 settle
to find that one of Grasp to deal with Corvald, which otherwise would have really got Yuma back in the game. So Yuma's probably, that's a shrug, move on, and try to win the rest of the matches.
Alrighty, we still have one more game to show you, everybody. We're going to check out Austin
Last game.
versus Corey Burkhart.
Last game, chat.
Versus Rakdos Arcanist. Let's jump into this one. We are joining them in progress. It's game number 3. So let's see who picks up the victory.
And we see the timer already on Austin's side, so clearly this has been a grind. And if you know anything about Corey Burkhart,
Oh, he's only got 9 minutes left.
Play some grindy decks as well.
9 minutes for a whole match? No. You cannot complete a whole match in 9 minutes. No, 15.
Well, this is a very nice.
Takes
looking
15
hand
minutes
here,
to
I
play
must
Match of
say.
Magic.
Only Garden, which is Oven, Cauldron Familiar. Heck yeah. On the other side of things, 2 Hive of the Eye Tyrants, Haunted Bridge, and plenty to do. Young Pyromancer? Yeah, we're just going to make a whole bunch of little elementals. Seems good.
I'd love for anyone to name a more iconic duo than Colligan's Command and Corey Burkhart. A Grixis Master has been playing that card for a very, very long time.
Well, let's get the game underway. It's going to be the Spikefield Cave down first and foremost. Hive of the Eye
You literally
Tyrant
can't even
down
think about your land drops, bro. Go!
And we're going to see the Cauldron Familiar, who could
Can't play food in 9 minutes. No way.
a Spikefield Hazard, but no risk of that right now.
I was going to say the exact same thing, trying to play around Spikefield Hazard, losing that to...
It's like he doesn't know he's on
powerful
timer.
Removal spell and never getting him back. Would have been pretty detrimental here to Austin's hand, but decides to, you know, say no
Oh,
problem
yeah.
and cast
There's
it
no way
anyways.
he's getting this in 9 minutes.
Yep.
His first 2 turns has taken a full minute.
Turn here, Witch's Oven, there is a Colony Garden. It's going to be beside...
Oh, he's only going to get 5 turns into this
We're going to
match.
see a kitty cat sacrificed
What?
to a deadly dispute.
Bro, hurry
Get
up!
some more cards. I'm going to do it right now, which I'm totally cool with.
Wow.
Maybe not the ideal cards there. Probably don't want to waste that treasure for... Never mind.
This is incredible.
We'll take that back.
I was wondering if we're going to see bone shards there on that young Pyromancer, because if that thing gets going... I mean, okay, sure, there's a Meathook Massacre, never mind. If that thing gets going, it's better for Austin.
Yeah. We'll both take back the statements that we were going to make there. We'll pretend that turn didn't happen, and we'll go on with the match. Yep.
Corey can play slow.
Colligan's Command
But
is a
Austin
pretty
has to be
card against these
snapcasting.
food decks, though. Even just being able to kill a goose and kill an oven, you know, pretty valuable stuff. The one thing about these Golgari food decks, though, is they make such great value of Lurrus that where if you ever lose a permanent within the first 2 or 3 turns, you kind of shift gears immediately to thinking like, okay, maybe I should aggressively buy Lurrus on turn 3, so then on turn 4 you can go Lurrus plus thing, and then it's like you really, that removal spell didn't really matter, which we might see here.
Big draw here for Austin. Finds a Trail of Crumbs with a 3rd land that comes in untapped, so Cauldron Familiar can come on back. We'll dodge that Cling to Dust that's in Corey's hand.
Yeah.
And gets to look for more goodies. Ooh, there we go. Witch's Oven. Lovely.
Yeah, really heads up play there from Austin, just because even if you sacrifice the food,
Don't
to
worry,
Cauldron
play
Familiar,
snappy,
the
right?
ability
Snap
goes on
it
the stack, but
back.
the cat stays in the graveyard, so you Austin would get that trigger still from Trail of Crumbs, but would not get the cat back immediately.
Yep. So where to from here? 3 lands, a Cling to Dust, which has no good targets right now, and a Soul Guide Lantern, which can draw a card, but yeah, this isn't looking so hot here for Corey, who's just gonna swing on in.
Yeah, not a very good hand for Corey at all here. It's like you got to play something, but you run into that dance, feel like, okay, we know Austin has a ton of Meat Hook Massacre. In fact, 4, which you're probably not taking any of them out. But do you just play nothing here? Probably not. Yeah, so I guess you just start with Lantern. Maybe you just sacrifice Lantern right away since you already have Cling.
Ability here.
Yeah.
Something to do would be nice for Corey Burkhart. Just get the 1 exile. Doesn't really matter what it is, and get this tap land down. It's a second copy of Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Takanuma, Abandoned Mire is the card drawn here for Austin, who's going to look to Colony Garden to make a little 0/1 green.
It's like he's
box,
reading the
just a good
cards.
extra blocker as well as a sack outlet, either for Deadly Dispute, Bone Shards.
No
or
time.
just
You can't.
some food.
You can't read the cards,
and a
bro.
big update here for the League Players World Championship race. Austin's in 12th, but he's one of those players that's tied at 66 points, and there's a plethora of them. I think 7 of them that are tied there. So Austin is theoretically at that threshold where Andre Strosky makes it to the World Championship. Now, still, the tiebreakers are low for his scenario, but still, you win a couple matches, all of a sudden you could be above that pack pretty easily.
Seasoned Pyromancer. Hey, it's something to do.
That's a
Ditch
big
couple
one.
Lands.
He's at 30 seconds a
Don't
turn.
get the little elemental bros, but
He's got 7 minutes
cards here.
left.
And that's the #1 reason
14
why,
turns.
Arcanist decks
Maybe
no
it's
longer
not
Lurrus
too
decks.
unreasonable
They were
if he
for
keeps
a couple of set
pace.
championships, but Seasoned Pyromancer being added into Historic is a huge reason.
Yeah, he's putting
to,
stops out.
Not do that because we don't see this play come up in this
He
game.
has to be incredibly confident with his tempo here throughout the match.
To get yourself some 1/1s and then be able
He's
to
clicking a little bit quicker now. He's definitely speeding it up.
Yeah, it's pretty gross if you ask me. And here we'll see a little plant jump in front of the Pyromancer, soak up some of that damage. Deadly Dispute sacrifices to find some goodies. Oh, hi. Unlicensed Hearst and another Colony Garden. Those are good.
Yeah, Unlicensed Hearst, a really good card, kind of against both decks, to be honest. You know, I think that.
So the thing is for Corey, though, the slower that Corey plays, the more time Austin has to think about things while Corey's in dead time.
As the new additions from
Oh
Streets
yeah,
of Capenna.
Ledger Shredder. I mean, I've heard some people calling for its ban already. It's that good, but you know you're doing something right when people want you banned after like 2 weeks.
Or it's just a magic cards. That's one of the 2 tests. You know that.
True. Is it a magic card? Yes. Is it legal? Yes. Bad.
People might ask for it. Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, so just big things here for Corey, as it does look like we're going to see the Seasoned Pyromancer come on down.
Right, so you see how Austin has had plenty of time to plan out his strategy on Corey's timer, not even his own.
Or do you want to try
That's good
to get
for him.
another creature here?
Corey should have played quickly as well to limit Austin's time to compute everything. And then he's got to spend his own timer to think, right?
Chandra's nice.
Yeah, Chandra is nice. So now we might see this scenario come up where Inquisition is basically 100% reserved for when Austin puts Lurrus into hand. You know, we've seen that in other formats in the past that play Lurrus and Hand Disruption, where you just kind of wait for that because it's so powerful. And if you make them
Corey's on timer now as well.
Meat Hook Massacre or something, yeah, they can just bring it back when they get Lurrus. But we will see.
Kitty Cat's
decides
gone.
to hold it. Yeah, impressive.
Managed to nick the kitty cat there. Had 2 ways to get rid of it, but no food on the battlefield for Austin meant that that cat was going one way or another. And now Meat Hook Massacre is gonna say adios, muchachos, to these 3 critters on the battlefield, and there is nothing that Corey can do about it.
Yeah, not really. Meat Hook Massacre, this just has to be one of the best, if not the best Meat Hook Massacre deck, you know, in the format, in any format right now. It's so incredible with this deck to be able to double trigger your Cauldron Familiars. Yeah, it's really brutal.
Oh man, getting rid of Seasoned Pyromancer as well, so that won't be coming back later. Cling to Dust has no target currently for Corey Burkhart. Does have a Chandra Torch of Defiance that can come down.
And Chandra's okay. You know, it's a start, but not amazing.
We'll just see this on his own graveyard just to get a card.
Especially with unlicensed Hearst, as long as that Hearst is tapped, you
He keeps saying Hearst with a T at the end.
Yeah. It's not
I love
getting
it.
too much better.
Otherwise, you're in danger. I like Austin putting the stops on the different steps just to...
And then immediately taking them
look
off.
like he's got something going, but doesn't have any mana open right now, so that would give it away.
Yeah.
Oh, another Meathook Massacre. Very nice.
And Bone Shards is really awesome here at just being able to deal with Chandra straight away. You know, discard a card, sacrifice a creature. Don't really have an extra creature laying around.
Yep.
But I think Colony Garden going to the graveyard to deal with Chandra is very important.
Oh, yeah. 100%. That Chandra can just get so much value. It can do so much damage over time. I wouldn't be surprised to see that being the option here.
See how now Austin's burning his own timer when he's thinking? That's good. That's what Corey wants.
I think the other consideration here for him might be lures to hand, and then let's see where we go from
Make
there.
him burn his own timer
You don't wanna lose
and
your
survive, yo.
a disruption spell.
That would be my
That's why I think
strategy at
it's
this point.
Very heads-up play for Corey holding off with that Inquisition, because that is really how this game can just be flipped around. Even if there's not a huge graveyard present right now, eventually you're going to draw something that you can sack to the oven and then bring back every turn and gain a lot
Not
of
bringing
value.
Luris
But
over
as
to
it
hand.
stands,
Interesting.
Thornberger really has the graveyard under lock.
Because they know
and really
about
the only thing
Inquisition.
that Corey doesn't have under lock right now is just Trail of Crumbs, naturally sacrificing food, paying 3 mana the good old-fashioned way, and then paying 1 to draw a card.
Dreadhorde Arcanist does have an attack here, but what does he want to go for first? Inquisition of Kozilek, perhaps?
Yeah, and now one thing that if Dreadhorde Arcanist attacks, whatever it targets, the hearse is going to be pointing at that real quick.
Yep. It's like, oh, hey, what you looking at there, bud? No. No,
Yeah.
you don't get that. Now, he could cast that in response.
I think
as
there
it
was
does
only
have-
5 total
Oh, there's
cards,
only-
right? I
yeah,
think you
doesn't
need
have enough.
6 total, yeah.
Correct.
So that's gone, and now it's the question of what's your follow-up? And Corey doesn't have a great answer. The one other really big thing that we haven't really talked about so far is check out the clocks on the players, especially Austin's. You know, that is a serious way for Corey to win, is just play defensive, have Austin time out, because while Golgari Food is an extremely
Austin's got a
resilient deck,
better
an
field,
extremely
though.
powerful one, it doesn't close the door very fast.
It doesn't, but there is that Hive of the Eye Tyrant that I keep eyeing out. That,
Yeah, I was just going to say, why not sack that food at end step? But Austin, I think, did my job for me there.
Yep, just missed it. But does get the life, does get a land off the top, and finds another oven, but not much to do with it, unfortunately. So it's just going to be another turn of sit back, relax, and chew on some graveyards.
Great discipline from Austin there to not use that 3 mana that he's not going to be using for anything else. I guess he is going to sack this, so I lied. He will be using that mana, but even if, to not buy Luris
Poor
there,
Corey. Every time he says something, it's just the exact opposite.
He does have some ways to get stuff out of the graveyard. Takanuma Myers' channel ability can do that. But for now, he's just content with digging through the library, trying to find some action, not finding anything but land at the moment, which kinda sucks, to put it bluntly.
Yep. And we did see the block on Dreadhorde Arcanist there with the plant, and then sacrificed. And while that is usually the technically correct play, it did not prevent any
It does
damage. Yeah.
Trample. It's a fun thing. So let's see what Luris is going to grab
Should've
here.
played the land
There is
first,
the
no?
Fatal Passage on the other side there to get Revolt on the Fatal Push.
Yep, you
That's
get
what we're gonna
Revolt
see.
there. I was going to be curious to see if Austin crewed up the hearse, and then if Fatal Push went on the hearse, could have replayed it post-combat, but decides not to.
In response, we'll see a sacrifice on the Nightmare Kitty Cat. More things in the bin here for the hearse to grab. Another Dreadhorde Arcanist, another Inquisition of Kozilek. He's just hanging on to that for dear life.
Yep. This Golgari food deck can be a little frustrating when you're really low on time, because there's just a lot of clicks you have to do, you know, so it becomes very tricky.
Yep. Plenty clicks to do. And we might even see Austin just, pass through the turn if he's got nothing going for him. But a second copy of Meathook Massacre will deal with both of these Red Horde Arcanists. And I wonder if Corey will be kicking himself, being like, yeah.
Oh, wow. That sucks.
Yeah. At this point, what are you saving Inquisition for? Because Lurrus, all that stuff is already really out. So, yeah, I'm with you. I guess you're saving it for Seasoned Pyromancer to discard it to that and get a 1/1, I guess. But yeah.
So he needs to
I think I would have fired that one.
Eye of the Hive Tyrant and then crew the hearse to hit for a ton of damage.
Holding 10 people around with him.
Right? Use the land to crew it.
And both players kind of have nothing going right now except for these creature lands. Hive of the Eye Tyrants on either side. We're going to challenge some food, dig through the deck, and see if we can find a not land, please, library.
Yeah, talk about carpooling, huh?
Yes.
LOL.
Or it's dead bodies. It is a hearse after all. But now we're going to see Hive of the Eye Tyrant tick up.
Do it,
and
do it,
get
do it,
rocking
do it.
here.
Yes.
Going to
Nice.
crew the unlicensed hearse that's sitting
I like
at
it.
a chunky 10. And I think one of these hives is going to jump in the way here.
Yeah, and maybe Corey's whole thought process here is to hold the card in hand, just so maybe Austin doesn't attack for a few turns, which translates to a few more minutes, which maybe will give Corey the win. I mean, it's definitely the case now when you know there's no cards in hand.
Yeah.
Might as well just say go.
Passage, Lee. Okay, both libraries misbehaving here quite a bit, as we're going to switch perspectives here, rocking on with Corey Burkhart, who is looking down the barrel of an unlicensed hearse.
I don't like when they switch almost.
But with double trail
It's
of crowns,
disorienting.
2 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock, Austin needs to get this game over and done with.
Yeah, this is plenty of time, too, so this should be all good for Austin.
All right. Yeah, just smack those lands and kill a goose, get some chunky things on the board, make the crew size big enough, and smack some stuff here for 10.
No, Austin wins. Austin straight up wins.
Here comes 13 because of the hive as well, so that hive doesn't really change the clock. Corey's hive already had to jump in front of unlicensed hearse.
Yep. So Corey is on a wing and a prayer here right now. Needs a way to deal with this unlicensed hearse.
No.
Yep. Seasoned Pyromancer would probably be Corey's best draw to
And what if he deals with the hearse? Then he just gets beat down with the squirrel and the eye, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And while he has two draw engines in play,
Trying to win.
that's over.
So let's see what the top of the library has for one Corey.
You're done.
Burkhart in round number 6 here of the new Capenna Championship. What is it? Oh, it's Chandra.
No, he's 28 life.
Yeah, the
No.
best Corey B in Magic, looking like not really gonna get it done here.
You're done.
Oh, it's the land at the top of the library. That's not going to cut it. So 2 to the dome. A good game from Corey Burkhart.
Good game.
And the big ol' hearse is going to get the game done here. Let's just thought-seize to make sure the coast is clear. Just make sure we're not getting
Woof,
defeated, right?
woof,
And,
Yeah,
in for
woof.
win. The GG. Yeah, you're fine.
Holy Toledos.
That's no good.
Woo! That was a grindy matchup. Congratulations to Austin. Very good victory indeed. There must have been a little bit stressed out there with the time management.
Crazy,
That's a big part
yo.
of these matchups, Corey.
Yeah, I was a little stressed out, so I cannot imagine what the players have been through. And that wasn't even the Golgari Food Mirror match that went to time, but Rakdos Arcanist does really play a long
Give me
game
just
as
one sec.
well with how much removal they have, and that's another deck, Corey Burkhart's deck, that doesn't really close the game very fast either. So yeah, a really grindy one.
Very grindy one indeed. All right, my friends, we have one more round to go. When we come back after this break, we'll be with the news desk. Stay tuned.
A break? A break? What do you mean a break? That doesn't make any sense. What are we doing when we get back? I wasn't here. I didn't hear. Oh! You guys enjoying yourselves or what? You having fun, chat? One more? I thought that was the last match too. They said one more? Is that their words? They're just gonna keep saying one more, you know what I mean? One more. Oh, it's just one more. Ah, one more. Oh, come on. Just one more. I said one more. News break. One more. One more. I said one more. Oh gosh. My toes are cold. I took my socks off earlier. I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna get real comfy. My feet are ice cold. Worst decision of my life. Probably not the worst decision of my life, I'll be honest. Possibly the worst decision of today, though. Which is still not too shabby, right? Today's big blow up was sliding my socks off too early. Ah, dang it.
Hey everybody,
Better learn
welcome
from
to coverage
that.
of the new Capenna Championship. Maria Bertholdi hanging out with you here. 4 players remain undefeated in the tournament. David Inglis is one of them, aka Tangrams. Find out how he feels being undefeated here near the end of day 1.
I mean, with David Inglis, who has been on an absolute tear today. Congratulations, David, on another win against Simon Nielsen this time with his Humans deck. Tell us, what made you go after Golgari Food? This is an archetype that has sort of fallen off a bit recently, but it seems to be coming back.
Yeah, I played it at the last set championship, and I went 7-1. I really like the deck, and it actually got better. The worst matchup for the deck is Control, and the Control is really bad right now. I think only like 5 or 6 people played it, so it just great deck. I'm very experienced and is well positioned.
Yeah, it seems like its position has really improved based on how Historic has changed. Though I want to zoom out a little bit here. Obviously, we've been talking a lot across today about the race for the World Championship. You're in a pretty good position amongst the league race here. Is that factoring into how you're approaching this weekend, or is it just one game at a time for you?
No, I'm not thinking about it at all. I'm not looking at the standings, not talking to people about it, just playing my matches. Obviously, you know, it's there. Like, yeah, I'm really working hard towards that. But during the tournament, just playing one game of Magic at a time.
Staying focused. Well, that's what we like to hear. David, congratulations on the incredible run so far. The best of luck to you in the coming rounds.
Thank you, Riley.
One of our 4 undefeated players there, David Inglis. Welcome back to the virtual news desk. I've got Cedric Phillips, I've got Riley Knight, and I've got some standings for everybody to take a look at here after 6 rounds.
She didn't even mention me.
Let's find out
She
where
didn't
we're at.
say
Like I said,
the
4
HGG was
undefeated
here.
players left. I have a fun fact for you here.
Heartbroken.
Steven Schutz, who you see there, teamed up with David Inglis and Carl Sarup for this event. Guess what? They're all undefeated. Now that is a good testing team. That is really, really awesome. Congratulations to all of them. Simon Nielsen, we see him there at 5-1. Eli Cassis won the last one of these, starting off 5-1. That is also incredible. Austin Bursavich, 5-1, also on that testing team I just mentioned. They're doing something right here at this tournament with 1 round left to play in day number 1. But let's zoom out now to the World Championship and talk about the races going on there. Cedric, you've got the leagues.
Well, I've mentioned the box before, and I will again. I'm going to be sending 5 people to the World Championship via the leagues here this weekend, and Shota Yasuka is
Oh no,
decided,
I sent
I
flowers.
want to get this done and over with. 81
Twice.
points now in 13th place in the tournament at 5-1. Absolutely crushing it, and we have seen him do that a lot in his Magic career. David Inglis, no slouch at all. You just went over the record there, Maria. Undefeated thus far, sitting in 3rd place. Reed Duke, Logan Nettles, Kai Bude, their tournaments are kind of different, honestly. Reed is sitting in 16th place, Kai sitting in 41st, and Logan 121st place with only 9 points, 3-3 coming into the round. He'll have a winning in for day number 2 of competition. Very important. We'll get to that more in just a moment. On the outside looking in, you see Paulo, you see Marcio, you see Peter Glogowski. A couple players that are out, though, unfortunately.
I like how it's Glowowski and Klowowski.
And 12th place, respectively. On this particular
Mythic Game's going good, yeah.
Done. They will not be heading to the World Championship. Riley, I know you got more news on the challengers.
Paulo was in there. He was in the top little bit there.
Challenges here.
He was just under the yellow box.
At this point, it is largely academic for Greg Orange, Yuma Koizumi, Simon Nielsen, and Tristan.
He's the only
These are
Brazilian.
the 4 people we came in knowing that have a very good shot of making it to the World Championship. And I tell you what, a meteor is going to have to hit someone is going to have to crash a meteor into their servers, right, for them to miss out on the World Championship tomorrow. It can still happen. Mathematically speaking, it can still happen. But these blokes are that far ahead. It is extremely unlikely. Nathan Stoyers had an absolute ripper today as well. Sitting at 60 points, he's looking pretty good. Jim Davis, on the other hand, he's sitting at 2 and 5 at the moment. Sorry, 2 and 6 at the moment, which means that he's not going to make day 2 and is not going to be able to snag too many more points for himself. Not a great position for him because he now enters the same sort of the sweat lodge, I guess, where Camilo Lukesh, Oscar Franco, and the other DNQs are hanging out. However, I want to focus on one bloke here, Nico Boni. Nico Boni is currently 3 wins at 3 and 3, right? Which means that if he wins the next
we're working at it. We're working at it. We're working at it.
And that means he can keep harvesting points and try to leapfrog some of the DNQs and Jin
I didn't try hard enough. It wasn't one of my focuses.
One of the biggest matches of Magic.
But now that the Premier play is out, I have been trying to be a little bit more competitive for sure.
Day 2, more points coming his way. We move down the standings as well.
Active means that they're still in the tournament.
Drew Baker, Mike Burnett. These 2 blokes have done very well so far at 12 and 9 points respectively. So day 2 already locked up for
and they can continue to gain points from this tournament,
and
right?
Again, continue to harvest points. As we move down the standings, a couple of names I want to read out to you here. Lucas Hone has made it through to day 2, as has Thiago Saporito. Kazuna Kasaka, excuse me, is there. And Stefan Schutz, undefeated so far. Undefeated, as Maria pointed out. This is the deep run that we've sort of talked about here that players need to make from the bottom of the standings to get all the way to the top. If Schutz continues on this trajectory, we could be talking about him going to the World Championship tomorrow. So a very volatile race, Maria, when it comes to the challenges. A lot can still change, but I do want to point out once again, Orange, Kazumi, Nielsen, Wild LaRue looking very, very good for the World Championship this year.
Some of these players are going to have one heck of a round number 7 at this tournament. My palms are sweaty. Mom spaghetti. It's happening to me. Just like thinking about being in their position. Speaking of being in their position, you could be here playing in one of these tournaments. Cedric, how are they going to do it if they want to take the tabletop route?
If you want to go tabletop style, regional championship qualifier and RCQ on your local scene, you can start there. Do well there, and we'll send you to the regional championship. That's a bigger tournament. You can earn the title of regional champion and qualify for the old PT, the Pro Tour, that acronym, that name. It is back. 3 events, $500,000 prize.
They said Jim's out,
Tabletop Magic is back.
so he'll have a hard time.
Hey, if you've got a taste for digital Magic and you want to stick with it to find and earn your way to the
Doesn't
top,
look like Jim made day 2, so Jim is not earning any more points, which means if people below him earn more points, he's going to drop him down.
Magic Online as well, another pathway. I believe one of these qualifier planes is taking place this weekend. Is that right, Maria? So the journey for some people actually begins
tomorrow,
as early as tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. If you want to play some Magic while you're watching some Magic, we've got a plan. So check it out. These are the bunch of the routes that you can take to get to the Pro Tour and eventually the World Championship if you are good enough. Well, let's set up the final round of the day here. Feature match number 7.
Now it's the last one.
It's going to be a good one. These players are at 3 and 3. We've got Logan Nettles versus Sam Pardee, 2 beloved players of the game. 4 top finishes apiece, both running Is It Phoenix here in his store today, the most popular deck by a country mile. Take a look at Logan Nettles there, better known as Jabberwocky. I call him Mr. MTGO. That's where he's known. That's where he's made his mark in the game. Also 4 Grand Prix top 8s to his name. Here's Sam Pardee. He's your Strixhaven champion. 68% historic.
I think final round, but not final match. There could be like you know, 6 matches that they show us within this final
So
round.
what do the players need to do to
So I don't think it's the final match.
Well, you were looking to just have your best
Final
draws in this
round,
spot.
not
It's
final
faithless
match.
loading. It is Arc Light.
I'm pretty sure.
Getting that whole thing together.
Which is
Now, Logan's
ridiculous.
build of this deck is a little bit
You guys, I gotta get to bed.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker here.
I gotta
But
get
the
to
biggest addition
bed.
is, of course, Ledger Shredder. It is an amazing card in this deck and a great card in this matchup. When a player casts their second spell each turn, Legend Shredder connives. Well, we know that Phoenix wants to cast multiple spells in a turn, right? And so this is going to help you discard your Phoenixes and just smooth out your draw when your opponent is just doing what they would normally do. So this is a very big turn to play in this particular matchup. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sam have any of these, and he has the full amount does party.
Bruh.
Copy. So you see the impact that that bird advisor
It's actually
is
only
having
6:16
on
here.
Visit Phoenix, and more
But still,
in the mirror
I've been
match
here since like a long time ago.
You see the Shredders, you see Oxvagonus. Again,
I
the
got
nice
stuff
thing
to
about
do.
this particular deck in Historic is you can kind of build it however you want to. Sam has Unholy Heats.
Yeah, 4 a.m. comes quick, bro.
Has a Spell Pierce. Different sideboards for these players.
They don't know
It
me.
looks like Sam
I
is
get up
really
very
geared up
early.
here, though, with those
I'm an early riser.
Ledger Shredder, which are
So it's
very
important
hard
to get to
kill
sleep
if
by
played on
about
turn two.
8 p.m.
These players got to win it to stay in it, but who's going to do it? It's time for our predictions. Riley, who you got?
I mean, look, this is such a close matchup with 2 great players and decks that are, you know, apart from the
And do it again tomorrow and the next day. .com.
Logan Nettles, so I'm going for him. That's all I need to see. I love the D&D set. I want to see these cards succeed, so it's Nettles for me.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
I'm going to go Logan's way as well. Less copies of Ledger Shredder, yes, but I really want to see a compelling race and see if he's going to be able to qualify for Worlds. He's got to win this match. This is a win and in, or his dreams are on life support, to say the least. So I'm rooting for Logan here.
All right, my record is 1-5, so I got to do something to stay alive here. Sam Party, let's go. Party time. He's going to be my pick to take this one down with Phoenix. It's the last round of the
You only
day,
really need
round
like 4
number
hours of
7.
sleep.
Coming up, everybody, Marshall and Paul with the call.
Compound that
Take it away,
for
boys.
a while.
And thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at the new Capenna Championship. Marshall,
I am not 18, bro. I am an old man. Oh, absolutely, Fat Charlie.
Versus
Same thing. We'll be here
So the
for
pressure
45
in this
minutes
match
or an
really
hour
does lie
before
with
live
him.
coverage,
Logan Nettles
and
coming
then
in,
all day.
as
But I
the
also need to
second
compete
place
in the
for that World Championship seat
the
between
tournament, the Mythic Qualifier, or the play-in event, whatever. That's tomorrow, so I'll be playing in that as well.
And Logan Nettles was set to be number 2. As it stands, he's 3-3. So is Sam Party coming in, and Logan needs to win this match to make it to day 2, so he can try to pile up more points tomorrow and secure one of those seats. If he doesn't, it's about over for him as far as any World Championship stuff goes.
Yeah, he's going to have basically no shot of making it into the World Championship. Now, of course, this is a big match for both players, right? You know, this is a win in into day 2, but Logan certainly with a much higher chance of making it into that World Championship if he makes it into day 2, because he's just going to need to win a handful of matches, whereas Sam would have to make it all the way into the top 6 to qualify for the World Championship.
Yeah, just like as a contrast, Sam Party was 32nd in the league coming right in the leagues, right? So he wasn't really in range of that top 5. Now, of course, any player that makes it to day 2 could put together an insane run and make their way into top 8 and then into top 6 to make it. So of course, there's always something on the line for both. But if we had to pick here, it would be Logan who's really feeling the pressure this round. He's in an Izzet mirror. Now, these aren't a perfect mirror. These players do have different builds of Izzet, but they're not that different, as you can see even right now, multiple cards lining up here with each other.
Yeah. And even from the get-go here, Logan with some tricky sequencing decisions to make there. Deciding whether or not to go double channeler into opt, but choosing to get both channelers into play, get maximum value. Really wants to hit a land here, but gets lots of looks here. Do you want to take the chance of not being able to find a land? So normally you just would bin that land right away, but here I think it's too important to have, and this is a great iteration here. You're going to be able to go land and also have the Flame Blessed Bolt here to get Sam's Dragon Rage Channel off the battlefield.
Yeah, really tough here for Sam. Not having access to red mana for that other land meant that he didn't get to use his removal spell. All he did for the turn was cast Dragon's Rage Channeler. He will get to consider or opt if he'd like, but boy, you can see that Logan's the one who's
I'm
off
real
to the
bored
quick
of this
start here.
deck. Yeah, well,
Sam does have two
it's not going
Phoenixes again,
anywhere.
right? So if he can find,
I played Is It Phoenix when I started this game.
could
see if he can
potentially
hit
see many Phoenixes come into
It's
play.
literally been predominant the entire life
Oh,
of
that would be
Arena.
so big for him. He put the card in the yard. Oh, and he found Expressive Iteration. That could give him a chance, though, to do it all.
Right.
Let's see if he can find it. All right, there's a land.
Yeah, we might see Sam even lead out with an opt here if he wants to potentially try to find a Faithless Looting. Normally, you'd want, right now, turn 3, this is the ideal time to go iteration
just
into
get
land
better.
into spell, but he's going for the opt here.
Look at this. It's Unholy Heat that he sees on
There's
top of the
other
library.
answers
He's
that
not
get printed
interested.
for it too, though, which are nice.
Oh, and
but
it's another land.
Right, so now
a good deck.
gonna go ahead and use the heat to get one of the channelers off the battlefield. And then likely just gonna see a land pass.
Okay, so he's stemming the bleeding. That did, however, turn on the other Dragon's Rage Channeler. It's now got Delirium. It's also, of course, doing its passive effect, which is just as important as when it attacks. It has a major effect. Oh, look at that. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. There's an opt that he gets to cast here off of Expressive Iteration, and Logan Nettles is really going off here.
Yeah, Fable, an interesting decision here in the Is It Phoenix deck. Typically not a card you see in this configuration, but hey.
Right? Yeah, I played Demi-Lich in it for a little bit.
Kind of Fable just show up in basically any deck with mountains at this point, so just can't rule it out ever.
In the standard
Yeah, he's got
version,
2 copies
because
of
that's
it.
all you
Sam
had.
doesn't
But
have any. Ooh, there's a nice thing to copy. I'm thinking a few turns
actually,
down
no,
the
because
road
those
here,
two were
Paul.
never in standard together.
Give me some copies of Crackling Drake.
Is that always a historic deck?
I mean,
Shit,
just
that
Drake by
sucks.
itself is just a very strong card in the matchup.
I don't even know what I
The
was thinking there.
toughness, being able to block the Phoenixes, also just
That seems crazy to me that people
presents
actually
lethal
played
damage by
it,
itself.
the Demi-Lich, in
Oh, he actually
the deck
used
in
a reroll
historic.
on this opt, and bingo, it was in fact a Phoenix on top of the library.
I can't believe I made
It
historic
could only
content.
be that card to be relevant here, but it was.
When did
and
I
he gets to
make
get back
historic
Arclight
content?
Phoenix, and
You know what I
that's
mean?
massive.
Crazy.
Now he gets attacked for 6 rather than just 3.
Right, now Sam's
What
gonna
a
need to
hit.
find that Faithless Looting here to kind of match what
big
Logan's
deal,
trying to do.
maybe.
Yeah, he's going to be digging aggressively.
Probably a bigger deal than
Bottomed
Alchemy.
And found Symmetry Stage into Faithless Looting. There it is.
Needs another cheap spell, but he whiffs. But he can still find it with
Sup,
the
Trap?
Faithless Looting, right?
Oh, that's
So
right,
you have the
of course.
Faithless Looting. You want to run out the land here, or yeah, this works as well. Want to find a 1-mana spell here.
He did. He
Oh!
found Unholy Heat.
Yeah, and that is the best possible, right? You have the Unholy Heat, you kill the Dragon's Rage Channeler, and you
Oh,
put 2
it-
Phoenixes into play.
Yeah, it looks like it's on not quite Delirium.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if killing the Phoenix is
Oh,
great,
he's just gonna
but-
try to find another Phoenix?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he wasn't
Right.
interested.
Little
in
greedy,
killing
little
the Phoenix,
greedy.
So. Oh man. Well, he's gonna have to lean on the Phoenix. The Phoenixes that are in the yard. He's got 2 of them. Hey, they
Yeah, doing
just
well.
Fine too.
Doing really well,
Right,
thanks.
that's the thing. That was what I was gonna ask. Do you just
Just
keep
straight
him
chilling,
back?
you know?
Yeah.
And given that Sam's at 10 life, does make sense. Has the ability to kind of.
I think
get
standard's
them
probably the
back
most
from
popular,
graveyard
yeah.
With what he has in hand.
This is the hold moment, right? This is where Sam Party's just hoping that at least one Phoenix can hold off the onslaught here from Nettles. Nettles,
remember-
interestingly, has no interaction in his hand right now. He does have a lot of action, just not interaction.
And remember, this Dragon's Rage Channeler does have to attack.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting options here for
So
Logan
expressive
Network. You could choose
first,
to run out
right?
That Drake, right?
Or opt.
You can go Drake opt. You can also iteration, maybe just look to find some removal effects. The removal, of course, not especially good against Arclight Phoenix.
Temporarily it works, but
Right.
there's an
Okay.
Unholy Heat.
Probably don't need the land, as you have one in
Playing
hand.
too much.
Yeah, you're right.
Dirty dog.
Let's see if he just takes the opt. No, he did go for the land.
Can't find a standard match to save your life. Cry. Everybody's just playing Commander, eh?
Yeah, so he's going to slow things down a little bit here.
Oh.
And go for the high upside play. He finds Soul Guide Lantern. He leaves that one on top. Now, this does means that his
makes you uncomfortable.
not really where Logan wants to be, as that Phoenix is likely to jump right back on the battlefield here on Sam's turn. Still, you can see Logan setting up for the future. That Fable of the Mirror Breaker set to go to Chapter 2 next turn. And he's not under any major pressure. He's at 18.
Yeah, Sam will be able to deal with the 2/2. Probably don't want to kill the Phoenix. Going to see a lot of back and forth here. And we might see the play that you were excited about at some point.
Oh, man, if he actually does it.
I mean, to be fair, though, the Phoenix deck just does have 7 to 8 one-mana removal spells. Yeah. If it gets to that position, likely going to see a removal spell pointed at the Reflection or the Crackling Drake.
True. Why did you have to speak the truth like that, Paul? That really bummed me out.
Sorry for ruining your...
Stillon.com.
Yeah. You got
/ barely.
You're like, but actually. He did leave this Arclight Phoenix back, by the way. Logan Nettles last turn only attacked with the Dragon's Rage Channeler, so you got to assume he's interested in blocking here.
Interesting 1-1 split there. Logan very likely to get this back next turn. And the Soul Guide Lantern, main deck, by the way.
Yeah, good point.
Main deck. So Logan ready for the mirror here.
People often overcompensate for the mirror, but when you're playing Phoenix, you probably should.
Absolutely.
Oh, this is an opt into a Phoenix? Does he have a way to ditch it?
Yeah,
right
well,
now?
he can now pitch the Phoenix to the
that was
Fable
upkeep.
trigger.
I did not see that. Oh.
Great sequencing there.
Fantastic stuff from Nettles, playing real clean here.
And now he's going to be able to use the heat, kill Phoenix, then cast Soul Guide Lantern, and permanently exile the Phoenixes if Sam ever threatens to get those Phoenixes back into play.
Yeah. It's crazy because a lot of times that delayed trigger on the Phoenix is actually a big benefit, but there are times where it really lets your opponent know exactly what you're capable of doing. And once the triggers go up, they can just wipe out your yard.
So we have opt. We've cast an opt already.
That was upkeep.
So if we just run out Faithless Looting and the Unholy Heat, you're going to get your Phoenix back. Oh,
ooh,
and there's a
Demi-Lich.
little spicy piece of tech as well here from Logan Nettles. One copy of the rebalanced Demi-Lich.
Did they rebalance it to 1 mana?
I think they added a toughness. But,
okay, yeah, a little less aggressive. Still incredible in the yard there. Take a look at the Demi-Lich. He just has the 1, but what more do you need?
They rebalanced it to 0 apparently now.
Yeah, it's getting lower by the minute.
You'd say it refunds
Didn't
you.
see enough play, so they just took the mana cost off of it. See how that pans out. In the meantime, both Phoenix back on the battlefield here for Nettles, and he's going to bash in there with the team.
And this is going to seal the deal right here.
Yeah, and you see the nod of resignation there from Sam Party. Says, yep, that was the one I needed you to not have.
Yeah, it's a one of, by the way. That's Soul Guide Lantern. Logan's got a nice mix of all kinds of one-ups. I mean, we're looking at a Demi-Lich, 1 Crackling Drake, 1 Soul Guide Lantern. I mean, this deck does do a good job of kind of churning through your deck. So, and also looting, right? So you find, oftentimes you will find these cards because you get to dig so deep. And if it's not good in a particular matchup, you can just loot it away.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Sometimes people will include one-ofs that are particularly good in certain matchups, or particularly good if you draw one-of, but really bad if you draw a second one. But they'll do it in decks where they can't really search it up or they don't see that many cards. And I always think, yeah, okay, maybe you're just trying to get lucky or whatever. But this makes a lot of sense here just with the number of cards you get to see. I mean, every single turn you play with this deck, you're seeing 3, 4, 5 cards. Yeah, a bunch of them go to the graveyard, but, in this case, the Demi-Lich was better in the yard anyway.
Right, but then you draw the Soul Guide Lantern in the mirror, and all of a sudden, I mean,
brutal spot here for Party. He's forced to fire off Unholy Heat on Demilich. That forces the issue from Nettles. He does have the backup Unholy Heat that he could use to finish
You done.
but it's way too late, and he's going to scoop him up. That's Logan Nettles feeling an intense sense of relief as he picks up game number 1. Trying
Cheers,
to
bro.
keep his run for the World Championship alive. He has to win
Just
this
chewing
match
on
to do so.
pasta
He's had
uncooked.
a
I
bumpy
like
day,
it.
3-3.
Fat Charlie
This
really
happens
likes that
all the
too.
time
Charlie's
playing
big
against
into
some
the
of best players
pasta.
in the world. You know, a 3-3 start is
Expensive
very common,
pasta.
but he doesn't have any wiggle room left. This round, he's got to win to make day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is completely on him. And like you said, despite his rough start at 3-3, he's still 4th.
He's just chomping down on hard
if we
pasta.
stopped, he would be qualified for the World Championship. So he needs to keep this run going.
Just a bloody mouth.
And that's
He's
the
just
thing, right? Is
eating
that
spaghetti
what
by
would
the
happen
handful.
is if he loses here, he's locked in at the points that he has in 4th. But any players that make it to day 2 now have a
I
fresh
found a
8
whole
rounds to
case
pick
of
up more
eggs
match
under the
points,
bridge.
and they can start passing him while he wouldn't have anything to say about
Oh no, we're boiling all our
get
denim.
through
We're boiling all our
keep up
denim.
even a
I'm
decent-
burned myself on a
puts
rivet.
himself in the conversation and maybe even secure that seat. But without
shit.
the opportunity to pick up those points on day 2, he'll just be dead in the water. And he has to.
I mean, who in their right mind leaves a perfectly good box of eggs under the bridge?
You know, day 1
Oh,
of the set
fuck.
championship.
Also, I kind of want to, if this is how Sam sideboarded, I mean, this is a radical sideboard.
Or just a
play.
couple of oilmen in from
All
Dallas.
the Phoenixes, all the lootings, and basically anything that has
Best get to
anything do with
stepping
the
because
graveyard,
Johnny Laws are
knowing
coming.
that Logan has access to a lot of sideboard hate, graveyard hate, and has basically turned into blue-red spells control.
Wow. So he's assuming that Logan wants to bring in the 4 copies of Hidetsugu Consumes All that he has there, and Sam is just looking to sidestep it?
Yeah, well, the thing is, you have the Soul Guide Lanterns, you have the hearse, which is almost certainly going to come in.
Just a
right?
couple.
And
I'm a
then
casual millionaire,
Logan may bring in the
Frank.
Consume Spell. Unlikely, just because I don't know if a 3-mana Exile Graveyard is necessarily good enough. I think Logan will at
I don't know if I'm
least
supposed to
start out
solve
by
one
boarding in the
capsules
artifacts,
because I'm like, you're really
which
sick.
have a few more applications.
Okay.
But Sam just doesn't want to play the game of, hey, I'm going to rely on my graveyard.
Oh man.
If you're not getting back the Phoenixes, I mean, you're down a card, right? When you're casting a card like that. So,
He's good at the conversation.
to instead just choose to play kind of an is it mid-range strategy here, and we'll see how it pans out for him.
That is awesome from Sam Party. Let's see how it turns out.
I love eggs. I love
You
eggs
can see both
too.
players look like they're on some type of is it mid-range deck at this point. In fact, Sam's the one with the Soul Guide Lantern at the ready.
Have you been eating cheese? Yes. How much cheese have you had?
Some of the cards to really
Too
look
much
out
cheese.
for
Any
when the
amount of
players
cheese is too much cheese.
tend to change over or go towards the middle / controlling end of things are cards like
Shoot,
Expressive
good show.
Iteration. A lot of times that's the most important card, or the type of card that can take you from an okay draw to a good one, find the stuff you need, make sure you keep hitting your land drops, etc.
Yeah,
One for
I
one.
met this guy in the bathroom. I was like, yo, give me your shirt, bro. And he didn't want to give me his shirt.
In these spots.
Narset, a very, very nice card. To bring out of the
Yo, give me your shirt, bro.
I'm just
consider.
A mana source. I imagine that Logan will probably just fire off a dispute here if Sam chooses to go for an iteration, given
Yeah,
how
or an
the
Narset.
way this matchup plays out.
I'll have a milk
Yeah, this is
steak.
the important card.
Your finest jelly beans served raw.
Protect something from resolving, right? You're just
Oh,
trying to
we've
make
got
sure
your
opponent doesn't
steak
get ahead of
boiling
those
just
cards.
the way you like it, Mr. Kelly.
I mean, they can do all the ops they want, right? It's cards like Expressive Iteration and Narset that actually get you ahead. Speaking of, by the way, there's Soul Guide Lantern from Sam Party, and now Expressive Iteration goes on the stack. Oh boy. 2 heavy hitters to the 4-mana cards here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have room for both, so he's going to settle for Crackling Drake, and the Arclight Phoenix is going to go to the bottom.
Yeah, and we ran into one dispute now, so I wonder if Sam's just going to go ahead and run out this Narset. Does have the mana to also kill a Phoenix. Play this on turn 3, for example. But has the access. Oh, and also has a Fry, which should cleanly deal with the crack. Crackling Drake.
Wow. This plan from Sam Pardee's coming together quite nicely. He does need some way to actually kill Logan at some point, but that'll come. I don't know what it is.
There's a Hall of Storm Giants.
There you go, Hall of Storm Giants. win con acquired. That's all it takes. If you can completely take control of the game, you know, whatever's left over will do just fine.
Interestingly enough, the sizing of Hall of Storm Giants is perfect, right? Cannot unholy heat the Hall of Storm Giants.
Yeah, that's really nice. Nettle's trying to decide how to proceed here with 8 cards in his hand. He still hasn't played a land this turn. It won't be an issue, but, you know, Crackling Drake could be on the menu. It looks like he's toying with the idea of a Dragon's Rage Channeler, perhaps.
And I don't think Sam has... Oh, Sam does have 1 Mystical Dispute in sideboard.
So annoying.
Could be something that Logan might be scared of.
Players love to put a one-of a card like that somewhere in their 75 just to make the other player respect it.
Especially in an open deck format.
Yeah, that's where you know get the real value. Yeah. So Unholy Heat is going to hit Dragon's Rage Channeler. Now this is an opportunity for Logan to respond if he'd like. Looks like he's going to line up Unholy Heat on Narset in response. That basically means that Narset doesn't get any more cards for Sam.
Right. Now the static can still be pretty useful in this matchup. It means that you can't cast main phase Ops or Considers.
Right.
You will not be able to draw those cards. Still ways to, of course, play around it by casting it on your opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm. But remember, Logan's the one with Arclight Phoenix still in his library. Like,
right.
You know, getting those cards, I mean, you can still technically cast them, but...
Look at all these Planeswalkers here from Sam. I mean, just
yeah.
Full-on blue-red control.
Loving this. I like this plan here from Pardee. Logan deciding to keep that card in. Arclight Phoenix. Man, it could actually come in quite handy here. Is there still the Soul Guide Lantern? Yes, there is there for Sam Pardee.
It is in play. Now, remember, this Narset, it's on the board. It's annoying. But it looks like Logan just kind of wants to force the action. Gonna attack the Narset. Sam will protect it. And then if Logan ever gets into a situation where it'll come back, then Sam can just fire off that Soul Guide Lantern.
Sam didn't even let him attack. It's just like killing right now.
Is it Chandra time? It's 1 mana up. Play the land. You can play around Spell Pierce.
Yeah, play around Spell Pierce. That's right. The Mystical Dispute, not relevant in a situation like this. And there's Chandra Torch of Defiance on the battlefield for Sam Pardee. He's got Narset and Chandra. He's got his graveyard bases covered with Soul Guide Lantern. Yeah, his hand isn't amazing. He's got Opt and Fry, but totally fine.
Yeah, I'm curious if Logan has Delirium here. It looks like he does, right?
He does. Yeah.
So you can use that Unholy Heat to get the Chandra off the battlefield. Probably want to do that. You don't want the Chandra to allow Sam to get ahead on cards.
Yeah, it's just, you know, what is he going to throw into the Soul Guide Lantern, right? Like, is it Unholy Heat? With the Phoenix in the yard still, right? Like, tough spot.
Could be one of those things where you lead off with the Consider.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the Arclight Phoenix trigger on the stack, you save the Unholy Heat, and when the Lantern goes off, then you use the Heat to kill the Chandra. Could be something to do. But you would need to string together some spells off this Consider to do that.
So
the other option is, hey, look, The other option is, look, I'm just gonna activate Den of the Bugbear. I know about Fry. You have 1 other card in hand. Not that likely it's a removal spell, right?
Oh. Wow, that's really tempting.
And if you do that, you can use the Heat and guarantee that you'll kill the Chandra, right? You attack the Chandra down to 1 with the Den, then just finish it off with the Heat.
Hey, you've convinced me, Paul. And Logan must be thinking, so let's say there's 1 more burn spell. Let's say it's Fry burn spell in hand here for Sam. I mean, that is kind of a disaster for Logan, right? Like, all but 1 of his mana, he loses a land. Can he risk it? Can he do it? He wants to.
I think I like it. I mean, Sam's already fired off
multiple
an Unholy Heat or 2, right?
Yes. He's going for it. Den of the Bugbear's going to get fired up. You can tell Logan is not happy about this scenario. Let's see what Sam finds.
Cat cuddles. Let's go.
This is good news here for Logan, and it's Otawara, Soaring City. That means Den of the Bugbear will survive.
Oh, and excuse me, you cannot string together spells. Always forget about Narset's nice little static ability. And actually, what Logan can do is attack, have the 1/1 attack Narset, Unholy Heat Chandra, and Sam will be left with nothing.
Yes. Like actual fry in hand. Wow, that was huge for Logan Nettles. He was not liking this situation, but he's going to be loving it now. Now there's no point to even Soul Guide Lantern because it wouldn't matter anyway. Flame Blast. Oh, it was
and
the
there's
next
the
card.
bolt off the top.
That's the one that Sam needed off of that opt, but it was one card too low, and now we have a
just having
den fight.
Yeah, Den of the Bugbear fight here. I mean, he's got the removal spells, and now Logan, there's not the pressure of the Planeswalkers, can choose to play it a little slower here, right?
Right, he can go whatever pace he'd like. That's right. There's, again, only one unknown card here. You have to wonder what that fry is going to hit if it's not Crackling Drake, like if you're Logan.
Probably. Oh,
never
there's
mind.
a target.
There's an answer.
Yeah.
Ledger Shredder.
There's also a Brazen Borrower that you can just cast.
Mm-hmm. Because you
Kind
know
of
how it
awkward.
usually goes if the Crackling Drake's the last thing on the battlefield.
Right.
The 13 power or whatever. Cleans up the mess.
Logan just might be interested in forcing the Soul Guide Lantern here potentially, but doesn't find land number 3. Excuse me, spell number 3. Could Petty Theft if you really wanted to.
That Goblin token?
Yeah.
He's doing it.
And Sam could kill his creature in response.
Could.
To prevent
Thinking about it.
Brazen Borrower from being cast.
He's legitimate thinking about it, but he says, no, okay, you got it. And this is going to force the Soul Guide Lantern to eat up that Arclight Phoenix, but it's gone now. So resources for Sam Pardee are dwindling quickly here. Even that's gone. And then are we going to see Logan just play the Ledger Shredder post-combat, or does he want to hang on to it? Because it does count itself.
I mean, I do feel like you might be interested in drawing out that fry, but you can do that with the Brazen Borrower too, right?
So just end step Brazen Borrower
yeah, just
here?
end step Borrower, and now Sam's just kind of out of resources, and he's gonna try to race here, which is not. I mean, it is technically a 2-turn clock.
It is.
And he does have a couple of removal spells.
You know, he might be able to get the job done with. Feels like he's a bit mana crimped to get it done, but
it would depend on how aggressive Logan gets with his creatures, I suppose.
I'll tell you, Logan generally doesn't like he knows when to slow down, you know.
Like, wait, you have a 7/7. I'm at 7. Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that Goblin stayed home this time.
Yeah, I mean, Brazen Borrower certainly attacks as it can block.
That's a freebie.
You know the Crackling Drake will likely die to Fry.
Mm-hmm.
Probably want to keep the token back just because that gives you the option of double blocking Den of the Bugbear with both the Ledger Shredder and the token. Assuming Sam goes for the line of Fry your Crackling Drake, activate my Den of the Bugbear, and attack.
Right, or even just be able to.
What
to
a
block.
draw!
What did he hit? Oh, Ox of Agonis? Oh, man.
He has the mana to do all of it. He has exactly 8 mana.
Okay. The one thing he can't do is activate his land to get in for lethal, but this is going to set him up for the next turn. Yeah, he'll live with it. He'll live with it.
I think he'll accept the 4/2 that draws him a couple cards.
All right, the Ledger Shredder's going to connive now. But we're going to see Consider in response here from Nettles. He finds an Unholy Heat. That is an answer to Den of the Bugbear, but not much else. He's going to take it, though. It also, of course, could get to Delirium, in which case it'll be an answer to almost everything.
The Shredder. Here's the Ox.
Wow, this is huge. 3 cards. Narset, Consider,
3 spells.
Opt. Yep. Oh, an Expressive Iteration now for Logan Nettles. Oh, boy, they are firing it off now.
It's so awkward to kill the Ox, right?
It is. I mean, Sam's graveyard must be 15 cards or something.
And Sam's still sitting at a pretty healthy 14 life here.
He is.
And you
Man,
can't get
Sam
too
is
aggressive.
giving Logan a real sweat here for that day 2.
Right, and you can't get too aggressive because remember, at any point, Sam does have that Hall of Storm Giants in play.
Just get the old one shot.
So if Logan is not interested in killing the Ox, probably just have to go double land here off the iteration. This is a tough choice here.
Very tough for Logan. He's got to be thinking, it's never easy. Why is it never easy? You know, just...
You got to fight for it. You got to work for it.
Absolutely. He knows that.
Probably wants... Okay, so it looks like he wants the spell here. He does get a connive here for
True.
the Ledger Shredder. Wants to find some extra action. Does not find it. So now Sam, next turn, I mean, so many resources.
Yeah, Logan shook his head. He does not like missing here. He knows that there's 3 fresh cards in hand for Sam Party, plus another one off of the draw step. He doesn't know what they are.
Right.
But not a lot of good news there.
Oh, okay. Oh, this.
So now a burn spell would be enough to just kill him?
Right. I don't think Sam's going to go for that. I think Sam's just interested in completely unloading the contents of his hand. Having to Narset in play prevents Logan from drawing cards with the connive ability on Ledger Shredder. Finds a removal spell.
Yeah, he could just kill it now if he wants to. And there's a Channeler. Here's Unholy Heat. That will finish off Narset.
And Sam has the ability to kill the Shredder here too if he wants.
Considering responding.
Might want to save it for the Den of the Bugbear.
Okay, there's an Arclight Phoenix. He doesn't have any spells though. Like, does he just need to keep it in hand?
I think I think that Arclight Phoenix is reserved as a Snare Thopter.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now with the Dragon's Rage Channeler on the battlefield, he's going to fire off his Unholy Heat on the Ledger Shredder to make sure he gets that Surveil ability.
Okay.
And he's using it because cards are hitting the graveyard quickly, and that Ox of Agonis is looking real frisky.
Yeah, if Logan, if he can find a graveyard hate card here.
Oh, it's such a blowout.
It'd be so big. A way to get that Ox off the battlefield.
Oh
Okay.
boy, you get to see a lot of
free
cards with
Phoenix.
Faceless Looting. Shredder, or consider he's going to keep the Shredder, and he sees the Soul Guide Lantern and 2 graveyard-centric cards for him as well. Now he doesn't get to...
Is that enough though? I mean, Sam still, Logan gets a 3/2. He can play the Demilich too. Wow.
He can Faithless Looting, and that would be enough for the Phoenix, right?
Right, you can Faithless Looting. That also reduces the cost of the Demilich.
Oh, man. Yeah. So he can actually do it all. He can Faithless Looting for 3, Demoliches 1, and then still have Soul Guide Lantern and the mana.
Yeah, and this is, this grabbing that Ox, so big.
Is there anything else in the yard that he cares about?
I don't think so.
Like,
and remember,
he may be
Sam
able to
doesn't
just
have
draw
any
a card
Phoenixes.
off of the Lantern. Yeah, because Sam took him out. Strangle for the Dragon's Rage Channeler. This is getting very interesting. Oh, he's got to discard 2 of these?
You know it pains Logan to have to discard Expressive Iteration, right?
Definitely, especially at this stage.
Right. But look, you're going to be able to go Strangle and then play a free Demilich, so can't be too sad.
He's still sad, Paul. I know it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Chad's sad as well.
Value travesty for Logan.
Now that was a turn here from Logan. I mean, he had nothing.
Seriously, look at what he's got now. And Sam Party's like, okay, buddy, you're doing it.
So Scotty.
Now Logan has to be careful
What's he
here.
doing with his hands?
Yeah, I got
Demilich
my
has
spy
lots of
visited.
text on it.
He's on my laptop.
One of which allows you to cast spells
What
out of your
is he
graveyard if
doing with
it,
those
if it
hands?
attacks.
That's right. So he needs to keep the good stuff there. Okay, so
Stop it,
life
Scott.
totals 13 to
Stop
7.
it, Scott.
Logan up a game. He's shaking his head. Sam is straightening himself up in the chair. Both of these players are deep into an awesome mirror match. This is game number 2, by the way.
And one thing to keep track of here, might not get to it, but it could be relevant, is Logan is, you do see Logan's clock now. So if Sam is able to pull this game off in 5, 6, 7 more turns, that could be a relevant factor.
Definitely under 10 minutes now for Logan Nettles. But it's not his clock that's going down right now. It's Sam Pardee's as he really ponders out this turn.
Yeah, so you have the option of activating Hall, but that just wastes your entire turn. And Logan has chump blockers. Probably not something you want to do. You can go Ledger Shredder into a Braid.
Mm-hmm.
A Braid Darklight Phoenix and hope to hit actual spells. That's
Yeah,
good.
which he did.
Okay, so 50-50, but got to pump at least once on the Ledger Shredder.
And he's getting in there. Down to 5 goes Logan, who finds, oh no, Mystical Dispute?
That's
It's like
not
we're
going
going
to be
to
good.
match
And
number
remember,
3.
now Sam, Sam's very close to lethal here. Got 2 flying 2/4s. Logan is not close to getting Arclight Phoenix out of the graveyard.
What can Demilich play? Unholy Heat.
Unholy Heat. You have to imagine that Logan Nettles has Delirium here.
He's got 5. He's actually got 5 types right now.
I lost my cat.
So
I lost
even
my
if-
cat, yo.
Even if there's one Unholy Heat,
Maya,
it's the
come
only
back.
instant, then he'll
No.
still be okay.
Yeah.
Lost my
Expressive
cat.
Iteration would be the other option.
Boy,
Oi, oi,
it's
oi.
got to be tempting as well. If Unholy Heat lets you survive for a turn, but then die the next turn, that's not really getting you where you need to go.
Getting aggressive here. Probably keeping the token back, given the Hall of Storm Giants.
So
So
this
Sam can
means
draw a
that he's-
removal spell.
So this
Like
means
a-
he's locked into Unholy Heat, though, to kill the
Right.
2/4. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to target the Ledger Shredder here. This is going to be an attack for 8. Get Sam down to 5. If Sam can draw a 1-mana removal spell,
He can get...
he can get the token off the battlefield. That's not going to do it.
Oh my God, this is so crazy from Logan. He's like, all right, we're going for it. And he's got Sam down to 5 now. And Sam passes a turn
passes. And that
Logan
means we're
Nettles
getting more
draws
value here with Demilich.
Faithless
Looting. You could see an Arclight Phoenix come back into play here. Pitch the Channeler, pitch the Dispute, hit an Opt, hope to hit something. Oh, shoot,
Yes.
excuse me. You don't even need to hope. You can just flash back the Faithless Looting.
Yeah. He's cast 1 spell this turn. It's Faithless Looting. It's on the stack.
Big turn here. Take your time, Logan.
Yeah, now that 7 minutes looks like a long time rather than what it looked like a minute ago. There's Ledger
Sam
Shredder
does get a
getting
draw
little
here.
bigger. He does.
Oh.
So Kenton Crucible of Defiance.
Doesn't
That
block
puts
the
some
flyer.
jump blockers
Are those
into play.
blockers relevant? Right. And there's Expressive Iteration for Nettles. Oh,
It's
man,
pretty
this game's
hot.
been awesome.
Oh, man.
He keeps looking at his library because he doesn't have that many cards left. So he actually has a decent idea of what's in those chunks of cards because he knows like the bottom 5 or 6.
Right.
He knows his list. He knows what he's drawn.
Yeah, and he
He
can even
finds Ox.
pitch away, or he can just cast the Ox.
Mm-hmm. He has no cards in hand.
Right. Or you can
And he's
also
gonna go
pitch
for
it
Faithless Looting.
and then escape it as well. Likely discarding it here.
True. He's got 11 cards left in his library, so he'll know all of them
Jeez.
at some point.
All right. Here's the Ox. Just make sure you have Delirium still.
This is a pretty close match.
I wonder if Sam can somehow utilize the Soakin' Zan
To survive a turn and then steal it on the crackback.
find some way to steal it. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Wow.
So there's no mana here though for Logan. So Sam has perfect info. Right.
Yeah, so if Logan attacks with everything,
he passed.
He passed, playing it safe.
Logan Nettles, man. He never gets impatient.
Right? I will kill you next turn, friend.
What a great play from Logan. And he didn't even think about it. He's just like, no chance.
And he's going to be excited when this happens, just because it's like, look, I didn't put myself in a position where I can
Another
somehow
land.
die.
Ouch.
Now
Exactly.
Sam's in a lot of trouble.
Sam has to pass the turn back, but there's Arclight Phoenix. There's also Brazen Borrower that can petty theft away a blocker here. And that's a lot of pressure coming
Wow.
across.
Yeah,
from
you
Logan.
almost,
Way to grind it out.
You almost might want to just consider starting with petty theft on the ledger shredder. Give Sam
This
maybe
is-
less draws.
Yeah.
With the connive.
Well, also, he knows all 7 of his cards. So he kind of has a doomsday pile here where he can, like, say, this is the best
Right.
I've got, right? Like, because he can get into those cards with the Ledger Shredder and the Faithless Looting. So this is one of those situations that I think really favors players like Logan, who are going to sit here and think through every iteration. He's pretty all in on winning this game, like with 5.5 minutes or just under 6 minutes left on the clock. But he seems to have the tools to do it.
And he's going to. He is
Incredible. And there's the Unholy Heat.
And there's the
And
scoop.
now he can use Petty Theft to take out one of the
Yep.
blockers. There is a creature land available for Sam he can choose, but that's going to be it. Logan
And there's
Nettles
the
gets job
scoop.
done and keeps his
www.twoscoops.com.
Boy, Paul, that was huge for him. He went from losing and being mostly out to winning and being very much in.
Yeah, I mean, he's going into day 2. He is going to be one of the favorites, at least from the league standings there, to make it to the World Championship. I mean, this is an absolute tremendously huge win for him. And also, let's just talk about that match. I mean, what a match that was, right?
So
just
sweet.
back and forth, and Logan able to find that key Soul Guide Lantern, because Sam was eyeballing that Ox of Agonis. He was ready to draw a bunch of cards and be able to steal that game away. But I mean, so much back and forth in that game. And big shout out to Demolich, right? Demolich did some work there.
Both games. Yeah, you know, I love also, I think one really cool thing to pay attention to on that match was how the roles changed, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be aggressive. And then it was like, no, I'm not. And, you know, really understanding where you stood at each given point. Fantastic stuff. Logan Nettles through to day number 2. We've got more Magic to bring you, and Maria is going to set us up for our next match.
What's up, friends? Coming up next, we've got
Maria.
David Inglis versus Carl Sarup.
For David Inglis, undefeated on the line with Golgari Food, a deck he knows and loves and has been crushing with. For Carl Sarup, David Inglis' teammate, Selesnya Humans is the name of the game. A tough matchup with all that removal. Maybe he can overcome.
David Inglis versus Carl Sarup, a battle of the teammates coming up after this.
A 2-minute break. Y'all know what that means. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel or else. Or else you get hit with the ad break, baby. Oh my gosh. These people, they just will not quit. They're like, we're gonna play Magic all day. You know what? We're thinking that 10 hours of Magic is gonna be pretty good for us. Right? 10 hours of Magic should be alright. More? More? Y'all are crazy. Did something terrible happen to my stream here? Ayo, Scott has lost 7 months. Thank you so much. They streamed so long, it broke my stream. Let me refresh. I think their stream broke. You done broke it, son. Yeah, so it looks like we're all frozen here. Looks like the stream is deaded. Time is standing still, chat. It's not us, it's them. It's all okay. Ice chili. Do, 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 do. All my clocks have stopped as well. The fairy stream raveler. Oh, let's slow things down a bit. Yaz, yaz, yaz. Oh,
These
we're
are
back.
Two players that tested on the
We're
same
back,
team,
Jack.
and there was kind of a divergence in terms of deck selection. And looks like roughly half the team decided to go with Golgari Food, while the other half went with Selesnya Humans. Looks like it's working out well for both of them.
That's right. They somehow meet at 6-0 here, coming in. Worth noting here that David Inglis, for that World Championship races that we've been saying, was #2 in the league race coming in. 6-0, looking to go, trying to get up a game, by the way, I should mention here, and trying to be 7-0. So things looking pretty good for David on that front, if he can keep the wheels on the train tomorrow. But for now, he's got to try to beat his teammate here to get to 7-0 and be undefeated on day one.
Yeah. And, you know, traditionally, the Golgari Food deck really just kind of feasts on most creature decks. Now,
Yes.
in terms of kind of I think just the consensus best, just full-on aggressive deck in the format, that likely does go to the Humans deck. So it is people with the human strategy. However, I mean, just the combination of Cat Oven, right? I don't care how big you make one of your creatures. I can chump for days. I just need to survive until I can get a big Meat Hook Massacre onto the battlefield. And that usually will be good enough to kind of seal it away.
And you can see some of the strategies here for David. He's got Bone Shards, Fatal Push, Cauldron Familiar, all at the ready here. It looks like he's decided to just take some damage and either reserve Fatal Push for something better than Sentinel or wait until he, well, here we go. Here comes Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. That's going to force the issue. He also may have been just thinking, well, I'd rather pay and not let you get your card. But as it stands, he's going to have to not pay, let him get his card, because Thalia will put a huge dent in those plans if he lets that go.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see a Bone Shards here, too, on the Thalia discarding Familiar.
You bet. That's exactly what we're going to see, Paul. And hey, I'll tell you, that stings is such a pain. That stings.
Right? I mean, this is just really great sequencing here out of David, because now, right? I mean, on the following turn, you go Trail of Crumbs, boom, get your Cauldron Familiar back.
Yep, straight away. There's Adeline Resplendent Cathar. That card adds a huge amount of power to the board very, very quickly. So the pressure is right back on David as he starts to do his thing. As you mentioned, who cares? It could be 100 for Adeline, right? But Adeline also creates her own army around her. So, you know, you can't do that forever.
Right. Key land drop missed here for Carl Serap. 4 is the magic number of this deck. Oof. It's got 8 extremely powerful 4-drops in Inquisitor, Captain, and Collected Company.
He must not have practiced enough.
Yeah.
A
little more practice would have drawn the 4th land for sure.
Yeah, keep practicing until you get your 4th land drop, and then we'll talk. Here comes Adeline. Going to come in for 3 damage here. Down to 14 goes Tangrams, as he's known. That's David Inglis's online name. And I think we're going to see Skyclave Apparition. Yes. Well, that'll stem the bleeding on the Trail of Crumbs. Not before the Cauldron Familiar comes back in, though.
Nice little 1-2 punch there. The Cursebound Witch with the Deadly Dispute.
You see the Meat Hook Massacre looming in hand here for David as well. You said that a lot of times they'll survive for a while and then clean up all the little creatures with the Meat Hook.
This is currently historic.
Here for David.
We'll be in standard again
Now
tomorrow
we're
morning.
likely going to be on chump block duty. Cast Deadly Dispute, sacrifice the Cursebound Witch. That'll give you access to 5 mana, as you will have a treasure in play, and likely to find a mana source here off the Deadly Dispute. So that'll set you up nicely for a Meathook Massacre for 4.
It's going to force the issue here. Skyclave Apparition #2 hitting the battlefield. That's going to target the Cursebound Witch.
Easiest Deadly Dispute, probably.
Looks like it's going to prompt it. I suppose he could do it with the Familiar as well if he really wanted.
I guess the upside of choosing to Deadly Dispute the Cauldron Familiar instead is that when you do go for the Meathook Massacre for 4, you will have a 1/1 and a 2/2 in play. Right, as you will kill the Skyclave Apparition, but
The free oven.
the value from the Cursebound Witch, just the upside of being able to find another cat or
Oh.
an oven off of that,
Oh boy.
likely too strong.
Speaking of, there's 2 copies of Witch's Oven now.
Yeah.
And remember, that cat is going to be in the yard, but it'll be pretty safe
Oh.
in that graveyard.
Second
and
hook.
There's that land that you mentioned as well, Paul. And here comes
The
the
cheat hook.
massacre. What a
Kaboom.
brutality. Such a beating here. Now, Carl Serap has a lot of good action going on in hand, but this is just huge here for David. He's going to actually have a decent board state here with his 2/2 and the Meathook Massacre, 5 lands and double Witch's Oven and
Best
bingo.
possible
Wow.
draw
Trail
here.
crumbs off the top of the library for
Oh my.
David. Now he knows that there's.
I
gonna
really
be a
like the
collected
Citadel as
company
well.
coming here. There's no way with 4 cards in hand after a missed land drop that Carl's just like, yeah, I got nothing. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't
I mean,
change
to
his
be
play.
fair, David had some other options there. He could have gotten the Lurrus back, right, and then just kind of slowly develop. But I mean, this was such a great draw here for Inglis. Oh, no.
Only 2 mana off of a collected company for Thalia, and it's right after he put Trail of Crumbs on the stack.
Jeez.
Ugh. That is not where you want to be if you're Carl.
Feeling like this is the curse of being
No,
a feature. We saw
Carl!
Simon Nielsen earlier totally win
Carl!
the collected company.
Well, like I said, he should have practiced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, David practiced, right? He ripped Trail Crumbs right off
He's
the
been
top.
practicing really hard.
He knew what he
Really
needed.
hard. Yeah.
Visualized the outcome. So now what for Carl? Like, is there any way through this combo now with double Witch's Oven, Cauldron Familiar, Trail of Crumbs?
I mean, it kind of starts, I feel, with just maybe trying to chain together a bunch of Inquisitor captains or collected companies. But I mean, David's got a healthy life total. He's basically gotten everything sorted out at this point. We have
It's like 3 damage a
Oven,
turn, isn't
Cauldron
it?
Familiar, Meathook Massacre, Trail of Crumbs, a backup Massacre. I just don't see Carl able to fight through all of the things that David has set up here. I mean, and the thing.
Thought
that
we
you
froze
see with
again.
this-
I honestly thought we
with
froze
the
again.
food deck is when you do kind of get this combo going with Massacre Oven, you don't need to attack, right?
No,
you
not
just
at
drain them
all.
out.
I'll just be over here doing my thing because this drain adds up a lot quicker than you think. You can't get through on the ground through the Familiar, and I'm generating card advantage from the Trail, and we've seen this before.
Right.
This is why David, chose this deck. It's just you get this engine rolling, and it's very, very difficult for the opposition to get through it. It's also proven quite resilient, even to hate cards, and we haven't even seen one from Carl, right? He's
Right.
just playing white weenie cards, just trying to get in there, but nothing even touching the graveyard. The closest thing was that Apparition, which did deal with the Trail like permanently, but
Very pregnant moment.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, the thing that you're really hoping for is just get a quick start, have a timely Apparition on one of those combo pieces to kind of slow them down, and try to kill them before they get off that big Meathook Massacre.
Citadel.
Because if you can't, this is
I'd like
exactly what
to.
happens,
There's that
and at this point,
dinosaur.
there's just not a whole lot you can
That
do
one
if you're
dino
Carl
was
Celestia
cool.
inside.
Play a second land each turn. F.
there's not much of a way out here without getting really extraordinarily lucky.
Right. Can't even play this Elspeth. The Thalia tax Kind of hurting him here.
That's rough. Oh, that's really rough. You know, Thalia's lieutenant will show up. Powerful stuff, right? I mean, you know, nothing wrong with this.
That's a respectable army.
Mm-hmm.
But the cat is too powerful.
The cat just sort of trips up the Ranger Captain of Eos on its way to the graveyard. And then the cat comes right back again.
Yeah, I mean, David can just run out another massacre here, right? Just go, okay, you know what? I don't want to maybe die to some crazy combination of cards where you just have way too much power in play. I can just go ahead and run out another Meat Hook Massacre here for 4 and gain a bunch of life, deal a bunch of damage to you, and force you to rebuild with only 2 cards in hand.
Kind of an embarrassing hand here for David. I mean, he's got Luris and another trail. Like, come on, man. This guy's your teammate.
Yeah.
This guy's your teammate. That's funny. Come on, man. This guy's your teammate.
That gives you access to Cursebound Witch.
Just all of the cards.
Yep. Again, not a single attack yet for David. Hasn't even bothered. Probably won't. He's already halfway home.
Kind of want to see David just fetch a cruel reality here off this Cursebound Witch and kind of win that way. Just win in style, maybe.
I like that.
That would be fun. One of the cards available off the spell book.
16 life here for David, even though he is facing down an Elspeth Resplendent.
But again, Lifelink doesn't get it done either, and Elspeth doesn't give trample. You can give
Flying does.
You can.
So that'll at least put some pressure.
No mirror box today. Nope.
What happened there?
Why would you not attack?
I guess
it didn't attack.
I guess it didn't attack. I mean, Carl is very close to dead here.
Yeah, maybe I missed something.
Just from all the drains here, might just be interested in keeping that back.
Well, he's definitely dead now.
Oh goodness sakes! Is that where we're at?
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at, Marshall.
That's where we're at. Okay.
He's definitely dead now. Oh, goose me, baby.
David's basically drawing his deck at this point.
Wow.
And we'll be able to finish this off by draining Carl Sarap down. Maybe even finish it off with the Meat Hook Massacre.
Yeah, could just wipe the board here and call
Either
it good.
way is
Carl's
good.
Completely tapped out. Has no way to interact reasonably at this point. And here's the big
There
attack.
it is.
David says,
even the plant.
All of them, plant token in. No.
No, you gotta
Even the plants.
7-0 for David Inglis. What an accomplishment.
Oh, shoot,
He's
doggy
been so
doos.
impressive over the past couple of years, you know, since we've been playing more heavily online for these tournaments. He's really made a name for himself. And I'm not shocked to see him at 7-0 anymore. This isn't an unknown name we've never seen before. He's just crushing.
Oh, no. I mean, it feels like very recently he was just kind of one of those up-and-comers. But now he's just an established pro, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's one of those players that's kind of, at the end of day 2, you kind of see him fighting for a potential top 8 slot. So, again, not surprised to see David Inglis here at the top of the standings. One small note that I do want to talk about is David Inglis right now having a fantastic run at the top of the league leaderboard. And he's going to have a lot of fans. And you know who
What
those
up,
fans are going
Walter?
to be? The people on the league leaderboard. They're going to want him to top 8, top 6, lock up a slot
always
to
here,
open
baby.
up an at-large slot for the rest of the members in the MPL and Rivals League.
Yeah, let's talk about that from big picture perspective, because throughout the course of day 1, we've had a lot more storylines, Paul, related to the World Championship than you'd normally get in a day 1. Anything stand out to you about, you know, how those races have developed?
I mean, the big thing is I think the most compelling thing, especially today, is the challenger race, right? With the MPL rivals, if you make day 2, everybody gets to play. There's still going to be a lot of matches on the line. But for the challengers, you have those people that didn't qualify. They're watching. They're looking at the standings. They're updating, and then you're looking at all these people where, you know, Simon Nielsen recently tweeted out that, look, he firmly believes that he's already
There
in.
you go.
Now, we
Just
can't
a few
confirm this
thousand.
just yet, but he believes that he's in. So, I mean, that is huge. That is huge, right? You just have a lot of these people who only need a handful of wins to lock up their seat into the World Championship.
not
So
played
it's
Vampire
really amazing
Survivors.
to
Nope.
see extremely high stakes matches, even in day one of this tournament.
Yeah, totally. It's one of those things where it's such a different situation depending on where you sat coming in. If you were a challenger, you would be on a leaderboard against players who were not playing in the event. So therefore, any points that you can pick up can set you free of them. Once you get past them, they can never catch you because they're not playing in the tournament. And that put a huge emphasis on making it to day two, because day two means 8 more matches worth of tries at getting points. And where, again, you could, if you could just day two, then you could easily pass somebody who is ahead of you but not qualified for the tournament.
They
Well, when
actually
we
only
looked at
get
the players
20K.
that you
First
just
place
mentioned,
gets
from the
20K.
leagues, they're all qualified for the tournament. So that's going to put a
maths.
lot of
Quick
emphasis
maths.
tomorrow when we come back, and we'll be seeing a lot of that going on then. For now, match of the day for me, Paul, was the one that we just watched. That was fantastic between Logan and Sam. Really intricate stuff and 2 really great players in a tough matchup.
Yeah, I mean, particularly that game too, right? There was just so much back and forth. And again, just a highly skill-intensive matchup. Lots of decisions there.
They don't get
And I just
500K
think
though. They
all
only
the
get 20
tiny
if they win.
little
It's
one-ups and
450K
adjustments
split
that
up
Logan
between
made,
the 200 and some people.
To his deck configuration is kind of what allowed him to kind of go over the top in that matchup. I'm still curious, by the way, what's actually the proper sideboarding strategy for that matchup, right? Sam took a pretty wild line there of just boarding out all the Phoenixes and all the combo pieces entirely, but Logan chose to keep it in. So I'm still not sure. You know, I usually just trust whatever Logan does. He plays more Magic than just about anybody that I know. So it's probably correct to keep it in. But again, I mean, Sam is also somebody that I really respect as a player. So.
Well, great stuff today, Paul. We're going to sign off here from the booth, but we've got Maria, Cedric, and Riley over at the news desk.
All right, we're wrapping up. Thank the Lord.
Thank you so much, Marshall and
my bedtime,
Paul. What
yo.
an awesome end to day one of our tournament. Maria Bartholdi here at the virtual news desk. I've got Cedric and Riley hanging out with me as well as we put a bow on everything that has happened so far today, and it has been a lot. Let's take a look at our standings here at the end of day one of competition and find out
Your brain
what
has
has
Bluetooth?
gone down.
Nice. F.
We've got 2 players remaining undefeated in the field. Stefan Schutz and David Inglis, both at 7-0, both teammates, which is just incredible. And take a look at some of these other names that are hot on their tails. Shota Yasaoka, the Hall of Famer, sitting at 6-1. Austin Bersavage sitting at 6-1. Eli Cassis won the last one of these championships, 6-1. Reed Duke, we all know his name, having a great tournament at 6-1, as well as Jan Merkel sitting at 6-1. There we are after day one of competition. Day two, of course, can change all of this. We're also keeping our eye on the World Championship races. A lot happened just in the last round. Cedric, you've got your eyes on the leagues.
Boy, do I. And
Ooh,
take a
Paulo
look
moved
at
into
this.
number
Shota
5.
Yasoka is making this look pretty easy right now. 84 points as far as the leagues is concerned. He is doing beautifully here this weekend, sitting in 5th place. David Inglis,
69, nice.
He's sitting in 2nd place right now, 78 points, still very active in this tournament. Reed Duke, as you mentioned, Maria, in 8th place in this tournament, 78 points as well in the leagues race. So he, and as you see here, Logan Nettles,
Peace out,
with
Tommy.
a big win last
Have a great
round,
night.
still active, still able
Thanks
to
for hanging out all
qualify
day.
for the World Championships. And then look who it is. Look who it is. Never loses.
Man.
Was on the outside looking in to start the day, now on the inside. And oh boy, that shovel for the players underneath. Paulo Vitor Damarosa in 32nd place right now in the tournament and is in the box. Remember, the goal is to be in the box because I'm sending 5 people to the World Championships. Now on the outside, you can see how tight this race is. Marcio also has 72 points, as does Peter Gogolski, as does Austin Bersavage, who's having a wonderful tournament, currently sitting in 6th place in the new Capenna Championship. And this 9th place guy, oh whatever, I'll just skip over him real quick. Oh, I guess Kai wants to get in the action as well. He's not too far behind and still very active in this tournament, as is Gregor Kowalski too. So I mean, I'm just running off names here of Hall of Fame level Magic players Andrew Strashki, Shintaro Ishimura, their tournament is done. These 66 pointers, they're not out of the race yet, but you take a look at those names above them and you say, oh boy, it's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Riley, I know you got some names to look at, so yours is more of a mess than mine is.
I did all of the poops.
Before I get into anything
I even did one right there while we were wrapping up.
It is my great pleasure to congratulate Gregory Orange, Yuma Koizumi, and Simon Nielsen, who are all going to this year's World Championship. They have locked their positions with incredible performances today, all of them going 5-2, and that is good enough to send them to the World Championship. So well done to the three of these fellows who have done an exceptional job in locking it down on day number 1. There's still a lot of Magic to be played for the rest of the people on the list, although Tristan Wild-LaRue looking very good. It looks like he'll only really need to win one more match to lock up his position. After that, Nathan Steuer, oh my goodness me, he was outside of the box when we started things up today, but look at him in 5th position, looking very, very good. Jim Davis, unfortunately, is out of the new Capenna Championship. It remains to be seen whether he gets leapfrogged tomorrow. It's looking likely, as indeed it will be for Camilo Lukesh and Oscar Franco. We've been talking about the DNQs today, but let's go down and have a look at people like Drew Baker, people like Lucas Hane. They're still active, they can still pick up points, and they will be eyeing off those free slots in the top 8 of the Challenger race tomorrow. But one person to close things out here I want to point out is the performance put on by Stefan Schutz here. The Austrian has gone undefeated today to a meteoric rise up the standings from the middle of the pack out the middle of nowhere now.
I offer you an egg in these trying times.
If he can keep the momentum up tomorrow,
egg.
It'll be a very,
people go put it on their desk or something.
For him to have gotten
they,
this far. So
they remind them of patties.
And congratulations to, of course, those 3 blokes that I mentioned: Gregory Orange, Yuma Koizumi, and Simon Nielsen.
We're crab people now.
Yeah, congratulations indeed. Shaping up to be such an awesome tournament. In fact, let's take a look at who's already qualified now for the World Championship. We've added 3 names to our slide here. Check it out. This is gonna be one heck of a tournament, everybody.
Yo, does she have any more?
Oh,
you bitch.
But guess what? That's only half of the field. We still have to fill in the other half.
Why don't we fire down to Tommy Bahamas, get ourselves a couple shirts.
16 spots left to give away.
Get high as shit out crack.
Championship. Let's take a look at our leaderboard one more time before we close out the day here to remind you of everything that is going on, everything that's on the line. Stefan Schutz, David Inglis, congratulations, our 2 lone undefeated players heading in to day number 2. And it is going to be a very, very exciting
Well, she did smoke crack on the way over here in the car, and all day long.
And historic once again before we do our cut to the top 8.
And all day long.
Well, at the start of the day, 223 players showed up to throw down.
It's a big day for Frank here, Roxy.
Esper Midrange and Is It Phoenix were the 2 biggest
This jacket's tighter than dick skin.
To utterly dominate the field. So what will tomorrow show us? We also set our sights on the World Championship with a whopping 19 spots to give away. Simon Nielsen,
the salesman's giving me shit.
Congratulations, you are on your way to that tournament.
Well, I have
as
money.
We work our way towards our top 8.
I love It's Always Sunny. It's like every single episode is burnt into my brain.
Championship. It all starts back here at 9 a.m. Pacific when we'll begin to see.
No, not making fun of Maria whatsoever. We're just talking about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's over. You're done. You're done. No, we love Maria. We're just talking about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Man, this instrumental is fire. Anywho, y'all, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you have an absolute magical day. We're going to be back here, same time, same place, for day number 2, right? We've got his standard in the morning, and then again historic in the afternoon, which is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, I'm not Tiger Woods right now. My name's Don Cheeto. Oh shit, that's Alvin. All right, everyone.